From the moment the giant python pounced out to the instant it was slain, it only took a few breaths, leaving those soldiers and body refiners who had originally intended to come to help gaping in astonishment. With such an astonishing display just now, anyone could tell that Hanli was definitely not an ordinary body refiner. With such a highly skilled helper by their side, they naturally felt much more secure about their lives. After shouting, they continued to slay the ordinary red python beasts on the ground. Below, the battle between humans and pythons became even more intense, and more mutated giant pythons emerged. Regarding other places, Hanli wasn't very clear. But at the section of a city wall where he was defending, within a short while, there were as many as 5 or 6 mutated giant pythons that died at his hands. He learned from the lesson that the mutated python beasts had tenacious vitality. Whenever he made a move, he would swiftly dismember the giant pythons into more than a dozen pieces with ghostly speed. This left them with no chance to fight back at all. In this way, with the other body refiners and soldiers focusing all their efforts on dealing with the ordinary pythons, things naturally became much easier. However, on several other sections of the nearby city walls, there was no such highly skilled expert as Hanli to assist. Amidst the chaos of hissing and rumbling sounds intertwined, one after another mutated giant pythons swayed their heads and tails, wantonly causing destruction on those city walls. Apart from some body refiners holding heavy weapons, most others didn't dare to directly confront them and were all plunged into bitter battles. However, Hanli's act of easily killing several giant pythons seemed to have also attracted the attention of the python group below. After several hisses, red shadows flashed continuously, and actually 3 giant pythons simultaneously appeared on the city wall. Yes, soon as the stench of blood wafted, they pounced viciously towards Hanli. Hanli's eyebrows twitched, showing some surprise. But then a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. With a wave of his arm, the big knife was thrown toward the python. If an ordinary big knife flew over, it might not even be able to break through a single scale of the giant python. However, Hanli's throw contained astonishing great strength, making the knife as sharp as a divine weapon. This knife turned into a streak of cold light and directly pierced into the python's head from the front and then cut out from the tail. The entire giant python was neatly divided into 2 pieces along its body. Then Hanli's figure flickered again, as if he could do the art of separating the body, and instantly transformed into 2 figures to face the other 2 pythons. The dull sounds of boom, boom, boom came one after another. Golden lights appeared on the surfaces of the 2 pythons at the same time, completely submerging their bodies in them. After the 2 figures flickered continuously, they strangely merged into one person again, and the golden light also disappeared. The 2 pythons that appeared were limp on the ground, as if boneless, and couldn't move at all. Hanli actually, in an instant, with skillful strength, pounded every bone joint on the bodies of the 2 pythons into powder, completely depriving them of their ability to move. When a nearby soldier saw this scene, they rushed forward without saying a word and hacked the python to pieces once. 3 more mutated pythons were lost at the city wall where Hanli was. The python group didn't want to pay attention to this place anymore. For a while, no more giant pythons appeared near Hanli. In this way, not only did others heave a big sigh of relief, but Hanli was also happy to have a bit of relaxation. He silently stood back to the original place, paying attention to the changes in the high altitude. This moment above the city wall, the stalemate between the cultivators and the leopard-like beasts finally broke, and new changes occurred. It was seen that the demon feathers shooting out from the green mist paused suddenly and stopped. It seemed that the feathers of these demon birds were not truly inexhaustible. The human cultivators were overjoyed. But before they could immediately urge their spiritual tools to attack, with a strange screeching sound, the demon mist rolled violently, and the mist condensed and transformed. In the blink of an eye, it turned into an extremely huge mist-formed leopard-like beast. Its body was covered in green feathers, and its leopard head was extremely ferocious. Immediately, it spread its wings and, with a towering murderous aura, charged menacingly towards the group of cultivators. The cultivators on the opposite side were greatly shocked. Facing such a huge demon bird flying over, even 2 fake core cultivators in the late Foundation establishment stage would never dare to directly take on even a bit of it without knowing its depth. Suddenly, they scattered in a rush and temporarily avoided it. At the same time, They all retrieved their respective spiritual tools, preparing to brace themselves for a tough battle. However, the scene below surprised the cultivators greatly. After the mist-formed demon bird rushed straight through the group of cultivators, it didn't stop to pursue the cultivators, but directly plummeted towards the city wall below like ass. Hooting Star with an extremely fast escape speed. Not good. We've been tricked. Quick, stop it. When the brocadero man from the Golden Jade sect saw this scene, a flash of light appeared in his mind, and he immediately roared Ngriley with a changed complexion. The other cultivators also suddenly realized, and, full of shock and anger, urged their spiritual tools to closely pursue the mist-formed leopard-like beast. However, the huge monster below simply ignored the attacks of the spiritual tools and just flapped its wings and Finming shot downwards. Moments later, although most of the latter part of his body was scattered by the spiritual weapons chasing after him, he had reached more than 10 Zhang ABO. The lower city wall. The gusts of evil wind even blew the human guards on the city wall so that they were staggering in all directions and unable to stand upright at all. Hanli looked at the green expanse above his head, and his originally calm face finally showed some reaction. He was quite unlucky. Right below where the misty demon bird landed was actually the section of the city wall where he was stationed. This made Hanli curse loudly in his heart. Under such a terrifying attack, not to mention ordinary body refiners, even mid-stage cultivators would probably not be able to withstand it heated. Although he had mastered the fourth layer of the Vajra art, he didn't have absolute certainty of getting away safely under such a powerful attack. Without hesitation. He shook his sleeve, and a small, rapidly spinning black sphere rolled strangely into his hand. However, as his eyes flickered, a trace of hesitation appeared on his face. This immortal-destroying pearl was the only precious item for protecting his body when he encountered powerful enemies now. Thinking carefully, he was really reluctant to use one of them. Moreover, according to his estimation, the powerful body formed by his fourth layer of the Vajra art should not really put his life in danger. At most, there was only a risk of serious injury. Numerous thoughts flashed through his mind almost instantly. Han Li's expression hardened, and the pearl in his hand disappeared with a flash. At the same time, facing the approaching huge object, he had no intention of dodging at all. Instead, he took a deep breath, clenched his fists, and then golden light flashed continuously on his face, arms, etc., instantly turning him into a golden color. Immediately, he let out a loud shout. With a slight crouch of his body, he struck a powerful blow at the underground city wall first. Although this strike was imposing, when faced with a colossal being like the misty leopard beast, it was naturally insignificant. Before the might of his fist could manifest, Han Li was instantly engulfed by the green mist. The misty demon slammed forcefully into the city wall. An earth-shattering bang rang out. Although the city wall of An Yuan City had been constructed using special methods, how could it truly withstand an attack equivalent to that of a core formation cultivator? Immediately, the city wall shattered into pieces inch by inch and collapsed completely to AS for the ordinary soldiers and those body-tempering cultivators on the city wall. There was no need to worry about them at this moment, because they had been crushed into minced meat by the giant long before the city wall fell and had already died. However, although the misty demon was destroyed along with the city wall, the thick demonic mist quickly spread in all directions. As soon as any nearby humans were caught in this green mist, they would immediately let out a loud cry and fall unconscious. Moments later, they would turn into green corpses. As a result, the nearby human soldiers who originally wanted to rush over and plug the gap were immediately filled with extreme AR and started running backward in retreat. Almost at the same time, strange cries sounded loudly in the green mist. Large numbers of leopard beasts rushed out from inside. The scarlet python beast hordes that had been waiting outside the city wall also raised their heads and let out a neigh then, swarmed in through the gap in a frenzy, seemingly showing no fear of the leopard beast's poisonous mist. This batch of first surging red pythons actually contains hundreds of mutated giant pythons, instantly dispersing another simple defense line strangely constructed behind the city wall. The army of red python beasts rushed into An Yuan City like a tide. An Yuan City was actually breached like this. Quickly take action. As long as we block this gap, we can still hold this city. The human cultivators in the air naturally turned extremely pale. The bald big man in the core formation stage shouted unwillingly, then urged a treasure shaped like an axe in front of him and was about to rush down and take action. Forget it. Brother Wong, it's too late. Even if the city wall doesn't collapse, on UN City can't be defended. Being breached by the beast horde is just a matter of time. The brocadorobe man from the Golden Jade sect suddenly stopped him and then looked faintly into the distance outside City. What do you mean by that? Gee, what's that? The bald big man was stunned at first when he heard the brocadorobe man's words, but when he looked in the direction of the other person's gaze, his face instantly turned steel blue. Because behind the red python herd in the distance, for some unknown reason, there were suddenly patches of yellow dust clouds, and at the same time, there was a faint rumbling vibration on the ground, as if thousands of horses were galloping. This is sandworm beasts. They must have come from the Qingluo Desert. This beast tide is actually a joint effort of 4 waves of monsters. On UN City is really finished. An experienced cultivator exclaimed out loud. The other cultivators' faces looked extremely ugly upon hearing this. With so many monsters, not to mention a small on UN City, even a medium-sized city might not be easily defensible. Since things have reached this point, let's go our separate ways. I still have people to save, so we'll take my leave first. The man in the brocade robe suddenly cupped his fist toward the other cultivators, waved his hand, summoned the young male and female cultivators of the Golden Jade sect, and then shot towards the city at high speed with a streak of light, completely disregarding the beast horde below. It's really unexpected that the 7th city breached by the beast horde has appeared in our celestial yuan mirror so quickly. Presumably, after this matter is over, the celestial yuan city will surely send people to investigate the specific reason for the city's breach, to see if there are high-level demoni. See beasts involved. Everyone, tell the truth then. I'll also take my leave. After the Baldun let out a bitter laugh, exchanged a few polite words with the other cultivators, and then flew away with his magic weapon, going in the opposite direction outside the city. The other cultivators looked at each other in dismay, and then also scattered in all directions. Some of them hurriedly returned to the city to rescue their loved ones, while others, like the bald man, left on UN City directly AT this time. The yellow fog in the distance also swept towards the vicinity of on UN City, and from it, huge insect-like beasts more than a zhang in size emerged one by one. Oh, with bright red eyes, ferocious and evil. Chapter 1222. The celestial secret hall Hanli transformed into a streak of light, his destination being the Great Jane, where he intended to procure the ghost Luo banners from the Luo sect. Although he had not successfully advanced to the deity transformation stage, his cultivation had genuinely reached the late nascent soul realm, bolstering his confidence for this endeavor. If his memory served him correctly, after the fall of Old Devil Qian, the Luo sect should have only possessed one late nascent soul cultivator, the sect master himself. As long as he avoided reckless confrontation, obtaining the Ghost Luo banners should not pose an insurmountable challenge. Furthermore, this fairy sect master had once led a team to Tianan and bore a deep-seated grudge against him for the death of his wife. If this were the case, eliminating this individual would serve a dual purpose, preventing potential future troubles. He had previously considered dealing with this adversary, but before reaching the late stage, he lacked the means to protect himself and dared not risk such an undertaking. Now, with his enhanced abilities and the need to acquire the Ghost Luo banners, he would not let this opportunity pass. Otherwise, if he were ever away from the Fallen Cloud sect, this grand cultivator might, in a moment of desperation before his lifespan expired, seek revenge for his deceased wife, launching a clandestine assault on the Fallen Cloud sect, endangering Nangong Wan and the others. As these thoughts raced through Han Li's mind, an intense desire to eliminate the threat arose. Although his closed-door cultivation, aided by the frigid flame 5 devils, had not resulted in a successful breakthrough to the deity transformation stage, causing him considerable disappointment, he was not entirely disheartened, as he still had the Yuan magnetic divine light as a backup plan. On this occasion, his journey to the Great Jane was not solely to seize the ghostly Luo banner. He had 2 additional matters to attend to. Otherwise, if he truly cultivated the primordial magnetic divine light, he would find himself irrevocably ensnared in a particular location, unable to take action in any matter until he perfected this technique. Thus, it was essential to take precautions while he still enjoyed his freedom. Among these, locating the sun essence fire and utilizing the cold marrow to concoct the revitalizing water was of paramount importance. Possessing this revitalizing water would effectively extend his lifespan by a quarter. Such a remarkable boon would surely be coveted by cultivators of any rank. For someone like Hanli, an apex existence in the mortal realm, the allure was unparalleled. Previously, through the soul-searching of the coldly master from the minor extreme palace, he had unearthed clues regarding the sun essence fire. With this knowledge, everything was in readiness, awaiting only the right opportunity. As for the other task, it paled in significance by comparison. It was merely a matter of convenience. Success in this endeavor would indeed be fortunate, yet failure would not greatly impact him. This involved visiting the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion, which was for the purpose of requesting the secret techniques for crafting the mustard seed space. During his participation in the grand auction in the capital, he had been intrigued when the manager of the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion mentioned that they could refine spatial rifts into mustard seed spaces. This had sparked within him the idea of transforming what he believed to be the remnants of Ling Miao Garden, seen during his descent into the demonic abyss, into a dedicated space. Indeed, cultivators at the nascent soul stage, like him, typically possess secret chambers in addition to their visible residences, with some even having multiple such sanctuaries. These hidden abodes often house their most treasured possessions, serving as a contingency plan in case of unforeseen circumstances. However, Hanli has been preoccupied with his cultivation, leaving him little time to ponder such matters. Now, as the thought suddenly crosses his mind, it is not out of a desire to secure an escape route, but rather because he perceives that location as an exceptional site for refining the Yuan magnetic divine light. If he could successfully forge his own pocket dimension connected discreetly to the outside world via a hidden teleportation array, he would merely need to control the teleportation mechanism within. Even if a god transformation level adversary were to discover it, they would likely be left staring in bewilderment. Should the enemy, in a fit of rage, destroy the external teleportation array, it would not pose a significant challenge for him to tear through the fabric of space once more, thereby escaping any confinement. Conversely, those outside, even if capable of rending space, would struggle to locate the already sealed pocket dimension without knowledge of the precise entry point. These insights are the result of Hanli's diligent research. Of course, if this plan proves unfeasible, he could always seek another secluded location for his cultivation, though it would lack the stability that a pocket dimension offers. However, the method for refining a pocket dimension is a proprietary technique of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion, and acquiring it could be rather troublesome. Nevertheless, it stands to reason that a formidable cultivator seeking something from any faction, no matter how reluctant they may be, would likely be accommodated to some extent. Even though there were late-stage nascent soul cultivators stationed, no one wished to easily provoke such a formidable adversary. As for the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, its ability to retain the alchemical methods thus far was likely due to the secret technique being rather insipid, failing to pique the interest of the 10 major sects of righteous and demonic paths. Otherwise, he could hardly believe that a mere Heavenly Secrets Pavilion could safeguard such genuinely significant arcane arts for so long. Naturally, he needed to exercise some discretion in his methods. Hanli mused with a cold smile as his escape light flickered before suddenly vanishing without a trace into the distant horizon. Several months later, in the small city by the mountains of Yuzhou, a place thousands of miles away from Tian'an, a light drizzle enveloped the scene in a thick mist. On the glistening, rain-washed cobblestone street, few pedestrians meandered, and those who did hurried along under their cloth umbrellas, seemingly disinterested in lingering upon the thoroughfare. A man clad in yellow, holding a white oilcloth umbrella with one hand, stepped onto the stone street. His demeanor was calm and unhurried, as if he were merely enjoying a leisurely stroll in the countryside. The umbrella tilted slightly forward, artfully obscuring much of his visage, rendering it impossible to discern his true appearance. However, from the slender, fair hand gripping the umbrella, it was evident that he was of a robust age, not a mere impoverished commoner. Passers-by, intrigued by his peculiar behavior, cast curious glances in his direction, yet he remained unfazed, maintaining his leisurely pace. When he reached an inconspicuous alleyway, he altered his course and swiftly stepped into its shadows. Although the alley appeared to be quite profound, it was evident to any observer after merely a few dozen steps that it was a dead end, devoid of any exits. On either side stood towering walls, rising several meters high, making it a seldom trodden path. However, a peculiar scene unfolded as the man in the yellow robe seemed oblivious to his surroundings, continuing his solitary advance. Just as the umbrella-wielding figure approached the end of the alley, he collided with an exceptionally solid stone wall. Suddenly, a flash of white light enveloped him, and he inexplicably vanished into the wall, akin to a specter. Should a mortal witness this spectacle, they would undoubtedly exclaim that they had encountered a ghost in broad daylight. Conversely, if a practitioner were to observe the event, they would merely curl their lips in disdain, dismissing it as a mere illusion, hardly worthy of alarm. However, if such a practitioner were to penetrate the wall and traverse several layers of intricate barriers, they would likely be left utterly astounded. For beyond these barriers lay a magnificent jade gate, soaring over 100 meters high, nearly piercing the heavens. Behind this colossal gate, a series of steps made of white jade ascended into the air, leading to an ethereal green hall suspended in the sky. Surrounding the hall, a mist of milky spiritual fog swirled, while rare and exquisite spirit birds gracefully circled above, exuding an air of carefree ease. Below, an array of extraordinary flowers and exotic plants adorned the ground, transforming the area into a veritable paradise. However, if one were to employ their spiritual perception, they would discover that the seemingly vast expanse around them is, in fact, a rather confined space, measuring merely a few dozen miles in size, yet soaring to an astonishing height of several hundred zhang. Such elevation is indeed remarkable. Were it not for this, it would be impossible to construct such an extraordinary aerial palace in this location. At the entrance of the expansive Jade Gate, 2 rows of warriors clad in golden helmets and armor stand resolutely at either side, each towering 2 zhang, motionless and with expressionless faces. Amidst these formidable sentinels, there sits a robust man, similarly adorned in armor, with a dark complexion, lazily perched upon a stone pedestal beside a pillar. He engages in casual conversation with a visitor who has just entered, holding an umbrella. No matter the gravity of the situation, we must not disturb the Lord during his audience with esteemed guests. Otherwise, should the Lord take offense, I, old Chow, would bear the brunt of it. It would be prudent for Taoist Zhang to wait here for half a day longer, allowing us to engage in conversation, the armored man said with a cheerful demeanor. This individual is a cultivator at the late stage of the Golden Core, yet here he serves merely as a gatekeeper, which is quite extraordinary. However, from his words, it is clear that the imposing warriors flanking them are merely mechanized puppets. Without his explanation, one might easily mistake these lifelike constructs for genuine beings, as they are remarkably lifelike to the naked eye. The monk, who had previously entered the space holding an umbrella, had long since put away the white parasol, revealing a dignified face with delicate features. Chow Fengwei, what I am about to say, Zhang, is no jest. There exists a matter of utmost importance that must be entrusted to the esteemed leader. Even if I possess the patience to wait, that person may not. If we were to delay a significant issue and bring calamity upon our sect, it is a burden neither you nor I could bear. The middle-aged man's expression darkened, a hint of anger evident in his voice. And who, pray tell, is this person you speak of? The burly man with a dark complexion asked, momentarily taken aback and filled with suspicion. Quite simply, he refers to Han. Suddenly, a voice belonging to an unfamiliar man resonated above them, clear and distinct in their ears. Chapter 1223. An unexpected visitor, who is it? Upon hearing this, the dark-faced cultivator was taken aback, instinctively unleashing a white light to envelop his entire body. He then formed hand seals, summoning the puppet warriors that had previously stood by his side. Hold on, Brother Chow. This is Senior Han. Do not act recklessly. The pale-faced middle-aged man, upon hearing the unfamiliar voice, paled further. Seeing the dark-faced warrior's reaction, he quickly interjected with evident anxiety. Senior Han. The dark-faced warrior, upon hearing this, found himself bewildered. Nevertheless, the cautious demeanor of the middle-aged man, who was of similar cultivation level, indicated that their visitor was certainly no ordinary nascent soul cultivator. Otherwise, the two of them, even within the confines of the mustard seed space, would be capable of contending with a cultivator at the early stages of the nascent soul realm. Could it be that the arrival was a formidable figure of the mid-nascent soul stage? This is not something he can contend with merely by relying on a few puppet minions. Contemplating thus, the cultivator surnamed Chow directed his consciousness, causing those puppets that had previously taken to the skies to return to their distant positions, becoming still once more. You have indeed perceived the situation well, he mused. In light of this, it would be inappropriate for me to exploit my advantage over you. The man seemed to grunt softly, and his voice resonated once more. Shortly thereafter, a flash of azure light illuminated the space above them, where a young man clad in a blue robe appeared, arms crossed. His gaze directed at the two with an icy demeanor. The dark-faced warrior surveyed the newcomer with a probing thought. feeling a chill run down his spine as disbelief and terror etched themselves onto his countenance. The other showed no restraint in revealing his cultivation level, being an advanced practitioner at the nascent soul stage. When had such a formidable figure, a cultivator surnamed Han, emerged into Jin, he had heard nothing of it. The thought that he had nearly commanded his puppets to attack this individual sent waves of cold apprehension through the Chao cultivator, prompting him to bow deeply in deference to the figure in the sky. I was unaware of your esteemed presence, esteemed senior. If I have offended in any way, I earnestly hope for your magnanimity. The young man in the air, upon hearing this, maintained a stoic expression and offered no reply, instead lifting his gaze toward a nearby aerial palace, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. Meanwhile, the dark-faced cultivator, despite breaking into a sweat, dared not rise hastily, fearful of provoking the ire of this senior expert and inviting dire consequences upon himself. After all, given the eccentric temperaments of certain nascent soul elders, such an incident was entirely plausible. He certainly did not wish to meet an untimely demise shrouded in ambiguity. Fortunately, at that moment, the pale-faced middle-aged man beside him finally spoke up to alleviate his predicament. Senior Han, did you not say that you would give your junior a few months to report this matter to the master? How is it that you have accompanied me all the way to this place? The middle-aged man revealed a faint, bitter smile before also bowing to the man in the sky. Nothing of consequence. My time is limited, and I cannot afford to wait idly. It would be more prudent to discuss this matter directly with your master. This must be the fabled Hall of Heavenly Secrets. It is said that this hall resides within a mustard seed space, a remarkably rare drifting realm that alters its entrance every few years, remaining unseen by ordinary folk. Upon seeing it now, it has certainly not disappointed Han. Rise. Since you are the guardian of this place, I shall not hold the earlier events against you. However, I wish to meet your esteemed master, so please guide me. The youth's final words were directed towards the dark-faced cultivator, spoken with an air of undeniable authority. Upon hearing this, Chao Weifeng's heart, which had just begun to settle, suddenly raced anew, and he cast a troubled glance at the middle-aged man beside him. To be frank, he still had not discerned the true intentions of this powerful cultivator. Were they friend or foe? The fair-faced middle-aged man twitched his lips and, after a moment's hesitation, gave a slight nod to the dark-faced cultivator. Chao, the cultivator, immediately ceased his hesitations and responded hastily. If it is your command, I shall not dare to disobey. However, the master is currently in an audience with a distinguished guest. Allow me to inform him first, and then I shall escort you. A distinguished guest? The youth paused slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his gaze, yet he maintained an impassive expression as he nodded in agreement. The dark-faced monk felt an overwhelming joy in his heart. He hastily raised his hand and retrieved a communication talisman from his storage pouch. In a hushed and hurried tone, he uttered a few words to the talisman before releasing it into the air, where it transformed into a streak of fire, soaring towards the celestial palace above. He then smiled apologetically at the young man in the sky and voluntarily stepped through the jade gate, ascending the layers of the ethereal jade steps ahead. The fair-faced middle-aged man quickened his pace, following closely behind. Both men chose to walk rather than harness the light of escape directly upon the jade steps. The restrictions on flight were in effect. Upon witnessing this scene, the young man furrowed his brows, yet soon a hint of a cold smile graced his lips. With a flicker of azure light surrounding him, he glided effortlessly forward, seemingly unaffected by the constraints. The two men below could only manage a rueful smile in response to this spectacle. Indeed, the nearby restrictions were formidable, preventing all cultivators below the nascent soul stage from ascending more than 3 feet from the ground. However, for a late-stage nascent soul master, such limitations were trivial, and they could only feign ignorance as they pressed onward. The young man in the sky appeared reluctant to offend the local master, opting not to rush directly to the grand hall. Instead, he followed behind the two men, flying leisurely and unhurriedly. This young man was, of course, Han Li, who had journeyed from the Great Jin. Although he had made significant progress in his cultivation, it took him a full 6 months to traverse the Milan grasslands and arrive in the Great Jin. Remarkably, during his passage through the vast grasslands, he encountered no troubles at all, which left Han Li somewhat astonished. Originally, he had harbored intentions of teaching the abrupt tribe's celestial masters a lesson, especially considering that he had nearly lost his life at their hands years ago. However, as he soared through the skies, he was astonished to find that, apart from a few lower-tier celestial masters, not a single practitioner of the two clan above the core formation stage was in sight. His surprise was palpable, Upon making some inquiries, he learned that over a century ago, for reasons unknown, the Holy Maiden of Tianlan and a great celestial master had jointly issued a decree, summoning all high-ranking celestial masters to converge at various Tianlan sanctuaries for concentrated meditation and rigorous training. Without a summons from the sanctuaries, they were forbidden to venture forth. It appeared that this command aimed to forcibly elevate the strength of the Tua clan's cultivation world by an entire tier. Once Hanli comprehended the situation, he felt a twinge of regret. However, since he had not encountered any of them, he had no intention of invading the Tianlan sanctuaries. The Tua clan's might was formidable, and assaulting the sanctuaries would transcend mere personal grievances with any individual practitioner. It involved far-reaching implications. This was vastly different from the personal vendetta he had with the Elder of the Star Palace he had vanquished in Tianqing City. He harbored a degree of trepidation regarding the overall strength of the Tua clan. After careful contemplation, Hanli ultimately relinquished the notion of seeking trouble with the Tua clan. He traversed the vast grasslands unimpeded until he entered the realm of the Great Gene. Given the matter concerning the mustard seed space was the simplest and least time-consuming compared to the other two, he naturally prioritized it. He sought out a renowned market within a certain prefecture of the Great Gene and directly approached a branch of the Tianji Pavilion. There, he presented his request to a middle-aged man with a pale complexion, inquiring about the method for cultivating the mustard seed space. Had an ordinary nascent soul cultivator uttered such words, the man in charge would have undoubtedly dismissed them without a second thought. However, in the presence of Hanli, whose formidable cultivation was unmasked, the shopkeeper, a late-stage Jedon cultivator, was understandably apprehensive and dared not act rashly. He could only offer a series of forced smiles and explanations, stating that matters concerning the secret technique of the mustard seed space were beyond his authority and knowledge, necessitating a direct consultation with the pavilion master. Furthermore, due to the gravity of the situation, merely relying on a message talisman would be insufficient. He would need to return to the main hall in person, which would require a wait of 2 to 3 months for Hanli. Upon hearing this, Hanli found some merit in the reasoning and agreed. However, he had no intention of idly waiting for such an extended period and instead employed a secret technique to discreetly follow the middle-aged man to this location. As far as he was aware, although the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion was merely a commercial entity, it had clandestine connections with several righteous and demonic sects. And it was also home to a late-stage Yuanian cultivator serving as the pavilion's esteemed elder. Very few knew which sect this enigmatic figure belonged to, rendering him shrouded in mystery. For Hanli, however, such affiliations were inconsequential, as long as this esteemed elder was not the leader of the Inluo sect. He had no concern whether they were elders from the Tianma sect or the Tai sect. His purpose for visiting was not solely to exert pressure, but also to acquire this secret technique without undue concession. He had long prepared an abundance of spirit stones and rare materials for trade. Thus, it seemed unlikely that they would be willing to offend a formidable cultivator for something as trivial as a dubious technique. As Hanli had anticipated, just as they reached the midpoint of the floating jade steps, a series of welcoming chimes resonated from the grand hall above. As the radiant light at the entrance of the hall flickered, a dozen beams of escape light shot forth, spiraling before revealing the figures of several cultivators, who lined the entrance on either side, seemingly unaffected by the spatial restrictions. Among these individuals, two emerged, surveying Hanli and the others with an air of superiority. Hanli furrowed his brow momentarily, but swiftly composed himself. In a sudden movement, he took a grand step through the air, astonishingly covering over 10 zhang in an instant. And with a few more strides, he appeared at the hall's entrance, facing the two individuals directly. The cultivators on either side stirred restlessly at this, with some displaying signs of alarm, instinctively placing their hands upon their storage pouches. "Do not be impolite. Please take your leave," admonished a plump elder on the left, his voice resonating with authority before he turned to Hanli with a warm smile. "You must be the esteemed Han Daoist?" Hanli scrutinized the elder for a moment and replied with equal calmness. "Are you the head of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion? The purpose of your visit has already reached my ears through Manager Zhang's transmission talisman," the elder continued, his tone becoming more courteous. "However, this is not the place for discussions. Would you kindly accompany me into the hall for a more private conversation?" The elder's rotund hands were adorned with rings of various designs, some gleaming brilliantly, while others were dull and unremarkable, which intrigued all who beheld them. "That would be no issue at all. However, may I inquire as to how I should address you, esteemed master?" Han Li cast a fleeting glance at the ring on the other party's hand before nodding slightly. However, his gaze soon shifted to a monk standing beside Kenku, prompting him to inquire discreetly. This monk, clad in a pale yellow robe, possessed a strikingly youthful visage reminiscent of a boy no older than 16 or 17. Yet, the formidable spiritual pressure emanating from him suggested he was an extraordinary figure, possibly an accomplished practitioner of the Buddha's teachings at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. Not at all, humble monk Yinju, he replied with a gentle smile, bringing his hands together in a gesture of Buddhist reverence. Yinju? Han Li murmured, finding no recollection of the name in his mind. This lack of familiarity was hardly surprising, as high-ranking monks from the four great Buddhist sects were generally obscure to ordinary cultivators. Furthermore, given that Han Li hailed from outside of the Great Jin, it was not remarkable that he did not recognize a Buddhist elder. Nevertheless, the rotund elder beside him observed Han Li's seemingly indifferent demeanor with a hint of curiosity. Although he masked it skillfully, Han Li's cautious nature would not allow such subtleties to escape his notice. While his expression remained inscrutable, his mind was awash with contemplation. Could it be that this monk was a figure of considerable renown within the Buddhist community? Otherwise, why would the master of the Tianji Pavilion display such a demeanor? Yet, the youthful monk remained unaffected by Han Li's reaction, simply smiling in silence, embodying the calm and composed essence of a high monk. At that moment, the pale-faced middle-aged man and the cultivator, surnamed Chao, finally arrived at the entrance of the hall, hurrying to pay their respects to the rotund elder. However, after a brief exchange, Kenku dismissed the cultivator surnamed Chao, leaving only the pale-faced man. With graciousness, they entered the Tianji Hall, where they settled into seats within a clearly designated side chamber, distinguishing between host and guest. Certainly, the middle-aged men in white and those who had attained the core formation stage could only stand by the sides. It is said that Taoist Han has come with the intention of acquiring the secret technique for crafting spatial rings from our esteemed pavilion. Is there any truth to this? The plump elder, with a direct demeanor, promptly inquired about the matter. Indeed, I have come for that very purpose, Han Li confessed candidly without any circumlocution. Since you wish to obtain this technique, it is likely that you have discovered a spatial rift and desire to forge it into a mustard seed space. All while wishing to keep the exact location concealed from others, the elder remarked with a nonchalant smile. The head of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, possessing mid-stage nascent soul cultivation, displayed respect towards Han Li but remained remarkably composed, exhibiting no signs of unease. You have astutely discerned my intentions, Han Li replied, his eyes narrowing slightly. Since our pavilion established the mustard seed space, there have indeed been others like yourself who sought the method of its creation. These individuals, much like Brother Han, wished to forge their own exclusive spaces from the rifts they discovered, adamantly refusing to disclose the locations to anyone else. Among these seekers were also formidable cultivators of the same tier as yourself, the elder responded with a light chuckle. Oh, did any of them succeed? Han Li inquired. Curiosity piqued. Not at all. Although each of those individuals assured us they would not divulge this method to others, had we truly disclosed the crafting technique, I fear that establishments like the Heavenly Mechanism House and the Heavenly Mechanism Manor would no longer be unique creations of our sect, the elder replied candidly. Your esteemed friend must have another method to address this matter, for it would be unwise for your esteemed hall to engage in such folly. After a moment of silence, Han Li spoke with profound significance. Brother Han, your words resonate deeply. A mere Tiangong pavilion would naturally not dare to offend so many fellow cultivators. Although our esteemed hall has not disclosed the method of refinement, we do possess an alternative that can equally satisfy the demands of these friends. The stout elder replied with a relaxed demeanor. An alternative? This time, Han Li was genuinely taken aback. In fact, our esteemed hall developed a set of array instruments long ago, capable of generating a restriction that temporarily creates a space akin to a mustard seed realm. While I cannot assert that its efficacy is identical to that of a true mustard seed realm, it is at least 70 to 80% comparable, the elder stated confidently. Such a matter exists. However, since it relies on the power of restrictions, I suspect this mustard seed realm may possess numerous shortcomings, Han Li said, furrowing his brow and shaking his head. Indeed, there are certain deficiencies. Yet, these shortcomings are inconsequential for someone like Brother Han, the elder remarked nonchalantly. Brother Can, your words intrigue me. Might you elaborate further? Han Li's expression finally displayed some interest. Actually, it's quite simple. The previous Hall Master commissioned several array masters to collaboratively design a mustard seed array based on the principles of the mustard seed realm. And this array has been nearly perfectly replicated using the array instruments. As long as the space is not excessively large, these instruments can be employed. As for the deficiencies, there are merely 2 points. As a formation apparatus, the cost of creating such an expansive mustard seed space is undeniably substantial, with an estimated annual expenditure of over 10,000 spiritual stones. Naturally, if the space itself possesses spiritual veins, the consumption of spiritual stones could be somewhat mitigated. Furthermore, once this formation device is established, the temporary spatial realm can only last for 2,000 to 3,000 years at most. After that, the formation will lose its efficacy, and the entire space will collapse, rendering it utterly unusable. These 2 shortcomings are negligible for someone of your standing, my friend, but as for the latter, as long as you do not intend to use it as a legacy for your family or sect, the duration should suffice. After all, even upon reaching the transformation stage, our lifespans are merely a little over 2,000 years. Kenku spoke with a hint of satisfaction. Upon hearing these words, Han Li stroked his chin, displaying a contemplative expression. So, my friend Han, are you interested in our formation apparatus? The elder inquired, his gaze fixed on Han Li, though a glint of cunning flickered in his eyes, as if he were certain Han Li would acquiesce. However, in the next moment, the smile on Kenku's face abruptly froze. I still intend to acquire the method for crafting the mustard seed space. After a long moment of contemplation, Han Li surprisingly shook his head. This caused not only the white-faced middle-aged man standing nearby to slightly change his expression, but even the monk named Yinju, who had been bowing his head in silence, lifted his gaze in surprise to look at Han Li. The steadfastness of my friend suggests he must have his own reflections. However, he should at least provide some rationale for my understanding. The rotund elder's gaze flickered momentarily before he let out a deep sigh. His hand, resting idly to the side, began to rhythmically tap against the jade armrest, exhibiting a distinct pattern. Han Li observed this gesture of the elder, but chose to disregard it, calmly stating, "It is quite simple. I have detected signs of instability in the space I discovered. I cannot believe that merely relying on a set of array instruments could halt a spatial collapse." Han Li was resolute in his pursuit of the alchemical method. He fixed his gaze upon the ostentatious elder, asserting his point with an undeniable tone. Upon hearing Han Li's words, Kenku furrowed his brow, clearly taken aback by the unexpected nature of Han Li's response, his face betraying a hint of hesitation for the first time. "If you wish to acquire the method of refining the mustard seed space, then let us first spar, shall we?" At that moment, an ancient voice echoed from an unknown source, followed by a flash of silver light. In an instant, a beam of light shot into the hall, spiraling downwards to reveal a venerable monk clad in silver robes. Upon sighting the monk, both Kenku and Yinju, who had been seated, hurriedly rose to greet him, while the rotund elder could not conceal the joy in his eyes. "Master Yuanji, you have arrived," they exclaimed in unison. Han Li, however, remained seated, observing the monk with keen interest, though the monk was not as youthful as Yinju, appearing to be in his 30s. He possessed an air of refined elegance that made it difficult to associate him with that ancient voice. However, the name Yuanji was indeed familiar to him. This monk appeared to be one of the esteemed elder practitioners in the late stage of the Yuan-Ying from the Lei Yin sect, one of the 4 major Buddhist schools. Unlike other eminent figures within the Buddhist realm, he held significant renown in the Great Jin and concurrently served in the exceedingly rare position of Vajra protector within the Buddhist community. It seemed he harbored a certain disdain for both Taoism and Confucianism. As for other matters, his knowledge was rather limited. To his surprise, this eminent master of the Lei Yin sect was none other than a guest elder of the Tianji Pavilion. Han felt a tinge of respect. After studying the silver-robed monk for a while, Han Li, with a half-smile, clasped his fist and offered a bow while seated. "It is not surprising that Master Yuanji does not recognize me. It seems I am meeting a distinguished monk of the Lei Yin sect for the first time." Han Li chuckled lazily. "Brother Yuanji, while this may be your first encounter with benefactor Han, I assure you, the name of Taoist Han is not unfamiliar to you," interjected a youthful figure named Yinju, who surprised others with his unexpected words. Han Li's expression shifted slightly as he turned to scrutinize this individual. The monk, Kenku, was momentarily taken aback but soon wore a contemplative expression. "Oh, what do you mean by that, Brother Yinju?" Master Yuanji queried, somewhat taken aback. "If I am not mistaken, those 2 monumental events that once stirred the world, Taoist Han was personally involved, and played a significant role in both, Yanju remarked, alluding to events that had left a lasting impact. With an air of composure, Yanju spoke, Kunwa Mountain, the Little Extremity Palace? Could it be that this individual is the one that Yin Luo sect and the Little Extremity Palace have been relentlessly pursuing? Upon hearing this, the silver-robed monk was taken aback, his eyes sparkling with curiosity as he scrutinized Han Li anew. Despite the passage of years, it seemed that someone still remembered the events of Han's past. So, do you esteemed friends intend to capture me and hand me over to these two factions? Han Li remained unusually calm, as if he had anticipated Yanju's identification all along. Haha, Brother Han, you jest. Although the Yin Luo sect and the Little Extremity Palace wield considerable power, what connection do they hold with our heavenly mechanism pavilion? Why would we engage in such a thankless endeavor? The rotund elder's demeanor shifted. However, Brother Han's name is indeed known to me. I have long heard of your exploits. It is said that the formidable Qian Laoma of the Yin Luo sect and the illustrious Han Li of the Little Extremity Palace both met their demise at your hands. Is this true? Upon hearing Han Li's calm admission, the elder felt a sudden jolt in his heart, and his smile turned somewhat strained. The events of those years were fraught with complexities. As for the demise of Qian Laoma and Han Li, even if I were to deny it now, I suspect you esteemed friends would not believe me, Han Li replied, a trace of a cold smile playing upon his lips. I have heard that Brother Han was merely at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm back then. If the rumors circulating in the outside world are indeed accurate, how could one at such a level vanquish two formidable cultivators? Now that you have advanced to the late stage, your powers must be truly astonishing, the silver-robed monk said, his expression shifting numerous times as he spoke with solemnity. Master Yuanji, there is no need for such formality. If Brother Han genuinely seeks to acquire the method for refining the mustard seed space, our pavilion is certainly open to discussion. Hearing the monk's words, Kinku was taken aback and hurriedly attempted to dissuade him. It appeared that upon realizing that Han Li was the enigmatic cultivator who had stirred considerable intrigue in the Great Gene for an extended period, the master of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion had a change of heart, wishing to prevent the esteemed guest elder from engaging with Han Li. There is no need for further persuasion, my friend, Kinku stated. Even without the matter of the mustard seed space, I, as a humble monk, must engage in a friendly exchange of divine arts with Taoist Han. After all, I have lingered in the late Yuanying stage for quite some time and am eager to converse with fellow cultivators of the same rank, hoping to gain insights from the experience. If Taoist Han truly possesses the extraordinary abilities as rumored, I would not let this opportunity slip by. The silver-robed monk fixed his gaze upon Han Li and articulated these words. Upon hearing the silver-robed monk's declaration, Kinku's expression darkened as he turned to the side and subtly signaled to Yinzhu. There is no need for filtration, Master Kan. If it is merely a discussion of divine arts, neither senior brother Yuanji nor Taoist Han should encounter any unforeseen circumstances. An exchange could be beneficial. To be frank, I am also quite eager to witness the extraordinary techniques from the south. The youthful monk smiled as he spoke. The plump elder, upon hearing this, was rendered speechless. You are aware of Han's background. Upon hearing Yin Zhu mention the south, Han Li's heart sank, and his countenance darkened. There is no need for alarm, Brother Han. Although your origins may seem exceedingly mysterious to ordinary cultivators, it is not difficult for the 10 major sects of righteous and demonic forces to trace. Do you truly believe that Yin Luo sect and Shaoji Palace cannot uncover your origins? They merely feign ignorance out of fear of your divine prowess. After all, aside from the loss of a prominent monk, several other nascent soul elders from the two sects perished back then. Now, they are preoccupied with dealing with other forces eyeing the two sects, leaving them no time to provoke any trouble for my friend. Otherwise, my friend would not have enjoyed such tranquility in Tiannan over the years. Yinzhu seemed to perceive Han Li's thoughts and spoke leisurely. This is indeed the case. I may not be aware of other sects, but Yin Luo sect most likely knows my background. However, since it is not regarding the matter of the mustard seed space, I have no interest in casually engaging with fellow cultivators of the same tier unless Kanka Taoist promises that should I fortuitously prevail over Master Yuanji, the Tiangui Pavilion would be willing to trade the alchemical methods. Han Li's expression softened. The silver-robed monk was taken aback upon hearing this and could not help but glance at the plump elder. The head of the Tiangui Pavilion, however, appeared to be of fluctuating moods, but after a moment of contemplation, he understood something and replied with a smile. Since Taoist Han is so confident, how could I possibly hesitate? As long as Brother Han truly gains the upper hand in the exchange with Master Yuanji, What harm is there in entrusting the secret techniques of the mustard seed space to you? He readily agreed. With Kankadawa's assurance, I shall experience Master Yuanji's prowess. To be honest, I am quite curious about the secret techniques of the Buddhist sect and hope the master will not disappoint me. Hanli chuckled, promptly rising to his feet and speaking without hesitation. Upon hearing these words, the core formation cultivators standing nearby were all stirred, with some unable to conceal their excitement. The monk of the flaming bamboo remained silently smiling at one side, exuding an air of enigmatic profundity. The silver-robed monk, raising his brows, let out a cold chuckle, causing a hint of malevolence to mar his otherwise refined visage. Given the extraordinary capabilities of the two companions, it was only natural that they found themselves somewhat constrained within the confines of the Hall of Heavenly Secrets. Perhaps a spar outside would be more fitting. For both esteemed individuals, the triviality of restricted space could hardly pose a challenge. Cian scrutinized his surroundings before making this suggestion. Naturally, I have no objections. The silver-robed monk replied, nodding slowly. Then let us proceed as per the words of Master Cian, Hanli remarked with a casual demeanor. Thus, the group promptly exited the grand hall, arriving once more at the entrance. The others remained stationary on the ground, while Hanli and the silver-robed monk took to the skies, one enveloped in a shimmering azure light, soaring upwards like a blue rainbow, while the other was gently elevated by a blooming white lotus, ascending gracefully. In a brief moment, the two found themselves hovering above the Hall of Heavenly Secrets, standing several dozen yards apart, facing one another. The silver-robed monk gazed at Hanli for a while, then suddenly intoned a Buddhist chant, a faint golden radiance manifesting upon his countenance. Hanli, witnessing this spectacle, abruptly ceased his languid demeanor, his brow furrowing as he inquired. I have long heard that Master Yuanqi serves as the Vajra protector of the Buddhist sect. Is it true that you practice the famed Ming Wangju? Oh, I did not expect that my companion possesses such knowledge of our Buddhist practices, the silver-robed monk responded, momentarily taken aback, but quickly regaining his composure to speak with pride. Indeed, I am currently cultivating this very technique, and I hope for your guidance, esteemed Han. He clasped his hands together, uttering sacred incantations, as silver-hued runes floated gracefully from his silvery robe. Simultaneously, his visage and entire form began to radiate a lustrous golden hue, resembling a divine being descended from the heavens. Hanli's expression remained unchanged, yet a sense of trepidation stirred within him. This manifestation clearly indicated that the opponent had reached the fourth level of the Ming Wangju. It suggested that the individual's body had attained a resilience comparable to that of a typical magical artifact. A mere ordinary sword strike would likely be insufficient to breach his defenses. However, if this was the extent of the opponent's prowess, he would not pose a significant challenge. Without uttering a word, Hanli flicked his sleeve, producing a melodious chime as dozens of golden flying swords emerged, swirling around him like fish in water. Following this, he executed a hand gesture, lightly pointing towards the sky. All the sword lights trembled, radiating a brilliant golden glow, and in an instant, transformed from 1 into 7, multiplying into hundreds of indistinguishable sword lights. With a graceful flutter, the golden sword aura nearly enveloped a substantial portion of the sky, resembling radiant waves of gold. An awe-inspiring sight. The onlookers, including Kinku and other core formation cultivators, were taken aback by this spectacle, their expressions shifting dramatically. There was no need for Han, the esteemed cultivator, to employ any further divine abilities. The sheer force of so many sword lights charging forward would likely be insurmountable for an ordinary nascent soul cultivator. In contrast, the silver-robed monk remained unfazed, merely raising his hands. In his palms, red and green spiritual lights flickered, revealing a crimson Zen staff several feet long and a string of emerald-like Buddhist beads. At that moment, Hanli, standing opposite, formed a series of intricate hand seals. And amidst the resonating hum of hundreds of sword lights, they coalesced into a radiant golden glow that surged forth like a tempest. Excellent! Exclaimed the silver-robed monk, raising his hand with fervor. The crimson staff transformed into a vibrant red dragon, charging directly towards Hanli, while his other hand released a string of emerald prayer beads, which shimmered with green light and formed a protective barrier around him. The esteemed monk then lowered his gaze, his hands continually shifting through various mudras, seemingly preparing to invoke an exceptionally profound technique. The crimson dragon, undeterred, writhed and twisted as it plunged into the golden haze formed by the bamboo bee cloud sword. It was uncertain what material the staff was crafted from. Despite being struck simultaneously by countless sword lights, It remained unscathed amidst the intertwining golden and crimson radiance. The dragon, displaying an indomitable spirit, fiercely clawed and thrashed within the golden mist, refusing to yield. A millennium of fire coral, Hanli murmured, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. Although the swords infused with essence were extraordinarily sharp, there existed several materials in the human realm capable of withstanding such attacks, and the Millennium Fire Coral was among them. However, the rarity of this material was likely even greater than that of the essence itself. The monk's staff was evidently forged from this exquisite substance, and its considerable proportion suggested its remarkable resilience. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to endure such a barrage of flying swords unscathed. Hanli was astonished. Yet his azure bamboo cloud sword was not solely reliant on its sharpness to prevail. Promptly, he urged his spiritual consciousness, causing a portion of the sword light to continue ensnaring the red dragon, while the majority spiraled gracefully, veering to the side, transforming into streaks of golden radiance that surged towards the monk. Chapter 1226, The Diamond. As countless golden rays shot forth, the monk, hands adorned with seals, remained oblivious to their approach. Observing this, Hanli could not help but emit a cold snort within his heart. The flying swords, now ablaze with golden brilliance, surged in power. A cacophony of sounds erupted as the golden light, fleeting yet fierce, struck against the protective barrier, producing a dull thud akin to a blow against withered wood, causing the green shield to tremble but failing to penetrate its surface. Hanli's expression shifted, and subtly, he executed a hand gesture. Instantly, over 100 beams of sword light around the silver-robed monk quivered in unison, converging towards the heavens. A radiant display ensued, as a golden sun appeared from thin air. Once the luminosity receded, a colossal golden sword, several zhang in length, materialized before them. Without hesitation, Hanli directed a delicate gesture towards the opposing side. A resounding crack echoed as the surface of the golden sword dimmed, revealing a layer of milky white, cold radiance. Thick crystalline ice subsequently emerged, transforming into an immense sky-reaching ice sword, measuring over several dozen zhang in size. This sword, entirely transparent and resplendent, was so grand that anyone witnessing it could not help but gasp in awe. The silver-robed monk, who had been performing hand seals below, raised his gaze and was visibly shaken. At that moment, Hanli made another decisive gesture with one hand, sweeping it through the void below, and coldly uttered the word slash. With a swift motion, the ice sword descended fiercely. Before it could truly strike the green curtain, the surrounding space shimmered with visible waves, accompanied by a chilling, resonant hum, as if a colossal iceberg were crashing down. Despite the silver-robed monk's confidence in the unparalleled resilience of his green barrier, he dared not confront this blow directly. Uttering a sacred chant, he swiftly rotated upon a white lotus, vanishing amidst a spectrum of colorful Buddhist light. The massive sword, accompanied by its ominous hum, cleaved through empty air. In the next moment, a flash of white light appeared several feet away from the giant sword, where the lotus re-emerged, and the monk materialized upon it in an uncanny fashion. As he altered the hand seals he held, an astonishing surge of spiritual pressure emanated from him, and a towering illusion, 6 or 7 feet tall, suddenly materialized above him. This spectral figure radiated a golden glow, its visage fierce and menacing, with a wild mane and a formidable presence resembling the fabled image of a Buddhist Vajra. At the very instant the Vajra illusion manifested, the silver-robed monk unleashed a powerful shout, directing it toward the colossal ice sword, launching 2 forceful punches. A thunderous roar erupted as the Vajra illusion mirrored the monk's actions, its eyes blazing with fury as it struck the sword from the side. 2 brilliant explosions of golden light erupted against the ice sword, causing the massive blade to veer off at an angle amidst the cacophony, tumbling several times before managing to stabilize in midair. As Hanli scrutinized the ice sword, a wave of astonishment washed over him. As the giant sword was struck by the golden phantom, the ice layer shattered piece by piece, revealing the magnificent golden sword within. What kind of technique is this? It seems somewhat related to the Ming Wang Ju, yet distinctly different. A sense of bewilderment washed over him. However, after the last refinement of his flying sword, the amount of mysterious jade infused was astonishing, reaching a level that left one speechless. Each piece at the maximum capacity it could hold. Therefore, the chilling aura contained within the Qingzhu Fenggen sword was formidable, and it was evident that its power extended far beyond this single blow. With a flicker of his mind, the seemingly half-damaged ice sword, which emitted a milky white cold light, quickly restored itself to its original state after a few flashes. Subsequently, the ice sword swept horizontally, striking towards the silver-robed monk. Remarkably, the power of the colossal ice sword remained undiminished, as if the previous devastating blow had never occurred at all. This time, the silver-robed monk felt a surge of headache. His expression darkened. Instead of employing a technique to evade, he expanded his form, his arms suddenly becoming significantly thicker. In a flash, he brought his hands together to intercept the gigantic ice sword. With a resounding bang, the Vajra Phantom executed the same maneuver, accurately clasping the ice sword between its two arms, preventing it from descending any further. It is worth noting that while the Buddhist phantom was not small, it paled in comparison to the ice sword. In this moment of confrontation, it resembled a menace attempting to block a car. Yet the Vajra Phantom managed to withstand it with sheer force. Han Li's pupils constricted, and a sense of dread filled his heart. To comprehend the formidable power contained within the ice sword itself is one matter. However, the extreme cold emanating from the millennium-old black jade is sufficient to freeze any resisting magical treasures or artifacts. Yet, the Diamond Phantom remained utterly unfazed, effortlessly blocking it with both hands, exhibiting no sign of strain whatsoever. Such a secret technique is indeed extraordinary. Naturally, as Han Li cast his gaze downward, he also noticed the silver-robed monk below, who appeared to struggle more than the Diamond Phantom above. Although his arms remained motionless, his body involuntarily crouched slightly, and the golden light upon his face flickered incessantly, revealing a somewhat labored expression. Han Li couldn't help but furrow his brow. The secret technique of this monk seemed somewhat reminiscent of the Six Extremes True Demon technique, yet fundamentally distinct. While the Six Extremes True Demon technique similarly manifests 6 demonic shadows behind its practitioner, those shadows are formed through external forces, utilizing the true demonic energy of the ancient demon progenitor. In contrast, the Diamond Phantom summoned by the monk appears to be a manifestation of his inner magical power, and the potency of this technique seems to be intricately linked with the Ming Wang decision. Otherwise, to speak of anything else, had the monk not cultivated the Ming Wang decision to the 4th level, the earlier strike from the mountain-sized sword would have surely caused his physical form to crumble, despite the Diamond Phantom's ability to withstand it. Han Li marveled greatly at this revelation. However, the Qingzhu Fenglun sword possessed powers beyond mere might. With a swift gesture of his hands, he initiated a sword art, immediately channeling another supernatural ability of the flying sword. As thunder roared, the ice sword suddenly manifested thick golden arcs, comparable to the width of an arm, morphing into several golden electric pythons that surged directly towards the phantom. What an astonishing sight! The silver-robed monk was taken aback, clearly not anticipating that Han Li's flying sword possessed such an array of mystical powers. Without further contemplation, he abruptly inhaled deeply and, directing his full strength forward, exhaled forcefully. Although nothing emerged from the monk's mouth, the golden, illusory figure he commanded was a different story. It emitted streams of golden radiance in a similar manner. In a dazzling display of light, it effortlessly repelled several electric serpents, preventing them from approaching even slightly. Almost simultaneously, after a resounding shout from the silver-robed monk, a pair of large, golden hands that clutched the ice sword exerted their strength. Instantly, a massive crack appeared down the center of the ice sword. Under the blinding brilliance of the golden hands, the fissure widened rapidly, causing shards of ice to cascade down. The silver-robed monk intended to shatter the ice sword completely using the formidable strength of the golden figure. However, this esteemed member of the Thunder Sound sect had miscalculated. Han Li let out a cold laugh upon witnessing this, and swiftly altered his hand gestures. The ice sword trembled violently, emitting a clear ringing sound before transforming into strands of golden silk that dispersed from the grasp of the illusory hands. Although the golden figure attempted to seize them again, each strand of golden silk seemed to possess a life of its own, skillfully evading capture. This left the figure with nothing to show for its efforts, transforming the sword into silk. It turned out that Han Li was indeed a masterful swordsman well-versed in sword techniques. The monk beneath the illusion was momentarily stunned and muttered to himself, "With such a level of skill, I hardly dare to call myself a swordsman. It is the secret technique employed by Master Yuan Ji that has truly opened my eyes. I wonder what the origins of this divine ability are." Han Li smiled faintly, beckoning all the flying swords back to him, and calmly inquired, "At present, the situation does not warrant a life-and-death struggle. Thus, there is no need for him to pursue relentlessly. Such trivial techniques are inconsequential, merely a minor divine skill that complements the Ming Wang." The silver-robed monk chuckled ambiguously, clearly reluctant to divulge further details. Upon hearing this, Han Li could not help but smile wryly. Indeed, The divine abilities of the Buddhist sect are formidable. It seems that with ordinary methods, it would be challenging for either of us to swiftly determine the outcome. I, Han, shall now resort to employing several powerful treasures. Master Yuan Ji should exercise caution. Han Li's expression quickly reverted to its original state, and he spoke with profound significance. After uttering these words, Han Li flicked his fingers towards the monk, unleashing 10 slender red threads that shot forth in a flash, only to suddenly vanish. Subsequently, with a shake of his sleeve, a swirl of tricolored flames cascaded forth, transforming into a tricolored feather fan that materialized in his hand. After a brief spin, he grasped it firmly. With a surge of spiritual power, he gently waved it toward the monk. A resounding phoenix cry echoed as a tricolored firebird, several feet in size, erupted from the fan, spiraling toward the monk in a swift dive. Following this, Han Li opened his mouth and expelled a misty white orb, which, upon release, swelled dramatically in size. Eerie purple flames emerged from the surface of the orb. Han Li made no additional movements. He simply directed his long sleeve towards the orb with a gentle sweep. Instantly, a sea of purple flames manifested before him, subsequently rising into towering waves of fire, surging forward with an overwhelming force, an astonishing spectacle indeed. The silver-robed monk, witnessing Han Li's ferocity in action, could not help but adopt an expression of utmost seriousness. He swiftly turned his hand, revealing a radiant silver vial nestled in his palm. However, before he could invoke this artifact, a sudden flash of crimson light erupted before the golden phantom overhead, and 10 slender strands of fire shot forth, piercing the air and embedding themselves into the phantom. The ensuing clangs echoed like the collision of metal, as the fiery strands failed to penetrate the golden apparition in the slightest. The monk remained unfazed, his gaze fixated on the approaching tricolor firebird, his eyes reflecting a grave intensity, though it was his first encounter with the three-flame fan. The astonishing spiritual energy emanating from the firebird instilled in him a sense of formidable dread, compelling him to treat it with the utmost respect. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Although the 10 fiery strands did not breach the golden phantom, a sudden flash of crimson light transformed them into thick red fire chains that spiraled with lightning speed, ensnaring the golden apparition with unwavering strength. The monk, taken aback at first, quickly regained his composure and flicked his fingers towards the heavens. A beam of white sword light shot forth from his fingertips, aimed directly at the fire chains with fierce intent. A melodious chime resounded as the red and white lights briefly intertwined, yet the sword light was deflected, leaving only a small indentation on the thick fire chains, unable to sever them completely. This turn of events darkened the silver-robed monk's expression, as he beheld the tricolored firebird and the violet flames rushing toward him in a relentless advance. Urgency gripped him. With a sudden impetus, he pressed his foot down upon the white lotus beneath him, simultaneously unleashing a resonant dragon-like roar. His arms extended outward, heavy with intent. The immense golden silhouette seemed to sense the monk's mounting anxiety, erupting into a brilliant display of golden light. The colossal figure surged, inflating dramatically to a height of 7 to 8 zhong, as if poised to sever the fiery chains instantaneously. However, a wave of despair washed over the monk as the unforeseen occurred. As the indomitable form of the golden figure expanded, so too did the fiery chains, showing no sign of strain whatsoever. With renewed determination, the monk formed another hand seal, causing the golden phantom to shrink astonishingly in size. The fiery chains likewise contracted, wrapping around the phantom like tenacious maggots, rendering it inescapable. At this moment, the silver-robed monk's expression shifted drastically. As the tricolored firebird approached, he could no longer afford to focus on the phantom above him. In a frantic motion, he hurled the jade vial into the air. The silver vial spiraled gracefully, its opening aimed directly at the oncoming firebird. With a radiant burst of silver light, the vial emitted a series of resonant sacred sounds, followed by a magnificent outpouring of 7-colored Buddha light from its mouth, surging forth toward the advancing tricolored firebird. The firebird, in turn, unleashed a torrent of tricolored flames, its wings unfurling in an attempt to pierce through the Buddha light, soaring directly above the silver-robed monk. Upon their collision, the Buddha light erupted in a swirling display, the 7-colored radiance continuously rotating, enveloping the firebird within its embrace and drawing it back into the vial. The entire process unfolded with an effortless grace, as if this vessel were the natural nemesis of the tricolored firebird. Observing this, the silken-robed monk finally relaxed his expression, Yet he promptly directed a gesture towards the silver bottle suspended in the air. With a tremor, the artifact released another torrent of radiant Buddhist light. This time, however, its target was the surging violet flames that followed closely behind the Firebird. It appeared he intended to ensnare the violet inferno within the bottle as well. Just then, a sudden, faint explosion echoed from across the void, causing the silver bottle, which had been levitating before him, to shake violently. Its surface became uneven, and amidst the flickering silver light, a sound reminiscent of distant thunder reverberated within the vessel, growing increasingly louder. Alarmed, the silver-robed monk swiftly scanned the bottle with his spiritual awareness, only to uncover a shocking revelation that rendered him speechless. In the next moment, this esteemed monk of the Thunder Sound sect found his white lotus beneath him shifting once more, and he vanished in a flash upon the blossom. All that remained in the void was a slowly rotating lotus several feet in diameter, and a golden phantom ensnared above. Simultaneously, as the monk executed his escape, the silver bottle erupted with a cataclysmic roar, shattering into a myriad of pieces. A tricolored halo manifested in the space where the silver screen had vanished. The three-colored runes swirled briefly, and the halo's volume surged exponentially, engulfing the white lotus and the golden phantom entirely. The golden specter was ensnared by spiraling chains of fire, rendered completely immobile and unable to evade even slightly. Thus, although the phantom briefly sustained itself amidst the tricolored flames, it ultimately succumbed with a soft pop, dissolving like a fleeting bubble into nothingness. As for the white lotus, it fared even worse. The moment it was enveloped by the tricolor flames, it was instantly vaporized. In another location, over 30 feet away, a flash of white light heralded the emergence of the silver-robed monk. However, at the instant the diamond-like phantom was extinguished, his countenance turned several shades paler. He opened his mouth and, to his dismay, spat forth a small mouthful of essence blood, while his once radiant golden skin dimmed considerably, revealing the toll it had taken on his vital energy. The diamond phantom was inexplicably linked to his very essence, spirit, and blood. Without displaying any emotion, Han Li urged the spell in his hand, causing the surging waves of purple fire behind him to shift direction, transforming into a serpentine form over 10 feet long. A purple fire python, which lunged towards the fleeing silver-robed monk, its maw clasping a white pearl. Before it could reach the monk, a chilling wind arose, and the temperature plummeted to an extreme, creating an eerie sensation as if the very space around was about to freeze solid. The silver-robed monk, with a flicker of white light beneath his feet, conjured another lotus identical to the previous one, and though his feet remained stationary, the lotus flickered several times before propelling him backward by more than 10 feet. A bitter smile escaped his lips as he called out, "Cease. There is no need for further contest. Indeed, my esteemed friend Han possesses extraordinary powers, and I humbly concede defeat." Remarkably, after just a single exchange with Han Li, the silver-robed monk voluntarily admitted his defeat, his gaze lingering on the spot in the sky where the silver screen had been shattered. An expression of regret etched upon his face. The silver screen was indeed a precious artifact of the highest order within the Buddhist realm, painstakingly acquired by him in years past, yet it was tragically destroyed during a bout of sparring, which left him profoundly disheartened. With such a loss, he dared not continue the contest, especially considering that, although neither party had exerted their full strength, it was evident that Han Li held a distinct advantage. Having sustained injuries to his vitality, he was naturally reluctant to pursue further conflict. Upon hearing these words, Han Li's gaze flickered briefly before he smiled and waved towards the distance. Instantly, the purple fire python solidified, then performed a roll and vanished into a swirling mass of purple flames. Only a white orb remained, floating in midair. With a gentle mental push from Han Li, this treasure reverted to its original form, a fiery chain, before shooting back towards him. The two treasures shimmered momentarily before disappearing into Han Li's body. Han Li then clasped his hands in a gesture of respect towards the monk opposite him and calmly expressed his gratitude for the exchange before descending gracefully. At the entrance of the hall, he was met with a multitude of awestruck gazes. Though they were all esteemed cultivators, Han Li's serious engagement had effortlessly wounded the monk Yuanji, leaving everyone, including Kinku, utterly astonished. Even the youthful monk Yanzhu, upon meeting Han Li's gaze, could not help but display a hint of discomfort, shedding the previous composure he had maintained. The duel between the two friends had truly broadened his horizons. He fervently hoped that one day he too might ascend to such heights. Given Han Li's victory, the head of the assembly assured that he would honor his word. "I shall summon someone to retrieve the Although the silver-robed monk had fallen short against Han Li, the respect within the hall remained palpable. Yet, the master of the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion wore a beaming smile, displaying no signs of disappointment. Instead, before Han Li could utter a word, he proactively broached the subject. "I would be grateful for your assistance, Master Kan," Han Li responded with a gentle smile. Master Kan, repeatedly expressing his obligation, promptly retrieved a token from his person and handed it to a nearby golden core cultivator, issuing careful instructions. The individual immediately took the token with both hands and hastily departed, racing towards the ground below. In this space, aside from the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion suspended in midair, numerous elegant pavilions and towers adorned the earth, each exquisitely crafted, with the faint presence of individuals flitting about. However, it seemed these individuals had been previously instructed. For despite the recent fierce battle between Han Li and the silver-robed monk, none dared to reveal themselves. The bearer of the token swiftly vanished into one of the pavilions below. Han Li then withdrew his gaze, and at that moment, the silver-robed monk, having taken a brief moment to recuperate in the air, descended gracefully. He retrieved a white medicinal vial from his sleeve and consumed a fiery red pill. "Master Yuanji, are you well?" Han Li inquired with concern. "All is well. After taking the elixir, I merely need to rest for a few months," the monk replied. "However, regarding the feather fan in your possession, it must be no ordinary treasure. Even my Arhut golden body would sustain minimal damage from a top-tier magical artifact. Yet it could not withstand even a gentle strike from your fan. It appears to be a replica of a genuine spiritual treasure. With such a fan in your grasp, few in the mortal realm would dare to confront your strike head-on." Upon noticing Han Li's gaze, the esteemed monk from the Thunder Sound sect merely smiled at him, seemingly unfazed by the injury in Han Li's possession. With an air of composure, he inquired, "Master possesses truly discerning eyes. Indeed, this treasure is but a replica of a spiritual artifact." Han Li chuckled lightly, responding nonchalantly. At this, the silver-robed monk's previously indifferent countenance revealed a trace of a smile. Just as he was about to speak further, Kanku interjected, "My esteemed friends, if there are matters to discuss, let us converse in detail within the hall. I happen to have acquired a bottle of ancient spiritual wine, Jin Long Yin. It is said that a single sip can equate to the arduous cultivation efforts of a month for an ordinary practitioner. However, the most significant aspect is the indescribable delight of its flavor. I invite you all to partake in its exquisite taste." The plump elder rubbed his hands together, grinning as he spoke. In that moment, Kanku appeared more like a hospitable farmer than a dignified leader of the sect. "Jin Long Yin? I have indeed heard of this spiritual wine," the monk remarked. "It is reputed to be brewed from several rare fruits, long extinct in the current human realm. Its fragrance is unparalleled, far surpassing the spiritual wines of today. Haha, do not be surprised, my friend. Although I am of the Buddhist order, I find it difficult to part with such a libation. In the past, Kanku used dozens of jars of ancient spiritual wine to have me serve as an honorary elder. However, Han, do not mistake me for a monk devoted solely to indulgence. I must still uphold the remaining precepts." Upon hearing these words, Yuanji felt a surge of joy, and soon after, he noticed Han Li's gaze, which appeared somewhat astonished. He then half-jokingly remarked, his tone imbued with a notable warmth. Han Li, upon hearing this, felt a stir within, but merely smiled in silence. The group once again entered the Grand Hall. Chapter 1228. Ambush on the way. In a certain high altitude, a streak of azure light advanced steadily, enveloping a remarkably young man, who was leisurely toying with a piece of pale red jade slip in one hand. This individual was none other than Han Li, who had recently departed from the Hall of Heavenly Secrets. The jade slip in his possession naturally contained the secrets to crafting the art of the mustard seed space. To his surprise, despite the immense renown of the mustard seed space, the steps for its creation were not overly complex, and most of the required materials were rather commonplace. If this were the case, then the crafting of such a space was indeed not a daunting task. Han Li murmured to himself within the azure glow. Is this truly what one would call a mustard seed space? I would argue it is merely a spatial rift capable of pinpointed teleportation, he mused. The genuine mustard seed space is a treasure that can be carried at all times and accessed whenever and wherever desired. Suddenly, the languid voice of a youthful spirit echoed in his ears. While your words carry some truth, my friend, how could we, as cultivators of the human realm, possess the capability to refine such a treasure? Even the Qiankuan belt you mentioned, along with the original Black Wind banner in my possession, merely possess a hint of spatial abilities and cannot be deemed true mustard seed spaces. Han Li, however, remained unconvinced. Your argument holds merit. to my knowledge. Even in the spirit realm, true mustard seed spaces are exceedingly rare, scarcely amounting to more than a handful. Each possessor of a treasured space, akin to a mustard seed, is nearly the pinnacle of existence in the spirit realm. Otherwise, those who covet such treasures would have seized them long ago. Now that we have acquired this secret technique for crafting space, should we not proceed to the Ein Luo sect to acquire that ghostly banner? However, do you intend to brazenly ascend the mountain? The youth inquired with a playful smile. To directly storm the mountain would be unwise. Although the Ein Luo sect currently harbors but a single great cultivator, it remains one of the 10 major demonic sections. Who can ascertain the formidable restrictions or hidden weapons they possess within? The Ein Luo sect is also an ancient lineage. I have no desire to gamble with my life. Hanli replied, shaking his head. So what you imply is, the youth's curiosity appeared to be piqued. It is quite simple. To capture the thief, one must first seize the king. If we manage to eliminate the sect master of the Ein Luo sect, the remaining nascent soul elders will be much easier to handle. Moreover, have we not gathered information in the market? Over the years, many formidable demonic sects have coveted the status of the Ein Luo sect among the 10 major sections. It seems that the sect master has been frequently departing recently. If we find the opportune moment, we could vanquish him outside Mount Fongmeng. Without a great cultivator to oversee matters, even the most formidable restrictions of the Ein Luo sect would pose little concern. However, prior to taking action, we must carefully select our other targets. Once we strike, we must not delay. Should a transformation stage cultivator become aware and intervene, it would spell considerable trouble for us. Han Li's voice darkened. Indeed, that is a valid point. The esteemed cultivators of the mortal realm are unlikely to intervene rashly. However, should you harbor intentions of annihilating a sect of such magnitude, they would likely find themselves compelled to act. The page emitted a gentle smile. Han Li did not respond, but a trace of coldness flickered at the corner of his lips. After stowing the jade slip, his speed increased, and he vanished from the vicinity. Over half a year later, a massacre was unfolding in an obscure mountain range bordering Fengzhou and Xingjuan. 5 or 6 black-robed cultivators were commanding thousands of bronze-armored, besieging dozens of other cultivators clad in various attire, launching a relentless assault. These copper-armored corpses were of considerable rank, and with the black-robed cultivators joining the fray, the air was thick with, in the time it took to finish a meal. All but a few of the highest-ranking cultivators trapped within the encirclement had been devoured by the corpses. Even those remaining were in dire straits. Just then, a metallic screech echoed from the distant horizon, piercing the heavens. The combatants experienced a sharp, needle-like pain in their ears, followed by a simultaneous buzzing. Upon hearing this screech, the faces of the black-robed cultivators underwent a dramatic change, while those under siege were invigorated, their countenances brightening with joy. A glimmer of spiritual light flashed in the distance, accompanied by the faint rumble of thunder. A billowing emerald cloud, several acres in size, hurtled toward them. This demonic cloud, spanning several acres, possessed extraordinary speed, covering over 100 feet in the blink of an eye, drawing near to the battling cultivators. Who personally led the charge against our sect? It turns out to be the esteemed Taoist Bai from the Bloodbone sect. Just then, a chilling voice resonated above the tumultuous battle, accompanied by a flash of dark light, as a hazy figure eerily materialized. Almost immediately, this individual seemed to dance with their sleeves, transforming into an inconspicuous gray light that darted away, aimed directly at the demon cloud across the way. Old Demon Fong, came a startled cry from the opposite side, prompting the demon cloud to hastily change direction and flee without hesitation. Humph, since you have already entered our territory, there is no need for you to leave. A cold snort echoed, followed by a surge of air as the gray escape light shifted, morphing into an inky black hue while its speed multiplied. The two figures, one pursuing the other, swiftly traversed over 100 miles, vanishing into thin air at the horizon. Upon witnessing this scene, the hearts of the black-robed cultivators steadied, urging their copper-armored corpses to launch an even fiercer assault. Meanwhile, the trapped cultivators, upon hearing the name Old Demon Fong, displayed expressions of despair. Despite their desperate efforts, they managed to slay numerous copper-armored corpses, yet ultimately fell victim to the relentless attacks of the black-robed practitioners. Subsequently, these black-robed cultivators produced a series of dark leather pouches, ensnaring the copper corpses within. Yet as the dark light flickered, a shadow enveloped in black mist materialized before several individuals, revealing a figure shrouded in darkness. Greetings, Sect Master. The black-robed cultivators immediately bowed with utmost reverence, their faces etched with awe. Have all the members of the Bloodbone sect been dealt with? The figure cloaked in black mist inquired languidly. Rest assured, Sectmaster. All 73 infiltrators from the Bloodbone sect have been exterminated without a single escapee, responded a tall elder, stepping forward with a respectful demeanor. Elder Baihua from the Bloodbone sect has also been annihilated. Only his primordial spirit was spared. After this incident, the Bloodbone sect will undoubtedly think twice before daring to provoke our sect again. The figure spoke with a chilling tone. The other black-robed cultivators remained silent, standing obediently, awaiting further instructions from the shadowy figure. After a period of contemplation, the figure finally commanded, "There is nothing pressing here for now. You may return to the sect. I have matters to attend to alone and may take some time before returning." Understood. The black-robed cultivators acknowledged without hesitation and promptly took their leave. Under the watchful gaze of the figures shrouded in darkness, they transformed into streaks of colored light, swiftly departing from the location until they vanished beyond the horizon. In the sky nearby, only the solitary figure remained, suspended in the air, enveloped in solitude. As he gazed into the distance amidst the swirling darkness, he remained utterly still, as if time itself had frozen around him. After an indeterminate period, he suddenly spoke. "Having observed the commotion for such a lengthy duration, my fellow Taoists should reveal themselves, lest I be compelled to coax you out." Upon uttering these words, he abruptly turned his gaze towards a seemingly vacant corner, his tone growing increasingly menacing. "Ah, fellow Taoist Fong, you truly embody the essence of the Yinluo sect's leader, for you have discerned my presence. Yet, it was only after dismissing your disciples that you were able to uncover my whereabouts. Are you apprehensive about implicating your followers?" A foreign voice resonated with an ethereal calm, and in the blink of an eye, a young man clad in azure appeared, his hands clasped behind his back. This youth was none other than Hanli, while the figure shrouded in darkness was the esteemed leader of the Yinluo sect, Fong. It is noteworthy that Hanli had devoted over half a year to vigilantly surveilling the vicinity of the Yinluo sect stronghold at Mount Fangmon, patiently awaiting this opportune moment before meticulously following his target here. "It is you?" The leader of the Yinluo sect exclaimed, his form trembling upon recognizing Han Li's visage. His gaze fixed intently upon him, evidently having identified him at first glance. "It appears that sect leader Fong has indeed recognized me," Han Li remarked, his expression remarkably tranquil, exuding an air of indifference. "You have undoubtedly advanced to the late stage of the Yuaning. Your presence here, are you intending to eliminate me?" The black aura surrounding the Yinluo sect's leader dissipated abruptly, revealing a youthful countenance that appeared to be in its late 20s. However, his complexion was unnaturally pallid, and his eyes flickered with a strange, emerald light, rendering him exceptionally eerie. "Indeed, now that I am here, it is only natural that one of us shall depart from this place alive," Han Li stated calmly, his demeanor as if he were merely conversing with a friend. "Excellent. Truly excellent. Even if you hadn't sought me out, I had planned a journey to Tianan to find you eventually. Rumors abound that the old devil Qian and the ice rock saintess of the Small Pole Palace met their demise at your hands. To be frank, I found it utterly implausible. Thus, now that you have delivered yourself to my doorstep, I find myself in an exceedingly favorable position. I shall avenge the death of my wife and the grievous losses of several esteemed elders all at once." Upon hearing Han Li's words, the Yinluo sect's leader's face underwent several rapid transformations. Ultimately, his eyes blazed with an intense emerald radiance, and he lifted his head, erupting into maniacal laughter. Immediately, his figure spun with dizzying speed, and a substantial cloud of black miasma emerged around him, instantly engulfing his form within its depths. Subsequently, a chorus of ghostly wails echoed from within, and several towering figures eerily materialized in the black miasma. Chapter 1229. Slaying a Grand Cultivator. Despite the extraordinary density of the black miasma, under the glimmer of Han Li's blue eyes, 3 towering, black-armored corpses emerged. One brandished a pair of yellow-tinged short halberds, another wielded a verdant spear, and the last bore a massive, silver-gleaming spiked club. The 3 reanimated corpses revealed their sharp fangs, their eyes gleaming with a vivid green light, resembling the formidable kings among the cadavers. It was evident that each possessed cultivation at the Yuan-Ing level, particularly the one bearing a wolf-toothed club upon its shoulder, exuding an exceptionally dense aura of death, hinting at a mid-level prowess. Han Li, though somewhat taken aback, felt no fear as he flicked his sleeve, summoning a small, obsidian vial into the air nearby. With a series of hand gestures, 5 strands of grayish-white mist erupted from the vial. After a brief tumble, several humanoid skeletal figures materialized, trembling as they steadied themselves. They immediately began to emit eerie laughter, their fangs gnashing wildly, while an astonishing grayish-white demonic energy radiated from them, presenting a remarkably ferocious appearance. The 5 sons of the Heart's demons? Upon witnessing the 5 demons, the leader of the Ein Luo sect felt a heavy unease settle in his heart. Having been a brother-in-arms with the Elder Qian for many years, he recognized the meticulously crafted fiends of his comrade. Yet, as he pondered in astonishment, the 5 demons, under Han Li's command, conjured 2 bone knives in their hands, charging forward without hesitation. At this juncture, the leader of the Ein Luo sect could no longer afford to hesitate. He gritted his teeth and summoned 3 black-armored reanimated corpses from the swirling dark mist, who valiantly surged forth to meet the 5 demons. Meanwhile, the leader of the Ein Luo sect shook his sleeve, causing a pitch-black orb to roll into one hand, while his other hand unfurled to reveal a layer of translucent, yellowish fabric. However, before he could employ these 2 items, the 3 corpses and 5 demons had already clashed violently. At the moment the 3 black-armored corpses were about to make contact, they opened their mouths and unexpectedly unleashed 3 streams of green gas. Before the noxious vapors could reach the 5 demons, a foul stench, reminiscent of long-stored corpse poison, wafted through the air. Should an ordinary cultivator fall victim to this venom, they would likely find themselves grievously afflicted, suffering a significant loss of their cultivation. However, the 5 demons were not of human form. They neither flinched nor recoiled from the virulent green toxin. Instead, they simultaneously opened their mouths to release 5 distinct streams of chilling flame. This was not merely a contest of skill. Han Li harbored a lethal intent towards the leader of the Ein Luo sect. Thus, the moment the 5 demons acted, they unleashed the fully mastered 5 extremes of frost flame. As the 5 colors of flame converged, they transformed into a tumultuous sea of fire, dispersing the corpse poison and creating a massive wave of flames that engulfed the 3 corpses. The once fearsome black-armored corpses now mirrored the scene from the past, when the 5 demons dealt with the 3 skulls on the 6 paths of extreme Saint Bone Banner. Within the 5-colored flames, the movements of the 3 corpses slowed to an almost excruciating degree. Nevertheless, the corpses exhibited considerable supernatural prowess. Although their motions appeared to have decelerated tenfold, they emanated an inky bl. Little did he anticipate that the 3 meticulously cultivated black-armored corpse kings, born from centuries of toil and forged from tens of thousands of bronze-armored corpses, would be so feeble as to succumb to a single strike from the 5 sons of the Heart Demon. Despite possessing extraordinary divine power and a physique akin to tempered steel, they were rendered utterly incapable of exhibiting even a fraction of their prowess. What indeed? Were the flames expelled by the 5 demons? These 5 fiends were evidently the very ones from the era of the Elder Qian. How had they, after being seized by the adversary, manifested such bizarre abilities? The leader of the Ein Luo sect felt a surge of foreboding as thoughts raced through his mind. Yet without hesitation, he cast 2 treasures into the air. The yellow, gauzy artifact spun gracefully, suddenly transforming into a colossal net that spanned dozens of yards, resembling a canopy that ensnared both Han Li and the 5 demons beneath its shadow. The inconspicuous black sphere then slowly drifted out, closely trailing the net. Han Li furrowed his brow, but without further contemplation, he opened his mouth and ejected a small azure ding. With a single hand, he struck the ding, and amidst a flicker of spiritual light, a torrent of azure mist erupted, forming a vast expanse of azure clouds that halted the gigantic net midair, preventing it from descending even an inch. Simultaneously, he deftly waved his hands, summoning the 3 flames fan and the 8-spirit ruler into his palms. He gestured with the 8-spirit ruler, causing a silver lotus to materialize beneath the black sphere, which, despite showing no signs of power, was forcibly immobilized at a distance, unable to advance a single step further. Although Han Li remained oblivious to the true nature of the sphere, its sudden approach elicited a profound sense of trepidation within him. He swiftly utilized the 8-spirit measuring ruler to confine the sphere, which alleviated the tension within his heart. Upon witnessing this scene, the leader of the Ein Luo sect hastily mobilized his spiritual will to retrieve the black orb. However, it appeared as though the treasure had been anchored in the void, exhibiting no response whatsoever. This incited a torrent of curses within the old demon's mind. It is important to note that this orb possessed a significant origin. He had been prepared to deploy it, intending to strike a heavy blow against Han Li while he was caught off guard. Yet, he never anticipated that Han Li's spiritual awareness would be so acutely sensitive, preventing the orb from approaching and swiftly immobilizing the treasure instead. Consequently, his meticulously crafted plan had utterly failed. At that moment, Hanli made his move as well. With a resounding thunderclap, a pair of azure-white wings unfurled from his back. With a mere flick, he firmly grasped the three-flame fan, vanishing silently from sight. The leader of Yin Luo felt a chill run down his spine. He quickly formed hand seals with both hands, as swirling black energy cascaded around him, and in an instant, a suit of armor, as dark as ink, materialized upon his form. Following this, the old demon let out a low growl, and a cacophony erupted around him. As numerous blue arcs of electricity manifested upon the surface of the armor, coalescing into several serpentine bolts of lightning that danced unpredictably across the armor. An awe-inspiring display of power. At that moment, a spatial disturbance occurred behind the old demon, and a shadowy figure emerged with an ethereal grace. The leader of the demonic sect did not even glance back. Instead, he seemed to anticipate the presence, abruptly triggering a single-handed incantation that bizarrely propelled a beam of black light from his back. In a flash, it reached the figure's head, delivering a fierce downward slash with a jet-black flying sword approximately a foot in length. With a soft clink, a figure raised a hand, and two silver longswords materialized, crossing each other to intercept the descending sword strike. At that moment, the leader of the Yin Luo sect turned leisurely, a cold smile gracing his lips as he glanced behind him. However, upon seeing the figure lurking in the shadows, he let out a soft gasp of surprise. Although the individual bore an uncanny resemblance to Hanli, there was an unmistakable absence of life energy within, resembling a mere inanimate object. As he hesitated, preparing to probe with his spiritual sense, a flash of azure lightning flickered overhead, and another Hanli emerged. Without hesitation, he wielded a three-colored feather fan, sending forth a torrent of tricolored flames that surged downward. Though this leader of the Yin Luo sect was encountering the fan for the first time, the terrifying spiritual power embedded within the flames compelled him to act with utmost caution. In a swift motion, his lower body seemed to be equipped with springs, bending his knees slightly as he propelled himself backward with astonishing speed. Not only that, but while evading, he also pointed a finger skyward. Several blue lightning serpents coiled around him shot forth with a crack of thunder, swiftly darting toward the airborne Hanli. In an instant, he unleashed a smooth, jade-green plate from his mouth, which expanded rapidly as it met the wind. Simultaneously, the remaining hand of the old demon flipped over, revealing a golden-pointed cone that faintly shimmered in his grasp. With a sudden flick towards the sky, a piercing sound of breaking air echoed as the cone, flashing twice, reached Hanli in the blink of an eye, plunging downwards without a hint of restraint, its speed utterly astonishing. If it were an ordinary nascent soul cultivator, they would undoubtedly be unable to evade such a peculiar strike. However, Hanli, who had mastered the Wind 9 transformations, merely twisted his body in an uncanny manner, transforming into a sinuous white thread that deftly dodged the golden spike by a mere few feet. At that moment, the leader of the Yin Luo sect also retreated over 20 zhong, gazing at Han Li with a look of astonishment. Once Han Li's form returned to normal, he cast a cold glance at his opponent, suddenly placing his hands behind his back and emitting a chilling snort from his nose. The Yin Luo sect leader, initially puzzled by Han Li's actions, was abruptly struck by a piercing pain in his mind as the sound of that seemingly innocuous snort reached his ears. Overwhelmed, he let out a scream, instinctively clutching his head with both hands, bending forward as his face contorted in agony. This was the unique secret technique known as the spirit-piercing stab, created by the Great Yin Divine Lord. Now, having cultivated the Great Yin Decision to its ultimate level, combined with his peak cultivation at the late nascent soul stage, Han Li had unleashed the full potential of this technique. One could surmise that even during the prime of the Great I Divine Lord, its power could not have been much greater. Nevertheless, while this technique was indeed formidable, it could only be effective when employed unexpectedly. If a cultivator were to comprehend the secret behind this technique and fortified their head with a powerful divine sense beforehand, it would likely prove ineffective. Furthermore, this tactic proves even more ephemeral against cultivators in the late nascent soul stage. They can typically recover from it within a mere 2 or 3 breaths, forcibly suppressing the excruciating pain in their spiritual consciousness. However, in a curious turn, after unleashing the soul-startling thorn, Han Li remained rooted to the spot, gazing at the grand cultivator of the Yin Luo sect with an expression akin to watching a dead man. The sect master of the Yin Luo sect recovered from the soul-startling thorn even faster than Han Li had anticipated, almost in the blink of an eye. His eyes regained a semblance of clarity, and he was immediately filled with shock and rage, about to straighten up. It was then that he suddenly sensed something amiss and hastily tried to turn his head for a glance, but it was already too late. A chill ran down his neck, and a bizarre black aura coiled around at once, causing his head to roll off his shoulders. Pei Yai felt vexed, deeply unsettled. This time, it was Luo Jinshi who frightened her. She feared she would lose Ji Shangnan forever, and Luo Jinshi was the principal culprit. Such a delicate frame was now supporting a man much larger than herself. Yet, that man was placing all his weight upon that frail body. Luo Jinshi was indeed a newcomer, utterly inexperienced. Her fatal flaw lay in her kindness and benevolence, traits not conducive to survival in the business world. In this area, one could see simple shelters erected, resembling the tents in the Dragon Cloud Wind Plains world's military camps, evoking a sense of nostalgia and long Yufeng. The trap was precisely set, and with sufficient depth achieved, Lin Jie and Qing Qian finally breathed a sigh of relief. They had not anticipated such perilous circumstances, coming alarmingly close to missing their time. As they walked, Ling Jie shared her thoughts with Ying Jie, who nodded in agreement, her large, dark, and luminous eyes sparkling with eager anticipation. Once more, Xiaoting lifted her glass, tilting her head back to drink again. She was feeling rather dizzy, nearly intoxicated. Fortunately for her, while she was still coherent, her classmates had long succumbed to drunkenness. Some blissfully collapsed around Chinidao, one particularly fortunate soul resting in his embrace. Hao Tian, accompanied by Tian Yi, conducted a thorough inspection of the Jiayu Pass, meticulously observing and inquiring about its fortifications. Satisfied, he mounted his vehicle and departed from the fortress renowned for its invulnerability, proceeding along the official road that traced the northern edge of the blood-red plateau towards Xiazhou. My vehicle has run out of fuel. Let us use yours, Chen Yidao said apologetically. In truth, the fuel in his car could easily last for several thousand kilometers. He merely sought to take advantage of Qiu Jing's generosity. Meeting his grandmother for the first time, he believed that such formalities should not be delegated to his wife. He smiled reassuringly at her, stubbornly holding her hand to prevent her from bowing in respect, though aware that the proud may belong to the heavenly group. Witnessing Su Feng's demeanor towards him, Zhang Qianren felt no trepidation, speaking with composed confidence. I fear for your safety. What if something were to happen to the child you carry? You witnessed the events at Jushin Cave. Such dangers will only proliferate in the future, I jested. The furnace, under the control of the winch, gradually tilted. As the workers cast molten iron ingots into the converter for the first steel-making process, it was somewhat experimental, hence not filled to capacity, as more ingots would be added shortly. It was as if one could hardly believe that Wu Ji would, without hesitation, eliminate them under such circumstances. Suddenly, the violet light intensified to a blinding degree, and in an instant, the scenery before Renziwa transformed. The journey from Daoshan to Xishan was not short, thus he and Gao Xiaoxiao followed the attendants and soon boarded a horse-drawn carriage. After Chao Sheng stormed out of the conference room, he was not idle. He promptly made a call to the person in charge at the Kyoto military headquarters. Li Qin's face appeared markedly more haggard than in the morning, her bloodshot eyes suggesting she had wept many times. I approached the wardrobe and knocked on the door. The atmosphere within shifted, yet no sound emerged. Qin Ming was momentarily dazzled, and in the next instant, He Huai was struck by a formidable golden sword energy, resulting in the immediate severance of his arm, blood splattering everywhere. Chapter 1230, The Scheme of Yin Luo. The dark gleam, of course, was that enchanted flying knife. Although this knife was incredibly formidable, particularly adept at concealing its presence, there were always signs to be discerned when it emerged from the void at such close range, especially for seasoned cultivators. Hence, Han Li first struck with the spirit-piercing needle deep into the opponent's mind, causing excruciating pain that instinctively drew their consciousness back within. Thus, Han Li summoned the demon essence flying knife, which emerged from behind with a flash, seizing the opportunity to strike swiftly at the opponent's neck, effortlessly severing the head in a single, silent blow. It can be said that the outcome of the battle was decided in that fleeting moment. Otherwise, Han Li would have employed other means to overcome his foe, which would undoubtedly have required considerable effort. It seems that the opponent had an overabundance of confidence in his own armor, never anticipating that Han Li wielded the demon essence flying knife, an entity that rendered demonic energy virtually inconsequential. The energy-consolidated armor had no effect whatsoever, failing to grant him any time for defense, resulting in a decisive strike. However, just as the head of the Yin Luo sect's leader was severed from his body, Han Li, who had been motionless, suddenly unfurled his wings and transformed into a blue arc, vanishing into the void. In the next moment, his figure reappeared above the headless corpse. Yet, at that instant, The corpse began to swell ominously, and with a tremendous explosion, a cloud of blood erupted chaotically. A significant portion of this blood cloud surged toward the newly materialized Hanli. Taken aback, he instinctively raised his hands. Thunder roared. Two thick golden arcs shot forth, intertwining to form a golden net that gleamed brilliantly as it rebounded toward the blood cloud. Although the blood cloud was a sinister technique that transformed a cultivator's flesh and blood into a means of attack, it was precisely countered by the exorcising divine thunder. Upon contact, the once menacing blood cloud disintegrated under the dazzling golden light. However, seizing this moment, a small figure, entirely enveloped in darkness, was wrapped in a fragment of the blood cloud and made an early escape. The diminutive figure before him was, without a doubt, the nascent soul of the leader of the Luo sect. In the briefest of moments, it had already retreated to a distance of 30 zhang, and then, without further concealment, unleashed its instantaneous teleportation technique. After a couple of flashes, it had transported itself, along with the swirling blood cloud, several dozen zhang away. Thus, the distance between it and Hanli had expanded to over 100 zhang, making its escape seem imminent. Witnessing this scene, Hanli's expression darkened, and a sudden cold smile crept across his face. Abruptly, a thunderous roar erupted from behind him, and dual arcs of azure and white electricity manifested on his wings. Following that, numerous thunder spheres materialized in the air behind him, swirling around his feathered appendages. With a powerful shake of his wind and thunder wings, the thunder spheres detonated in a magnificent explosion, infusing the dual wings with brilliant arcs of electricity in an instant. Amidst the resounding thunder, Hanli transformed into a bolt of lightning, vanishing from sight. After a single breath, he reappeared 30 zhang away, only to launch forth once more amidst another thunderclap, disappearing again. On the next instance, the arc of electricity materialized several dozen zhang away, rapidly closing in on the fleeing nascent soul. The leader of the Luo sect glanced back from within the blood cloud, just in time to witness the marvel of Han Li's wind and thunder escape, causing a wave of panic to wash over him. A chill gripped his heart, and without hesitation to conserve his primal energy, he formed hand seals, causing his nascent soul to transform into a beam of blood light and vanish from sight, intending to employ consecutive teleportations to flee. At that moment, Hanli had already appeared 40 zhang behind, and upon observing the unfolding situation, he could not help but emit a soft snort. A slender streak of blood manifested between his brows, followed by a flicker of black light, revealing a dark eye that silently emerged. This was the demolition eye that Hanli had been cultivating within himself all along. As soon as this vision emerged, a flicker of dark radiance flashed in the pupil, and a streak of obsidian light erupted forth, vanishing into the void before him without a trace. Almost immediately, a thunderous explosion resonated from ahead. Then, a flash of black light revealed a nascent soul stumbling forth from the void, as if its teleportation technique had been interrupted midway, forcefully expelled from the emptiness. However, the expression on this nascent soul was one of sheer panic, seemingly unable to fathom that Hanli possessed the means to disrupt its teleportation ability. Its complexion oscillated between crimson and pallid hues, and suddenly, with a clenched jaw, it executed a hand gesture and disappeared once more. Hanli furrowed his brow, his countenance darkening completely. After unleashing another beam of black light from the mystical eye between his brows, he unfurled his wings behind him, transforming into a streak of lightning that vanished from sight. Thus, when the nascent soul was once again compelled from the void by the obsidian light, Hanli materialized a distance of over 10 zhang behind it. Upon witnessing this, the nascent soul was struck with alarm and raised a hand, launching several green threads towards Hanli. In response, Hanli raised a hand and flicked it, releasing several strands of fiery essence. Upon their contact, a series of crackling explosions erupted, revealing the true forms of the green threads as slender, needle-like projectiles. Seizing this opportunity, the nascent soul activated its escape technique in haste. Yet this time, Hanli, ever vigilant, expressionless, flicked his sleeve, unleashing a golden flash that shot forth like lightning, disappearing without a trace. In the next instant, a faint thunderclap echoed from ahead, and the master of the Luo sect let out a piercing scream, abruptly clutching his chest. A golden miniature sword, mere inches in size, was lodged within him, embedded halfway without penetrating through his body. Yet the arc that sprang from the small sword struck the primordial infant with undeniable force. The cultivation technique practiced by the leader of the Luo sect was evidently a form of ancient demonic art. Upon being directly hit by the golden arc, the primordial infant's entire being shimmered with a dark light, and it displayed unmistakable signs of distress and disintegration. Hanli's gaze flickered, and in an instant, he appeared like a wraith above the head of the primordial infant. Without uttering a word, he rubbed his hands together, and another golden arc, as thick as a bowl, materialized between his palms, emitting a terrifying roar. "Hold on, friend. I have something to say." The primordial infant, witnessing this scene, turned ashen and suddenly cried out in alarm. Hanli had no interest in listening to any discourse. He remained undeterred, his movements uninterrupted. As he raised one hand and transformed the golden arc into a massive golden serpent that lunged downwards with ferocity. The leader of the Ein Luo sect was taken aback and filled with dread. Although the primordial infant was gravely injured, it certainly would not resign itself to such a fate without a fight. Instantly, a flash of spiritual light enveloped its body as it prepared to unleash some secret technique in a desperate bid for survival. However, at that moment, an unexpected surge of azure threads shot forth from the void, ensnaring the unsuspecting primordial infant with remarkable swiftness. The other end of the azure threads glimmered with blue light as a small cauldron silently emerged. Indeed, it was the void heaven treasure cauldron. The elder, filled with astonishment, found himself bound by these azure threads, while his internal laws inexplicably faltered, causing his heart to plummet. With nowhere to escape, the golden serpent loomed above, its jaws wide open, poised to swallow him whole. The primordial infant's face turned a ghastly hue as he resigned himself to fate, closing his eyes in anticipation of death. A sudden explosion resonated behind him, startling him into opening his eyes. To his astonishment, his primordial spirit remained unscathed, while Hanli had inexplicably appeared before him. Observing him with a detached gaze, "You." The leader of the Ein Luo sect felt a surge of emotion, poised to utter something. However, Hanli, with an expressionless demeanor, flicked his fingers, unleashing several beams of silver light that swiftly penetrated the primordial spirit's form. Realization struck. The leader of the Ein Luo sect understood the dire situation, yet before he could entertain any further thoughts, darkness engulfed him, and he fainted. Hanli then deftly turned his hand, revealing several restriction talismans that floated into view. With a swift motion of his sleeve, he affixed the unconscious primordial spirit with these talismans before directing a gesture towards a small cauldron suspended in the air. Instantly, a clear chime resonated from the cauldron, and those silken strands of azure were drawn back, ensnaring the primordial spirit and drawing it into the cauldron. Only then did Hanli relax his expression, casting his gaze towards the 5 demons and the 3 corpses. At that moment, the 5 demons, harnessing the power of the extreme cold flames, had effectively ensnared the 3 corpses. As Hanli glanced over, the 5 demons rolled simultaneously, transforming into ghastly visages, and with a piercing wail, they surged into the vibrant inferno, charging directly at the sluggish 3 corpses. Hanli smiled faintly, gathering all treasures, regardless of friend or foe, before beckoning the humanoid puppet to follow him. He then descended towards a secluded mountaintop, cradling the small cauldron, while the humanoid puppet, after a brief tremor, numbly followed suit. Just as the 5 demons were gaining the upper hand, Hanli's figure re-emerged, soaring slowly from the base of the mountain. However, the void heaven cauldron he once held was nowhere to be seen. He glanced at the 5 demons that had been largely devoured, remaining silent as he observed the final struggle against them. A contemplative expression etched upon his face. "Have you truly resolved to venture alone into the Ein Luo sect?" The voice of the youth echoed softly. "It hardly qualifies as a venture," Hanli replied, "based on the information gleaned from the soul search of this esteemed sect leader. As long as I avoid a few particularly formidable restraints, the Ein Luo sect poses little danger to me. Moreover, it seems that only 5 or 6 elders remain within the sect, while the others have been dispatched to contend with rival forces. This presents a perfect opportunity to eliminate those elders in the main hall before dealing with the others outside. Although I cannot yet pinpoint the whereabouts of the remaining elders, I possess a general understanding of their likely locations. I will not allow the remaining cultivators of the Ein Luo sect to unite against me." Hanli responded with an unusual calmness. "It is best that you are so confident, my friend. However, do you simply intend to seize enough banners and depart? Or do you genuinely harbor thoughts of toppling the Ein Luo sect?" The youth shifted the topic, posing such a question. Upon hearing this, Hanli pondered for a moment before coldly chuckling. "What I contemplate within my heart is of no consequence. With the absence of the great cultivators and the subsequent loss of 6 or 7 more Yuaniing level elders, do you truly believe the Ein Luo sect can maintain its status among the top 10 sects? I fear that when the time comes, the sects that delight in kicking someone while they are down along with certain old adversaries, will seek me out uninvited. There is no need for me to take any further action. Chapter 1231, Thunderstorm Child and the Annihilation Pearl. Your words hold a certain truth. Since the Yin Luo sect is a major force of the demonic path, it is only fitting that its leader should appear in this location. Tongzi nodded in agreement with a smile. Han Li smiled faintly, flipping his hand to reveal a pitch-black orb that appeared in his palm. He gazed at this object, lost in contemplation. After a brief moment, he suddenly tapped his storage pouch, retrieving a wooden box that was neither metal nor wood. With a breath, the lid of the box opened of its own accord, revealing another orb of fiery red hue, adorned with several restriction talismans. This was the treasure Han Li had seized from a gray-robed monk named Imogio in the Xianyu cave of the small extreme palace. Han Li placed the black orb alongside the red one within the wooden box, examining them meticulously. At first glance, the black orb seemed dull and unremarkable. Yet upon closer inspection, one could discern the faint, grayish-white arcane runes dancing upon its surface. Moreover, a probing of his spiritual consciousness revealed swirling clouds of inky black mist within, seemingly imbued with an exceedingly terrifying essence of pure demonic energy. After observing the black orb for some time, Han Li's gaze shifted to the red orb, which also contained astonishing fire spiritual power. He stroked his chin, a pensive expression crossing his face. To his astonishment, it appeared that individuals in this realm had, in ancient times, successfully concocted the Thunder Striker. It remains uncertain whether this art of creation was independently developed by your ancient cultivators or clandestinely imparted by those from the spirit realm. If it were the former, it would be acceptable. However, if it were the latter, such individuals may harbor ulterior motives. At that moment, Han Li was startled by the long sigh emanating from the youth. The Thunder Striker, is this artifact of the spirit realm? Despite having probed the soul moments prior, it seemed that the individual referred to it as the Extinguishing Immortal Pearl, an item of tremendous power, capable of incapacitating even a divine transformation cultivator. Han Li found himself taken aback. While there were slight differences in appearance, it was indeed the Thunder Striker. However, the two he possessed appeared rather crude and could be classified as inferior specimens among the Thunder Strikers. The Extinguishing Immortal Pearl is indeed a fitting title within the human realm. The youth affirmed without hesitation. Is this a magical artifact utilized by spirit realm cultivators? Han Li inquired, furrowing his brow. Naturally, cultivators can wield this item. Yet it was originally forged for the use of mortals. Over time, it found its way into the hands of cultivators. It stands among the rare, powerful treasures of the spirit realm that can be commanded by mortals without any expenditure of spiritual energy. However, due to the difficulty of its creation and its immense potency, only a few cultivators have succeeded in forging it. Moreover, the method of crafting it remains a closely guarded secret. At least, I am unaware of it, the youth elucidated. Mortals can indeed wield it. But why would spirit realm cultivators forge such an item? Han Li pondered, sensing the underlying intricacies and becoming increasingly curious. The reasons behind this matter are difficult to elaborate upon, but once you ascend to the spirit realm, you will naturally comprehend the intricacies involved. The youth's words trailed off, leaving an air of ambiguity. Although Han Li felt a sense of astonishment within, he recognized that since this matter pertained to the spirit realm, it held little relevance to his current self. Thus, he chose to refrain from further discussion, closing the wooden box and securely storing the two orbs. The possession of these two potent treasures was undoubtedly a fortuitous turn of events, as they might prove useful in the future. At that moment, in the distance, the 5 demonic specters had already subdued the 3 corpses. Even the mid-stage nascent soul corpse, despite its sluggish movements, exhibited no power of resistance and could only be ensnared by the 5 demons, who voraciously consumed the pure corpse energy within. Witnessing this scene, Han Li understood that the 3 corpses were destined to meet their demise through devouring. His thoughts swiftly turned, contemplating how to infiltrate the Yin Luo sect. With his current abilities, as long as he was aware of the various restrictions at the sect's gates, penetrating their defenses would be almost effortless. 6 months later, the entire Great Gene was thrown into a state of uproar. Within a mere half-year, several nascent soul cultivators, including the sect master of the Yin Luo sect, mysteriously vanished one after another. Furthermore, the life source spirit lamps hidden within the sect's secret chambers extinguished one by one, indicating that these nascent soul cultivators had clearly perished from the mortal realm. Even more bizarrely, while some of these missing Yin Luo sect cultivators had disappeared outside the sect, a greater number inexplicably vanished within the gates of the Falling Cloud sect, leaving no trace behind. It seemed as though an unseen adversary had infiltrated the Yin Luo sect. ruthlessly targeting the esteemed elders one by one. Despite the upper echelons of the sect initiating a thorough search throughout the premises after the first elder's untimely demise, and lifting all restrictions within the sect, their efforts yielded no results. The elders continued to fall, one after another, instilling a pervasive sense of dread among the leadership. In a desperate bid to mitigate the situation, several elders were compelled to reside together, never straying from one another's side, which eventually curbed the escalating crisis. However, during this tumultuous period, other elders stationed in various external affairs inexplicably began to meet with misfortune. This bewildering turn of events left the remaining nascent soul practitioners of the Yin Luo sect both alarmed and powerless. In the span of nearly 6 months, nearly half of the nascent soul elders had perished, with one elder falling each month. Coupled with the mysterious disappearance of the sect's leader, the overall strength of the Yin Luo sect was significantly diminished. It was only when all the elders were summoned back to the sect to consolidate their presence that the turmoil finally subsided, allowing the anxious leadership to breathe a sigh of relief. However, due to the magnitude of the incident, despite the Yin Luo sect's desperate attempts at concealment, the news inevitably leaked. Consequently, the other major sects, who had previously been cautious, could no longer restrain themselves. They dispatched numerous practitioners to infiltrate the territories once under Yin Luo's control, beginning to encroach upon its influence. The remaining elders of the Yin Luo sect fought valiantly to mount a counteroffensive. Yet it was evident to discerning eyes that the sect could not withstand the onslaught for much longer. As one of the 10 sects of demonic path, the Yin Luo sect once basked in glory. However, this notoriety has also garnered them a multitude of enemies among various cultivator sections. Now that their decline has become apparent, it is certain that many will revel in their misfortune. The sects bordering the Yin Luo sect, both righteous and demonic, have begun to engage in frequent activities. In a desolate region, a group of over a dozen cultivators has gathered atop a small earthen slope, distinctly divided into 2 factions. In the center stand 2 young boys, directing a blue flying sword and a red flying dagger in a fierce duel. Their clash produces a dazzling display of light, accompanied by a series of thunderous booms. The onlooking cultivators, all exuberant youths in their teens, whisper excitedly among themselves. All are at the chi refinement stage, with not a single one having reached the foundation establishment stage. Their matching attire suggests they are low-ranking disciples from a nearby clan or minor sect, though the reason for their gathering and ensuing conflict remains a mystery. As the battle between the blue sword and the red dagger rages on, it appears that the azure light is gaining the upper hand, gradually pushing the crimson weapon back. Wow, the azure spirit sword is quite formidable. It seems Brother Lin is poised to win this match, remarked a beautiful young girl, a smile gracing her lips as she turned to the boy beside her. Humph, what does this prove? If he weren't from the Lin family, would he possess a mid-grade spirit tool at the chi refinement stage? He asked, taking advantage of the situation. If I had a mid-grade spirit tool, I would undoubtedly triumph over him in this minor contest. Upon hearing these words, the young man felt an uncomfortable sensation in his heart, letting out a few soft huffs, as if fearing to be overheard by others. The young woman, however, responded with a light, melodic laugh. Though still youthful, she displayed a hint of allure. Before she could utter another word, the young man inadvertently cast his gaze upward, suddenly letting out a gasp of astonishment. What is it? The young woman inquired, her voice laced with surprise, as she turned her gaze in the same direction. Her strikingly beautiful face mirrored an expression of shock. In the distance, a peculiar figure emerged, distinctly human in appearance, yet possessing a pair of enormous feathered wings sprouting from its back. These wings shimmered with ethereal blue-white lightning, yet emitted no sound whatsoever, remaining utterly silent. Below, the lower-ranked cultivators were oblivious to the presence of this being. Had it not been for the young man's accidental glance, the two might have remained in ignorance. The man stood with his hands clasped behind his back, seemingly indifferent to the group not far from him, gazing into the distance as if observing something. However, apart from a few wispy clouds, the surroundings appeared desolate, devoid of any discernible presence. What is this? Could it be a high-ranking demon beast? The young woman, hailing from a modest cultivation family, recognized the existence of shape-shifting demon beasts from her studies, her complexion instantly paling as she exclaimed, "That is impossible. Although our whole prefecture is somewhat remote, it is unlikely for a high-ranking demon cultivator to appear in broad daylight. It must be a senior expert." The youth, momentarily taken aback, managed to swiftly draw a correct conclusion, which was indeed no small feat. Curiously, despite the considerable distance between them, The winged man in the sky seemed to have heard their conversation instantaneously. Suddenly turning his head, he cast a sharp glance in their direction, locking eyes with the pair. Upon recognizing the features of the individual, the hearts of the young man and woman began to race in alarm. This was not due to the man's appearance being particularly fearsome. Honestly, apart from his exceptionally clear eyes, he appeared to be an ordinary young man. However, what instilled dread in the two was the unsettling presence of a dark, vertical eye nestled among his brows. The eye, devoid of any emotion, emanated an eerie chill upon mere sight. Chapter 1232. An unexpected turn. What could this be? Could this individual truly be a transformed high-ranking beast? Otherwise, how could a human possess a third eye? In their astonishment, as the young pair sought to alert their companions, the young man in the sky suddenly turned his head. A beam of dark light shot forth from his third eye, vanishing in an instant. Almost immediately, a resounding thud echoed through the air, followed by a flash of white light, as a figure materialized from the void, merely a few dozen paces away from the youth. Upon closer inspection, this figure appeared to be an elderly man, seemingly in his 60s, adorned with a triangular topknot and standing barefoot. His elongated, horse-like visage was strikingly conspicuous. Yet, as soon as this old man appeared, he remained silent and reached out with one hand to grasp fiercely at the figure before him. As the spatial fluctuations surged, a translucent, pale yellow hand materialized above the young man, swiftly descending as if to seize him. However, the youth seemed to anticipate this, and with a slight movement of his wings behind him, he vanished in a flash, reappearing at a nearby location, though his countenance darkened considerably. Wind, old monster. You have pursued me relentlessly for over a month, fully aware that you cannot ensnare Han, yet you stubbornly persist. What is your intent? He thundered, his voice resonating like thunder through the air, creating a cacophony that echoed incessantly. The lower-ranked cultivators who had been observing were caught off guard, their ears ringing as they gazed skyward in shock. Many stumbled and fell to the ground, while those of lesser cultivation simply fainted from the overwhelming pressure. Only a handful of higher-ranked chi refining practitioners, shielded by their artifacts, managed to retain a semblance of consciousness, though their bodies felt weak and immobile. They could only strain to lift their necks and gaze at the formidable figures in the sky, their faces ashen. Among these conscious cultivators were the young boy and girl who had first noticed the unusual phenomenon above. Like their peers, they silently lamented their predicament. While encountering a high-ranking cultivator under normal circumstances would be a tremendous opportunity, the presence of two such figures engaged in combat was a dire omen, akin to impending disaster. Fear was unmistakably etched on the faces of these vigilant young disciples. The terrifying conflict among advanced cultivators, though never witnessed firsthand, has been recounted repeatedly by the elders within their sect. Each account comes laced with fervent warnings to flee as far as possible. For should they ever find themselves caught in the crossfire of such formidable battles, it would spell certain doom for them. In the eyes of those high-ranking cultivators, low-tier practitioners in the chi refinement stage hold no more significance than mere ants, and their existence is of no concern whatsoever. How dare you slay others so easily? But to extinguish the descendant of Phone before my very eyes, how can I let this transgression go unpunished? The old man with the horse-like face growled, his expression dark with fury. I refuse to believe that a mere nascent soul cultivator can endure for long, even if it costs me over a decade of my lifespan. I shall capture you and demand retribution. With a swift motion, he pointed into the distance, and a resplendent yellow hand spiraled forth, transforming into a streak of yellow light that shot towards Hanli. The young man, his wings unfurling behind him, vanished from sight once more, only to reappear 20 zhang away, his brow furrowed and a look of deep frustration etched upon his face. This young man was none other than Hanli, who had recently caused a considerable uproar at the Yin Luo sect. The old man across from him was a formidable transformation stage cultivator, inadvertently summoned by Hanli's actions in slaying the last elder of the Yin Luo sect, a man with ties to the old man before him. Upon reflecting on the matter, Hanli felt a profound sense of regret. How could he have been so inexplicably drawn to select that individual? Had he chosen one of the other elder members of the Yin Luo sect to seize the ghost banner, this situation could have been entirely averted. At that time, the peculiar old man was seen in the company of an elder from the Yin Luo sect, exhibiting only the cultivation of an early nascent soul stage. Hanli had failed to detect any discrepancies in his demeanor and thus did not regard him with caution. After luring out the elder of the Yin Luo sect as part of his scheme, the old man with the horse-like face unexpectedly arrived at the scene. Witnessing the moment, Hanli executed the elder with a single sword strike. This revelation incited the horse-faced elder to unleash his formidable cultivation at the god transformation stage, launching an immediate offensive. Had it not been for Han Li's extraordinary wind thunder wings and the swift transformations of the 9 changes of the gale, he might have fallen prey to this formidable cultivator. Startled, Han Li wasted no time in employing his wind thunder escape to make his escape. Otherwise, according to his original plan, even if the Yin Luo sect summoned all the external elders back to their ranks, he might have lingered in the vicinity for several months, seeking any further opportunities. However, having unexpectedly encountered a god transformation cultivator, he promptly abandoned that notion and fled. This turn of events inadvertently granted the Yin Luo sect a brief respite. In his current predicament, the god transformation cultivator was the only entity he truly feared in this realm, thereby affording the Yin Luo sect a momentary breath of relief. An unfortunate turn of events befell Han Li, as the slain Yin Luo sect cultivator appeared to have significant ties to the elderly man with the horse-like face. The latter relentlessly pursued him, seemingly willing to expend his vital essence in this endeavor. Although the escape technique Han Li employed was slightly inferior to the Wind Thunder escape, it was still quite effective under the enhancement of his nascent soul cultivation. Yet, unbeknownst to him, the old man had evidently used some trickery. Whenever Han Li managed to gain a brief respite and attempted to conceal himself, the pursuer would invariably close the distance with uncanny precision. In a flurry of concern, Han Li meticulously inspected himself several times, finding no abnormalities. This only intensified his wariness of the enigmatic elder, prompting him to engage in a battle of attrition. Fully aware of the limitations imposed upon nascent soul cultivators, he resolved to rely on the Millennium spiritual liquid within him to deplete his pursuer's magical energy before making his escape. However, after a fortnight, Han Li found himself at a loss. It was unclear whether the horse-faced elder also possessed the Millennium spiritual liquid, as they traversed multiple states in tandem, with neither showing any signs of diminishing spiritual energy. Given the elder's status as a flower deity cultivator, it was not entirely surprising if he indeed had access to such a rare elixir. On several occasions, Han Li narrowly avoided being cornered by his relentless pursuer, necessitating the use of treasures to create just enough distance for his escape. Throughout these encounters, Han Li, as was his custom, attempted to persuade the elder to abandon his pursuit. It was evident that the elder was not affiliated with the Yin Luo sect, and thus, a lethal confrontation was not a foregone conclusion. However, the elder with the horse-like face, who claimed to be the Wind Old Monster, seemed to be growing increasingly frustrated due to his inability to catch up. In a fit of indignation, he brusquely refused any further engagement, resorting instead to threats that might compel his opponent to surrender sooner, thus sparing himself some discomfort. Upon hearing these remarks, Han Li merely rolled his eyes, choosing to disregard them completely. Thus, the two continued their chase for several days until they finally arrived at this juncture. At that moment, Han Li came to a halt, resolved to confront this transcendent cultivator directly, eager to ascertain the extent of the disparity between their powers. He intended to demonstrate that even if his adversary could eliminate him, the expenditure of vital essence required would be insufferable for the elder. Consequently, the pursuer would likely abandon his relentless pursuit. After all, with such frequent utilization of the wind and thunder wings, the divine lightning stored within his azure bamboo bee cloud sword was becoming insufficient, which could lead to genuine complications. Unbeknownst to Han Li, the Wind Old Monster, while seething with rage, was also silently lamenting his predicament. Han Li's formidable power, which far surpassed that of an ordinary late-stage nascent soul cultivator, was glaringly evident to the elder, leaving no room for concealment. Yet, what truly vexed the elder was Han Li's enigmatic evasion technique utilizing the wind and thunder wings. Although the Wind Old Monster prided himself on his own remarkable agility, he found it exceedingly difficult to block Han Li's escapes, repeatedly allowing this young nascent soul cultivator to retreat unscathed right beneath his very eyes. This predicament left the horse-faced elder feeling trapped in a precarious situation. It is worth noting that the slain elder of the Yin Luo sect was not someone with whom he shared profound feelings. Rather, he was merely a descendant with whom he maintained a relatively close relationship. Given the elder's extensive lifespan, it was likely that he was unaware of how many generations had passed. Upon receiving the alarming news of an assault on the sect's Yuanying elders, the descendant mistakenly assumed that other transformation stage cultivators were responsible. Consequently, he rushed to seek refuge from his ancestor, desperately pleading for protection. Being one of the few descendants who still acknowledged his existence, the elder, unable to turn his back on him, reluctantly agreed to help. He believed that there were only a handful of transformation stage cultivators in the Great Chain, regardless of which one of them the Yin Luo sect had offended. He presumed that out of respect for their shared lineage, they would not harm his own kin. To this end, he even employed a unique secret technique on his nephew, enabling the other familiar transformation stage cultivators to recognize him at a glance. He also dispatched inquiries to ascertain which of his fellow cultivators had launched the attack against the Yin Luo sect. After completing these preparations, he concealed his own cultivation level using the secret technique, intending to protect this descendant as they returned to the sect. After which he planned to disengage from the matter entirely. As for the fate of the Yin Luo sect, it was of no concern to him. Little did the elder anticipate that, during their journey, he would fall victim to a moment of carelessness, leading to the unexpected slaying of the Yin Luo sect elder by Han Li, right before his eyes. Had it been any other transformation stage cultivator, the elder would have reluctantly endured the situation, lacking confidence in his ability to prevail. After all, at their level, engaging in conflict would result in a considerable loss of lifespan. However, upon realizing that the assailant, Han Li, was merely at the late stage of yuanying, he felt a surge of unwarranted confidence. The ever-composed and hot-tempered wind old monster was immediately incensed. He was about to strike down Han Li. Yet Han Li's evasion techniques and supernatural abilities far exceeded his expectations. Despite pursuing him for nearly a month, he had achieved nothing, resulting in the unfortunate loss of several years from his lifespan and the forced consumption of nearly half a precious vial of 10,000-year spirit liquid he had painstakingly acquired. Relinquishing the pursuit was fraught with difficulty. The old man felt cornered, unable to quell the resentment boiling within him. Moreover, witnessing Han Li continuously employ remarkable treasures stirred a twinge of greed within him. Chapter 1233. A reunion with Xiang Ji Li. Seeing that his opponent was unwilling to relent, Han Li reflected on the situation. Ever since his advancement to the late yuanying stage, the full potential of his two celestial-grade treasures had never truly been revealed. Additionally, having finally gathered 72 Gungjing flying swords, he was uncertain of the might that the great Gung sword formation could unleash once it was fully deployed. However, he held confidence that a cultivator at the transformation stage would likely struggle to escape unharmed from its grasp. Moreover, he possessed two newly understood extinction pearls as a trump card. Although he had weighed the situation multiple times in his mind, Han Li, with a serious demeanor, contemplated once more and concluded that he was indeed prepared for battle. As the enormous yellow hand lunged towards him, he ceased to evade using the wind and thunder wings. Instead, he raised his hand, and a blinding golden light flashed. With a crackling sound, the sword light cleaved the giant hand in two before dissipating into nothingness. This counterattack left the wind old monster momentarily stunned, causing his eyes to narrow in astonishment. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed rather peculiar for him to see Han Li standing boldly in the air, neither evading nor fleeing. Thus, his earlier attack was merely a tentative strike. Now, with the opponent's counterattack, he realized that this late-stage nascent soul cultivator seemed to have been cornered and was preparing to engage him in earnest. Although the old man Feng maintained an impassive expression, internally, he felt a surge of delight rather than anger. Had the adversary continued to evade, he would have questioned whether it was worth depleting his lifespan further in pursuit. However, now that a confrontation was imminent, he needed only to expend a significant amount of vital essence in a single strike to annihilate his opponent entirely, thereby concluding this tiresome chase. With a deep exhale, Feng no longer indulged in unnecessary words. Instead, he simply touched the crown of his head with one hand. A flash of azure light revealed a hexagonal jade disc, ancient in design, adorned with various swirling runes that exuded an air of mystery. As this treasure materialized, a sinister smile crept across the face of the horse-faced elder. Intent on minimizing his lifespan expenditure, he resolved to deliver a thunderous blow, avoiding any prolonged skirmish. Having previously engaged in several fleeting combats during his pursuit of Han Li, he recognized the latter's considerable prowess and the remarkable nature of his treasures. Thus, he did not dare to underestimate him, and so he unleashed his most prized artifact. The jade disc spun gracefully in the air, suddenly swelling with a resonant hum into a colossal object several zhang in size, and then it stood upright before Han Li. The surface shimmered with blinding blue light, hinting at the emergence of something formidable. As Han Li observed this scene, a chill ran through his heart, and without hesitation, he swept his sleeves. Dozens of golden small swords surged forth, swiftly transforming into 72 golden flying swords, each approximately a foot long, swirling above him. With a flick of his hands, he executed a sword technique, and in an instant, the 72 flying swords shimmered, conjuring hundreds of identical beams of sword light. These beams danced slightly, instantly morphing into fragments of golden radiance, accompanied by a harmonious symphony of ringing swords, a display truly awe-inspiring. Upon witnessing Han Li unleash such a multitude of flying swords, the old monster phone was momentarily taken aback, but soon a cold smile crept upon his lips. No matter how many flying swords you possess, can they rival my flying daggers? Allow me to demonstrate the might of the 10,000 blade disc. Han Li's gaze sharpened, fixating on the distant hexagonal jade disc. He observed as runes flickered within the disc, and suddenly, a column of azure light burst forth, dispersing into countless azure rays. After a few flickers, each azure ray transformed into a dazzling blue flying dagger, mere inches in length. The blue column continued to erupt incessantly, and in the blink of an eye, a veritable mountain of flying daggers hovered ominously above the old man's head, instilling fear in anyone who beheld it. Although Han Li did not feel fear, his expression shifted dramatically. The 10,000 blade disc was indeed aptly named. While the flying daggers may not number in the tens of thousands, 3,000 to 4,000 was undoubtedly more than sufficient. At that moment, the old monster phone flicked his sleeve towards Han Li, uttering a single word, slash. All the blue blades suddenly radiated a brilliant light, transforming into streaks of azure brilliance that surged towards Han Li. The sheer number of flying daggers was overwhelming, momentarily cloaking much of the sky in a dense shroud of blue, as if a towering mountain of blades were descending upon him. Although the sword light above Han Li's head was formidable, it paled in comparison to the oncoming deluge of daggers, which made his efforts seem trivial by contrast. Excellent. Han Li inhaled deeply, his expression abruptly returning to calm. He then bellowed, refraining from channeling the sword light above him. Instead, with a single hand gesture, he unleashed a burst of emerald energy, within which subtly nestled a green wooden ruler, indeed, the treasured eight-spirit ruler. The moment this ruler was released, it began to dance of its own accord, and a silvery lotus emerged from it, expanding rapidly under the infusion of magical energy. The silvery light shimmered brilliantly, almost tangible in its presence. In a brief moment, the silver lotus grew to an impressive 10-odd zhang, completely enveloping Han Li in its protective embrace. The eight-spirit ruler. You are the young man from Kunlun Mountain. The elderly man with a horse-like face gasped in astonishment upon seeing the lotus, instantly recognizing the eight-spirit ruler. At the same time, the blue mountain of blades hesitated above the gigantic lotus, failing to descend immediately. Do you recognize me, my friend Feng? Han Li inquired with a slight frown, his tone nonchalant. I do not know you, but the old ghost has mentioned you once. I heard you are acquainted with the exquisite Linglong from the spirit realm? The horse-faced elder's gaze flickered, lost in thought. Acquainted might be too strong a word, but I can confirm a nodding acquaintance. The old ghost you speak of, is he Xiang Zil? Upon hearing the names mentioned by the other party, Han Li's face revealed a peculiar expression as he retorted, Humph, aside from the old ghost, who else could it be? Setting aside the matters concerning Taoist Xiang, I must inquire whether the Linglong demoness spoke to you about spatial nodes before her return to the spirit realm, or if she left you any shortcuts. The old man with the horse-like face inhaled deeply, posing this question. What does this mean? Did not Taoist Linglong provide guidance to both Brother Xiang and Master Xiong of the Wanyao Valley? Given that Taoist Feng is an old acquaintance of Brother Xiang, it is implausible that he remains unaware of such matters. Han Li was taken aback internally, though he maintained an impassive exterior. What do you mean? Why must you feign ignorance? I have deliberately inquired into the circumstances of that time. The Linglong demoness clearly shares a profound connection with you. I refuse to believe that upon her return to the spirit realm, she did not leave you something more as a contingency. As long as you surrender what the demoness entrusted to you, I can overlook the previous matters. The old man with the horse-like face, however, remained unconvinced, his tone chillingly cold. Your words are rather audacious. Regardless of whether I possess such an item, do you truly believe that a mere 10,000 blades disc could secure my compliance? Han Li firmly rejected the notion without hesitation. He was not a naive child easily misled. Admitting to such a matter, even if he could evade the immediate crisis, would only attract the attention of other formidable transformation stage beings, leading to endless troubles. Upon hearing Han Li's words, the horse-faced elder's eyes flashed with a fierce light. He immediately formed a hand seal, seemingly preparing to activate the knife mountain once more. Han Li's heart tightened, and he too stirred his consciousness, causing the massive silver lotus to begin its slow rotation. As the imminent clash approached, a serene voice resonated in the ears of both the old wind monster and Han Li. Brother Feng, Taoist Han, please refrain from striking just yet. Upon hearing this somewhat familiar phrase, Han Li was momentarily taken aback, his expression soon transforming into one of peculiarity. The elderly man with a horse-like face, who had been gesturing with his hands, also paused, revealing a look of surprise. However, he abruptly turned his gaze towards the horizon, letting out a snort as he spoke in a leisurely tone. "Humph, old Xiang, your arrival is rather timely. Hee. It is merely a coincidence that I was nearby in the local prefecture. Upon receiving your message via flying sword, I naturally followed the marks you left behind. However, I did not anticipate that the person Brother Feng intended to confront would be Daoist Han. This indeed puts me in a dilemma." The voice laughed heartily, and in an instant, a flash of yellow light appeared in the distance. A dazzling rainbow surged forth with remarkable speed, and after a few flickers, it arrived in the space between the two men. As the brilliance subsided, an elderly man with a weathered face emerged, his small eyes glimmering with shrewdness, and a cheerful smile gracing his features. It was none other than Xiang Zhili, whom Han Li had encountered several times before. "Senior Brother Xiang." Han Li sighed softly and clasped his hands in greeting. "During my years in the Yellow Maple Valley of Tiannan, it would not be inaccurate to address me as Senior Brother." "Nevertheless, Junior Brother Han," the elder replied. "I truly did not expect that the small cultivator of the Qi refinement stage from back then could attain such heights. It seems I, Xiang, have indeed overlooked certain matters in the past." Indeed, when they first met in Kunwa Mountain, Xiang Zhili had intended to engage in a profound conversation with his junior Han, yet unforeseen complications arose, preventing them from exchanging even a few words. To Xiang Zhili's surprise, he found Han Li to be remarkably amiable and cordial. He had not anticipated the day he would encounter his senior again. Han Li let out a wry smile. "Friend Feng, for the sake of our old acquaintance, if there exists no profound enmity between you and Junior Han, would it not be prudent to overlook this minor misunderstanding? After all, it was merely a case of mistaken identity leading to the demise of a distant descendant. It hardly warrants a life-and-death confrontation with Junior Han, does it? Your 10,000 Blades disc, while a replica of a spiritual treasure, pales in comparison to a genuine celestial artifact." After exchanging pleasantries with Han Li, Xiang Zhili turned to Feng Laoguai with a slight smile. "Humph, a mere nascent soul cultivator, even with a celestial artifact, could only unleash its secondary powers. Could it truly inflict harm upon me?" Feng Laoguai scoffed disdainfully. Indeed, if it were solely a singular spiritual treasure, Han Li would not stand a chance against Feng. However, what if he possessed two celestial artifacts along with several replicas? Xiang Zhili pondered aloud, shaking his head. These words caused Feng Laoguai's expression to shift dramatically. Chapter 1234, Cooperation. How could Xiang Zhili know that? In addition to the 8-spirit ruler, he also possessed another treasure, the Void Heaven Cauldron. Yet, upon deeper reflection, he began to grasp the implications. This information likely emanated from the Ziyajigong. In those early years, Han Li had already discerned that he possessed the celestial cauldron, likely having discussed this matter with other practitioners within the palace beforehand. Alternatively, it could be that this gentleman, Xiang Zhili, received news from the Chaos Star Sea. Given the elusive nature of the other party, it would not be surprising if he had indeed ventured to the Chaos Star Sea. Han Li contemplated several possibilities in a fleeting moment, yet his expression revealed a hint of wariness. "Junior Brother Han, there is no need for excessive concern. The celestial treasures may be rare and coveted by ordinary cultivators, yet for us, the transformation stage practitioners, we already traverse the mortal realm with ease. The powers of such treasures merely serve to enhance our capabilities. They are not indispensable. Furthermore, we ancient beings have survived in the mortal world for such an extended period that we undoubtedly possess a few treasures ourselves. However, harnessing such treasures requires a considerable expenditure of spiritual energy, and we would not resort to using them lightly unless our lives were genuinely at stake, lest we inadvertently deplete our own essence by invoking the energies of heaven and earth." Xiang Zhili seemed to perceive Han Li's apprehension and spoke dismissively. "I see now. I have indeed overthought this matter." Upon hearing these words, Han Li's demeanor softened slightly. While Xiang Zhili's assertions held a measure of truth, he was not entirely inclined to believe them. If obtaining celestial treasures were so effortless, surely no one would forsake such an opportunity. Earlier, when the old eccentric Feng had gazed at his 8-spirit ruler, a distinct glimmer of greed had been evident in his eyes. Nevertheless, Xiang Zhili's tone suggested a certain amiability towards him, leaving Han Li pondering whether the other party was aware of his formidable abilities and sought to court his favor, or if ulterior motives were at play. "Humph, Brother Xiang, what is your intention?" Why do you favor this Han fellow? Although he possesses two spiritual treasures, if he were to expend over a decade of his lifespan, I have no doubt that I could ultimately prevail over him. However, Feng the Elder's disdainful snort revealed his displeasure. To suggest that a mere decade of lifespan could deter him from confronting Han Shidi is to underestimate him gravely. Should Feng insist on engaging in battle, he may indeed succeed in vanquishing Han Shidi. Yet, such a victory would not come without significant cost, likely resulting in the forfeiture of decades, if not a century, of his own lifespan. Is Feng truly willing to risk a mutually destructive outcome over something so trivial? Xiang Zilia shook his head, his expression turning serious. A century of lifespan? You hold this young man in such high regard, old ghost Xiang? The old man with the horse-like face was taken aback, his gaze shifting to appraise Han Li anew, disbelief etched across his features. All those who perished at your hands, the lad Qian, Han Li, and the recently vanished sect leader of the Yin Luo sect, were they not victims of your prowess? Xiang Zilia chuckled lightly before suddenly addressing Han Li. Indeed, they met their demise at my hands, Han Li replied, a cold glint flashing in his eyes, though his demeanor remained remarkably calm. Upon hearing this, Feng the Elder furrowed his brow. Han Shidi, during your time in Kunwa Mountain, you must have encountered the prowess of a transformation stage cultivator. What outcome do you anticipate should you engage Feng in combat? Xiang Zilia inquired, still smiling. If it comes to a desperate struggle, I would estimate a 10% chance of victory, a 30% probability of mutual destruction, and over 50% likelihood of sustaining severe injuries and retreating. Han Li reflected carefully before articulating his thoughts. Xiang Zilia was momentarily taken aback by Han Li's response, and then burst into incredulous laughter. Han Shidi, I am aware of your considerable abilities, yet your assertion seems rather exaggerated, does it not? Without further ado, the audacity to assert a 30% chance of perishing alongside the Wind Taoist is perplexing. One wonders from whence Brother Han derives such confidence. Upon hearing Han Li's bold proclamation, the old wind monster could only respond with a cold, silent scoff. Han Li cast a detached glance at Xiang Zili, and with a flick of his wrist, produced a crimson orb that spun gracefully in his palm. The extermination pearl. It is no surprise that both of these transformation stage cultivators recognized the treasure simultaneously, as the old wind monster's countenance darkened considerably. Yet, Han Li remained silent, raising his other hand to reveal a similar black orb. This time, even Xiang Zili paused in his thoughtful grooming, a look of astonishment crossing his features. Han Li had inadvertently acquired several extermination pearls. Should the Wind Taoist insist on forcing a confrontation, it seems there would indeed be a chance for mutual destruction. Han Li spoke with an air of calm, and then, as a flash of azure light enveloped his hands, the two orbs vanished from sight. The old wind monster and Xiang Zili exchanged glances, each reading a measure of uncertainty reflected in the other's eyes. If there truly exists an object capable of instilling dread in these transformation stage cultivators, the extermination pearl is undoubtedly among them. Should they be caught off guard by a single strike, they would find it exceedingly difficult to withstand. Given that Han Li possesses 4 or 5 of these orbs, his claim of seeking a mutual demise is not merely hyperbole. It is indeed surprising that Brother Han has come into possession of such a formidable treasure. However, since I am present, I trust that the Wind Taoist will not dwell on past grievances. These extermination pearls may very well go unused. Brother Han's prowess far surpasses that of ordinary cultivators, and our camaraderie as peers does not bring dishonor upon us. Brother Feng, what is your opinion? Xiang Zhilei smiled and turned to the old monster Feng, saying, I will defer to Brother Xiang's wishes. However, while I can set aside matters concerning the younger generation, I must clarify the issues regarding the spatial nodes. The old man with a horse-like face changed his expression several times, reluctantly responding. Haha, in truth, Brother Feng, I had intended to inquire about this matter as well. Junior Brother Han, do not be hasty in denying anything. I presume you also plan to ascend to the spirit realm through the spatial nodes after achieving the transformation stage, correct? If that is the case, why not collaborate with us old fellows? Xiang Zhilei chuckled, his demeanor lighthearted. Collaboration? Han Li was taken aback, but began to contemplate. Indeed, I believe Junior Brother holds some information that we are unaware of. However, I suspect that you will spend most of your time striving to break through to the transformation stage, leaving little opportunity to search for the spatial nodes one by one. Once those nodes are discovered, they can be utilized by all of us. Thus, joining forces would be mutually beneficial. What do you think, Junior Brother Han? At this moment, The old monster Feng also fixed his gaze on Hanli, eager to see his response. Hanli furrowed his brow, taking a moment to ponder before he replied. Is the collaboration proposed by Brother Xiang limited to just you and Brother Feng? After some thought, he continued, in addition to the two of us. There is also Daoist who from the Heavenly Demon sect. Originally, the Bai Daoist from the Tai sect could have joined, but he is presently occupied with pressing matters and is unlikely to lend his assistance. Hence, when I speak of collaboration, I refer to the partnership between you and the three of us. Hee, Brother Han, do not underestimate us old fellows. Aside from the ancient demon Che from the Wanyao Valley, we are among the last remaining transformation stage cultivators in the Great Gene. Xiang Zhilei explained with a smile. Such a scarcity of transformation stage cultivators? Han Li expressed his surprise, as he had assumed that the Great Gene, renowned as a sacred land for cultivation in the human realm, would boast at least 7 or 8 of them. 300 to 400 years ago, there were indeed 2 more. However, as their end drew near, they resorted to practicing an exceedingly perilous secret technique for one last gamble. Unfortunately, they failed and were both forced to self-destruct. Xiang Zhilei lamented with a wry smile. Upon hearing this, Han Li sighed softly, before inquiring with a grave tone. I recall that the fairy Linglong previously provided you with a wealth of information regarding numerous spatial nodes, amounting to dozens. Has Brother Xiang truly not located a single one? Certainly not. Although the majority of those spatial nodes have indeed ceased to exist or are utterly unfathomable, we have managed to identify 3 nodes. However, 2 of them are utterly inaccessible, as a violent spatial storm engulfs the entrance, making any attempt to enter tantamount to seeking death. The remaining one is marginally accessible, but it is exceedingly unstable, with the potential for collapse at any moment. We dare not take such risks lightly. It is said that the ancient demon, Che Laoyao, discovered an entrance to a spatial node at the Ziyajigong, only to have his intentions uncovered by the palace master of Ziyajigong, who subsequently detonated the illusory spirit hall, obliterating the entrance. This incident nearly drove Che Laoyao to the brink of bloodshed and rage, yet he ultimately restrained himself and retreated to the Valley of 10,000 Demons. At this juncture, Feng Leigui unexpectedly spoke up, expressing a mixture of regret and a hint of schadenfreude as he recounted the tale. It became clear to me why there was such an overwhelming presence of high-level demon beasts attacking Ziyajigong that day. However, I pondered. Did the palace master of Ziyajigong not fear that Che Laoyao would retaliate against them? Han Li found himself puzzled by this. Che Laoyao would not dare to act so recklessly. Despite being an ancient demon from the times of yore, now the human realm belongs to our kind. The number of transformation stage cultivators at any given time is sufficient to suppress him completely. If previous transformation stage cultivators felt that even if they could vanquish this demon, the losses would outweigh the gains, and given that this old demon has been astutely disinterested in human affairs, it is no wonder he has been allowed to establish the Valley of 10,000 Demons for so long. Nevertheless, past transformation stage cultivators had also made a pact with him, stipulating that the old demon's true form must not leave the valley lightly. Nor could he engage in the slaughter of sects or indiscriminately harm ordinary mortals. Otherwise, we transformation stage cultivators would unite to eradicate him. Xiangji smiled coldly as he spoke. Thus, it became evident to me how the Valley of 10,000 Demons came to exist in the Great Gene as a gathering place for demon cultivators. Han Li then replied, somewhat enlightened. However, I have recently heard. The old demon Che seems to have found another spatial node. However, the authenticity of this matter remains uncertain, as does the usability of that spatial node. The old monster Feng suddenly remarked, let us not dwell on this. Both Hu and I have already examined that spatial node. It can only be utilized by the old demon Che. We are utterly unable to access it. The entrance is equally besieged by spatial storms. Although it is slightly more formidable than the one we discovered previously, it remains lethal for us. Yet the old demon Che appears resolute in relying on his own formidable strength to venture into this node. Xiang Zhila unexpectedly uttered something quite astonishing. Is the old demon Che truly planning to enter the spatial node soon? The old monster Feng clearly heard this for the first time. Indeed, however, this so-called speed will likely require a preparation of 100 or 200 years, Xiang Zhila solemnly stated. After all, only the heavens know the peril involved in entering a spatial node. This implies that the old demon Che's lifespan is nearing its end. Otherwise, he would not exhibit such impatience, neglecting to search for a more suitable node. After a pause, the old man with the horse-like face exhaled deeply. The old demon Che is reluctant to elaborate, but it is highly probable that this is the case. Otherwise, with his cunning nature, how could he be so eager? In truth, it is not only the old demon Che. The lifespan of the rest of us is also drawing to a close in a few centuries. Xiangjila's expression darkened. Daoist Han, having spoken at length, what are your thoughts on this matter? The old monster Feng, though his countenance was not particularly favorable, suddenly directed his inquiry towards Han Li. What my senior brother has conveyed indeed holds great wisdom. I, Han, have little time to personally search for spatial nodes. While I can entrust the materials to several fellow cultivators, there is one condition. Should a suitable spatial node be found, I hope my esteemed companions will promptly notify me, allowing me the opportunity to inspect it and make necessary preparations in advance. I trust that none of you would conceal anything from me. Han Li responded with an indifferent expression, speaking casually. What conditions do you speak of? Such a request, even if you had not mentioned it, would be naturally adhered to by us, one of the cultivators remarked. Perhaps we might even enter the spatial node together to aid one another. Upon hearing this, Xiangji's face brightened with joy, and he felt a sense of satisfaction that Han Li did not demand excessively. Han Li nodded, raising a hand as a beam of white light shot towards Xiangji, manifesting as an unadorned white jade slip. Xiangji's eyes sparkled with excitement as he swiftly grasped the jade slip and, after a brief scan with his divine sense, revealed a look of delight. Indeed, this is remarkable. Not only does it contain ample information on spatial nodes, but it also includes the arrangement methods for the transmission array of the reverse passage. If we manage to decipher this array, we may uncover further treasures. Your generosity, Han, is truly admirable. We shall certainly keep our word. Here are 2,000-mile talismans. Please accept them for now. Once a spatial node is located, we will immediately send word, Xiangji said, his heart brimming with joy as he produced 2 jade talismans from his robe and tossed them over. Han Li caught them deftly in his hand, flipping it to stow them away. The Wind Elder gazed intently at Han Li's actions, and upon witnessing Han Li hand over the jade slip, the chill on his face softened slightly. Ah, Han Jr., there is something else I must discuss with you. Given your current capabilities, ordinary late-stage nascent soul cultivators are no longer your match. Therefore, the restrictions that exist among us divine transformation cultivators may also apply to you, Han Jr. You must be vigilant moving forward. Matters like those concerning the Yin Luo sect cannot be overlooked, he added, recalling something important after securely stowing the jade slip. Restrictions? Han Li's expression shifted. Well, it is not particularly alarming. The abilities of divine transformation cultivators are exceedingly vast, and should any of them act recklessly, it could disturb the order of the mortal realm. Thus, a long-standing regulation was established among all divine transformation cultivators in the human world. Once one reaches the divine transformation stage, not only are we prohibited from engaging in conflict with one another, but we are also strictly forbidden from participating in any matters concerning the cultivation world. Your recent annihilation of so many nascent soul cultivators from the Yin Luo sect, including a senior cultivator, has already created unnecessary turmoil for the Great Gene. However, since you were unaware of this taboo and are not yet a divine transformation cultivator, we shall overlook it this time. But now that both Wind Brother and I have confirmed your abilities, although you may not yet rival a divine transformation cultivator, you possess considerable strength. Henceforth, should you wish to communicate with me or other friends, you must refrain from acting recklessly, particularly from eliminating so many nascent soul cultivators in a single strike that could disrupt the rise and fall of a sect. Of course, this restriction is mutual. From this point forward, other divine transformation cultivators will also refrain from acting against you without cause. Mr. Xiang articulated with a genial smile. After hearing this, Han Li paused, momentarily taken aback, before responding with a chuckle. In truth, it is not strictly necessary, as I have always maintained a detached stance regarding matters of the sect. As for the recent incident involving the Yin Luo sect, it was their cultivators who initially ventured to Tiannan with the intent of confronting Han. My actions were merely a measured retaliation. It is unlikely that such an event will recur, he elucidated, bringing clarity to the matter. The affair with the Yin Luo sect is now a thing of the past. It is heartening that junior brother Han views it in this light. By the way, has anything of significance transpired recently? If you are unencumbered, might I suggest accompanying myself and fellow Taoist Feng on a journey to Mount Mata'o? I would seize the opportunity to introduce you to fellow Taoist Hu. He is presently planning to take several nascent soul female cultivators as concubines and has extended an invitation to me. Feng, you must have received one as well, Xiang inquired. deftly shifting the subject. Indeed, I received it, or else I would not be here. I have heard that each of the 3 consorts he intends to take possesses not only the cultivation of the early nascent soul stage, but also unparalleled beauty, rendering them exceedingly favored. However, if my memory serves me correctly, this marks the 5th or perhaps 6th occasion that we have journeyed to Mount Mata'a for whose concubine-taking ceremonies. The old devil certainly knows how to create a stir. His demonic palace is already replete with exquisite women presented by his demonic progeny. What need has he for more concubines? Feng remarked with a furrowed brow, his words tinged with resignation. Ha, Feng. You are undoubtedly aware that he is perpetually gratified by the presence of women due to the nature of his cultivation technique. However, when he truly encounters a maiden of unblemished virtue who captures his heart, he treats the matter with utmost solemnity. He would never casually deflower her, but instead, with great ceremony, invites a selection of his esteemed friends to a formal concubine acceptance ritual, bestowing upon her an official title. The old devil, lacking a formal dual cultivation partner, regards these titled consorts as vastly different from ordinary maids, each enjoying his considerable favor. Xiangjili chuckled. Who cares whether he takes concubines or not? It's just that each time I'm invited, I'm compelled to bleed a little, which irks me somewhat. That old devil is exceedingly vain. To decline his invitation would be to risk offense. Yet, his standards are remarkably high, and ordinary treasures fail to impress him. Venerable Feng appeared unusually glum. It's because you and I both covet the few spiritual herbs from his Mount Mata'a. If Brother Feng were as disinterested as fellow Taoist Bai, attending or not would naturally be inconsequential. Xiangjili offered a carefree smile, seemingly unconcerned about the invitation. The 2 of you are referring to that esteemed friend from the Heavenly Devil sect, I presume? I have not received an invitation, and it would be imprudent of me to intrude. Furthermore, I have not prepared a suitable congratulatory gift, Han Li demurred. Junior brother Han, fret not. If I, Xiang, bring a guest to Mount Mata'a, what could that old devil who possibly say? Moreover, should we indeed locate a suitable spatial node according to the Jade Slip's information, the old devil ought to be immensely grateful. As for a gift, simply produce 1 or 2 ancient treasures to suffice. Since you are not particularly acquainted with the old devil, an overly generous gift would be inappropriate. In fact, this trip to Mount Mata'a presents an opportunity for you. Junior brother, the unique elixir of Mata'a Mountain, known as the Demon Refining Celestial Essence Pill, offers some assistance in transcending to the divine transformation stage. This potion can only be concocted using the rare herbs found exclusively on Mata'a Mountain, rendering it utterly unattainable elsewhere. If Brother Han could seize this opportunity to acquire a couple of these pills, the process of breaking through to divine transformation and sensing the essence of the heavens would undoubtedly become significantly easier. With profound significance, Xiangjili remarked. The Demon Refining Celestial Essence Pill. Could it be the fabled demon essence pill that has long been lost to antiquity? Upon hearing the name of the elixir, Han Li gasped in astonishment. Indeed, it is this very pill. I did not expect Brother Han to be aware of its existence. In that case, I need not elaborate further. Do you intend to embark on this journey? Surprised yet amused by Han Li's knowledge of the elixir's origins, Xiangjili inquired. Han Li's expression wavered, revealing his hesitation. The Weiyue mountain range is located in the northwest of the Great Jin, at the confluence of 2 provinces, stretching an impressive span of several 100,000 miles. Within this range lie countless perilous peaks, among which the tallest rises to over 10,000 zhang. Its upper half perpetually cloaked in a blanket of pristine, unmelted snow. At the summit, however, lies an expansive plateau, several dozen miles in breadth, upon which a magnificent complex of palatial edifices has been constructed. Countless pavilions and towers adorn the landscape, each one exquisitely crafted from precious woods or rare and exquisite jades. Moreover, the summit of the mountain is shrouded by an imposing barrier, within which lies an enchanting realm of perpetual spring. Outside, the bitter winds howl and the world is blanketed in ice and snow, yet within the confines of this mystical barrier, a plethora of extraordinary flowers and ethereal trees flourish. Amidst the palatial structures and terraces, graceful and beautiful maidens adorned in vibrant palace gowns frolic and play, their laughter ringing like silver bells, enchanting all who hear it. This place resembles a paradise on earth. Here lies Mount Modeo, a hidden gem within the realm of cultivation of the Great Jin, where the magnificent structures are collectively known as the Demon Palace. The master of the Demon Palace is none other than one of the last remaining transformation stage cultivators of the Great Jin, the esteemed Elder Hu Qinglei of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Over a millennium ago, he commanded respect throughout the Great Gene and personally elevated the heavenly demon sect to prominence within the demonic path. Now, he hosts an extravagant banquet in the grandest hall of the Demon Palace, welcoming a select group of distinguished guests. Though their numbers are few, merely 7 or 8, they are seated on either side of the hall, while in the center, dozens of enchanting maidens in elegant palace attire dance gracefully, their captivating eyes sparkling with life. The entire hall is vibrant with the essence of spring. In the main seat of the hall, an elderly man with a frail visage leans against the back of his chair, his eyes partially closed, embodying an air of serene contentment. Chapter 1236. Guests of the Demon Palace. The guests seated on either side of the hall, both men and women, wear smiles of delight. After a moment, the dancing maidens conclude their performance, respectfully bowing to the elder in the main seat before gracefully exiting the hall. Esteemed elder who? It appears that the quality of this batch of maidens surpasses that of the last. However, my fellow disciple Yu and his companions are exceedingly diligent in this matter. A scholar clad in blue robes remarked with a smile as he sat on the left. Throughout my life, I have indulged in no other vice. It is only in matters of feminine allure that I find great difficulty. Should I one day fathom this aspect, it may very well coincide with a breakthrough in my cultivation. If my disciple Yu and his companions are truly earnest, I would prefer they devote their efforts to their training, so that some may ascend to the transformation stage. In such a scenario, should I eventually pass on, the heavenly demon sect would not be easily bullied. The elder with the wooden crown spoke calmly after a brief cough. Your words are unwarranted, elder Hu. The cultivation levels of the friends from the heavenly demon sect are merely a step away from the transformation stage. Their ascension is only a matter of time. Given the current momentum of the heavenly demon sect, which force in the human realm would dare to encroach upon us? The blue-robed scholar replied with a conciliatory smile. Is that so? Yet I have heard that recently, the Yin Luo sect seems poised to be expelled from the 10 demon sects. In the past, this sect held a firm grip on the position of the foremost sect in the demonic path for thousands of years. Their influence not inferior to that of our own sect today, yet they have now met such a fate. Even if they manage to preserve their legacy, they have already devolved into a second-rate sect, the elder with the wooden crown retorted with a cold smirk. The blue-robed scholar and the other cultivators exchanged glances, perplexed by the intent behind the demon lord's words. For a moment, none dared to interject. I have also heard that this time, not only have 7 or 8 elder-level practitioners from the Yin Luo sect mysteriously perished, but even fellow Taoist Fong of the Yin Luo sect has not escaped unscathed and has similarly fallen. The Yin Luo sect is utterly clueless as to who might be behind the recent events, which is indeed rather peculiar. Could it be that the Yin Luo sect has inadvertently offended some esteemed figure of the transformation stage? A burly man clad in a brocade robe subtly shifted the conversation and inquired cautiously, It seems that most of you have come here concerning the matters of the Yin Luo sect. Am I correct? You need not worry. Although the identity of the perpetrator remains unknown, I assure you it is certainly not one of the ancient figures from our great gene. Otherwise, I would not be completely in the dark. Perhaps it is some old monster from outside Great Gene who acted on a whim. However, should this individual strike again, we will not remain idle. Hu Qinglei's eyes momentarily glimmered with a sharp light before vanishing without a trace. Upon hearing the elder's words, the other cultivators present collectively exhaled in relief. They promptly chose to refrain from discussing the matter further and instead began to share intriguing anecdotes from the realm of cultivation. By the way, Elder Hu, it has been 200 years since your last acquisition of a concubine. Now, you suddenly open the gates of the demonic palace once more. May I inquire which female cultivator has captured your esteemed attention? A woman in her 30s, adorned in green robes, inquired with a light laugh, revealing a certain charm. Noticing her question, the other cultivators displayed keen interest. After all, while this esteemed elder of the heavenly demon sect has a penchant for beauty, there are truly few female cultivators with the status of concubine within this demonic palace. To take another concubine was something I myself did not anticipate. Each of these 3 women is exceptionally talented, both in appearance and cultivation. Particularly, one among them surpasses the other 2 by a considerable margin. The old man's decision to take concubines largely stemmed from the appeal of this particular woman. Upon hearing mention of the 3 maidens he intended to acquire, Hu Qinglei could not help but display a hint of a smile, seemingly quite pleased with these 3 ladies. Since you, esteemed Elder Hu, speak so highly of them, might we have the privilege of meeting them before the ceremony? Inquired a fearsome-looking monk with unkempt hair. The others present were equally intrigued, eager to behold the beauty of these three maidens who had captivated the heart of the master of the demon palace. As cultivators, we are naturally unburdened by the numerous taboos of the mundane world. If my fellow Taoists wish to meet them beforehand, it is certainly feasible, replied the elder with a faint smile. I shall summon them to offer you a few cups of light wine. Upon hearing this, the monk's expression shifted slightly, and he hastily shook his head, indicating his refusal. However, Huchile waved his hand dismissively, and a young girl in palace attire promptly approached, bowing respectfully. Go, and invite the three fairies to come forth, commanded Huqinglei. Yes, I shall attend to this at once, the palace girl responded with deference. Yet, before she could finish her sentence, a sudden flash of red light soared in from outside the hall, swiftly arriving before the elderly man, revealing itself to be a sound transmission talisman. A flicker of intrigue crossed Huqinglei's eyes as he grasped the air with one hand, causing the fiery light to materialize in his palm, which then transformed into a raging inferno. Ah, it seems that Old Wind and Old Xiang have arrived. And they've even brought a distinguished guest. Who could be so esteemed as to warrant such grand attention from these two old fellows? A flicker of astonishment crossed the pale face of Huqilei, yet with a casual motion of his hand, the flames were extinguished instantly. Could it be that the esteemed Feng from the outer island and the venerable Xiang from Shiling Mountain have arrived? The scholar clad in blue, upon hearing Huqinglei's musing, was suddenly taken aback and inquired. The expressions of the other male and female cultivators shifted accordingly. Who else could it be but these two old fellows? However, judging by their tone, it seemed they had brought outsiders along. I must admit, my curiosity is piqued. Since they have come to the palace's exterior, I shall certainly go to greet them. Huqinglei chuckled. Then let us also pay our respects to the two esteemed seniors. The robust man in brocade quickly rose and declared. The others, not daring to be remiss, echoed his sentiments. The elderly figure adorned with a wooden crown nodded imperceptibly, then promptly stood and walked slowly toward the palace's entrance. The other cultivators followed closely behind. The entire Mount Madwa was enveloped in an extraordinarily fierce blizzard. And beyond this tempest lay a vast, golden-hued barrier that shrouded the palatial grounds below. Through this luminous veil, albeit somewhat obscured, one could discern the general circumstances within. At this moment, three figures lingered in the air above the barrier, two elderly men and a young man, their expressions tranquil as they hovered motionless. It was none other than Xiang Zhili, the old monster Feng, and Han Li. The demonic palace appeared to have expanded by a third since last observed. It seemed that the old demon's attendance had increased as well. TSK, it appears that being the supreme elder of the foremost demonic sect has its merits, the old monster Feng remarked while gazing at the palace complex beneath the barrier. What, Feng brother, are you envious of the old demon? If that is the case, as long as you speak to him, I am certain that the venerable master who would be more than willing to have another supreme elder in the heavenly demon sect and would undoubtedly construct a cave dwelling for you that surpasses even the demon palace. Upon hearing this, Xiang Zhilei smiled wryly and remarked, Never mind, my cultivation method emphasizes tranquility. If I were to reside in such a place, over time, my state of mind would surely regress. Old Wind let out a sigh and shook his head vigorously. Xiang Zhilei chuckled softly, choosing not to elaborate further. Just then, a group of cultivators flew out from the palace complex below, heading directly towards them. Although Han Li had said little throughout the journey, he now focused intently, quickly discerning the identity of the leading elder with a wooden crown as a transformation stage cultivator. However, as his gaze swept over the faces of the other cultivators behind him, he couldn't help but let out a soft exclamation of surprise. Oh, it seems junior brother Han knows someone. Xiang Zhilei turned his head, a hint of surprise in his voice. Indeed. There is one person with whom I have shared a fleeting acquaintance, Han Li replied, his gaze returning to its usual calmness. I see, Xiang Zhilei nodded, noncommittally. At that moment, the wooden-crowned elder had already arrived before the light curtain, forming hand seals and murmuring incantations. As a result, the shimmering light before Han Li and the others flickered, and a rift spontaneously opened. Xiang Zhilei and Old Wind wasted no time, boldly shooting through the opening. After a brief moment of hesitation, Han Li transformed into a streak of azure light and followed suit. The yellow light curtain swiftly closed behind them, returning to its original state. Moments later, as their escape light faded, the three found themselves standing before the group of cultivators led by the wooden-crowned elder. Brother Xiang, Taoist Wind, it seems you have arrived a bit late this time. I received the news quite early. You had set off long before. Yet, how is it that you have only just arrived? Have you perhaps encountered some unforeseen circumstances along the way? Upon seeing Xiang Jili and the others, Hu Qinglei initially offered a faint smile before languidly inquiring. Brother Hu, your guess is indeed astute. We, in fact, encountered some incidents during our journey that caused a slight delay. However, let us speak of that later. I must first introduce a fellow cultivator to you. Xiang Jili chuckled heartily, gesturing towards Han Li with a flick of his finger as he began the introduction. Noticing Han Li's countenance, one of the cultivators among the group following the wooden-crowned elder displayed an expression of astonishment. Joining us, the wooden-crowned elder seemed somewhat moved by this statement. His previously half-closed eyes now wide open, fixated on Han Li in silence. I am Han Li, honored to meet you, Brother Hu. Han Li's demeanor remained calm as he clasped his fists in salute, exhibiting neither servility nor arrogance, embodying the demeanor of an equal. This behavior caused the scholars in azure robes to widen their eyes, their mouths closing tightly. Humph. Old Xiang, old phone, could it be that you have lost your senses? What qualification does a mere late-stage nascent soul cultivator have to join us? Hu Qinglei's expression darkened as he questioned without reservation. Hee, there are reasons for my actions. Of course. Xiang Jili's expression remained unchanged as he chuckled softly, his lips moving in silence as he began to communicate through sound transmission. Initially, Hu Qinglei's countenance was somewhat somber, but after hearing a few words, a look of intrigue sparkled in his eyes. Initially taken aback, he then became elated, and finally nodded repeatedly. Chapter 1237. Concubine So, fellow Taoist Han is acquainted with the exquisite enchantress. TSK. It turns out the recent events at the Yinluo sect were orchestrated by you. I must confess, I am quite surprised. I had presumed it was the work of a deity transformation cultivator. With such extraordinary abilities, fellow Taoist Han is indeed worthy of associating with us as equals. After Xiang Jili finished transmitting his message, Hu Qinglei's gaze towards Han Li softened. I have long admired Brother Hu's reputation as well. I hope you will not take offense at my presumptuous visit. Han Li smiled faintly, his tone equally courteous. A prodigy like fellow Taoist Han is naturally someone I would be willing to befriend. By the way, you two old fellows must have some impression of the other fellow Taoists who have come to offer their congratulations, right? Hu Qinglei revealed a hint of a smile, then addressed Xiang Jili and the other man. Upon learning that Han Li was involved in the Yinluo sect affair they had just been discussing, the nascent soul cultivators behind the old man with the wooden crown were initially stunned. When they saw that the old man with the wooden crown intended to associate with Han Li as an equal, they could no longer contain their astonishment. Now, hearing Hu Qinglei's words, they finally had the opportunity to step forward and pay their respects to Xiang Jili and Old Freak Feng. The two merely waved their hands in acknowledgement. However, one of them, after greeting the two old freaks, suddenly cupped his fist towards Han Li, his face filled with envy, and said, "Congratulations, Brother Han. After such a long time, you have finally advanced to the late stage." The figure clad in a green robe, with flowing white hair and a visage reminiscent of youth, was none other than the human-shaped puppet of Han Li. The very same elder from the bamboo sect who had once engaged in combat with the puppet for the sake of the phoenix feather. Even now, he remained at the pinnacle of the mid-Yuan-ing stage, seemingly unable to surmount the bottleneck into the later stages, suggesting that his journey in the realm of cultivation would reach its limits here. Han Li had not anticipated encountering the elder bamboo again in this place. His own advancement had been merely a stroke of fortune, although Han Li held a rather mediocre impression of the elder. He recognized that the phoenix feather had significantly aided him in forging the Three Flames fan, thus he responded with a smile. The elder bamboo, upon hearing this, cleared his throat twice, poised to say more, yet was abruptly interrupted by the impatient voice of Hu Qinglei. Enough. This is not the place for idle chatter. Fellow cultivators, let us retire to the hall for a more substantial discussion. Upon hearing the elder's words, the elder bamboo swallowed his forthcoming remarks, offering Han Li a silent smile instead. Consequently, the group soared downward, heading towards the grand hall from which Hu Qinglei and the others had just emerged. Once inside the hall, they resumed their seats, with distinctions drawn between host and guest. At Hu Qinglei's command, a flurry of maidens swiftly replaced the banquet spread across the tables, while Han Li, along with Xiang Jili and the Wind Old Monster, found themselves seated closely beside Hu Qinglei, a clear indication of their elevated status. Given that both Xiang Jili and the Wind Old Monster were also at the transformation stage, such treatment was not surprising to the others. However, The fact that Han Li, who was at the same Yuan level, received equivalent recognition sparked murmurs among the other cultivators, who began to scrutinize him closely and speculate about his true prowess. Among the seated cultivators, each one is a figure of considerable significance within the realm of immortality. While they may harbor silent grievances, their expressions remain composed, as if they are entirely unconcerned. However, one cultivator, seated closely beside the elder of Bitter Bamboo, curiously inquires about Han Li's origins in a hushed tone, although only one individual poses the question, and his voice is barely above a whisper. The adeptness of the other practitioners in the hall ensures that the inquiry is heard distinctly. Yet, the elder of Bitter Bamboo, having only met Han Li once in the past, possesses little knowledge to share, leaving the other nascent soul cultivators feeling rather disappointed by his response. Han Li, however, maintains his serene demeanor, seated firmly in his place, seemingly oblivious to the inquiries regarding him. Meanwhile, the elderly figure adorned with a wooden crown and the disciple Xiang Zhili engage in lively conversation, while the other nascent soul practitioners exchange pleasantries amongst themselves. With the three transformation stage cultivators not taking the initiative to introduce Han Li's background, the others naturally refrained from making any bold inquiries, opting instead to feign ignorance. After a meal's duration, the scholar in blue robes casts a penetrating glance at Han Li before suddenly rising to offer a respectful fist salute, addressing him, "Friend Han, I recently heard from Elder Hu that the recent events concerning the Yin Luo sect seem to be related to you. Might this be true?" Upon hearing this question, Han Li expresses no surprise, merely nodding calmly. "Indeed, the matters of the Yin Luo sect are somewhat intertwined with my affairs. Pray tell, do you have any connections with the Yin Luo sect? I am but a mere wandering cultivator, with no ties to the Yin Luo sect. However, I have crossed paths with a friend of the sect on several occasions. I merely inquired out of curiosity. The downfall of the Taoist companion would not, perchance, be related to you, would it?" The blue-robed scholar's gaze flickered several times, his expression growing somewhat grave. The other nascent soul cultivators in the hall, upon hearing this, immediately held their breath, eager to discern how the enigmatic Han Li would respond to such an inquiry. The elder with the wooden crown, seated above, also ceased his conversation with Xiang Zhili and others, casting a knowing glance in this direction, a smile playing on his lips. "Since this esteemed Taoist is genuinely curious about the matter, I have nothing to conceal. Indeed, it was I who struck down the leader of the Yin Luo sect." Han Li narrowed his eyes slightly as he regarded the scholar for a moment before replying with a measured tone. Upon hearing this, a stir arose among the nascent soul cultivators on either side, their expressions varying widely. "So it is, thank you, Brother Han, for alleviating my doubts." The blue-robed scholar felt a chill in his heart, yet outwardly, he merely nodded and resumed his seat without further mention of the topic. This reaction surprised Han Li, who then smiled and remained silent. Seeing this, Hu Qinglei chuckled, preparing to speak, when a palace maid elegantly entered from the hall's entrance. Approaching him and whispering a few words, the esteemed elder of the heavenly demon sect, upon hearing her, had a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes, and stroking his beard, he began to speak. Just now, before the three brothers Xiang had arrived, several Taoist companions expressed their desire to meet the three maidens I intend to take as concubines. I have already consented, and they are presently waiting outside the hall. I shall summon them in at once to offer a modest cup of wine to each of you. At that time, feel free to present your congratulatory gifts, and see if they might find them satisfactory, especially you two, Brother Feng. Your offerings must not be too meager. Should I be outshone by these younger generations, it would indeed be a matter of great embarrassment." Hu Qinglei chuckled lightly. "Humph. Ever since our acquaintance, I have, time and again, presented you with treasures, not knowing how many precious items I have bestowed upon you in your enchanted palace. It is truly a boon for you, old fellow." Feng Leagui emitted a few grunts, displaying a semblance of helplessness upon his countenance, yet he turned his palm over, revealing a small wooden box that he placed upon the table before him. Xiang Zhili, with a beaming smile, similarly produced a jade case, though he remained silent. "Haha. I have never claimed any of the treasures you have gifted me. Bestowing treasures upon beautiful maidens is indeed a noble act. Why should you both be so stingy? Given your wealth, these treasures are but a trifling matter, far less valuable than the smile of a fair lady." Hu Qinglei, far from being angered, instead laughed heartily, exuding a sense of satisfaction. The other cultivators present soon followed suit, each producing their own congratulatory gifts, which included both rare materials and resplendent ancient artifacts. Han Li had already contemplated his offering prior to his arrival, and he retrieved 2 vials of elixirs from his storage pouch. Such gifts, significantly beneficial to the advancement of a nascent soul cultivator, could hardly be deemed meager. As Han Li surveyed the treasures presented by others, the sound of footsteps echoed from the entrance of the hall, followed by a procession of maidens clad in vibrant palace attire, gracefully escorting 3 enchanting female cultivators into the chamber. Instantly, all eyes among the gathered cultivators converged upon these 3 women, eliciting a chorus of gasps of admiration from either side. Indeed, each of these ladies possessed unparalleled beauty and astonishing grace. One young woman, slightly petite, possessed a fair complexion and delicate features, still hinting at a touch of youthful innocence. Another, statuesque and graceful, had enchanting eyes that sparkled with an array of emotions. The final figure, tall and elegant, carried lustrous black hair and a refined visage, yet her expression was strikingly aloof. At first glance, it appeared that these 3 female cultivators, whether in beauty or cultivation, were equally matched, leaving one unable to discern a clear distinction. However, the tall maiden, with her exceptionally striking features, exuded an alluring charm with every graceful movement, yet her demeanor remained cold and distant. Her ethereal gaze intertwined with her beguiling allure created a unique magnetism that drew the eyes of all who beheld her, compelling them to linger upon her presence. Yet, the usually composed Han Li, who had maintained a silent smile, was suddenly taken aback upon sighting the woman clad in a white palace gown, his countenance shifting dramatically. "Come forth, you 3, and offer a toast of thin wine to our esteemed friends, who have traveled great distances to extend their congratulations on our joyous occasion." The elder with the wooden crown spoke with a smile, gesturing towards the stunning tall woman. Upon hearing the elder's request, the other 2 ladies responded with charming smiles. And soon, a servant girl appeared, carrying 3 jade trays, each adorned with a wine jug and several cups. The 2 women gracefully positioned themselves on either side, offering the wine with soft laughter. The recipients of the toast, naturally, did not dare to be remiss, hastily rising and expressing their gratitude. A stunning woman named Xiling hesitated to approach immediately. With a slight furrow of her delicate brows, she cast a fleeting glance towards Xiang Ji Li and the enigmatic Feng Lao Kuai among others. However, when her gaze fell upon the nearby figure of Han Li, her body trembled slightly, and her once blank eyes suddenly sparkled with an unusual brilliance, fixating on him without a trace of movement. The exquisite features of her jade-like visage transformed instantaneously, reflecting disbelief, followed by overwhelming joy, and finally, a hint of confusion. It was evident to anyone observing her peculiar demeanor that she and Han Li were acquainted, and their relationship seemed rather profound. The expression of the old man in the wooden crown darkened considerably. The great hall fell into an unexpected silence, with most onlookers directing strange glances towards Xiling and Han Li. "How is it that Xiling knows Taoist Han?" Hu Qinglei inquired, his voice barely above a whisper. "Indeed, I am well acquainted with Brother Han," Xiling replied, her dreamy eyes appearing to regain clarity as she hastily averted her gaze from Han Li, forcing a smile. Yet, the rise and fall of her heaving chest betrayed her extraordinary agitation, making it clear that she was far from composed. "Miss Xiling, I did not expect to encounter you here," Han Li remarked, rubbing his nose, and after a moment's contemplation, he let out a wry smile. He was no ordinary individual, and his expression quickly returned to its usual calmness. "Ah, since Xiling and Taoist Han share an old acquaintance, that is splendid," said another. "Xiling, why don't you raise a toast to Taoist Han? Once you enter my demonic palace, all ties to your former life must be severed. Let this cup of wine serve as a conclusion." Hu Qinglei momentarily fell silent, then casually remarked, seemingly disinterested in the relationship between Han Li and his future beloved. Upon hearing these words, the smile that had been forced upon Xiling froze instantly. A maid from the palace promptly presented a tray before her, which held a jug and a verdant wine cup. Xiling lowered her gaze to the items on the tray, her cloud-like hair obscuring much of her face, concealing her current expression. Yet, after a brief pause, her graceful figure slowly extended a pale wrist, delicately grasping the jug's handle. The tense atmosphere in the grand hall eased with her movement, and the stern expression on the elder's wooden crown softened as well. Han Li silently observed as Xiling poured a glass of wine, reminiscent of blush, then raised it with her jade-like fingers. Her head uplifted as she approached him with quiet steps. The unusual expression on Xiling's face vanished, replaced by an air of cold indifference. Her gaze towards Han Li transforming as if she were looking at a stranger. A twitch passed across Han Li's lips, but he quickly regained his composure. "Friend Han, please partake of this modest wine." Ziling's voice seemed to emanate from a distant realm, utterly devoid of emotion, as though merely a shell was speaking. Upon hearing this, the individuals within the hall exhibited varying degrees of sorrow. Hanli, gazing at the cup within arm's reach, refrained from immediately grasping it. Instead, his gaze traced the contours of the cup to the woman's arm and body, ultimately resting upon her exquisitely sculpted visage, akin to fine jade. His eyes, unbeknownst to him, narrowed slightly. This shift caused the atmosphere in the hall, which had only just relaxed, to become heavy once more. Yet, the elder with the wooden crown maintained his composure, though a glint of cold light flickered in his eyes. Beside him, Xiang Zhili seemed to sense something amiss. Casting a glance at the old demon, his brow furrowing involuntarily. Meanwhile, the enigmatic wind elder observed the peculiar interaction between Han Li and Ziling, merely chuckling, his thoughts remaining inscrutable. The other Yuanian cultivators displayed a range of expressions, predominantly tinged with schadenfreude. Suddenly, Han Li raised his hand and accepted the cup from Ziling, lifting it to his lips and consuming its contents in one swift motion. This action rendered all present momentarily speechless. Hu Qinglei's brows arched in surprise, yet he quickly regained his usual demeanor. Ziling's expression, previously devoid of emotion, now revealed a hint of complexity. Her beautiful eyes fixed upon Han Li for a moment before she silently took back the empty cup, preparing to turn away. "Hold on. If I am not mistaken, it appears that Miss Ziling has been subjected to a restriction within her body. Just as everyone assumed that, due to Hu Qinglei's authority, the matter would face no complications." Han Li calmly spoke up. Ziling, who had intended to continue her departure, was abruptly halted, her delicate frame trembling slightly as she unconsciously paused in place. The grand hall fell into an immediate silence, where even the faintest sound of a needle dropping could be heard as everyone held their breath. "Han, my friend, have you perhaps indulged too much? One must be cautious. It is not the wine that intoxicates the spirit, but rather the spirit that becomes intoxicated." Hu Qinglei, devoid of any discernible expression, calmly finished his drink before uttering such words, his dissatisfaction unmistakable. "Fear not, brother Hu. Although I may have had a couple more cups than usual, I assure you that I remain quite lucid and am not prone to uttering nonsense." Han Li remarked lightly, a flicker of amusement in his eyes. "Is that so? Ziling, allow me to pose a question to you. Do you believe Han is intoxicated, unaware as he may be?" Hu Qilei cast a glance at his palm adorned with a crimson ring, his head remaining lowered as he spoke in a detached tone. Upon hearing this, Ziling's expression shifted dramatically, her vividly red lips parted as if to articulate something, yet ultimately, she remained silent. It seemed that Hu Qilei sensed her uncertainty, and he lifted his gaze to meet hers. The moment all beheld the visage of the elder with the wooden crown, they recoiled in shock, a chill creeping into their hearts. For while Hu Laoma's demeanor appeared unchanged, a faint layer of dark energy enveloped his face, and his eyes had inexplicably taken on a reddish hue, glimmering with an icy light that was far from the normality of human eyes. "Brother Hu, you..." Xiang Zhi attempted to interject, but the elder's frigid words swiftly interrupted him. "Even if this person was brought by Brother Xiang, do you believe I would remain oblivious to being wronged? If you do not provide me with an explanation today, do not expect to leave this place." Upon hearing these words, Xiang Zhilei could only manage a wry smile, refraining from further persuading the old demon Hu. Instead, turning to Han Li and shaking his head, "Junior brother Han, you should be well aware of your actions. This matter is beyond my ability to rectify for you. You must ponder how to provide an explanation to brother Hu. I believe you have something to say to him." After uttering these words, Xiang Zhilei shifted his gaze away from the two and leaned back, closing his eyes to rest. Although he said little, Han Li discerned a hint of support in his words. However, as fellow cultivators of the transformation stage, it was evident that the old man did not wish to confront the old demon Hu directly. Thus, after offering a few reminders, he chose to remain an observer. Han Li smiled faintly and turned to the side, addressing Ziling. "Miss Ziling, we have known each other for many years, making you one of my few friends. Since you harbor constraints within you, it is plausible that you are under duress. While I have no desire to offend brother Hu, I cannot remain indifferent to your plight. However, before we proceed, I implore you to provide me with an honest answer. Do you willingly wish to become brother Hu's concubine? If it is a matter of your own volition, I would naturally refrain from disrupting your happiness. If it is against your will..." Han Li's words trailed off, yet the implication was unmistakable. Ziling's face was a tapestry of joy, hesitation, and helplessness, as if she were eager to respond but momentarily at a loss for words. There was no need to inquire further. Those who enter this demonic palace, do they wish to become my esteemed concubine, or is it she who holds the authority? Yet, even if one is unwilling, what can be done? Do you dare to forcibly take her away from this palace? Hu Qilei let out a cold laugh, his words dripping with sarcasm. Indeed, is this matter truly as it seems? Han Li sighed softly, yet felt compelled to confirm with Ziling once more. Years ago, I inadvertently revealed my true form and was subsequently captured by several elders of the heavenly demon sect, forcibly taken to their mountain. There was no question of consent. Ziling's gaze fell upon Han Li, observing his remarkable composure in the presence of the terrifying master of the palace. Despite his formidable advancement to the late stage of the nascent soul, overwhelmed by an unexpected surge of warmth, she resolutely divulged the truth. Upon hearing her words, Hu Qinglei simply sneered in silence. The other cultivators within the hall displayed no signs of disturbance. Such acts of abduction against female cultivators might draw severe condemnation within righteous sects like the Tai sect, yet within the demonic path and among certain rogue cultivators, such occurrences are merely commonplace, seemingly accepted as a matter of course. Those who find themselves in this demonic palace are naturally disconnected from righteous sects, explaining their indifference to such matters. With Miss Ziling's statement, there is no need for Brother Hu to be enraged. I harbor no intention of opposing my esteemed fellow cultivator. In this world, all can be exchanged equally. I wonder what conditions I might offer to secure the freedom of fellow cultivator Ziling? Han Li nodded and addressed the elder with the wooden crown, seemingly oblivious to his unfriendly demeanor. Exchange? With you? Hu Qinglei was momentarily taken aback, and then an odd expression surfaced on his face. Do you believe that I am unworthy? Han Li stated, maintaining an impassive demeanor. Indeed, you are hardly worthy to exchange items with me. Even if you are somewhat stronger than the average late-stage Yuanian cultivator, it is of little significance in my eyes. Do you genuinely believe that by bringing you here, you can stand on equal footing with me? Furthermore, what treasures in this world could possibly entice me? By the way, I have heard that you possess 2 spiritual treasures. However, should I desire it, I could simply eliminate you, and those treasures would rightfully belong to me. Hu Qinglei said ominously, a layer of dark aura materializing around him, indicating a flicker of murderous intent towards Han Li. Spiritual treasures. I presume it was your friend who informed you. Who? But I wonder if he also mentioned the matter of the extermination pearl. And do you truly believe that the spatial node information I provided encompasses everything I possess? Or do you naively think that, given my possession of the extermination pearl, you could capture me and employ the soul-searching technique against me? Han Li's gaze flickered with a strange intensity as he suddenly whispered into the ear of the elderly man with the wooden crown. The once fearsome Hu Lao Mo's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing these words. His eyes turned icy and fixated on Han Li, rendering him momentarily speechless. When Taoist, does this lad truly possess the extermination pearl? Unknown to everyone. A moment later, a faint whisper echoed in the ear of the old wind monster, which was indeed the voice of Hu Lao Mo transmitting a message. The old demon, however, was unaware of the secret technique he had employed, managing to convey his thoughts without the slightest movement of his lips. Even with Han Li's formidable spiritual sense, he remained oblivious to the peculiarities within. Very well. After completing the promotional tour in mainland China, I should promptly make my way to America. Lu Daofei hastily retracted his words. The annihilating black light of the purple sovereign and the chaotic divine light of Ding Feng ignited in an instant, distorting space and piercing through the ages. Therefore, in order to conduct experiments with peace of mind, ensuring that no uncontrollable repercussions would affect the surrounding environment, Song Qingji had deliberately designed a testing ground centered around this technique. As he reflected on the weather while retracting his neck, fans, aimlessly wandering about, quickly recognized him. Upon his arrival on the red carpet at the entrance, those who had been waiting for so long erupted into fervent cheers. Logically speaking, this was merely a simple practice match, and there was no reason for such heavy security. Moreover, the personnel dispatched were particularly discerning. The realm of destiny was not exceedingly high, thus unlikely to draw too much attention. However, should any incidents arise, they could still temporarily manage the situation, preventing a complete disaster. Ding Feng smashed a large hand with a punch and stepped forward. He had already arrived opposite the Black Phoenix, with barely a meter separating them, an uncomfortably close distance. Ding Feng pointed a finger at the Black Phoenix's brow. With tendrils of lightning emanating from his fingertip, imbued with destructive power. For instance, a reporter from a newspaper had even uncovered that he had sold his ancestral home and had delved into his family background. Regrettably, these were merely matters of public record. Lady Chui remarked that it was quite probable they would flaunt their exploits, and should it rain, they might find themselves stranded there. Ming Lei, does the four-dimensional world constantly receive energy replenishment? Xiaoyi inquired with a hint of perplexity. Observing the relaxed demeanor of Song Qingjie, Ming initially harbored some concern. Yet he soon realized that for Song Qingjie, there truly seemed to be little to fear regarding Qiao Congingzi. Seeing the two return to their usual selves, Xin Wanyu gently shook her head, picking up an ancient text from the Kong bed and quietly engrossing herself in its pages. He held her waist firmly with one hand while the other supported the back of her head, striving to gradually bridge the chasm that lay between them, both in terms of distance and emotional connection. In the past, Ming Fei had a fondness for begonia flowers. The emperor picked up a petal from the table, gazing at it thoughtfully. Upon hearing these words, Chang Shao and the program crew were momentarily taken aback, while the YG trainees looked incredulously at this timid turtle, who dared to stir up trouble, yet lacked the courage to face the consequences, their frustration erupting collectively. The old matriarch, listening to Shun Yuru's words, was reminded of the late old marquis. A gentle light flickered in her eyes, as she had cherished the memories of their time together over the years. Each recollection was etched deeply within her heart. Gao Xian was taken aback and hurriedly rushed outside, eager to clarify matters with her. However, the person before him bore an uncanny resemblance to Yushi. In his helplessness, he resorted to unleashing his beastly blood and quickly consumed a specially concocted potion. He recklessly barged in, disregarding his objections and resistance, and in his moment of distraction, left with a resolute heart, indifferent to his attempts to stop her. Today was indeed peculiar, as everyone had gathered with remarkable unity. Not only were Fei Er and Jin Xingbu Zai Ai present, but even Xinhua Hongyin had arrived, along with C2 Fenghe. On the other side, Bai Duoxin alternated between discussing the need to tend to her toenails, raving about delightful delicacies, and commenting on the charms of handsome gentlemen. As Zhou Yang's attention shifted to his abdomen, Lin Xiaodong, fueled by an inexplicable surge of strength, seized the bed's hairpin and aimed it at Zhou Yang's shoulder. Chapter 1239. The exchange of Han Li. Though Feng Lao Guai harbored some lingering dissatisfaction towards Han Li, he could not afford to speak insincerely in response to the old demon's inquiry. After a brief moment of hesitation, he conveyed through thought, "This lad possesses not only the extermination pearl. Should you truly wish to take action against him, it may prove to be quite a challenge." Upon hearing these words, the old demon maintained an impassive facade, yet a shiver coursed through him. The mere existence of the extermination pearl instilled a measure of wariness, and if there were more than one, it would pose a considerable threat. However, this was not the source of his greatest apprehension. As he pondered, the old demon abruptly shifted his communication to Xiang Zhili. "Brother Xiang, it is possible that the spatial nodes provided by this young man are incomplete. Are you aware of this? What difference does it make whether I know or not? Were I in his position, I would not disclose everything either. The crux lies in his willingness to collaborate with us. Given time, he will gradually reveal all. I shall not concern myself with anything else. But if you cannot ensure the capture of this individual alive, you must not harm him." Xiang Zhili did not lift his eyelids, yet his lips moved as he communicated telepathically. Yet this young man behaves so audaciously. If I were to retreat, even slightly, would it not suggest that I fear a late-stage Yuanian cultivator? The old demon snorted coldly, expressing his profound dissatisfaction. "Dear friend, I perceive that your prolonged stay in the demon palace has rendered you somewhat perplexed. At our level of cultivation, what significance do mere titles hold? Although this lady possesses an unparalleled beauty, would you truly forsake the opportunity for eternal life for the sake of a mere concubine? However, if you find it difficult to quell your indignation, as long as you do not take her life and ensure she does not turn against us, a slight lesson may be imparted. I shall naturally turn a blind eye to it." Xiang replied coolly. "It seems this nefarious task must fall upon me. I wonder what he would offer in exchange for the girl, Ziling." The old demon fell silent for a moment, concluding the transmission. He then cast another glance at Han Li not far off and coldly stated, "For the sake of my esteemed friends, Xiang and Feng, if you retract your previous words now, I shall treat this incident as if it never occurred, allowing you to bypass this misstep." The malevolent intent of the old demon was unmistakable, yet he inadvertently provided Han Li with an avenue for retreat. Upon hearing this, the blue-robed scholar and the elder of Bitter Bamboo, along with other nascent soul cultivators in the hall, were taken aback. They could discern that this esteemed elder of the heavenly demon sect harbored a measure of trepidation towards Han Li. Otherwise, having been so enraged moments earlier, he should not have uttered such words. Curious glances fell upon Han Li, as the cultivators sought to understand what capabilities he possessed to compel the elder to alter his stance. Thank you for your kind intentions, dear friend. However, it is unfortunate that I have a habit of not casually retracting my words. I suggest you contemplate my earlier statements once more, Han Li replied. Without a moment's hesitation, Han Li responded decisively. At this moment, the elder with the wooden crown was truly infuriated. His face turned ashen as he uttered 3 words of exclamation in quick succession. His piercing gaze swept over Ziling and Han Li, and an astonishing aura erupted forth, transforming him into a colossal vortex, drawing all the spiritual energy in the grand hall towards him with remarkable speed. The cultivators who sensed the unfathomable spiritual pressure emanating from the elder felt a chill run down their spines, each mind racing with a singular thought. This elder truly seemed provoked by Han Li, and it appeared he was on the verge of taking action. As this realization dawned upon them, 2 cultivators, who were relatively closer to Han Li, exchanged glances before silently rising to retreat a few steps, eager to avoid being caught in the crossfire should conflict arise. Despite having successfully condensed her nascent soul, Ziling was utterly incapable of withstanding the formidable spiritual pressure of a transformation stage cultivator. Her complexion paled, and she staggered back 2 steps until she found herself at the table where she had previously met Han Li. In that instant, a warm hand silently appeared upon her delicate shoulder, followed by an infusion of purest spiritual power coursing through her being. Ziling felt a rush of warmth envelop her, and the once oppressive aura before her transformed into a gentle caress akin to a spring breeze. Instinctively, she turned her head to see Han Li's large hand resting on her shoulder, accompanied by a faint smile directed her way. Although she could not fathom why Han Li remained so composed, his smile inexplicably eased the turmoil within her heart. With her teeth lightly biting her lip and a faint blush gracing her cheeks, she smiled back, playfully acknowledging that if he truly desired her, then, very well, I shall grant you this opportunity. Do not say that I, the old demon, do not provide chances. Since you assert that anything in this world can be exchanged, let us trade the 2 treasures in your possession for the freedom of this girl, Ziling. Upon hearing this, the old demon, filled with rage, could not help but laugh, subsequently retracting his formidable aura. With a single breath, he made a demand that was exorbitantly audacious. The other cultivators present exchanged knowing glances, fully comprehending the implications of his words. It was evident to them that the old demon had no intention of allowing Ziling to leave. Otherwise, he would not have proposed such an outrageous condition. Heavenly treasures are of unparalleled worth. Their emergence invariably sends the cultivation world into disarray. Even among the esteemed cultivators of various sects, possessing 1 or 2 imitation treasures elicits envy from others. The fact that the old demon demanded 2 authentic treasures in exchange revealed a complete lack of sincerity. However, the mere fact that he had not immediately resorted to violence signified a degree of respect towards the other party. Yet, it was equally astonishing that this young man, surnamed Han, possessed not 1 but 2 treasures. Without such possessions, it is unlikely he could have single-handedly thrown the Yin Luo sect into turmoil. The demise of the sect's master at his hands seemed to hold some truth. The other cultivators murmured among themselves, while Ziling, upon hearing this demand, turned pale as she understood the true value of the treasures and recognized the impossibility of meeting such a demand. To suggest exchanging treasures was indeed an absurd proposition. I must respectfully decline this outrageous condition, Han Li sighed, resolutely rejecting the offer. Then let us barter with the extinguishing immortal's pearl upon your person. That would suffice. The old demon, with a cold chuckle, spoke once more. The extinguishing immortal pearl is something I cannot agree to, even if I were willing to barter. I fear that without this treasure for protection, you might find an excuse to turn against me. Han Li furrowed his brow and slowly shook his head. At least you possess some self-awareness. However, apart from the spiritual treasures and the extinguishing immortal pearl, what other valuables might you possess that could catch my interest? I have lived for over 1,000 years. Even if there are things in the mortal realm that entice me, they are unlikely to be in your possession. The old demon spoke with a tone of derision. Is that so? That remains to be seen. I wonder, how much longer does my esteemed friend have to live? Han Li suddenly chuckled softly. Though my lifespan may not be extensive, living another 300 to 400 years poses no issue. Why do you ask? The old demon was momentarily taken aback, a hint of surprise crossing his face. Upon hearing this, a mysterious expression flickered across Han Li's visage. He moved his lips subtly, yet no words emerged, as he communicated once more through thought. The ancient elder with the wooden crown soon heard a voice in his ear. If I were to offer you, my dear friend, the chance to extend your life by another 400 to 500 years, would you be willing to release Miss Ziling from the Demon Palace? For 500 years, are you referring to the revitalizing water? The previously scoffing wooden-crowned elder straightened in his seat, his expression shifting dramatically. The old demon, originally watching the unfolding drama with amusement, was now caught off guard by the sudden change in demeanor, glancing over in surprise. Simultaneously, the elder Xiang Ji opened his eyes, casting a look of suspicion toward the old demon. It was only then that the old demon realized his lapse in composure. With a swift change of thought, his demeanor instantly returned to normal. However, Han Li soon heard the old demon's voice resonating in his ear. In the human realm, the only elixir capable of extending one's lifespan to such an extent is the fabled returning yang water. Could it be that you possess this sacred medicine? If you truly have it, I would naturally allow this girl to depart, and perhaps even bestow upon you additional benefits. The old demon's tone shifted to one of fervent eagerness, as if he had transformed into an entirely different individual. Han Li did not possess the returning yang water, but he did have a portion of the essential ingredient, cold essence, required for its creation. He refrained from prolonging the conversation and calmly transmitted his reply. Only cold essence. The old demon's voice revealed a hint of disappointment, clearly indicating that he was currently beset by a sense of anxiety and uncertainty. If I truly had the finished returning yang water, why would I need to trade with you? I could simply present it to my senior brother and Wen Daoist, and they would likely assist me in forcibly taking away Miss Ziling. I doubt you could stop them. The old demon must surely be aware of the method to concoct returning yang water, although the sunfire is difficult to procure with cold essence in hand. The celestial demon sect has a strong chance of successfully creating it. What do you think? Using this material to negotiate for Miss Ziling's departure would not be unfair to you, brother Hu, would it? Han Li stated confidently. For these transformation stage cultivators, a potion that could extend life was undoubtedly more coveted than a couple of magical treasures. Han Li did not believe that the old demon would remain unmoved. Were it not for his possession of this ingredient, he would genuinely have found it challenging to extricate Ziling from the clutches of the Demon Palace. Certainly, the reason he dared to present this item was due to the apprehension the other party held towards him. Otherwise, he had no desire to provoke a nascent soul cultivator into taking drastic measures against him. The communication from across the way fell into a contemplative silence. As the old demon's gaze flickered with contemplation, the old monster Feng and Xiang Zhili exchanged glances, each reflecting surprise in the other's eyes. Neither could fathom what conversation transpired between the old demon and Han Li, which had seemingly diffused the former's previously fierce demeanor. The other nascent soul cultivators were equally filled with curiosity, yet none dared to voice their inquiries. Chapter 1240. A single strike as far as I am aware. Were it not for the existence of nascent soul cultivators in the lesser extreme palace in the past and the rarity of the sun essence fire, this item would have long been seized by other cultivators. Although the lesser extreme palace currently lacks a nascent soul cultivator, the cold essence had mysteriously vanished long ago. I, too, have personally infiltrated the lesser extreme palace in search of it, yet to no avail. How did you acquire this cold essence? Could it be the very vial that went missing from the lesser extreme palace? The old demon's voice resonated with a somber tone. Certainly not. What a coincidence would that be for the vial of cold essence that went missing to have ended up in Han's possession. I merely obtained a small portion from the ancient jade in the illusory spirit hall of the lesser extreme palace. In this exchange with my esteemed friend, I cannot part with all of it. A modest division would barely suffice for the crafting of 2 portions of returning yang water. Han Li appeared to have anticipated the old demon's inquiry, responding with unwavering composure. Humph, I care not from whence this item originates. This item was never meant for excessive use. It suffices for my own needs. However, should you truly intend to employ it as a bargaining chip, I have an additional condition. If you agree, I shall allow the young lady Ziling to depart from the demon mount. The elder with the wooden crown shifted his gaze and abruptly ceased his telepathic communication, speaking directly. What is the condition? A flicker of surprise crossed Han Li's face as he was taken aback by the unexpected stipulation. It is quite simple. In addition to the item you mentioned, you must withstand a blow from me without evasion or the use of the Annihilation Pearl. regardless of whether you endure it or not. I shall not impose any further difficulties upon you." The elder's eyes glinted coldly as they swept over Xiling before he spoke with a stoic expression. Upon hearing this condition, Xiangji's demeanor shifted momentarily, only to quickly revert to its previous state. Meanwhile, the old monster phone cast a bewildered glance at the old demon, while the others displayed a myriad of expressions. The transformation of the old demon had already left them perplexed, uncertain of what rare treasure Hanli possessed that could elicit such a reaction from a practitioner of the flower god. Yet, upon hearing this condition, they fell into silence once more. "Endure a blow from you without evasion?" Han Li's pupils constricted as he murmured in disbelief. "Indeed, that is the condition. If I do not demonstrate some resolve, others may truly believe that the master of the demon palace cannot even protect his own consort." The old demon spoke ominously. In that instant, the hall fell silent once again as many pondered in secret. Did the old demon still harbor murderous intentions, intending to seize this opportunity to strike down his opponent? Given the astonishing disparity between the Yuan Ing and Huashan cultivators, how could one possibly withstand a blow without evasion? As all eyes turned towards Han Li, Ziling's visage grew pale to the point of translucence. After a moment's silence, she suddenly clenched her silver teeth and declared, without needing Brother Han to exchange anything, "I have changed my mind. I no longer intend to leave the demon palace. You may depart on your own, Brother Han." Her words were laced with a bittersweet tone. Han Li was momentarily taken aback by her statement, but soon grasped her intentions, allowing a soft chuckle to escape his lips. Yet, before he could respond, the cold voice of the old demon interjected. "Do you think my demon palace is a mere plaything, where one can come and go as they please? Once I have consented to this transaction, your desire to remain here is nothing but a delusion." "Young man Han, you would not agree to such terms, would you?" "I indeed would not," Han Li replied. "If it were merely a single strike, I would genuinely be inclined to accept." He shook his head at Ziling, nonchalantly assenting. The old demon chuckled darkly. Raising a hand and pointing a finger towards the distant Ziling instantly, she felt a tingling sensation in her dantian, causing her to gasp in shock, her complexion paling further. Subsequently, her delicate form shuddered as several strands of dark energy erupted from within her, swirling like ethereal serpents before vanishing into the old demon's finger. Only then did Ziling regain her composure. After a slight flow of her internal energy, her countenance transformed into one of astonishment and joy. The spiritual power, which had previously been inaccessible, surged forth once more. Observing this, Han Li extended his consciousness into Ziling's body, and after a brief moment, satisfaction finally graced his features. "The enchantment within this woman's body has indeed vanished. Where is the item?" Old Devil Who inquired without reservation. His gaze fixed icily upon Han Li the moment he lifted the restriction on Ziling. A smirk played on Han Li's lips as he raised a hand, a beam of white light shooting forth from his sleeve. Old Devil Whose eyes gleamed as he seized the light in midair with a single grasp. It was a milky white jade bottle. His eyes flickered momentarily before he brushed his sleeve across the bottle, causing the lid to open on its own. Simultaneously, ripples of black light emanated outwards, forming a layer of dark aura to prevent prying eyes from scrutinizing the bottle's contents. The venerable elder's cautious demeanor piqued the curiosity of the others, even causing Xiangji to stroke his beard in contemplation. After a brief inspection, a smile graced Old Devil Who's face. He recapped the bottle, and with a turn of his hand, it vanished without a trace. Once more, he turned his gaze upon Han Li, the smile replaced by a palpable malevolence. Abruptly, a flash of black light enveloped him, transforming him into a streak of darkness that shot out of the hall, leaving behind a chilling voice devoid of emotion. "Han, I await you outside. Do not keep me waiting." Before the words had fully faded, the dark streak had vanished through the doorway, its lingering echo reverberating through the hall. Han Li, unfazed, calmly poured himself another cup of spiritual wine, which he drained in a few gulps before rising to his feet. "Brother Han, are you truly going to face his attack head-on? He is indeed a transcendent cultivator?" Ziling furrowed her delicate brows, unable to suppress her concern. "Fear not. If it is merely a single strike, I possess a fair degree of confidence," Han Li remarked with a serene smile, casting a glance at her. In the past, prior to his ascension to the late Yuanying stage, he had withstood a blow from the fragmented soul of the ancient demon ancestor. Faced with a transcendent cultivator, he felt a certain level of assurance. "Then I shall accompany Brother Han, standing by to observe the battle," Ziling declared, her eyes sparkling with determination. Upon meeting the unusual glimmer in her gaze, Han hesitated briefly before nodding in acquiescence. A flicker of spiritual light enveloped him as he grasped Ziling's hand, both transforming into a streak of azure light that shot forth, vanishing without a trace at the entrance of the hall. Within the hall, the blue-robed scholar and others also harnessed their escaping light, rushing out of the grand chamber in a flurry. They were not inclined to miss such an exciting spectacle. Even the two other enchanting female cultivators, who aspired to become concubines like Ziling, hesitated for a moment before accompanying the palace maidens as they exited. In an instant, only Xiang Zhili and the old monster Feng remained in the hall. Surprisingly, they sat in silence, not moving an inch. "Brother Xiang, what are your thoughts?" The old monster Feng finally spoke. "What is there to consider?" Xiang Zhili replied, his expression unchanged. "It is evident that Han has something that can make the old demon overlook even the matter of losing his concubine. There are indeed few things in this world that can stir the heart of an old demon." Feng chuckled coldly. "Since such things are indeed scarce, yet they do exist. What is so peculiar about it?" Xiang Zhili remained remarkably composed. Xiang Zhi did not wish to inquire about the nature of that object, which could provoke such an uncharacteristic display from the old demon who. It was likely a treasure of considerable value to both you and me. The old monster Feng gazed deeply at Xiang Zhi, his words laden with significance. Even if that object were a priceless artifact capable of aiding us in transcending our current limitations, or perhaps a miraculous elixir that could extend our lives by a century or two, what then? Does Feng Daoist believe that merely breaking through to the next realm would grant us ascension to the spirit realm, or that living a few extra centuries would enable us to cultivate to the late stage of the transformation god? If such feats remain unattainable, we should refrain from being distracted by external matters and instead focus on seeking spatial nodes. If we can locate the appropriate nodes, we may still have the prospect of immortality. Why pursue distant goals when the nearer path is available? Xiang Zhi sighed as he articulated these thoughts. Indeed, Xiang's reasoning holds merit. It appears I, Feng, have momentarily succumbed to greed. Regardless of the object's nature, once it falls into the hands of the old demon who, it is certainly beyond our reach. Moreover, judging by whose demeanor, he seems unwilling to divulge any information to others. However, it is troubling that this old demon would compel the young Han to withstand one of his strikes. His intentions may not be pure. Could he truly be seeking to take advantage of this opportunity to end the young man's life? After a moment's contemplation, Feng found himself smiling wryly. There should be no cause for concern. I have already forewarned Daoist who. Furthermore, since Han has boldly agreed, he must possess some assurance. Yet, let us not forget. This old demon is unpredictable. To be on the safe side, we should venture out and assess the situation, lest he act recklessly and cause unforeseen consequences. Suddenly recalling something, Xiang Zhi furrowed his brow, feeling increasingly restless. The old wind monster nodded slightly and rose to his feet. In a mere flicker, both figures vanished from sight. A moment later, they reappeared near the entrance of the hall, only to disappear once more in an instant. Meanwhile, high above the ground, over 100 feet away, Han Li and the old wooden-crowned man were locked in a standoff, suspended in midair. One wore a calm expression, while the other remained impassive. Scattered on the ground were several other cultivators, but from the adjacent palaces, hundreds of elegantly adorned demon palace maidens emerged, their eyes fixed on the spectacle above. Whispering excitedly among themselves, their faces alight with exhilaration. It was no wonder, as opportunities for the master of the demon palace to strike personally were rare even for them. Do you think that if the old demon were to exert his full power, this young lad Han would be able to withstand the blow? The old wind monster squinted at the scene in the sky for a moment before suddenly turning his head, a peculiar expression on his face as he inquired. If it were merely a routine attack, he would undoubtedly handle it with ease. However, if he were to sacrifice some of his lifespan, or even resort to using that treasured artifact of his, I fear that Junior Han might not emerge unscathed. Replied Xiang Zhili, his brow furrowing slightly. What you say holds merit. Yet, you may not be aware that the old demon recently acquired a rare treasure, rumored to possess power surpassing that of a spiritual artifact. The peculiar aspect of this treasure is that it can be easily wielded after being refined with a special secret technique. As the old demon merely needed to slightly harness his own magical power, his immense strength was beyond imagination. I surmised that he would undoubtedly employ this treasure. The wind old monster chuckled softly. Such a thing exists. Xiang Zhilai's expression subtly shifted, revealing a hint of concern, while Xiang Zhilai and his companion whispered among themselves. The two adversaries suspended in the air finally commenced their actions. The elder adorned with a wooden crown flicked his sleeve, and a burst of emerald light shot forth, spiraling before transforming into an object that hovered before him. It was, astonishingly, an ancient scroll, shimmering with an enigmatic green radiance, imparting an aura of profound mystery. The old demon cast a cold glance at Han Li, suddenly forming hand seals and reciting incantations. As the scroll gradually unfurled under the incantation, a vibrant emerald glow danced upon it, revealing faintly a picturesque landscape with several green mountains of varying sizes, resembling a beautiful landscape painting. However, before anyone could discern the contents of the scroll, a surge of green mist erupted from it, swiftly enveloping the entire scroll. From within the mist emerged a chorus of cries, as 18 beams of emerald light shot skyward. An astonishing scene unfolded. As these beams reached a considerable height, their brilliance condensed, revealing miniature mountains, each approximately 10 feet tall, radiating a vibrant green hue and exuding an aura of vitality. The cries resonated from these diminutive peaks. Upon witnessing this extraordinary phenomenon, Han Li was taken aback. His previously languid demeanor transformed into one of gravity. Without a moment's hesitation, he flipped his hands, causing two treasures, a green wooden ruler and a small azure cauldron, to manifest in his grasp. A hand cast the wooden ruler forward, and the shadow of a lotus flickered momentarily before swelling into a magnificent silver giant lotus that stood protectively before him. The wooden ruler began to rotate slowly at the heart of the lotus, emanating a brilliant green light. Almost simultaneously, Han Li gently flicked the azure small cauldron, and with a melodic chime, the lid sword opened, releasing a cascade of delicate azure threads. As the azure light enveloped him, it transformed into a vast net stretching over 10 zhang, descending from above to encase Han Li within its protective embrace. The virtual cauldron itself shrank to a few feet in size and hovered above his head. Subsequently, Han Li formed a hand gesture, causing a flash of golden light to emerge from his body, revealing a layer of resplendent golden shield that closely adhered to his garments. A manifestation of the Buddhist relic known as the Vajra shield. Having established 3 formidable layers of protection, Han Li felt a sense of relief. Observing this, the old devil across from him remarked nonchalantly, "Since you are prepared, I shall now make my move." With his words lingering in the air, the old devil emitted a low shout, forming a hand gesture that summoned a jet-black beam from his mouth, which vanished into the green mist. The old devil was channeling his spiritual power into the misty scroll with fervor. Following a thunderous boom, the emerald fog surged violently, and 18 black beams ascended skyward, each directed towards 18 miniature mountains suspended in the air. These mountains instantly radiated a dazzling emerald brilliance, swelling rapidly until they transformed into towering giants, reaching heights of 50 to 60 zhang, becoming true mountain peaks. The eerie cries echoing from within grew increasingly intense, as small azure apes, each about a foot in size, flickered in and out of sight among the mountains, hinting at deeper mysteries yet to be unveiled. Witnessing this spectacle, the gathered cultivators below erupted in astonished exclamations. Xiling couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern. The old demon's face momentarily darkened, and with a single, forceful gesture, he grasped the void as if it were solid, sending a small mountain hurtling across the air. After a series of deliberate motions, the old demon summoned 7 or 8 mountains, which soared through the air like thunderbolts, aimed directly at Han Li's position. Such colossal entities, even a solitary one, were beyond the capacity of an ordinary Yuan-Ing cultivator to withstand. Although there remained about 10 more peaks, the old demon exhaled deeply, his eyes dimming with a flicker of concern, and his actions came to a halt. It was uncertain whether the old demon genuinely feared the consequences, believing these mountains would present Han Li with a formidable challenge, or if the act of summoning them was indeed a significant drain on his magical energy, and he was reluctant to expend too much. Han Li was momentarily taken aback. While he was aware that the conditions for the old demon's strike would not be trivial, he was nonetheless astonished that the old demon had resorted to hurling several small mountains directly at him. Regardless of any mystical properties these mountains might possess, the sheer force of their impact would be insurmountable, even with his protective spirit treasures. Had it not been for their prior agreement, he could have easily employed his escape techniques. However, he found himself compelled to stand his ground, facing the oncoming threat. A bitter taste filled Han Li's mouth. But as his thoughts raced, he swiftly clapped his hand against his waist. In an instant, a black light shot forth, spiraling into the form of a small, pitch-black monkey just a few inches tall, the soul cry beast. Simultaneously, With a flick of his sleeve, a small black vial emerged. As the vial was inverted, 5 humanoid skeletal figures erupted from it. Propelled by a surge of grayish-white demonic energy, they were the 5 hearts of unity. With a swift gesture of his hands, Hanli hastily urged forth his mental energy. The little monkey's body shimmered with a dark radiance, rapidly swelling until it transformed into a towering giant ape, standing over 30 zhang in height. With colossal fists, it pounded its chest, emitting a resonant roar that shattered the air like rolling thunder. Following this, a fierce snort erupted from its nostrils, unleashing a torrent of yellow mist that coalesced into a massive yellow trident. The ape raised a hand and seized the weapon. Resembling a celestial demon descended from the heavens. On the other side, 5 skeletal figures converged, morphing amidst swirling demonic energy into a giant skeletal ape, each clutching a colossal, phosphorescent bone blade. These 2 formidable entities, one demonic and one beastly, stood on either side of Hanli. Almost simultaneously, the first small mountain came crashing down with tremendous force. Before Hanli could make a move, the skeleton and the giant ape acted in unison. One inhaled deeply, raising the trident to intercept the sky, while the other brandished 2 bone blades, crossing them fiercely in the air. With a thunderous roar, amidst a cascade of spiritual light bursting forth, the giant ape and skeleton sank slightly as the immense green mountain pressed down like Mount Tai. The 3 massive weapons struck in succession, their descent halting as if held aloft in midair. Hanli, having just produced a tricolor feather fan, did not display any signs of delight. Shortly thereafter, a series of resounding crashes echoed as additional small mountains descended, all landing in the same spot, compounding their weight. In such a scenario, even the formidable strength of the giant ape and the skeleton could not withstand the overwhelming pressure. As the third thunderous sound reverberated, the colossal ape trembled violently, its ominous visage darkening as the yellow trident in its grasp began to shatter piece by piece. Simultaneously, the giant's form rapidly diminished amidst the black radiance, shrinking to a mere 10 feet in height. Without the giant's assistance, the skeletal figure found its strength considerably diminished. Consequently, upon the arrival of the fourth thunderous sound, there was a resounding crack as the bone blades in the skeleton's hands splintered into 2 segments, and the 4 towering mountains descended mercilessly upon it. The vast, shadowy expanse instantly enveloped the skeletal figure beneath its weight. Witnessing this predicament, even the usually tyrannical giant skeleton exhibited a hint of trepidation. Meanwhile, Hanli felt a surge of anxiety. He brandished his 3-flame fan, preparing to unleash a gust into the skies. However, at that moment, an astonishing occurrence unfolded before him. With a muffled thud, the 5 demonic skeletons emitted a furious roar, releasing a torrent of 5-colored flames that struck the base of the lowest green peak. The explosion of the vibrant hues momentarily halted the descent of that mountain by a factor of 10. Yet, the subsequent peaks remained unaffected by the 5-colored flames, continuing their relentless descent. Following a cataclysmic roar, the 4 mountains collided in a manner beyond imagination, erupting in the air with a radiant green light akin to a blazing sun. Beneath the brilliant green glow, a tumultuous display of 5-colored flames swirled, seemingly lifting the emerald radiance gently. The juxtaposition of these 2 phenomena was astonishingly beautiful, leaving Hanli momentarily speechless. Although he was aware that the fusion of the 5 extreme cold flames would give rise to a peculiar divine ability, he had not anticipated its astonishing power, capable of affecting even such colossal entities. Upon witnessing this scene from a distance, the old demon, whose expression darkened, with a slight mental tug, 2 of the 4 mountain peaks behind him abruptly halted in midair and simultaneously plummeted, vanishing entirely into the emerald radiance. This time, an even more thunderous roar erupted. The spatial fluctuations distorted, and the emerald sun pressed down with renewed ferocity. The 5-colored radiance experienced intense turbulence, shattering into countless fragments that dissipated into nothingness. However, Hanli had long since activated his incantation. The enormous skeleton instantly transformed into 5 streams of white mist that scattered in all directions. From below, a phoenix cry resonated as a 3-colored firebird surged forth from the 3-flame fan, colliding forcefully beneath the emerald sun. A halo, several dozen feet wide, erupted in an explosion, and the 3-colored light momentarily staved off the downward force of the emerald glow. The 2 forces interwove in midair, yet it was evident that the 3-colored flame was faltering, succumbing once again to gravity. Hanli's gaze flickered as he pointed to the azure ding above his head with a single hand. The azure net that had originally protected him shimmered with spiritual light, transforming into a misty azure cloud that surged toward the sky. Once this cloud integrated with the three-colored halo, it managed to temporarily support the descending emerald radiance. However, as the other two mountain peaks sequentially fell, the emerald light once more began to descend slowly. Hanli took a deep breath and, with a flick of his sleeve, sent a silver lotus gliding forward. The massive lotus before him wavered and then vanished into thin air. Yet, in the next moment, a seven-colored Buddhist light flashed above Hanli, and the silver lotus re-emerged. As the small green at the heart of the lotus spun vigorously, the lotus began to swell dramatically once again. Having completed these preparations, Hanli, without any pause, rubbed his hands together. With a pair of thunderous cracks, two golden arcs, as thick as arms, shot forth from his sleeves, converging to transform into a colossal golden serpent, as thick as a bowl, which swayed its head and tail as it lunged straight into the air. Simultaneously, Hanli opened his mouth and expelled a crystalline, rounded pearl, which transformed into a purple dragon over 100 feet long, equally ferocious, and lunged forth. The silver giant lotus also greeted the emerald radiance in the sky, slowly ascending. The descending emerald radiance suddenly flashed with spiritual light, revealing the 8 emerald peaks once more. Although 4 of them were incomplete, their light dimmed, while the other 4 were perfectly intact. However, these peaks, suffused with emerald light, underwent an astonishing transformation, merging together as the 8 peaks converged. In that instant, a colossal mountain, nearly 1,000 feet in size, materialized in the air and unhesitatingly pressed downward. At this moment, the purple dragon, electric serpent, and silver giant lotus below simultaneously surged upward. Instantly, various spiritual lights erupted, with electric arcs, icy air, silver light, and emerald radiance interweaving, causing the mountain to falter momentarily. However, the mountain was simply too immense. Regardless of the electric arcs, thunder strikes, or icy confinement, they seemed insignificant against its massive form. With a slight tremor, it descended once more, forcibly pressing down the silver lotus, which was over 30 feet in size. Below, Hanli narrowed his eyes slightly, his pupils flashing with a blue radiance. He then let out a low shout, opening his mouth to expel a mist of vital blood. This blood immediately entered the center of the silver lotus in the air, drawn in by the green ruler. Hanli's 10 fingers moved in a whirl, forming one incantation after another, while a profound and esoteric chant resounded clearly. Upon hearing this incantation, Xiang Zhili and the old monster Feng, who had been quietly observing the battle below, exchanged glances, both revealing expressions of astonishment. Just as the towering mountain seemed poised to crush the giant lotus, an unexpected chorus of 8 distinct, eerie shrieks emanated from the green wooden ruler within the lotus. In an instant, this ruler began to spin, suddenly revealing 8 shadowy figures, each about an inch in size. Under the influence of Hanli's incantation, these figures rapidly expanded, transforming into 8 ethereal beasts, each measuring 10 zhang in length, radiating a vibrant green light that gave them an almost tangible presence. Each of these phantoms bore a striking resemblance to the legendary spiritual beasts of the world. The 8 phantoms either belched forth spiritual flames or leapt forth with fierce intent, collectively exerting their power to staunchly block the mountain, which could now only rotate slowly in midair, unable to descend even a fraction. Observing this scene from a distance, the old demon's expression finally shifted to one of concern. Although he had not truly intended to annihilate Hanli with this move, he certainly harbored the desire to inflict serious injury. If Hanli were to effortlessly withstand this strike, the purpose of his conditions would surely be rendered futile. With this thought in mind, the old demon, appearing motionless, secretly concentrated his spirit, and suddenly, the cries of myriad beings erupted from the emerald peak. Countless gray shadows shot forth from the mountain, transforming into a swarm of formidable gray apes, each about 10 feet in length, descending ferociously. These azure apes are not truly monstrous beasts, rather. They are transformed souls of demons, summoned during the crafting of this treasure through a blood sacrifice. Essentially, they possess an immortal essence, able to regenerate even when severed into countless fragments. Given but a moment, they can re-emerge from the emerald peaks, their strength escalating in the presence of formidable foes while waning against the weak, rendering them exceedingly troublesome. However, the instant these azure apes manifested, they diminished in size beside Hanli, transforming into a soul-calling beast of roughly 10 feet in height. Its eyes gleamed brightly, and without uttering a word, it emitted a resonant cry. Subsequently, Its form expanded again within a shroud of black light. This time, its body only swelled to over 10 feet before halting its transformation, releasing a snort. From the colossal ape's nostrils, waves of yellow mist erupted, morphing into hundreds of hazy yellow beams that shot skyward. Curiously, despite the azure ape's palpable demonic aura, each possessing astounding cultivation, comparable to that of extraordinary demonic beasts, a few even appearing to reach the pinnacle of 7th rank. They fell like ants, struck down by the yellow light. In an instant, they transformed into wisps of green vapor, which were swiftly drawn back into the yellow beams. These wisps were inhaled by the soul-calling beast, now taking the form of the giant ape. Remarkably, not a single azure ape evaded capture. All became sustenance for the soul-calling beast. Once it had consumed all the azure apes, its form diminished once more, transforming into a shadowy light that flew into Han Li's waist, the attire vanishing without a trace, returning to his spiritual beast pouch. Han Li was momentarily taken aback, but soon thereafter, he received a message through his consciousness indicating that the soul-calling beast was poised to evolve once more, filling his heart with joy. The peculiar phenomenon of the wailing soul devouring such a multitude of the fierce ape spirits not only astonished the other cultivators, but also left the old demon who momentarily dumbfounded. While others might be unaware of the formidable nature of these ape spirits, as the master of the treasure, he was acutely aware of their tenacity. His astonishment, naturally, exceeded that of the others. Meanwhile, the colossal mountain hovering in the sky, held at bay by the combined efforts of the 8 spiritual beast apparitions, remained suspended in midair, appearing unable to descend any further. Han Li, with a pale countenance, gazed intently at the mountain above, contemplating whether to employ other treasures to obliterate it entirely. Aha! Indeed, brother Han and friend, who possess remarkable powers. Perhaps we should conclude this skirmish here. Continuing further may truly jeopardize our amicable relations. Suddenly chimed in Xiang Ji Li with a hearty laugh. In a swift motion, he vanished without a sound from his original position. Yet, in an instant, he reappeared between Han Li and the old demon who, seemingly nonchalantly grasping at the towering emerald mountain with one hand. With a thunderous roar, a ghostly claw, shrouded in swirling black mist, materialized from the void, resembling a colossal entity descending from the heavens. It seized the summit of the mountain, and with a powerful grip, it raised the peak by more than 10 zhang. Observing Xiang Ji Li's display of power, Han Li's expression shifted slightly, while the old demon, whose demeanor turned grim. Humph. I did not expect friend Xiang's giant spirit claw to have reached such a level. Is this display intended as a demonstration of superiority over me? Who? The old demon who remarked coldly, surveying the scene with a sinister glint in his eyes. The giant spirit claw is merely a trivial skill. How could it possibly impress Brother Hu? I merely feared that my esteemed companion might, in a moment of enthusiasm, forget our agreement to strike. Now, it seems that Brother Han has indeed received this strike, has he not? Xiang Ji Lei smiled faintly, dismissing the matter lightly. How could I, as the master of the demon palace, take offense at the words of a mere nascent soul cultivator? Indeed, Brother Han has taken on this blow. The elder demon, his expression shifting through a spectrum of emotions for a time, finally regarded Xiang Ji Lei and slowly nodded. He then raised a hand, gesturing towards the distant mountain. Instantly, a resonant hum emanated from the mountain, its entire form shimmering with a verdant glow. The corner of Xiang Ji Lei's mouth twitched, and the colossal claw that grasped the mountain's peak vanished into thin air. Subsequently, the 1,000 zhang mountain trembled and transformed into 800 zhang peaks, which then whistled back towards him, their size rapidly diminishing. By the time the 8 peaks approached the scroll, they had shrunk to mere inches and disappeared within the image. This scene also unfolded with the other 10 verdant peaks hovering above the elder demon, and in the blink of an eye, all the small mountains vanished into the painting. The artwork, pulsating with spiritual light, gradually closed, reverting to an unremarkable ancient scroll. The elder demon grasped into the void, and the scrolls transformed into a burst of green light that disappeared into his sleeve. Though I shall not be marrying that girl, Ziling, the other 2 remain. And the concubine ceremony will indeed be held in 3 days. I trust Brother Xiang will not take his leave without partaking in a toast to the joyous occasion. The elder with the wooden crown, his gaze flickering over Han Li and Xiang Ji Lei and the others, unexpectedly broke into a smile, as if the earlier awkwardness with Xiang Ji Lei had never transpired. Naturally, having already presented my congratulatory gifts, how could I refrain from raising a glass or two? With a similarly beaming smile, Xiang Zhili showed no signs of surprise. Daoist Han, why not stay a few more days in my palace? Perhaps depart after the ceremony. The old devil who nodded, then calmly addressed Han Li in the same manner. Han Li's gaze flickered momentarily, but as his thoughts raced, he maintained a composed expression and replied, "Of course. Since neither senior brother Xiang nor Daoist Feng are leaving, how could I? Haha, splendid. Fellow Daoists, let us return to the palace and indulge in a few more cups," exclaimed Hu, throwing his head back in laughter before transforming into a streak of dark light, dashing towards the palace below. The cultivators below, previously shaken by the display of powers from the battle between Han Li and Hu, were left in awe and admiration. Upon hearing Hu's words, they readily agreed and followed suit. Meanwhile, Feng Laogui chuckled softly before also returning to the grand hall. Only the astonished Ziling remained below, her face alight with surprise. "Junior brother Han, shall we not enter as well?" she asked, her expression a blend of concern and gratitude. "Rest assured, junior sister," Han Li reassured her. "Daoist, who is a person of character, since you have withstood one of his strikes, this matter is settled. He will not seek further trouble. You may enjoy your time in the demon palace for a few more days." With a cheerful grin, Xiang Zhili finished his words and gracefully floated downwards. Entering the hall with an air of confidence, Han Li let out a wry smile, shook his head, and slowly descended as well. "Brother Han, are you all right?" Ziling could no longer contain her concern and approached him, her exquisitely delicate face reflecting a mix of worry and gratitude. "I am fine. Merely a bit drained of vitality," Han Li replied. "Miss Ziling, do you intend to depart now? Or will you wait until after the ceremony of the old demon's marriage to leave?" Han Li asked her calmly. "When are you planning to leave, brother Han?" "I can accompany you and Han Shigong," Ziling replied almost without a moment's hesitation. "If that is the case, you will have to stay here for a while longer." "I fear I cannot leave immediately," Han Li said after a brief silence, letting out a soft sigh. "Indeed, leaving now seems somewhat inappropriate. It appears they truly harbor some trepidation towards you, brother Han. I believe remaining here would be wise, and the old demon would not go back on his word." Ziling hesitated for a moment before slowly nodding in agreement. Having regained her freedom, the sharpness and intelligence returned to her demeanor, transforming her once again into the fearless Ziling, who dared to traverse the world alone. Observing her revitalized spirit, Han Li smiled and proceeded towards the grand hall. Ziling glanced at Han Li's retreating figure, her bright eyes momentarily lost in thought, a hint of crimson blooming on her cheeks. However, she soon bit her lip and gracefully followed in his wake. 3 days later, the demon palace held the ceremony for the old demon's marriage to 2 other exquisite female cultivators as scheduled. The number of demon cultivators and loose practitioners attending the celebration had increased, amounting to around 20 or 30 individuals. Among them, even the lowest-ranked cultivators were at the mid-stage, while several late-stage experts had also joined the gathering. This prompted Han Li to re-evaluate the strength of the cultivation world in the Great Gene, realizing that Tiannan could hardly be compared. As the cultivators came to congratulate, witnessing the 3 transformation stage cultivators mingling with Han Li, they were naturally taken aback. However, from the accounts of the earlier group of cultivators, it became evident that Han Li was the individual responsible for nearly bringing the Yin Luo sect to such a desolate state. He had forcefully demanded a maid from the hands of the old devil Hu and had even engaged in a fierce confrontation with him. This revelation left everyone astounded, leading them to treat Han Li with utmost courtesy, fearful of any semblance of negligence in his presence. During these past few days, the old devil Hu maintained a demeanor of calmness when facing Han Li, as if the matter of marrying Ziling had never occurred. Han Li felt a sense of relief, yet he remained vigilant, exercising caution throughout the 3 days. Ziling, too, did not dare to stray far from Han Li's side. Having such a stunning beauty in close proximity was certainly not an unpleasant affair. Nevertheless, as soon as the celebration concluded, Han Li promptly bid farewell to Li and others, taking his leave with Ziling from the Demon Palace and descending from Demon Tuo Mountain, leaving no trace behind. 3 months later, on an unnamed picturesque hilltop, a young man clad in a blue robe stood quietly upon a massive stone, gazing into the distance. This seemingly ordinary youth was none other than Han Li, who had departed from Demon Tuo Mountain several months prior. At this moment, his eyes were level, yet they revealed a rare flicker of complexity and hesitation. Suddenly, he raised his hands, silently observing them for a moment. Just a day before, these hands had been fervently engaging with the jade-like skin of Ziling. The sensation of her warm and smooth flesh was truly extraordinary. Yet now, the enchanting beauty was gone, leaving him solitary in this place. It turned out that after Hanli had taken Zi-Ling out of the celestial demon sect's sphere of influence, the two had slowed their escape light. Engaging in conversation about their respective experiences since their separation in the abyss of demons all those years ago. In their interactions, one would be captivated while the other would share a knowing smile. It was undeniable that a thread of affection wove between them. After months of intimate companionship, their feelings blossomed uncontrollably, yielding to the gentle stirrings of spring. However, in the aftermath, Zi-Ling resolutely declared that since Hanli already had a dual cultivation partner and could not take her as his wife, she had no intention of becoming a concubine. Yet, she vowed that aside from Hanli, she would never again allow her heart to be swayed by another man, nor would she consider marrying anyone else. She resolved to devote herself entirely to her cultivation, aspiring to attain the Tao. Having spoken these words with a calm demeanor, Zi-Ling gracefully departed. Although Hanli possessed the power to compel her to stay, he recognized her unwavering resolve and could only silently witness her departure. Standing atop a small hill, he reflected on the months spent with Zi-Ling, feeling an indescribable sense of loss that was accompanied by a twinge of heartache. He understood that this was a sign of an unsettled heart, yet he refrained from casting any spells, choosing instead to quietly absorb the myriad emotions within him. After an indeterminate passage of time, the confusion in Hanli's eyes gradually dissipated, restoring his clarity and tranquility. Perhaps this was the nature of fate, connections without fruition. He murmured to himself. With that, a flash of azure light enveloped him, and he swiftly transformed into a radiant streak, soaring into the sky. Moments later, the brilliant light vanished beyond the horizon, leaving no trace behind. One of the 7 forbidden lands of the Great Gene, the Fire Abyss, has existed since ancient times in the southeastern region of the Great Gene. In this land, akin to a vast semi-state of fiery terrain, colors are nearly non-existent aside from the black and red hues that dominate the landscape. Stretching across countless miles, the area is dotted with innumerable volcanoes of various sizes. Some rise to towering heights, while others are merely a few hundred feet tall, resembling rolling hills. Among these volcanoes, some have craters that glow with an intense crimson light, flickering with astonishing flames, while others lie lifeless, cloaked in a somber black. There are those that rumble incessantly, erupting with torrents of steaming lava. Above this desolate ground, a thick layer of black and red fire clouds blankets the sky, and the surface surrounding the volcanoes is shrouded in a dark expanse, thickly coated with layers of volcanic ash. The low air is suffused with the acrid scent of sulfur, searingly hot, far surpassing the temperatures found beyond this realm. Yet, in this inhospitable environment where mortals cannot endure, some cultivators frequently appear, soaring through the air on their devices. Some descend to gather objects from the ground, while others plunge directly into the mouths of volcanoes, vanishing without a trace. Those who dare to enter the volcanoes are invariably high-ranking cultivators of considerable skill. Although the Fire Abyss is indeed a perilous domain, inhospitable to mortals, it is equally a treasure trove for those seeking materials imbued with fire attributes. The true essence of one of the 7 great forbidden areas does not merely refer to the vast expanse of land above, but specifically to the expansive mountainous region at the heart of the Fire Abyss. This area is enshrouded in a dense red mist that stretches for miles, the extent of which remains unknown. It is within this crimson fog that the true forbidden zone lies, where cultivators who venture inside seldom emerge alive. In the vicinity of this misty sea, the presence of any cultivators is generally imperceptible. However, on this particular day, at the edge of the fiery mist, a flash of ethereal light appeared on the horizon, and a streak of azure brilliance shot forth, arriving in the vicinity of the fiery mist within the blink of an eye. As the radiance subsided, it revealed the figure of a young male cultivator, none other than Hanli, who, after regaining his composure, had journeyed for several months and finally arrived at this location. Upon materializing, he cast a sweeping glance around before his gaze settled on the misty sea before him. This expanse of crimson mist was starkly different from the fog he had encountered previously. The vast mist appeared lifeless, devoid of any sound or movement. With his hands clasped behind his back, Hanli gazed contemplatively for a moment. Suddenly, he emitted a flash of spiritual light and propelled himself forward, the azure streak plunging into the misty sea. Upon entering, the protective azure light surrounding Hanli erupted violently upon contact with the crimson mist, producing a series of astonishing detonations. The intertwining flashes of red and blue light culminated in an overwhelming spectacle, growing ever more intense. Slightly taken aback, Hanley furrowed his brow. After soaring over 100 paces, he abruptly struck his storage pouch with one hand. A flash of red light ensued, and several streaks of crimson brilliance surged forth. After a brief spiral, they materialized into a dozen crystalline columns, each about a foot in length. Adorned with shimmering red light and intricately carved with lifelike depictions of a coiling red serpent, these were the fire dragon pillars he had crafted from resources obtained at Kunwa Mountain, forming a complete set of treasures. With incantations whispered softly, Hanley gently prodded the fiery pillars with a single hand. The pillars spun swiftly and, in an instant, shot forth, coming to a halt in midair just a few paces away. A flash of crimson light illuminated the scene as the vermilion dragons atop the pillars opened their mouths, unleashing torrents of scarlet radiance that enveloped Han Li in a protective fiery cocoon. Curiously, upon contact with the red mist, the previously tumultuous explosions ceased abruptly, effortlessly sliding past the luminous barrier without a trace of impact. Observing this, a fleeting expression of satisfaction crossed Han Li's face. He urged his escape light, which immediately surged in velocity several-fold. Within this sea of mist, his spiritual sense was significantly restricted. Even with his formidable perception, he could only grasp a small area nearby. Had he ventured here before his ascension to the advanced stage of a great cultivator, he would have fared far worse. It was evident that arriving here only after reaching the nascent soul stage was indeed a prudent decision. Han Li's purpose for this journey was to procure the solar essence fire necessary for concocting the rejuvenating yang water. Years ago, through the soul-searching of the nascent soul of the coldly master from the minor polar palace, he had uncovered the whereabouts of a fragment of solar essence fire, which lay hidden within this perilous infernal domain. However, the danger of this fire's lair had deterred him from pursuing it immediately. Now, having attained significant mastery in the late nascent soul stage and feeling a newfound confidence, he had returned. After all, the efficacy of yang water in prolonging one's lifespan was of immeasurable importance. During his time in the Demon Palace, in order to rescue Xiling, he had given a few drops of cold marrow to the old demon, leaving him with enough to concoct 5 or 6 portions. Yet, capturing this elusive fire, which vanished without a trace and resided within the heart of the inferno, proved exceedingly challenging. Otherwise, the esteemed Master Han Li would have long been aware of the descent of this fire. As a formidable cultivator, how could he not seize such an opportunity? Han Li mused that he already possessed the true fire of the Yin, and the chance to capture this fire was not beyond his reach. Otherwise, he would not have ventured here so recklessly. However, this misty sea is one of the forbidden realms of the Great Jin, a place rife with dangers beyond mere fiery manifestations of the Earth's wrath. Beneath the crimson fog, many unimaginable fire-attribute demon beasts dwell, with rumors suggesting the presence of formidable high-tier beasts of level 6 or 7. Should he be besieged by a dozen high-tier demon beasts, even an ordinary nascent soul cultivator could meet their demise. Moreover, the most perilous aspect of this crimson mist is not solely these beasts. As Han Li pondered, he suddenly sensed something, his eyes glinting with a cold light. With a swift motion, he raised one hand and flicked his fingers towards the side. A flash of golden light erupted as a sword chi shot forth, vanishing into the red fog. Chapter 1244. Formation, Altar, Great Cauldron. A strange cry echoed, and a shadow stumbled forth from the depths of the mist. It was a demon bird, several feet in length, with pale red plumage and striking blue eyes. However, one of its wings was marred by blood, a gaping hole the size of a fist pulsating with crimson blood. This creature appeared ferociously aggressive, despite its grievous injuries. It lunged menacingly at Han Li. This was not unexpected, as fire-attribute demon beasts are inherently more brutal and volatile than their counterparts of other attributes. Han Li sighed and casually flicked his fingers. The sound of piercing air echoed repeatedly as 5 strands of crimson light shot forth, swiftly penetrating the creature's body in various places. They then entwined and tightened their grip, flashing with a vibrant red glow, ultimately severing the beast into a myriad of bloody fragments. These were the delicate fire spirit threads, a treasure that revealed its terrifying prowess when faced with slightly weaker adversaries. With a single gesture of his hand, Han Li summoned the red strands back, which swiftly returned and vanished into his palm. As he delved deeper into the misty expanse, the appearance of demonic beasts became increasingly frequent, with dozens falling to Han Li's blade in mere moments. On one occasion, 5 or 6 fire apes, each about 10 feet in length, emerged simultaneously, charging at him. For an ordinary early-stage Yuanian cultivator, this would have caused a flurry of confusion, but for Han Li, it was a trivial matter. He merely exhaled a sword several inches in size, effortlessly slicing through 4 of the copper-headed, iron-armed fire apes in a swift motion. However, after traversing a bit further, he encountered his first genuine challenge. A few dozen feet ahead, a radiant sphere of crimson light, measuring roughly a foot in diameter, was undergoing constant transformation. It shifted between the forms of tigers and wolves, then morphed into that of avian beasts, lacking any truly fixed shape, as if it were an ethereal entity. Han Li gazed at this phenomenon with cold detachment and suddenly raised his hand, unleashing several golden sword energies in rapid succession. The golden light effortlessly cleaved the entity into several pieces, yet once the sword energies dissipated, the crimson light swiftly coalesced back together, effortlessly restoring itself to its original form. Han Li furrowed his brow, and with a swift gesture of both hands, he suddenly opened his mouth, unleashing a beam of violet light that pierced through the center of the luminous mass, creating an opening the size of a bowl. This was a secret technique he had recently comprehended after advancing to the late stage of the nascent soul, wherein he compressed the already refined purple extreme fire and expelled it with formidable spiritual power. Consequently, the magnitude of its might was indeed remarkable. Although the luminous mass restored itself after a brief moment, the rate of its healing was noticeably slower than before. As rumored, these fire spirit entities proved to be quite formidable. Even the frigid flames, which were their natural counter, appeared to be less effective. It was no wonder that Master Han Li had shown a degree of caution regarding such creatures in his memories. Han Li murmured a few words to himself. Just then, the red luminous mass transformed, morphing into a crimson demon that spewed red flames and lunged towards him. Han Li's expression darkened. With a single hand, he struck the air, summoning a massive azure hand that swiftly descended upon the demon, capturing it firmly. A slight exertion of his fingers caused the demon to disintegrate silently amidst flickering red light. Yet, in the next moment, the red lights nearby coalesced once more, restoring the demon to its former state. A cold smile crept upon Han Li's lips as he clapped one hand against his storage pouch, seemingly poised to retrieve a treasure. However, at that moment, a melodious chirp resonated from within him, and a flash of crimson light emerged from his shoulder, revealing a small red bird, no larger than a few inches. Delicate and exquisite in appearance, Han Li cast a sidelong glance at the bird-like creature, momentarily taken aback. It was, astonishingly, the manifestation of the true fire spirit, born of the Taiyin true fire. An expression of surprise crossed Han Li's face as he struggled to comprehend how this fire had chosen to reveal itself. Before he could ponder further, the fiery bird suddenly spread its wings and soared forth, darting straight towards the orb of red light. As it traversed the distance, the bird's form swelled dramatically. In a mere few flickers, it had grown to the size of a foot. With an open beak, it lunged at the glowing sphere. Strangely, the formless body of the red light yielded to the bird's peck, creating a breach almost instantaneously. In just a few strikes, a hole the size of a bowl appeared, and the fire orb could no longer restore itself to its original state. However, the spirit of the fire seemed devoid of intelligence, displaying no sense of pain. It merely shifted its form in a futile attempt to escape the clutches of the Taiyin firebird. Yet, the bird's talons remained firmly anchored to the spirit's body, rendering it immobile despite its desperate transformations. Conversely, the speed of the bird's pecking increased dramatically, and in the blink of an eye, the orb of fire had lost nearly half of its substance. Witnessing this scene, Han Li couldn't help but chuckle softly. He had never imagined that the Taiyin firebird could counter the most troublesome entity of the fire abyss. This turn of events spared him considerable effort. Thus, with an air of ease, he watched as the unique creature from the fire abyss was entirely consumed by the Taiyin firebird. With a clear, resounding cry, the bird circled gracefully before returning to perch upon Han Li's shoulder, preening its feathers as if it had no intention of re-entering Han Li's body just yet. In this sea of mist, it is evident that the only entity present is not merely the single fiery spirit. Han Li certainly would not take the unnecessary step of forcefully capturing this bird. Instead, he vanished once more into the depths of the fog, utilizing his escape light. The mountain range enveloped by this mist is indeed astonishingly vast, and with Han Li's spiritual sense constrained, he dared not traverse at an excessive speed. Thus, After 3 full days of flight, he finally arrived at his destination, a colossal, dormant volcano. Along the way, he had vanquished numerous beasts, tallying not less than 70 or 80, including several pinnacle 7th-tier creatures, merely a step away from attaining 8th-tier transformation. True 8th-tier beasts, once they awaken their intelligence, would not linger in the realm of fire, but would instead seek out other places for cultivation. As for the fiery spirits, they were not particularly common. He encountered merely 2 more, which were promptly devoured by the tiny firebird, causing him little trouble. However, when passing through a region of fiery lakes within the mountain range, Hanli found it necessary to significantly reduce his speed. This was due to the surges of crimson fire pillars erupting from the lake, which bore no forewarning and exhibited considerable power. While Hanli was not fearful of these fire pillars, he was certainly reluctant to expend his mana unnecessarily in a futile resistance. Thus, he cautiously moderated his speed as he traversed this area. Now, Hanli had descended upon the rim of the circular volcano, arms crossed, gazing intently ahead with eyes that sparkled with intrigue. With a swift motion, he tapped his waist storage pouch, and a thick stack of formation flags and plates materialized in his hands, which he then cast behind him. Suddenly, a flash of silver light appeared behind him, and another peculiar figure of Hanli materialized. He raised his hand and summoned a torrent of silver mist, which swiftly enveloped the array instruments, drawing them into his grasp. This was the humanoid puppet controlled by his second nascent soul. The puppet swayed slightly before transforming into a silver rainbow, soaring through the air and vanishing into the fog in the blink of an eye. Hanli then settled down in place, closing his eyes to cultivate his spirit. After a meal's worth of time, the sound of rushing air echoed, and the humanoid puppet reappeared before him, its hands empty. Hanli opened his eyes once more, glanced at the puppet, and nodded faintly. With a swift motion, the puppet vanished again. Meanwhile, Hanli's entire being radiated with spiritual light, transforming him into a streak of azure light that shot forth. After a few flashes, he halted at the very center of the volcanic crater, the brilliance receding to reveal his figure once again. Hanli surveyed his surroundings, then raised one hand. A previously concealed, white object was summoned forth. As it spun in the air, its form expanded dramatically amidst the surging spiritual light, ultimately transforming into a massive entity over 10 zhang tall, crashing down to the ground with a tremor that resonated through the earth. It was a small altar crafted from pure white jade, its surface inscribed with various runes, clearly elevated to the status of a magical artifact. With another gesture, a misty blue ding appeared in his palm. He chanted incantations, and several magical seals struck the ding. The small vessel spun rapidly, its spiritual light erupting forth as it expanded to a considerable size. Hanli gently flicked his finger against the cauldron, causing the lid to fly open with a resounding clang. A humming sound emanated from within, and a radiant blue aura burst forth, swiftly rippling outward. A crackling sound filled the air as the blue light swept by, revealing a thick layer of sparkling blue ice upon the ground. It was none other than the Qian blue ice flame. The small blue cauldron, a replica spiritual treasure, had originally been procured from the hands of the Coldly Master. There were originally 2 of these cauldrons, both of which now belonged to Hanli. As the blue light spread, the surrounding crimson mist receded in haste, and in an instant, the circular mountain opening became remarkably clear, the fog expelled forcefully. Observing this, Hanli smiled faintly, gesturing with one hand towards the great cauldron, which then floated gracefully before him, spiraling down to rest at the center of the altar. Meanwhile, Hanli had unknowingly acquired a palm-sized blue in his hand, upon which he swiftly inscribed several incantations. A deep rumble resonated from the ground nearby, and a colossal magical formation materialized. The altar was precisely at the heart of this formation, surrounded by a dazzling array of spiritual lights. At that moment, the great cauldron, the altar, and the magical array appeared to be a singular entity, as the Qian blue ice flame within the cauldron incessantly emitted its azure glow. The blue ice spread across the entire volcanic opening. Suddenly, with a grave expression, Hanli tapped the array discs several times. Instantly, the entire magical formation erupted with a tremendous roar, and dozens of blue light pillars shot skyward from the rim of the volcanic mouth, coalescing into a colossal luminous cage that completely sealed off the surrounding space. Each light pillar radiated brilliant blue light, soaring dozens of feet high, exuding an astonishing aura. Chapter 1245. The emergence of the fiery essence with a swift motion of his sleeve, Hanli unleashed another azure cauldron, which, after a resonant hum, expanded in size. Under the guidance of his divine consciousness, it gracefully ascended into the air above the colossal magical array, soaring to a height of over 20 feet. A flash of silvery light illuminated the cauldron, revealing a humanoid puppet that stood motionless at one corner, as steadfast as a mountain. Hanli nodded slightly and suddenly struck his waist pouch, from which a gust of frigid wind erupted, giving rise to 12 four-winged centipedes, each several feet long. Indeed, these were the 12 six-winged frost centipedes. Upon their emergence, they immediately began to sway and thrash, exhaling icy gales that enveloped the air in swirling white mist, concealing their forms from view. As the mist swirled and danced, it dispersed throughout the entirety of the luminous cage. Having completed these preparations, Hanli finally relaxed his demeanor. Yet, he remained vigilant, meticulously inspecting the magical array once more to ensure everything was in order. Satisfied, he positioned himself at a specific location within the array, gesturing with his hands to cast a spell. Suddenly, a layer of violet flames enveloped him, and his form appeared to waver, gradually sinking into the ground until he vanished without a trace. Within the immense light cage, only the unmoving humanoid puppet atop the cauldron and the drifting white mist remained. Meanwhile, several dozen feet underground, Hanli found himself amidst a sea of molten crimson lava. The intense heat that could obliterate any being was rendered ineffective against him, shielded as he was by the protective aura of the violet flames. Yet amidst the intertwining forces of heat and cold, a series of thunderous rumblings incessantly echoed in the vicinity, evoking a sense of discomfort. It was not that Hanli was unwilling to revert to his previous fire dragon pillar shield. Rather, the circumstances were not conducive. While the fire attribute shield could easily meld with the surrounding lava, the extreme heat of the environment necessitated a meticulous control of the internal temperature, resulting in a far greater expenditure of magical energy than that required for a cold attribute shield. Until he beheld the sun's essence fire, Hanli would naturally refrain from such a course of action. However, immersed in the lava, even with his consciousness extended to its maximum, the range of his perception was significantly diminished compared to when he was on the surface, limited to merely 100 or so feet. Upon realizing this situation, Hanli could not help but sigh. It was no wonder that the cold celestial being, well aware that the sun's essence fire resided in this very place, had failed to capture it throughout the years and ultimately abandoned the pursuit altogether. In such an environment, even a late-stage nascent soul cultivator would find it somewhat impractical to seize a fire of considerable sentience. Perhaps only a transformation god cultivator could entertain a glimmer of hope in such an endeavor. Despite his extensive preparations, Hanli remained uncertain about the actual outcome. He suddenly clapped the tiny firebird perched on his shoulder. The firebird unfurled its wings and soared out of the violet shield, plunging into the lava, disappearing from sight. The entire process was silent and unperturbed, seemingly indifferent to the searing heat of the lava, facing no hindrance whatsoever. Witnessing this, Hanli was initially rendered speechless, but soon felt a surge of delight. The tine true fire, being an essence of utmost ease from the mortal realm, appeared to be quite unhindered by the lava. It appears that this fire is reputed to be one of the 3 true spiritual flames, undoubtedly harboring mysteries unknown to him. Should the opportunity arise in the future, he must indeed delve into its profound intricacies. Speaking of which, the true fire of the moon and the essence fire of the sun are inherently distinct. One is born from extreme heat, while the other is of innate coldness, under the convergence of yin and yang. As long as the essence fire of the sun is in proximity, it will undoubtedly be attracted. He then observed how it was subsequently guided down to the ground. While pondering these thoughts, Hanli established a mental connection, trailing the firebird from a distance, and began to wander around the volcanic crater. Days turned into weeks as Hanli meticulously scoured the subterranean expanse within a radius of 10,000 miles. Particularly focusing on the sites previously noted by the esteemed Master Hanli, where traces of the essence fire had been detected. Regrettably, his efforts yielded no signs of the sun's essence fire. Frustration mounted as he reluctantly expanded his search radius, yet it seemed as if the essence fire had never existed, leaving no trace behind. One day, a month later, Hanli found himself searching in a location tens of thousands of miles from the volcano, his expression devoid of emotion. Yet internally, he felt a growing anxiety. Anyone who traverses through lava day in and day out surrounded by a sea of crimson. While exerting their mental energy to sweep the vicinity, would inevitably find it increasingly intolerable. Just as Hanli contemplated whether he should return to the surface to replenish his spiritual energy, his countenance suddenly shifted, and his eyes gleamed with excitement, revealing a look of astonishment. Without uttering a word, he tapped the storage bag with his toe, and instantly, a small black bottle containing the 5 harmonious spirits was summoned forth. It rolled slightly in the lava, releasing the 5 spirits, clearly uncomfortable in the molten environment. The spirits were nonetheless enveloped in a swirling gray-white aura, rendering them unafraid of the intense heat. Hanli chanted incantations, and one of the spirits transformed into a ghostly head, swiftly darting in all directions before vanishing into the depths of the lava. With a flick of his sleeve, he unleashed a dozen fire dragon pillars, the crimson shield reappearing to envelop him. However, his form began to blur and gradually meld into the surrounding lava, ultimately disappearing from sight. Consequently, the area fell into an eerie silence, interrupted only by the occasional sound of flowing lava. After a brief moment, a flash of red light surged forth, and the tiny firebird emerged from the molten depths, only to vanish again into another pool of lava. Almost simultaneously, the nearby lava erupted violently, its temperature soaring above double that of before. A silver flash indicated that something had darted past, closely pursuing the tiny firebird. As the silver light faded, the lava returned to its original state, yet the intense heat lingered. At that moment, a flicker of red light appeared, and Hanli, shielded, emerged from the vicinity, his eyes gleaming with delight as he gazed in the direction of the fading silver light. Without hesitation, he transformed into a streak of red and pursued it. Thus, with their combined efforts, the 3 entities traversed a distance of tens of thousands of miles in merely half an hour, arriving near the volcanic crater where the array had been set. However, it was at this juncture that trouble arose. Although the tiny firebird remains unfazed within the molten lava and exhibits unparalleled agility, its evasion speed pales in comparison to the silvery glow trailing behind. After a prolonged pursuit over such a considerable distance, when they were merely 10 miles from the volcano's mouth, the silvery light finally caught up with the firebird. In an instant, the silvery light lunged at the tiny firebird, the shimmering silver and crimson hues blending together in a dazzling display. Although Hanli hesitated to engage out of fear of startling the silvery entity away, he was ultimately able to discern its true form through the mental connection with the tiny firebird. It revealed itself to be a diminutive, winged horse, mere inches in size. Its body as pure as jade, with wings that glimmered like silver. As this little horse overtook the tiny firebird, it flapped its wings, unleashing a multitude of silver sparks that surged forth aggressively toward the firebird. This magnificent creature was, in fact, a manifestation of the sun's essence, transformed into the true spirit of fire. When the tiny firebird was first born, it was exceedingly weak, which allowed Hanli to easily capture it. However, after consuming countless years of the profound cold from the Xian Jade Cave in the Little Extreme Palace, its power had significantly increased. Thus, in terms of might, the tiny firebird was not inferior to the current solar essence. Yet, at this moment, it found itself in the searing lava, and the white little horse, drawing upon the boundless fiery energy of the lava, had augmented its power considerably. Under these shifting circumstances, the tiny firebird was compelled to expend a portion of its spiritual energy to withstand the intense heat of the lava. Consequently, despite its desperate attempts to repel the onslaught with its crimson cold flames, it found itself at a disadvantage after just a few exchanges. Observing this scene through their mental link, Hanli furrowed his brow in concern. Whether it is him or the ghostly figure of the 5 demons that follows closely behind, it is certainly not the right moment to disturb the essence of the solar fire. After all, from the memories of the coldly immortal, he learned that this particular solar essence seems to have attained a form of sentience long ago. Any slight disturbance would prompt it to flee at once. Moreover, the fire spirit, born from the solar essence, possesses an astonishing mastery of fire evasion techniques, vanishing without a trace amidst the lava. Under normal circumstances, if it were to retreat, there would be little hope of recapturing it. Should it be startled once, even if the firebird were to entice it next time, Hanli would have no confidence that this fire spirit would be easily deceived again. Thus, even upon witnessing the firebird caught in an unfavorable position, he refrained from rashly intervening or calling upon the 5 demons for assistance, his expression dark and his thoughts racing feverishly. Suddenly, an idea sparked within him. He promptly formed a seal with his hands and, opening his mouth, expelled a misty orb, the snow crystal pearl, long nurtured by the violet extreme fire. Hanli executed several incantations directed at the pearl, which began to spin rapidly before transforming into a streak of white light that shot forth with great speed. Moments later, the snow crystal pearl appeared at the site of the skirmish between the young horse and the firebird. The orb merely flickered before descending toward them. The young horse, startled, flapped its wings, and amidst a flurry of silver flames, vanished into the lava, only to reappear 20 paces away. Its eyes filled with astonishment as it fixated on the orb. Meanwhile, the firebird showed no intention of evasion. Instead, it seized the opportunity to leap upward and, with a swift motion, swallowed the orb whole, its body radiating a vibrant red glow. The fiery bird, without a moment's hesitation, turned around and soared away into the distance once more. The silver-winged pony, momentarily taken aback, blinked its eyes a few times, glanced around, and upon finding no unusual occurrences, unfurled its wings again to pursue. However, this time, the firebird, harnessing the concealed power of the purple extreme fire hidden within the snow crystal pearl, significantly increased its speed, leaving the silver-winged pony unable to keep pace. In the blink of an eye, they arrived beneath a colossal volcanic crater. The firebird altered its trajectory, shooting upwards. Chapter 1246. Capturing the essence of fire. The silver-winged pony, transformed from solar essence, had pursued to this location and was not about to relinquish its chase easily. It spread its wings wide, and, being both entities of fire spirit, they were naturally unimpeded by the thick layers of earth. Moments later, with two muffled thuds, the two fire spirits burst forth from the ground, entering the vast luminous cage. As the solar essence burst forth, it immediately sensed something amiss. However, at that moment, the humanoid puppet had already thrust a single foot downwards onto the azure treasure cauldron, unleashing a surge of blue flames that shot forth with a howl, transforming into a fierce blue cold dragon that dove downwards. Meanwhile, the previously fleeing firebird spiraled around, confronting the silver-winged pony below. With a swift motion, it expelled the misty white snow crystal pearl, sending it crashing downwards. Simultaneously, the entire magical formation began to activate under the command of the humanoid puppet. Upon witnessing this scene, the solar essence, without a moment's hesitation, turned and darted downward, intent on seeking refuge once more within the molten lava. The place from which the lunar firebird emerged is the sole area within the volcanic crater that is intentionally devoid of blue ice. At this moment, however, the magical array emitted a resonant hum, and the area began to shimmer with blue light, indicating the onset of freezing. Yet, despite the rapid activation of the formation, it paled in comparison to the speed of the fiery equine transformed from the essence of the sun. Just as a flash of silver light appeared, the silver-winged steed was on the verge of plunging into the ground when its eyes suddenly filled with terror. With a powerful flap of its wings, it abruptly vanished from its original position and reappeared 20 or so feet away in midair. Almost simultaneously, 5 beams of light, each of a different hue, erupted from the earth, striking the void. Following this, 5 wisps of grayish-white demonic energy surged forth, revealing 5 ghostly heads, which were none other than the 5-heart magic. Hanli also ascended slowly from the ground. Under the influence of the magical array, the ground was engulfed in blue light, transforming into a thick layer of ice. Standing upon the blue ice, Hanli raised his gaze to the sky, a look of solemnity crossing his face. He beheld the cold dragon formed from the azure ice flames, the lunar firebird, and the 5 ghostly heads, all converging to launch a frenzied assault on the silver-winged steed. The fire spirit, born of the essence of the sun, proved to be exceptionally agile, darting through the air as a mere silver light, never pausing at any location. Except for the lunar firebird, this fire spirit's speed was evidently superior to that of the 5 demons and the cold dragon. In contrast, the lunar firebird, aided by Hanli's snow crystal pearl and confined within the icy prison created by the azure ice flames, surprisingly outpaced the fiery essence of the sun. Had it not been for the agile and cunning maneuvers of the silver-winged pony, which rendered its escape path nearly impossible to track, it would likely have been cornered by the firebird long ago. Yet, despite this, the silver-winged pony endured several strikes from the firebird's fiery onslaught within a brief span, sustaining minor injuries. However, the pony chose to withstand the blows rather than retaliate, wary of being pursued by the 5 demons and the cold flood dragon. Hanli stood motionless below, hands clasped behind his back, while the humanoid puppet high above manipulated the magical array and controlled the cold flood dragon, both exhibiting an expressionless demeanor. Suddenly, seizing an opportunity, the silver-winged pony, after enduring a hit from the lunar firebird, retracted its wings. Without any forewarning, it transformed into a streak of silver and plummeted downward, vanishing in the blink of an eye as it landed on the ground, radiating with silver light as it prepared to employ its escape technique. Yet, upon making contact with the blue ice of the ground, the intertwining of silver and blue light momentarily halted the pony's movement. This brief delay allowed a crimson beam and a surge of icy blue mist to swiftly converge from behind. Accompanying this were eerie, wailing cries. Fear flickered in the pony's eyes. Evasion was evidently too late. Nevertheless, displaying remarkable reflexes, it ceased its descent, its form flickering as it halted. With a frenzied flutter of its wings, blossoms of silver light appeared around its body, enveloping it in a protective shroud, seemingly preparing to withstand the impending assault. A resounding thud echoed as the crimson beam and the blue mist struck the silver blossoms in succession, resulting in a violent explosion. Contrary to Han Li's expectations, the silver-winged pony shot forth from the silver veil with remarkable speed, as if propelled by an immense force, landing several yards away. Following a brief stumble, it transformed once more into a streak of silver, darting away towards the opposite direction of the cage. Despite the exceptional swiftness of the fire spirit's escape, Han Li's azure pupils flickered with insight as he discerned that one of its wings was noticeably shorter than before, while a hind leg began to fade. With silvery flames flickering subtly, a faint smile graced Han Li's lips as he finally sprang into action. With a flash of azure and white light behind him, a pair of ethereal wings materialized. He gently flapped them, summoning a refreshing breeze that whisked him away, rendering him invisible in the wind. At that moment, the tiny firebird and others realized that the solar essence fire had eluded their grasp and, without hesitation, pursued it anew. However, due to this slight delay, the silver-winged steed maximized its escape speed in midair, dazzling with silver light as it approached the edge of the cage. A blue beam of light obstructed its path, prompting the fire spirit to consider circumventing it. Yet, the humanoid puppet high above, witnessing this scene, wasted no time as it formed a series of hand seals. Suddenly, all the beams of light radiated brilliantly, and countless strands of light erupted from the column, coalescing into a massive net that densely blocked the solar essence fire's escape. Startled, the steed reacted instinctively, its wings flaring as dozens of silver blossoms shot towards the net, while it plunged forward without hesitation, attempting to break through the barrier. Unbeknownst to the fire spirit, 2 wisps of white mist had been hovering above it, and at this moment, the clouds began to roil, releasing 2 gusts of icy wind that materialized into 2 snow-white centipedes, striking with the speed of lightning. These were none other than the 2 of the 6-winged frost centipedes that Han Li had previously set in place around the area. Thus, the silver-winged pony below could only helplessly sway its form, momentarily evading the 2 gusts of frigid wind while darting away in another direction. This was necessitated by the relentless pursuit of the firebird and the 5 demons who were once again encircling it. However, at the very moment the pony turned, a sudden flash of black light appeared before it, and a shimmering black knife materialized out of thin air, slicing through the pony's form in an instant. Terror flickered in the pony's eyes, a silver line emerging between its brows, and in an instant, its body was cleaved in 2. With 2 muffled thuds, the severed halves transformed into flames, radiating a brilliant silver light, before swiftly converging back together, reconstituting the pony. Yet, its form remained hazy, unable to revert to its corporeal state immediately. It was evident that the bizarre slash of the demonic knife had grievously wounded this fire spirit. At that moment, a deep rumble of thunder resonated overhead, and a blue arc flashed as Han Li materialized in a most peculiar manner. Without hesitation, he unleashed a flurry of rapid finger strikes. A piercing sound sliced through the air as 10 strands of fire shot forth, piercing the immobile form of the silver flame pony. Simultaneously, Han Li chanted incantations, and as a strand of fire coiled around the pony, it swiftly ensnared it in numerous tight loops. Caught off guard, the fire spirit appeared to possess no means of resistance whatsoever. Observing this predicament, Han Li was naturally elated. With a flick of his hand, a stack of prepared binding talismans emerged, which he promptly cast forth, transforming into a myriad of colorful lights that surged toward the solar essence of fire. Once these talismans adhered to the opponent, even if it were a fire spirit, escape would be utterly impossible. However, an unexpected scene unfolded. The silver flame pony, initially bound tightly, suddenly let out a piercing cry, its body radiating a brilliant silver light. The fiery threads inexplicably loosened and fell away, transforming into 10 fiery lines that surged toward the incoming talismans. A series of explosive sounds erupted as the talismans were reduced to ashes, hurtling directly towards Han Li. Though Han Li was typically exceptionally composed, his expression shifted slightly at this sight. Nevertheless, he swiftly raised one hand, solemnly gesturing towards the fiery threads. Instantly, the red strands coalesced, reluctantly retreating into his palm. Seizing this opportunity, the silver flame pony attempted to turn and flee. Han Li's face darkened, and a cold snort escaped his nostrils. Upon hearing this sound, the pony, which had just turned its head, shuddered violently and found itself unable to control its descent, plummeting from the sky. Han Li had invoked the soul-stirring needle secret technique. With a swift flap of his wings, he vanished from sight, only to reappear beneath the falling pony, without the need for any magical artifacts. He reached out with one hand, conjuring a massive hand of purple flame that emerged from thin air, forcibly catching the silver flame pony. In an instant, the purple flames radiated a chilling light, encasing the fiery spirit in a block of immense purple ice. Just then, the Firebird and the cold flood dragon swooped in without hesitation, diving into the purple ice, their spiritual light flickering as they melded into the icy mass. Almost simultaneously, the silver flame pony, seemingly awakening from the dizziness induced by the soul-stirring needle, felt its silver flames surge wildly, attempting to melt the ice and escape. However, with the addition of the equally potent tying true fire enveloped in ice, how could it possibly extricate itself from such bindings in a short span of time? The azure cold serpent and the crimson firebird moved gracefully as if in their natural habitat, encircling the small stallion and unleashing a torrent of frigid breath, momentarily suppressing the silver flame. The 5 demons soon arrived as well. Under the influence of their fiery spiritual consciousness, they collectively expelled 5 types of icy flames, merging them into a 5-colored frost that also descended upon the stallion ensconced in the purple ice. As the radiant flames passed, the movements of the silver flame stallion became exceedingly sluggish, while the cold serpent and tying firebird, despite being affected, appeared to suffer no adverse effects. Rather, their icy breath surged in potency. Under such an onslaught of extreme cold, the stallion, transformed from solar essence, found its resistance waning, its breath gradually weakening. Seizing the moment, Han Li swiftly flicked his sleeve, releasing a flurry of talismans that pierced through the purple ice and affixed themselves to the stallion. The fire spirit, immediately engulfed in despair, ceased its struggles as the silvery glow dimmed, rendering it unable to maintain its form, and it transformed into a shimmering orb of silver flames suspended within the ice. Chapter 1247. The rebirth of the celestial vine. The talismans that clung to the stallion morphed into layers of colorful light shields. With a flicker of his consciousness, Han Li directed the tying firebird still hovering within the purple ice, which also transformed into a vibrant crimson flame, enveloping the solar essence within. He then formed intricate hand seals, unleashing a series of incantations aimed at the violet frost. The fleeting decree vanished into the ice, and the colossal block of ice immediately shimmered with a purple glow, its form rapidly diminishing. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a fist-sized orb of ice. Han Li, with a single hand gesture, summoned the ice orb, which landed gently in his palm. He regarded it with keen interest, realizing the remarkable fortune it represented. He had indeed captured the essence of the sun's true fire. Should he successfully amalgamate it with the true fire of the moon, the benefits would undoubtedly surpass his imagination. Perhaps it could rival the various celestial flames of the spirit realm. At that moment, a sigh echoed in Han Li's ears, tinged with a hint of jealousy in the tone. Celestial flames? Han Li's expression shifted, though he refrained from inquiring further. Instead, he rubbed his hands together, summoning a rumble of thunder. Delicate golden arcs shot forth, entwining around the purple ice, enveloping it completely. In an instant, a resplendent golden sphere materialized before him. With a flick of his sleeve, a small azure cauldron emerged, spiraling gracefully before settling against his chest. It was the Void Heaven treasure cauldron. He pointed his finger at the cauldron and gave a gentle flick. With a melodious chime, the lid of the cauldron soared upwards, releasing a torrent of azure threads that ensnared the golden sphere, drawing it into the cauldron's depths. Only then did Han Li clasp his hands in the talismanic gesture, allowing the lid to descend and seal once more. He exhaled a sigh of relief, a glimmer of excitement dancing in his eyes. With this fire, the return of the Yang water could be concocted, if he could extend his lifespan by several hundred years. Even the arduous cultivation of the primordial magnetic divine light might ultimately reach fruition. Contemplating deeply, Han Li carefully stored away the 5 demons and the humanoid puppet, dismantled the colossal formation laid out in this place, and meticulously erased all traces before departing the volcanic crater with the essence of solar fire. With this, he had accomplished all his objectives in the Great Gene, and without a moment's hesitation, he prepared to embark on his journey back to Tiannan. Upon his return, his foremost task would be to refine the returning Yang water, ensuring that both he and Nangong-wan would be free from concerns regarding their lifespans. Subsequently, he aimed to locate the spatial rift in the Devil's Abyss and transform it into a mustard seed space. Finally, he intended to harness the life force within the ghostly banner to cultivate the spatial artifact, the Scarlet Soul Banner. With this banner, he would encapsulate the Yuan Magnetic Mountain and, upon returning to Tiannan, he planned to conceal himself within the mustard seed space. Striving to fully cultivate the Yuan Magnetic Divine Light and directly challenge the Transcendence Realm. In preparation for this endeavor, during his previous attempt to break through his bottleneck using the 5 cold extreme flames, he refrained from utilizing the exquisite wood attribute Spirit Stone obtained from the chaotic Star Sea, reserving it for a time when success was more assured. Speaking of which, for this assault on the Transcendence, he had not forgotten to mention the Devil Origin pill to Ji Li after rescuing Zi Ling from the demon Tuashan. Before his departure, he utilized the 10,000-year-old Dark Jade in his possession to exchange for 3 Devil Origin pills from the old demon, thereby enhancing his prospects for advancing into Transcendence. However, recalling the steep price he had paid for these pills, even Han Li felt a pang of regret. This old demon seemed to have acquired knowledge of his relocation of a significant quantity of the 10,000-year-old Dark Jade from the small extreme palace, and audaciously demanded nearly half of the jade in her possession. It remains uncertain whether the ancient sorcerer genuinely deemed the magic essence pill in his possession a coveted treasure or if he sought to retaliate for the loss of his favored concubine. Although the 10,000-year-old mysterious jade is extraordinarily rare, it pales in significance compared to the magic essence pill, which could facilitate Han Li's breakthrough to the transformation stage. Even if the hope it offers is minuscule, he is unwilling to relinquish it lightly. Thus, in the presence of the aforementioned individual, he begrudgingly engaged in an exchange. Upon recalling the triumphant visage of the old sorcerer post-exchange, Han Li felt a twinge of frustration. Yet, he swiftly composed himself and began contemplating his future plans. Days later, a streak of azure light soared from the crimson mist, vanishing at the edge of the fiery abyss. Shortly thereafter, certain factions within the Great Gene, already cognizant of Han Li's existence, noted his abrupt silence and disappearance, inciting a wave of agitation and unease among the more discerning individuals. Once it was conclusively established that Han Li had departed from the Great Gene, a collective sigh of relief was heard among them. Though Han Li's reputation remained obscure within the cultivation circles of the Great Gene, remarkable tales concerning him quietly circulated among the higher echelons of the prominent sections. A cultivator who, despite not having reached the transformation stage, could interact on equal footing with those who had, and could effortlessly vanquish late-stage nascent soul practitioners, all while remaining unfazed by the depletion of the world's vital essence, naturally stirred considerable trepidation among the ancient beings. Now, upon witnessing Han Li's disinterest in establishing a sect within the Great Gene, they collectively relaxed, no longer preoccupied with the matter. As the days turned into weeks and the weeks into years, time slipped away, and before long, 3 to 4 decades had passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, the cultivation realm of the Great Gene experienced an unprecedented tranquility. Although sporadic conflicts continued to arise, nothing of monumental significance occurred. Yet far away, in the secluded cave of a mountain peak in the southern heavens, an exuberant laughter resonated. My prolonged efforts have not been in vain. I have finally refined this fire. With this achievement, I can now concoct the return to Yang water. As the laughter in the cave gradually subsided, it came to an abrupt halt. A month later, a figure stealthily emerged from the mountain peak, transforming into a streak of azure light that soared into the void. 3 months later, a young man appeared within the depths of the Devil's Fall Valley, quietly vanishing into its inner recesses, ultimately disappearing without a trace. However, days later, beneath an obscure nameless hill within the inner valley, an overwhelming aura of ghostly energy erupted. The inky black mist enveloped an expanse of 100 miles. While within the fog, chilling winds howled and the wails of spirits echoed, creating an eerie ambience as if one had stepped into the realm of the netherworld. This phenomenon persisted for 6 months before the sinister energy gradually dissipated. It was only a month later that the young man emerged mysteriously from the Devil's Fall Valley, transforming once again into a streak of azure light and quietly departing. His mastery of evasion and concealment techniques was so exceptional that neither his entry nor exit from the valley went unnoticed by any cultivator. This individual was none other than Han Li, who had recently completed the refinement of the Crimson Soul banner in the Mustard Seed space. Decades ago, upon his return to the Fallen Clouds sect, he had invested considerable effort to finally refine the Solar Essence Fire, and months prior, he had successfully brewed several vials of Return to Yang water. As Nangong Wan remained in seclusion, he promptly consumed one vial and dispatched another to his companion's cave dwelling via a flying sword message. Departing from the cave, he opted to descend into the demon abyss to refine the Crimson Soul banner. The numerous ghostly flags were imbued with ample spiritual essence, and with the guidance of the Celestial Lawn's sacred beast's avatar nearby. Although the process was time-consuming, he ultimately succeeded in the refinement. The fragment of the Black Wind flag eventually transformed into the Crimson Soul banner. At this juncture, Han Li, having returned to the sect, commenced his study of the first 2 layers of the primordial magnetic divine light technique. After all, possessing a spatial treasure such as the Crimson Soul banner did not exempt him from the necessity of being able to manipulate the primordial magnetic mountain to some extent to transport the mountain into the treasure. Before entering seclusion, Han Li suddenly recalled something. After a moment's hesitation, he took a vial of rejuvenation water to the herb garden, returning empty-handed before promptly entering his seclusion chamber. The humanoid puppet remained in the cave, tasked with nurturing spirit insects and inducing the growth of various spiritual herbs using a mysterious small vial. A decade later, Han Li, who had been meditating in the secret chamber with his eyes closed, reopened them, revealing a hint of perplexity on his face. The primordial magnetic divine light indeed proved exceedingly challenging to cultivate. It appeared that without the assistance of the primordial magnetic mountain, mastering this divine light was an impossible endeavor. At last, I have successfully cultivated the first layer of the primordial magnetic divine light. It seems I can finally venture to the Star Palace to retrieve the items I entrusted there. If I were you, I would first prepare a pure gold attribute demon core to complete the 5 elements spiritual roots. Although this technique is new to me, I am intrigued. However, this technique evidently encompasses the powers of the 5 elements. If one does not possess the corresponding spiritual roots, the burden on the body would be excessively great. Furthermore, as one progresses, the cultivation of such a multi-attribute technique becomes increasingly arduous. The ethereal figure of the youth materialized before Han Li at a low altitude, stating softly, "You have mentioned this matter before, I am well aware. Yet, the gold attribute beasts are inherently rare, and the required demon cores must be at least of the transformation level. Such resources are not easily sought after." Han Li sighed lightly, flipping his palm, where a layer of radiant 5-colored light shimmered, appearing extraordinarily resplendent. The demon core of a gold attribute beast. What of the golden flood dragon king you encountered in the chaotic Star Sea? The youth's eyes twinkled as he suddenly inquired. That golden flood dragon is indeed sufficient. However, as the leader of the Outer Seas Dragon clan, it would not be easy to capture. It would be prudent to prepare several gold attribute magical artifacts first, Han Li replied, furrowing his brow. I recall you mentioning that magical artifacts can also be refined into spiritual roots, he added slowly. While it is possible to substitute artifacts for demon cores in the refinement of spiritual roots, this method is notably slower and carries certain risks. The youth, upon hearing this, seemed somewhat unconvinced. With the return sun water, taking extra time is hardly a concern. Let us discuss this further when I reach the chaotic Star Sea. Han Li nodded, rising to his feet and stretching his limbs before pushing open the chamber door to exit. In a flash of silver light, another Han Li, expressionless, appeared before him. Han Li initially paid little attention, but upon exchanging information with the second nascent soul concealed within the humanoid puppet, his expression suddenly changed, and he gasped in astonishment. What? The Xiantian immortal vine has truly come back to life. Chapter 1248. The treasure of Xiantian. As soon as Han Li received this news from the humanoid puppet, he recalled that before his seclusion, he had inexplicably poured a few drops of revitalizing water onto the Xiantian immortal vine, merely hoping for a miracle. Now, the astonishing news of its revival left him in disbelief. Without hesitation, he swiftly made his way towards the medicinal garden. where the Xiantian immortal vine was planted alongside several other precious spiritual herbs, including the 9. Upon arriving and witnessing the current state of the Xiantian immortal vine, he was taken aback despite having mentally prepared himself. The once withered branch, which had been slightly tinged with green under the mysterious green night, was now sprawling with vigorous vines that had climbed the nearby white jade pillars, lush and exceedingly dense. The fragrant essence of the vine was incomparable to any other spiritual herbs in the garden. Even the white rabbit, a manifestation of the 9, was nestled at the base of this vine, blissfully asleep. As Hanli approached, the rabbit twitched its long ears and opened its fiery red eyes just a sliver. Upon recognizing Hanli, it nonchalantly closed its eyes again, resuming its slumber. This spiritual creature, having spent centuries in Hanli's company, had completely regarded the medicinal garden as its home and, under Hanli's protection, had encountered no dangers over the years. Thus, all wariness dissipated, and Hanli had long regarded the creature as inconsequential. Though somewhat at a loss for words, he chose not to disturb it. Instead, he approached the immortal vine, scrutinizing it closely. At first glance, the resurrected Xiantian immortal vine, apart from exuding an astonishing aura of spiritual energy, appeared no different from ordinary vines. However, upon closer inspection, its extraordinary nature became apparent. The vine boasted an exceptional shade of emerald green, reflecting a metallic sheen from its depths. Moreover, the intricate patterns on the leaves revealed an enigmatic complexity. Each leaf bore a unique design, yet some seemed strikingly familiar. Hanli gazed silently at the vine's leaves, when suddenly a thought stirred within him, leading to a moment of realization. The patterns bore a resemblance to the silver script inscribed on the golden pavilion's jade tome, albeit with an elusive quality. Furrowing his brow, he studied over a dozen leaves, ultimately uncovering their secrets. The patterns were merely fragments of the silver script, partially inscribed or hastily sketched, incomplete in nature. Stunned for a while, Hanli extended 2 fingers to delicately grasp a leaf. Its surface was cool and smooth, reminiscent of fine jade. He stroked his chin, releasing the leaf, his expression deep in contemplation. At that moment, although he yearned to summon the boy transformed from the Tianlan beast to inquire about the Xiantian spirit wood, he ultimately refrained. The boy was likely still within the Shutian Ding, engaged in solitary cultivation, utterly oblivious to the events unfolding before him. This was due to the fact that upon his return to the cave, he would utilize the power of the Shutian Ding to sever all connections between the creature and the outside world. Only during secluded cultivation would he release it once more, to prevent any of his secrets from being discerned by others. Thus, the mysteries surrounding the enigmatic vial remained entirely unbeknownst to the beast. Hanli had long delved into the extraordinary nature and tales of the Xiantian immortal vine. It was said that only a spirit would emerging at the dawn of creation, during the primordial chaos of a certain realm, could bear the name Xiantian, whether it be the Xiantian immortal vine or the Xiantian immortal tree. The spiritual flowers they bore and the earthly fruits they yielded possessed astonishing powers that transcended the laws of any realm. They were truly treasures of a heavenly caliber. However, even in ancient times, such entities existed merely as legends, with no accounts of anyone having witnessed them firsthand. Yet, some ancient texts recorded that within a realm, the birth of 4 or 5 of these extraordinary beings was already considered a great abundance. Moreover, each possessed a unique growth cycle, extending over tens of thousands of years. Yet, once they bloomed and fruited, their decline transpired in merely a few days, or even mere hours. Such an extended cycle, coupled with an exceedingly swift maturation and decay, rendered the pursuit of their spiritual flowers and fruits a mere delusion. Furthermore, only the spiritual flowers and fruits of these Xiantian trees held the formidable ability to disregard the laws of heaven and earth. The vines themselves were merely ordinary materials for refining, lacking significant value. Hanli had not even disclosed to his disciple that he possessed a small fragment of the Xiantian immortal vine's spiritual root. Now that he had successfully revived this root using the rejuvenating water, he naturally had no intention of revealing this matter to anyone. Although the Xiantian immortal vine would be nothing but a useless trinket in the hands of others, incapable of yielding blossoms or fruit, it posed a significant dilemma for anyone who might desire it. With a mysterious vial that could hasten maturity, if one were to utilize the majority of the enigmatic green liquid, there would be a considerable hope of reaping the ethereal flowers and fruits of the vine within a few centuries. He was resolute in not relinquishing this fortuitous opportunity that had unexpectedly presented itself. However, should the youth become aware of this matter, one could only speculate whether he possessed the means to alert the spirit realm. If any untoward thoughts were to arise, it would be tantamount to inviting trouble upon oneself. Thus, even with the knowledge that the Tianlan beast likely knew far more about the Xiantian spirit wood than he did, Han Li, after careful contemplation, dismissed the notion of summoning the creature. With this resolve in mind, he exhaled deeply and meticulously established several intricate prohibitions around the vicinity of the Xiantian immortal vine before departing the medicinal garden with an expression of nonchalance. 3 days later, leaving behind a humanoid puppet in his cave dwelling and informing Elder Lu Luo and others of his departure, he gracefully exited the Yunmeng mountain range. On an unnamed desolate island in the chaotic Star Sea, Han Li reappeared, transforming into a streak of azure light that pierced the sky, vanishing into the horizon. Several months later, on a certain evening in the celestial Star City, within the Star Palace temple atop the Holy Mountain, a stunning woman clad in a white palace dress sat cross-legged on a meditation mat in a secluded chamber. With her eyes shut tight and a radiant white light enveloping her, she formed intricate hand seals, seemingly engaged in the cultivation of some secret technique. As the spiritual light flickered, a trace of anguish manifested upon her delicate features. As the radiant light enveloping her body flickered and dimmed, and just as it seemed she would lose control, the woman halted her incantation, finally ceasing her cultivation. The luminous glow surrounding her dissipated into nothingness. With a sigh, the beautiful woman opened her eyes and instinctively glanced around. To her astonishment, her expression abruptly altered, for she noticed a faint silhouette in a corner of the chamber. A figure standing with arms crossed, observing her with a faint, enigmatic smile. "Brother Han, it is you," she exclaimed, her tension easing as she recognized the face of the intruder, a smile blossoming on her lips. Yet, a flicker of trepidation passed through her enchanting gaze. This was the sacred ground of the Star Palace, fortified by no less than 2 or 3 dozen layers of prohibitions. How had this individual managed to infiltrate without alerting her? "Friend Ling, it has been years since we last met, and you remain as radiant as ever. However, it seems your current cultivation method may be somewhat misguided," the figure, none other than Han Li who had journeyed to Tianqing City, remarked with a smile. "Brother Han has discerned my plight. Indeed, I have encountered minor issues in my cultivation and was seeking guidance from a worthy expert. With your arrival, I must certainly impose upon you for assistance," Ling Yuling replied with a light laugh, candidly acknowledging her predicament. "Oh, I cannot claim to offer guidance. Friend Ling, do share your concerns, and I shall see if I might offer some counsel. However, before we proceed, I must first retrieve the Yuan Magnetic Mountain." Han Li chuckled softly. "The Yuan Magnetic Mountain was originally stored by you within this palace. Naturally, you may take it back without issue. But tell me, do you truly possess a method to relocate it?" Ling Yuling inquired, momentarily taken aback and filled with curiosity. "There exists but a singular method, the efficacy of which remains uncertain. Thus, one can only attempt to ascertain its validity." Han Li spoke these words with a measured tone, prompting Ling Yuling to declare, "Allow me to personally guide you, Brother Han." A glimmer of intrigue flickered in her enchanting gaze as she made this suggestion. "Then I am indebted to you, fellow Taoist Ling." Han Li responded with a nod, his expression betraying a sense of contentment. An hour later, Han Li and the young woman found themselves within the subterranean passage nestled in the heart of the mountain, standing once more before the jade door that had marked their past. With a flick of her hand and the use of her token, Ling Yuling dispelled the barriers guarding the door, which then creaked open slowly. After inhaling deeply, Han Li stepped inside, with Ling Yuling hesitating momentarily before following suit. The scene from years ago unfolded anew. As Han Li crossed the threshold, the quintessence of the 5 elemental forces surged towards him, causing a tumult within his spiritual energy, which threatened to erupt outward. However, having attained the pinnacle of late-stage cultivation since his last visit, his mana was now far more refined and potent, preventing any actual loss of spiritual energy. With a swift circulation of his technique, he quelled the internal disturbance, then formed a hand seal, gradually bringing his hands to his chest. With a soft pop, a sphere of light, akin to the size of an egg, materialized, its surface shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors. Instantly, the elemental forces surrounding Han Li were diminished by a third under the radiance of this light. "Congratulations, Brother Han. On cultivating the first layer of the Yuan magnetic divine light, Ling Yuling chimed from behind him, having sensed the shift in the elemental energies. Without having cultivated even a fraction of the Yuan magnetic divine light, how could I possibly shift this mountain? Hanli chuckled lightly, brushing off the compliment with a casual air. Although possessing merely a layer or two of the ethereal magnetic divine light would suffice to relocate this mountain, persuading my esteemed companion to carry it away may prove to be a formidable task. Should Brother Han's method fail, it might be wiser to leave it within this palace. I can assure you, no one shall disturb Brother Han's cultivation, and the resources within the palace will be prioritized for your use, Ling Yuling urged, unable to contain her concern. Friend Ling, there is no need to dwell on this matter any further. If I had the inclination to join your esteemed palace, I would have agreed long ago. As for the efficacy of my method, a simple trial shall reveal its merit, Hanli replied, casting a glance at Ling Yuling with a calm demeanor. Chapter 1249. Ambush on the deserted island. Han Li cast a small orb of spiritual light into the air, where it hovered motionless. With a deft motion, he retrieved an item from his waist, a banner, entirely crimson, emanating a ghastly red glow, accompanied by faint echoes of ghostly wails. Ling Yuling was momentarily taken aback, casting a surprised glance at Han Li. Yet, Han Li had no time to offer explanations. Instead, he began to chant incantations, tossing the small banner above his head. In a flash of brilliance, the banner expanded dramatically, transforming into a colossal standard measuring several feet in size. The surface of the banner shimmered with a blood-red hue, as if it had been painted with fresh blood. Han Li pointed towards this artifact, and instantly, the massive banner unfurled, releasing a mist that coalesced into a blood cloud, racing towards the nearby ethereal magnetic mountain. In the end, the cloud halted atop the small mountain, swirling and spreading outwards, obscuring much of the cave's ceiling, while emanating an overwhelming stench of blood, as if it were conjured from the very essence of life itself. Ling Yuling's consciousness swept across, sensing the unfathomable power of the spectral souls within the blood cloud. Startled, she promptly withdrew her awareness, pondering the implications. At that moment, Han Li strode confidently to the front of the Yuan magnetic mountain and gestured towards the luminous orb suspended in the air. The orb flickered and shot towards the mountain, disappearing into its depths without a trace. Han Li then raised a hand, grasping at the empty space before the mountain. The surface of the mountain shimmered with five-colored spiritual light, and after a few tremors, a rumbling sound resonated from within. Ultimately, it levitated, slowly ascending towards the blood cloud. To Ling Yuling's astonishment, the massive mountain vanished into the cloud, leaving no sign of its existence. Only then did Han Li raise his hand to cast a spell. The blood cloud above began to churn, ultimately condensing and transforming into a small crimson banner that swiftly descended into Han Li's grasp. The cave was now utterly empty, as if the Yuan magnetic mountain had never existed. A spatial treasure. Ling Yuling finally regained her composure, her face a picture of astonishment. This treasure possesses some spatial abilities. Please forgive me for my earlier laughter, my dear Ling, Han Li remarked with a smile, then probed the crimson banner with his consciousness, revealing a look of satisfaction. A treasure that holds spatial capabilities and can contain the Yuan magnetic mountain is indeed a rarity in the entire human realm. How fortunate that Brother Han could unearth such a find. Ling Yuling was deeply impressed, yet a bitter smile crept into her heart. Years ago, the twin saints of the celestial stars had left her a method to restrain Han Li, but it required him to remain within the Star Palace to cultivate the Yuan magnetic divine light. Otherwise, no matter how clever her subsequent strategies, she found herself utterly helpless at this moment. The woman sighed inwardly, finally extinguishing her thoughts of retaining Han Li within the Star Palace. A flash of crimson light flickered from her hand, and the small banner vanished without a trace. After a moment of contemplation, Han Li smiled and addressed her. I can linger in your esteemed palace for a while, sharing insights on cultivation, and in the process, discern the underlying issues with your practice. However, during this time, I have another matter for which I require your palace's assistance. Brother Han has bestowed great kindness upon our palace. Should you need help, feel free to speak. There is no need for such formality with me, Ling Yuling replied. Though momentarily taken aback, she quickly responded with a light laugh. It is actually a trivial matter. I wish to ascertain the recent whereabouts of the Golden Flood Dragon King. If I could pinpoint this creature's exact location, it would be even better, Han Li stated calmly, as if discussing an inconsequential issue. However, upon hearing this, Ling Yuling's heart unexpectedly leapt, and her eyes shimmered with a hint of unusual color. Brother Han seeks to investigate the whereabouts of that ancient demon. Does that imply you intend to? She hesitated, her words faltering. My pursuit of the Golden Flood Dragon King is for a specific purpose. Fellow Taoists need not overthink it. I merely seek to know its location and will not implicate the Star Palace in any of this, Han Li assured her, casting a sidelong glance that raised an eyebrow slightly. Given Brother Han's great kindness to our palace, I would never decline even the most challenging requests. However, in recent years, our personnel in the outer seas have been nearly entirely withdrawn. Furthermore, the Golden Flood Dragon King is a formidable demon at the 10th level of mastery. It may take some time to gather information on its whereabouts, she explained. Ling Yuling shook her head, her expression becoming more solemn. Time is of no consequence. Even if it takes several years, Han can afford to wait. Han Li, however, merely smiled faintly, his demeanor indifferent. Since Brother Han has spoken thus, I shall make arrangements at once. My friend may await the news in peace. Observing this, Ling Yuling no longer hesitated. Hearing this assurance, Han Li nodded, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. After exchanging a few more casual words, the two departed the cave, vanishing into the passageway beyond the Jade Gate. 2 years later, above a nameless desolate island in the chaotic seas of the Starry Ocean, two figures floated, one male and one female, both cultivators. The man bore an unremarkable visage, yet his eyes sparkled with brilliance, while the woman appeared delicate and petite. Both were remarkably youthful, seemingly of similar age, though at this moment. The woman spoke to the man with great deference. The man, however, remained composed, his expression neutral. From what you have said, the Golden Flood Dragon King is surely on his way to this island. He would not suddenly change his mind and seek elsewhere, would he? His voice was soft. Yet upon hearing it, the woman promptly replied with utmost respect, Rest assured, Elder Han, we have inquired thoroughly and even conducted a soul search on a high-ranking demon cultivator. The information is reliable. Beneath this island lies a rare spirit fruit, though it holds little value for our human race. It is the favored delicacy of the Flood Dragon clan. The Golden Flood Dragon King visits this island every decade or so during the fruit's ripening season, to harvest it without fail. Had it not been for the fact that relocating this spirit fruit would cause it to wither instantly, it would have long been transported by the Flood Dragon clan to another location. It is now the season for the ripening of spiritual fruits, and under normal circumstances, the Golden Dragon King would certainly make an appearance here. The young woman, seemingly well-versed in the lore of the Dragon clan, responded with unwavering certainty. In that case, I shall wait a few more days, the man replied in a deep voice. As the mention of the Golden Dragon King arose, it was evident that this male cultivator was none other than Han Li, while the woman was a disciple sent by Ling Yuling to guide him. After 2 years of relentless searching within the Star Palace, they had finally tracked the whereabouts of the Golden Dragon King. Han Li, who had remained in the Star Palace, chose to accompany this woman as they left the Celestial Star City, utilizing a clandestine teleportation array left behind by the Star Palace to quietly arrive at the outer seas. They had already lain in ambush on this island for several months. However, to this day, they had yet to catch sight of the Golden Dragon King. Unable to restrain his curiosity, Han Li inquired once more of the female cultivator. Her unwavering affirmation eased his anxiety somewhat. Just as Han Li was about to clear his throat and delve deeper into his questioning, his expression suddenly shifted, and he abruptly turned to gaze intently at the distant sea. At last, the moment has arrived. From his keen sense, he recognized that it was indeed the Golden Dragon King. You must leave this place at once, lest danger befall you, Han Li declared, his countenance filled with joy as he turned to instruct the woman. Upon hearing Han Li's words, the female disciple felt a surge of trepidation. She quickly bowed and, with a swift motion, transformed into a streak of white light, shooting off in the opposite direction. Simultaneously, as she departed, Han Li flicked his sleeve, producing a small black vial that whirled forth. Following a gust of grayish-white demonic wind, 5 skeletal figures materialized, shuddering into existence before him. With a subtle invocation of his divine consciousness, Han Li commanded 5 skeletal figures to harness the demonic winds, scattering them into the high heavens, vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Following this, he summoned a spirit beast pouch, unleashing 12 four-winged centipedes that hissed as they soared forth. Under Han Li's guidance, they dove headlong into the island below, concealing themselves within the earth. Han Li cast a final glance at the distant sea, a cold smirk gracing his lips before he too abruptly vanished from sight. All these maneuvers transpired in mere moments, leaving the desolate island above eerily empty, as though no soul had ever set foot in this place. Shortly thereafter, a flicker of spiritual light appeared on the horizon, two dazzling streaks, one golden, the other azure, hurtling towards the scene. The sound of breaking air resonated above the ocean's surface, and as the brilliance subsided, two figures emerged. One was a robust man clad in resplendent robes, with coiled hair and a verdant beard. The other, a lean figure draped in a silver crown and azure robes. Upon their arrival, the golden-robed giant's countenance, initially stern, suddenly betrayed a hint of perplexity as his gaze darted around with lightning speed, yet he discerned nothing amiss. "What is it, Brother Gene? Have you noticed something unusual?" inquired the azure-robed cultivator, somewhat astonished by the apparent discomfort. "Just now, from a distance, it seemed as though someone had probed us with their consciousness. However, the presence was so faint that I cannot be certain it was anything more than a fleeting illusion," the golden-robed giant replied, furrowing his brow with uncertainty. If such were the case, it would imply that this individual's divine consciousness surpasses even that of Brother Gene. How could that be possible? The azure-robed figure chuckled incredulously at the thought. Brother Feng has overestimated Gene. Although I am known as the Golden Flood Dragon King, in reality, I merely exert some influence in the nearby waters. Beyond the Star Sea, I am nothing of significance. The robust man in golden robes shook his head, swiftly scanning the island with his spiritual sense, finding nothing amiss, which eased his mind. Unbeknownst to him, the 5 demons had long dispersed into the distant heights, while the 6-winged frost centipede lay concealed hundreds of feet beneath the surface. As for Han Li, his spiritual sense was genuinely far beyond that of the man, making it impossible for him to perceive anything. Indeed, Brother Gene is overly modest. In this world, apart from those who have attained the transformation stage, who could possibly contend with Brother Gene? However, this place is rather remote. Had it not been for my fellow Taoist leading me here, I would never have imagined that the dragon scale fruit grows in such a locale. Although the blue-robed cultivator found the golden-robed man's caution somewhat unwarranted, he nonetheless concealed his thoughts with a smile, offering a subtle compliment. Chapter 1250, The Dragon Scale Fruit. From that point onward, every decade or so, one would reliably return to harvest the fruit. This fruit is depicted in various human texts as extraordinarily miraculous, with some even claiming that consuming it could lead to ascension during the day. Yet, in the eyes of high-ranking human cultivators, it has long been regarded as worthless, thought to merely satisfy the culinary desires of our dragon kin. Little do they know, while this spiritual fruit may not possess the extraordinary qualities described in human literature, regular consumption can indeed transform the body and bestow tremendous strength. However, infrequent use will naturally prevent one from uncovering its hidden mysteries. This fruit exists in the world in exceedingly scarce quantities, and human cultivators have little opportunity to uncover its mysteries. However, it is quite surprising that Friend Feng is aware of this secret and possesses knowledge of the method to transplant this fruit. The golden-robed giant turned to gaze intently at the azure-robed cultivator, a hint of intrigue on his face. I also discovered the remains of an ancient demon clan member and learned the intricacies of the dragon scale fruit and its transplantation technique from the heart method they left behind. It is said that each consumption of this fruit results in imperceptible alterations to the body. However, if consumed daily over time, it could potentially transform one's physique to a formidable realm comparable to that of a true dragon. Is this truly the case? The azure-robed cultivator replied calmly. In theory, such a possibility does exist. Yet, in practice, it is utterly unattainable. Even if all the dragon scale fruit trees in the world were gathered, it would be impossible for a single individual to indulge in such luxury. Thus, this single dragon scale fruit tree is exceedingly rare for our Jiaolong clan. Had it not been for Friend Feng's unwavering confidence in providing the transplantation method, I would never have brought you here, no matter what. The golden-robed man's expression turned grave. Ha! I, Feng Shi, am well acquainted with many noble friends and would never dare to deceive with false words. However, regarding what Brother Gene has promised me, this azure-robed demon cultivator was, in fact, the 9th-level Riftwind beast that once cornered Han Li, leaving him with no way to ascend to the heavens or descend to the earth. Naturally, that golden-robed giant is none other than the Golden Jiaowang. Now, he appears vastly different from his half-human, half-dragon form on Bailan Island, resembling an ordinary human instead. As long as the news regarding the Wind Taoist's improvement is accurate, I shall not speak in vain. I will bestow those few precious herbs upon you, declared the Golden Jiao King with a wave of his hand. Upon hearing this, Feng Shi's face lit up with joy, and he clasped his fist in gratitude, saying, "Those precious herbs are of great significance to me. I thank you, my friend, in advance." Such words are unnecessary. Everything hinges on the success of your transplantation technique. The Golden Jiao King replied indifferently. "Fear not. Had I not possessed a modicum of confidence, I would not have dared to seek you out, my brother," Feng Shi assured. This method of transplantation is a result of an ancient demon's lifelong research. It is not only beneficial for the dragon scale fruit tree, but also effective for other spiritual herbs and trees. Feng Shi appeared remarkably self-assured. "Let us hope so," the golden-robed giant remarked, seemingly lacking in confidence. Noticing his demeanor, Feng Shi smiled and refrained from further comments, ready to descend as a flash of azure light enveloped him. "Hold on." The Golden Jiao King's voice interrupted Feng Shi's actions, causing him to pause in surprise. "I still feel uneasy. There is an unsettling sensation within me. I shall employ a different secret technique to search thoroughly once more, lest any issues arise," the golden-robed giant stated with a grim expression. Though Feng Shi felt a twinge of displeasure at the Golden Jiao King's words, he knew it was unwise to voice his feelings and could only nod in reluctant agreement. The giant then opened his mouth and exhaled a golden, spherical orb, grasping it with one hand before gently pressing it to his forehead, solemnly closing his eyes. As time passed, the orb's radiance intensified, and the strain became evident upon the Golden Jiao King's face. This precious orb is indeed a rare auxiliary treasure, capable of significantly amplifying a cultivator's divine consciousness, proving to be immensely useful. With the orb's assistance, the divine sense unleashed by the Golden Flood Dragon King is now over 50% stronger than before. In terms of both search radius and intensity of divine consciousness, it far surpasses what it was previously. After a brief moment, the Golden Flood Dragon King's expression shifted, his eyes gleaming with intensity as he opened them wide. Retracting the orb from his forehead, he bellowed, "Who dares to stealthily conspire against me? Show yourself at once." His voice resonated like thunder, echoing in all directions. Nearby, Feng Shi, startled by the giant's words, also expanded his divine sense, beginning his own search. The Golden Flood Dragon King was fixated on a particular spot on the island, his demeanor chillingly severe. "Unexpectedly, you possess such a treasure. It seems I have underestimated you," came a faint voice from a man. In the direction the Golden Flood Dragon King was gazing, a flash of spiritual light appeared, and a green rainbow shot forth, soaring several dozen yards to confront the two demons, revealing a young man who gazed calmly at them. "It's you, that brat with the surname Li." Both the Golden Flood Dragon King and Feng Shi exclaimed simultaneously upon recognizing Han Li, their expressions starkly contrasting. Feng Shi was both astonished and delighted, while the Golden Flood Dragon King wore a wary look. "What? Do you recognize this person, Taoist Feng?" The Golden Flood Dragon King's pupils constricted as he coldly inquired of Feng Shi. "Brother Jin, this is the very man who killed my grandson and stole the treasures I had refined. I never imagined that after all these years, he would dare to reappear in the outer seas. This time, there is no way he can escape." Ah, his cultivation. Feng Shi initially felt an overwhelming excitement, but as his divine sense swept over Han Li's body, his expression abruptly changed, revealing a look of disbelief. Escape? Can't you see that this person is proactively seeking trouble with us?" The Golden Flood Dragon King's eyes flashed with a golden light as he spoke ominously. "Impossible. Back then, he was merely a core formation cultivator. How could he possess such terrifying power now? Has he truly advanced to a great cultivator?" Han Li did not conceal his cultivation level, and upon sensing it, Feng Shi could not help but feel a sense of disorientation. Fellow Taoist Feng has spent the majority of the past few centuries in secluded cultivation. It seems he has yet to hear about the events occurring on Bai Ling Island. This individual is undoubtedly a late-stage nascent soul great cultivator, and now that he has cornered both of us, his intentions are certainly malevolent. We must tread carefully. The Golden Flood Dragon King subtly moved his lips to convey a message to Feng Shi. Feng Shi instinctively licked his lips and nodded slightly. Just as the two demons focused their malicious gazes on Han Li, he spoke. "Originally, I only intended to wait for my friend Jean, but I didn't expect to encounter another old acquaintance. This truly is a delightful surprise. It appears my journey here is destined to be worthwhile." Han Li clasped his hands behind his back, casting a cold glance at the blue-robed demon cultivator. "You seek Jean?" Do you believe that exquisite spirit stone is too hot to handle and wish to bestow it upon me? The burly man in the golden robe grinned menacingly and asked without politeness. The exquisite spirit stone still holds great value for me. I cannot allow fellow Taoist Jean to have his way. My purpose in coming here is simply to borrow your demon pill for a moment, uncertain whether the friend would willingly expel it, thus sparing both of them the need for confrontation. Han Li's gaze shifted to the burly man, prompting him to utter words that left the two demons astounded. Borrow my inner elixir? How dare you speak such audacity in my presence? Very well, if you desire it. Come and take it yourself. The golden serpent king, filled with rage, suddenly broke into a mocking laughter, tossing his head back as a brilliant golden light enveloped his resplendent robe, which instantaneously transformed into a magnificent suit of golden armor. Simultaneously, the elder demon's head radiated a dazzling spiritual light, revealing glimmering golden scales upon his visage, while a tail abruptly manifested behind him. This demon king proved to be astute, morphing his form into a half-human, half-serpent shape suited for battle. With a swift motion of his hand, a golden spear materialized in the air, shimmering with a silver arc. Without hesitation, he hurled it with great force. The spear vanished amidst the sound of thunder, only to reappear before Han Li in the next moment, its entire body crackling with electric arcs as it plunged downward with ferocity. The Demon King had indeed initiated the attack without so much as a warning. Han Li felt a jolt of surprise, but was already prepared. Without a moment's thought, he clenched an object hidden within his sleeve and waved it gently. Suddenly, a silver lotus, several feet in diameter, appeared mysteriously before him. The golden spear struck directly into the heart of the lotus. With a resounding boom, the silver lotus shook violently, emanating a radiance of seven-colored Buddhist light, which remarkably halted the seemingly unstoppable golden spear. However, the silver lotus's brilliance dimmed, indicating that it was not an effortless feat. With a swift gesture, Han Li executed a technique, and in an instant, a thunderous crack echoed behind him as a pair of azure-white wings materialized. With a gentle flap, he propelled himself backward, soaring over Tinzhong before regaining his composure. A smirk of derision played at the corners of his mouth as he regarded the two demons, the Wind and Thunder Wings. Wind Shi, possessing a pair of feathered appendages, felt a surge of anger and frustration. Without hesitation, she flicked her sleeve, and two short daggers emerged, glowing with crimson light. With a flick of her wrist, the daggers transformed into streaks of red, hurtling towards Han Li. Han Li cast a cold glance at the demon, snorting disdainfully before parting his lips to expel a misty azure orb, within which nestled a small cauldron, a mere few inches in size, the Void Heaven Treasure Cauldron. Channeling his inner energy, the cauldron emitted a melodious chime, and its lid flew open of its own accord. As the sound of breaking air resonated, the two crimson streaks reached the space above Han Li's head, spiraling before descending in a crisscross motion, intent on cleaving him into several pieces. Yet, Han Li merely extended a finger toward the small cauldron and gave it a gentle flick. With a soft hiss, a burst of azure light erupted, splitting apart and enveloping the two crimson streaks, drawing them into its embrace. When she gasped in shock, hastily attempting to manipulate her treasure to escape the azure confinement. However, having lost the mental connection with her daggers, she could only watch helplessly as they were engulfed by the azure light, vanishing without a trace. Witnessing this scene, Wind Shi's movements halted, leaving her in a state of stunned disbelief. Chapter 1251. Suppressing two demons. These two short halberds were obtained from a nascent soul cultivator he had slain in the past. They possessed several extraordinary abilities, but he didn't even have time to activate them. Moreover, it was done so effortlessly, almost without lifting a finger. Feng Shi felt a chill in his heart. Only now did he truly distinguish Han Li from the core formation cultivator who had desperately fled from him. Fellow Taoist Feng, be cautious. This small cauldron might be the legendary Void Sky Cauldron of the humans. It would be wise for us to join forces. After his initial strike failed, the Golden Flood Dragon King did not rashly attack again. Instead, he summoned back the Golden Spear and cautioned his companion. Void Sky Cauldron. Feng Shi's heart skipped a beat, with a mix of realization and embarrassment. Very well, I agree with you. As long as we can eliminate this person, I don't need the cauldron. I only wish to reclaim my Wind Lightning Wings. He spoke with a grimace. Good, it's settled then. The Golden Flood Dragon King let out a wild laugh. The golden armor on his body shone brilliantly, and the dazzling golden light resembled a rising golden sun, making it impossible to look directly at him. This was clearly a manifestation of the demon's power being channeled to its peak. At that moment, an astonishing scene suddenly unfolded. The golden flood dragon king let out a long roar, and a phantom flashed under his ribs, instantly creating 2 more arms covered in golden scales. With a sweeping motion of his arms into the void, a fleeting spark illuminated the scene. One hand materialized a long, misty white sword measuring 3 feet in length, while the other grasped a resplendent golden shield, its surface adorned with scales the size of copper coins, seemingly forged from the very scales of the golden dragon king. The creature's sole empty hand formed intricate gestures, as if invoking some arcane sorcery. Observing this, Hanli narrowed his eyes, his mind racing with thoughts of the sacred scriptures and the ancient demons, causing his expression to darken. Meanwhile, Fengshi swiftly discarded his robe, revealing his upper body. He then bent forward, and from his back, 2 magnificent wings unfurled, each about a foot in size, radiating a vibrant emerald hue. Almost simultaneously, the human visage of the Riftwind beast morphed into a dusky gray, its hands transforming into a pair of razor-sharp claws, each finger glinting with a menacing cold light. This creature too revealed its half-demon form. It appeared that both intended to overwhelm him through sheer numbers. So be it. Let it not be said that Han would not seek assistance as well. A subtle smile crept upon his lips as he twitched at the corners. The Golden Dragon King and Fengshi exchanged bewildered glances, still trying to decipher Han Li's words when a haunting, eerie howl echoed from the distant horizon, as if something was hurtling through the skies towards them. Simultaneously, a flash of white light erupted from the barren island below, as 12 trails of white mist surged forth, hinting at something ominous racing skyward. Act swiftly. Eliminate him before reinforcements arrive. The Golden Dragon King's expression turned fierce as he shouted. Suddenly, he halted his hand movements, and with a swift utterance, a golden beam, as wide as a bowl, erupted forth. With another shift of his form, 3 arms brandished weapons, leaving behind a trail of afterimages as they surged towards Han Li. Beside him, Fengshi did not dare to be negligent, as she unfurled her wings. Her figure became ethereal in the gusting winds, transforming into a faint azure shadow that also lunged forward. Observing this scene, Han Li's brow twitched, yet he did not flinch. Raising one hand, a verdant wooden ruler materialized, spinning gracefully in his palm. A silvery lotus radiated brilliantly, enveloping him entirely within its luminous embrace. Concurrently, with a flick of his other hand, a trio of colored lights surged forth, morphing into a tricolored feather fan. Holding the fan in one hand, Han Li aimed it directly at the approaching golden beam and with a deft motion, sent forth a torrent of tricolored flames that collided with the golden beam before the silvery lotus. With a resounding pop, though the golden beam was a manifestation of the pure demonic power of the Golden Flood Dragon King, upon contact with the tricolored flames, it was swiftly engulfed. The Golden Flood Dragon King, following closely behind, felt a jolt of trepidation, but his momentum remained unbroken. With a sudden sweep of an arm sprouting from his side, golden light flickered as the dragon scale shield was summoned, transforming into a dense barrier of light that encased his form. Meanwhile, his other 2 arms continued to wave vigorously. White sword light and golden spear radiance cascaded like a tempest of brilliance, furiously assaulting the tricolored flames. It remained a mystery what treasures the golden spear and white sword were, for they were not only extraordinarily sharp, but also impervious to the searing heat of the tricolored flames. As the golden and white radiance enveloped the area, it robustly countered the luminous halo that erupted from the explosion of the tricolored flames. Han Li was somewhat taken aback, yet he could not afford to dwell on this matter any longer. For Fengshi, transformed into a light azure shadow, had inexplicably employed some kind of evasion technique. With a swift spiral, she suddenly traversed a distance of 30 or 40 zhang, circumventing directly ahead and arriving near him from the side. With a flap of her wings and a swift grasp of her claws, a resounding sound pierced the air. Countless azure feathers erupted from her demonic wings, shooting forth like a barrage of arrows, while simultaneously, her claws swung down, unleashing numerous streaks of claw light, enveloping Han Li, who was concealed within the silver lotus. Under a fierce assault, Han Li glanced coolly at Fengshi's formidable attack, seemingly unperturbed. Instead, he opened his mouth, and several streaks of golden light shot forth. A series of muffled sounds echoed, regardless of whether it was the azure feathers or the claw lights. Upon striking the silver giant lotus, the lotus merely spun gracefully. And these attacks vanished into oblivion, as if they had no effect whatsoever. A flicker of surprise crossed Fengshi's face, and several small golden swords, each merely inches long, appeared before her in an instant. The demon was startled. Without a moment's hesitation, her wings moved, and her figure became blurred. The sword energy flashed, and several small swords pierced through. Yet Fengshi's form dissipated into nothingness, leaving behind only a fleeting shadow. In the next moment, she materialized again over 20 zhang away. Her complexion slightly pale, as if the recent teleportation had drained a significant portion of her magical power. Han Li's brows knitted together. He had not anticipated that this demon was also well-versed in the art of wind evasion. To vanquish her, it seemed he would need to exert considerably more effort. As he contemplated deeply, he focused his mind, and the several small swords transformed into lengths of approximately a foot. With a swift turn, they once again transformed into golden light, hastily pursuing Fengshi. The expression on Fengshi's face turned cold, and with a deliberate motion, he extended his claws towards the void. Instantly, a pair of enormous azure claws materialized in midair, striking downwards with lightning speed, successfully grasping all the flying swords in one swift movement. A glint of malice flickered across the demon's face as it summoned its secret technique. Tightening its grip with the 5 fingers of the azure claws, it aimed to crush the flying swords with brute force. However, the azure radiance on the claws flickered incessantly, and the swords proved to be remarkably resilient, showing no signs of damage whatsoever. Fengshi's heart sank. Before he could devise another strategy, a series of buzzing sounds echoed. Seizing the moment of his distraction, the golden flying swords, akin to fish evading a net, slipped free from the grip of the claws, encircling them instead, and effortlessly severed them into several fragments. The remnants of the azure claws dissipated in a flash. The flying swords then adjusted their trajectory, soaring towards Fengshi with unparalleled swiftness. At this moment, Fengshi was truly alarmed. He hastily opened his mouth, and a jade bowl of azure hue was ejected, spinning rapidly before suddenly transforming into a blue veil that rushed towards the incoming swords. Upon their contact, a series of sharp sounds resonated. Under the brilliance of the golden swords, the blue veil was effortlessly slashed, allowing the swords to penetrate through with ease. With a drastic change in expression, Fengshi dared not confront the flying swords head-on any longer. With a vigorous flap of his wings, he transformed into a streak of azure light, darting to the side. The golden swords, however, altered their course as well, silently and relentlessly pursuing him, their speed barely lagging behind Fengshi's. At this moment, the creature silently lamented its predicament. With no choice but to maneuver the few flying artifacts at its disposal, it began to flit about in the vicinity. In a hasty glance, it caught sight of the Golden Dragon King on the opposite side, and a profound sense of dread settled within its heart. The Golden Dragon King, after withstanding the 3-colored flames, had already surged to Han Li's side, relentlessly bombarding the silvery lotus with numerous weapons, seemingly managing to cause it to destabilize. However, Han Li, nestled within the lotus, merely waved the small green in his hand a few times. The lotus, which had appeared to be on the verge of disintegration, swiftly reformed after the 7-colored Buddhist light flickered several times from its core. The Golden Dragon King found himself utterly incapable of overcoming his adversary. Fengshi, observing this, began to ponder whether it was prudent to retreat. Clearly, Han Li's prowess far exceeded her expectations. It seemed he could effortlessly handle both her and the Golden Dragon King, even with just a few flying swords. Yet, at that moment, the creature's escape light suddenly faltered, coming to an abrupt halt as it revealed Fengshi's half-demon form. For unknown reasons, a dozen or so snow-white centipedes, each several feet long and adorned with 4 wings, materialized around it, their bodies shimmering with a crystalline glow. The 6-winged frost centipedes. Upon witnessing these centipedes, Fengshi was momentarily stunned, then gasped in disbelief, her expression darkening significantly. Meanwhile, the Golden Dragon King, who had been relentlessly assaulting the Silver Lotus, abruptly ceased his attacks, transforming into a golden rainbow that shot through the air, seemingly intent on retreating alone. Yet, from the lotus, Han Li's calm voice echoed, "It is too late to contemplate fleeing now." As these words were uttered, 10 strands of crimson silk suddenly shot forth from the lotus shadows, moving with unparalleled swiftness. After a few flickers, they ensnared the creature tightly. In an instant, a dazzling red light descended, transforming the fiery strands into several thick fiery ropes, which rolled in vibrant scarlet flames, engulfing the creature entirely. Simultaneously, a sudden gust of gray-white demonic wind swirled from above, propelling 5 ghostly heads, each resembling a small vehicle, into the fray. With their greenish faces and sharp fangs, they emitted continuous wails as they dove headfirst into the sea of flames, showing no fear of the blazing inferno. Almost immediately, the anguished cries of the Golden Dragon King erupted from within the flames, a sound so chilling it seemed he had encountered something utterly terrifying, instilling profound dread within him. Chapter 1252, The Bone-Tempering Secret. Feng Shi, upon witnessing this scene, realized that not only was Han Li a formidable adversary, but the dozen or so 6-winged ice centipedes surrounding him were far beyond his capability to contend with. With a resolute decision in mind, Feng Shi swiftly formed hand seals, causing his upper body to flush a vivid crimson. Following this, a hissing sound erupted as countless blood threads shot forth from his skin, coalescing into clouds of blood mist, which quickly began to envelop his form. Concurrently, the creature's wings absorbed a significant amount of the blood mist, transforming into a deep scarlet hue. Taking a deep breath, the creature flapped its wings, preparing to unleash a secret technique and flee. However, at that moment, a melodious sound akin to sacred music resonated beneath, and a tremendous pulling force suddenly descended upon it. The creature felt its body tighten, immobilized and unable to move an inch, as its internal magical energy became stagnant, slipping from its control. At this moment, Feng Shi was horrified to discover that beneath his feet, a silver lotus, approximately a foot in diameter, had emerged unbeknownst to him, gradually unfurling its petals. A radiant aura of 7 colors enveloped him entirely. In a state of panic, this creature hastily invoked its magical incantations, striving to escape its predicament. However, the 12 snow-white centipedes, which had long awaited this moment, seized the opportunity to launch an assault, unleashing a torrent of frigid air. The chilling mist descended upon him, instantly ensnaring the blood mist, from which the anguished cries of Feng Shi could be heard. Meanwhile, Han Li, in the distance, remained indifferent, casually toying with the 8-spirit ruler in his hands, not casting even a glance in that direction. Everything seemed to be under his meticulous control. At that moment, the voice of the Golden Flood Dragon King amidst the sea of flames abruptly ceased. Han Li raised his brows, instinctively lifting his gaze. A thunderous explosion erupted from the heart of the inferno, causing flames to scatter in all directions. In the midst of the fiery chaos, something shot forth with astonishing speed. Han Li's expression darkened as a rumble of thunder resounded behind him, and he vanished into thin air. In the next instant, as the object that had been propelled forth came into view, a flicker of blue-white arcs of electricity danced above it. Han Li appeared mysteriously, his countenance devoid of emotion. Gazing downward, what soared below him was a minuscule dragon, its body reduced to mere bones, measuring only a foot in length. Yet it radiated a dazzling golden hue as if forged from pure gold. In its mouth, it clutched a golden orb the size of a thumb, while eerie green flames flickered in its eye sockets. A wailing sound erupted from behind as 5 ghostly figures, visibly agitated and disheveled, emerged from the sea of flames, their faces grimy and bearing slight injuries. Upon the sudden appearance of the 5 demons, the color-bone serpent instinctively transformed into a streak of golden light and swiftly vanished into the void ahead. Observing this spectacle from above, Han Li let out a cold snort. A flicker of dark light emanating from his brows as a third black eye materialized. A beam of shadowy energy shot forth, also disappearing into the emptiness. Subsequently, a muffled explosion resounded, as the intertwining golden and black lights in the void revealed the mini-bone serpent, which was forcefully expelled, tumbling uncontrollably several times. The bone serpent, transformed from the Golden Serpent King, sensed danger and, as soon as it regained its balance, sought to escape once more without hesitation. However, the delay proved fatal. Suddenly, a flash of azure light surged forth, and a peculiar net of blue thread shot out from the nearby void, ensnaring the bone serpent before it could react, rendering it completely immobile. Almost simultaneously, a beam of golden light, about a foot in length, descended from the heavens and, with a swift flash, cleaved the bone serpent in two. A plume of green fire erupted chaotically from the remnants of the serpent, desperately attempting to flee. Yet, Han Li, already prepared, reached out with one hand, conjuring a massive azure hand that grasped the escaping green fire with ease. In a flicker of movement, he appeared before it, and with a swift motion of his sleeve, a small green vial soared into the air. The artifact inverted mid-flight, releasing a stream of dark mist from its opening. The azure hand relaxed its grip, drawing the green fire into the vial. Han Li then lifted the green bottle to his hand, scanning its contents with his divine sense. A look of satisfaction blooming on his face. The essence of a 10th-level demon beast is indeed a rare treasure in this world. After securing the small vial, he cast a glance at the golden orb and the corpse of the bone serpent, instinctively drawing both items towards himself. It was evident, without the need for conjecture, that the orb was the primary objective of his journey, the golden serpent's core. As for the remnants of the golden bone serpent, they held some intrigue. He had witnessed the scene amidst the sea of flames with utmost clarity. The golden serpent king, bound by chains of fire spirit silk and simultaneously beset by the 5 demons, seemed utterly trapped. Yet, this demon, unbeknownst to what cultivation technique it had mastered, managed to self-detonate its flesh, shattering the fiery bindings and casting off the 5 demons. Its essence, however, commandeered a shrunken, intact skeletal structure, seizing the opportunity to escape. Thus, the Golden Serpent King effectively possessed 2 bodies. Should it evade capture unexpectedly, regenerating its flesh from the skeletal frame would not pose a significant challenge. Considering the Golden Serpent King's status as a 10th-level demon cultivator and its formidable reputation, it is not surprising that it was effortlessly vanquished by him. With 2 spiritual treasures in his possession, alongside the support of the 5 demons, he stood in stark contrast to ordinary cultivators. Akin to a robust man compared to an infant, utterly incomparable. The Golden Serpent King, powerful beyond the average demon beast, found itself unable to breach the extraordinary defenses of the 8th spirit ruler, compounded by the formidable fire spirit Silk and the 5 demons, who were adept at consuming both human and demon essence. In this clash of powers, it was rendered incapable of unleashing its own formidable abilities before unexpectedly succumbing. Han Li, intrigued by the golden skeleton, pondered for a moment before ultimately deciding to stow it away alongside a demon core in his storage pouch. At that moment, the figure of Feng Shi, ensnared by the 8th spirit ruler, was predictably encased in a massive block of transparent ice. Frozen by the frigid breath of 12 six-winged frost centipedes, Han Li cast a distant glance at the formidable adversary he had once feared, shaking his head in disbelief. With a flicker of thought, the flying swords that circled nearby transformed into radiant golden beams, swiftly encircling the giant ice block. In an instant, Feng Shi and the ice were cleaved into 7 or 8 pieces. A green demon soul hurriedly emerged from the shattered remains, frantically attempting to escape in a certain direction. However, in its haste, it careened directly into the maw of a 4-winged centipede, which unceremoniously devoured it whole, transforming it into sustenance for the ethereal creature. Although the 2 demons had been vanquished by Han Li, he unceremoniously claimed their storage pouch and proceeded to meticulously examine its contents. A delightful surprise awaited him. From Feng Shi's storage pouch, Han Li retrieved an ancient jade tablet, which contained several demon cultivation techniques inscribed in demon script, and concluded with a mention of the dragon scale fruit, its true efficacy, and the method for transplanting the spirit tree. Furthermore, it noted that this transplantation secret could potentially be of great benefit to other types of spiritual wood. This revelation filled Han Li with immense joy. From the storage bag of the Golden Mantis King, he acquired an intriguing technique known as the bone tempering method. This peculiar art allows both humans and demons to refine their skeletal structures as one would with precious artifacts, thereby fortifying their physical forms. Regrettably, the cultivation of this technique demands a considerable investment of time, and Han Li found himself too occupied to pursue it at the moment. Thus, he casually tucked the jade slip into his storage bag. After safely securing the 5 demons and the spirit insect, he transformed into a streak of azure light, plunging into the nearby sea. Given the extraordinary nature of the dragon scale fruit, he was determined not to let it slip away. Eventually, after dispelling several prohibitions within an underwater cave near the island, Han Li finally discovered the fruit tree. Fortunately, Feng Shi, the demon, had come prepared to transplant this spiritual tree, possessing all the necessary materials in her storage bag. Han Li, without hesitation, made use of them, employing the demonic script to document the transplantation method. The spiritual tree, once diminished in size, was temporarily placed into the storage bag. After a brief interval, a streak of azure light burst forth from the ocean's surface, flickering briefly before vanishing into the horizon. When Han Li returned to Tiannan via the teleportation array, It was already more than half a year later. Upon his weary return to the Yunming mountain range, he found a gathering of the secluded Nangong Wan, several disciples, and elders such as El Luo, who were engaged in a clandestine discussion. After a lengthy deliberation that lasted for the better part of a day, they finally dispersed. Their expressions grave, as if Han Li had conveyed to them a matter of great significance. Not long after, some disciples of the Falling Cloud sect discovered that the sect had recently embarked on an extravagant endeavor to collect a vast quantity of rare spiritual herbs and plants. Simultaneously, high-ranking practitioners were frequently convening, engaged in fervent discussions about some matter. Soon, the entire southern celestial cultivation realm was abuzz with a piece of news. Han Li, the esteemed Grand Elder of Falling Cloud sect, had acquired a secret technique during his recent travels, one that could aid in breaking through the bottleneck of the transformation stage. However, this technique was peculiar, necessitating the use of a special hidden location for its cultivation. Thus, this foremost cultivator of the South intended to seclude himself for several centuries, entering a life and death trial for his training. Unless the Falling Cloud sect faced a life-threatening crisis, this Grand Elder would not easily depart from this secret site without mastering the technique. Upon the revelation of this news, various sect leaders exhibited a spectrum of emotions. Some were elated, secretly rejoicing, while others were filled with trepidation, fearing that the southern celestial cultivation realm might descend into chaos once again. Yet a year later, Han Li's presence truly vanished from Falling Cloud sect, along with the disappearance of Nangong Wan, Mu Peeling, and several of his direct disciples. The maiden Lu Yu, however, remained within the sect. Consequently, Falling Cloud sect halted its expansionist momentum and began consolidating its existing power. Although other sects eyed Falling Cloud sect with envy, they dared not take any action, intimidated by Han Li's formidable reputation, and could only watch idly. As the years passed, 1 year, 10 years, 100 years, the foremost cultivator of the South faded into obscurity, never again making an appearance in the southern celestial cultivation realm. In Falling Cloud sect, the Yunming mountain range, and even throughout the South, Han Li's name gradually became a mere whisper, seldom spoken of as time flowed on. It is unclear when the Grand Elder of the Falling Cloud sect became a legend, resulting in the position remaining vacant for a millennium. Only after 1,000 years was a new generation of Grand Elder selected. With nearly 1,000 years of developmental opportunity, the sect's nascent soul cultivators began to emerge frequently, establishing the Falling Cloud sect as a veritable superpower in the southern region, thriving for millennia thereafter. Chapter 1253, Advancement to Divine Transformation since the ancient battle with the demons. The abyss of demons has gradually opened its outer valley to ordinary cultivators after many years. However, as the number of treasure seekers increased, the various rare minerals, spiritual herbs, and mystical woods within the valley were nearly depleted. Only in exceedingly secretive corners, yet to be discovered, might one occasionally find something remarkable, though such discoveries depend heavily on one's fortune. Consequently, the number of treasure-seeking cultivators has dwindled, and the outer valley now bears little distinction from any ordinary spiritual mountain or land, visited only occasionally by low-ranking cultivators hoping for a stroke of luck. In contrast, the inner valley of the abyss of demons has gained an increasingly fearsome reputation. The restrictions that have endured over the years remain unchanged, and the spatial rifts within the valley are still densely present. Moreover, in the last 2 to 3 centuries, a peculiar milky white mist has inexplicably enveloped the valley. While this mist does not actively harm cultivators, anyone who enters it is immediately struck by dizziness, with their spiritual awareness significantly hindered. A slight further venture into the mist leads to utter disorientation. This phenomenon once stirred considerable excitement throughout the southern region. Many cultivators have concluded that this phenomenon is a celestial omen heralding the emergence of a rare treasure within the valley. However, despite the allure of such treasures, the preservation of one's life takes precedence. Most high-ranking cultivators hesitated, unwilling to recklessly venture into the inner valley. Yet, before long, several Yuan-Ing rogue cultivators, driven by greed, relied on their possession of various artifacts capable of dispelling the mist and brazenly collaborated to penetrate the inner valley. Consequently, these cultivators found themselves ensnared within the mist for several years, their artifacts rendered utterly ineffective. Ultimately, through a stroke of luck and a series of chaotic encounters, they managed to escape in a disheveled state. Subsequently, a few more self-assured cultivators entered the inner valley, only to face even graver fates. Some met their demise within the spatial rifts concealed by the mist, while others remained trapped for an even longer duration. One unfortunate individual lingered in the mist for nearly 50 to 60 years. Had it not been for the abundant spiritual energy within the inner valley, which allowed for the constant replenishment of their magical power, it is likely that none would have managed to survive the valley's grasp. As news of these incidents spread, other Yuan-ing cultivators were struck with terror, and no one dared to speak lightly of venturing into the valley. Consequently, the inner valley of the Devil's Fall became a forbidden zone within the southern celestial realm, with few daring to linger near its entrance. With the passage of time, the cultivators of the southern celestial region gradually grew accustomed to the mist enveloping the inner valley. Some newly arrived cultivators even believed that the pervasive white mist was a natural feature of the Devil's Fall, with no one pursuing its origins any further. Unbeknownst to all, within a particularly concealed gorge in the inner valley, there exists a small cave dwelling, exquisitely crafted from beautiful jade, standing exposed within the valley. Beside the cave, there lies an ostensibly ordinary medicinal garden, merely 100 or so zhang in width. Within this garden flourish countless rare spiritual herbs, which incite fervent admiration and envy among the cultivators from the outside world. These herbs, aged from several hundred to over 1,000 years, exude an alluring fragrance that tantalizes the senses. Surrounding the small valley, intricate and profound restrictions have been established. Even a nascent soul-level cultivator would find it exceedingly difficult to escape unscathed if they were to inadvertently wander within. At the very center of the garden stands a stone house, constructed from azure stone. Inside, the space is barren, save for a solitary mat upon which a slender figure sits motionless, resembling a statue carved from wood. Time passes unmeasured until this figure finally stirs, rising to its feet and slowly exiting the stone dwelling. Upon stepping through the threshold, bathed in gentle sunlight, the visage of the individual becomes strikingly clear. It is none other than Hanli, though his expression remains impassive, devoid of any emotion. Hanli strides deliberately to a corner of the medicinal garden, where he reaches into the earth and extracts a small green vial. He then proceeds to another section of the garden, halting before an exceptionally verdant vine, where he lets a single drop of the green liquid fall at its roots. Observing the vine swiftly absorb the liquid, he turns without hesitation, reburies the small vial in its original place, and meanders back to the stone house, seemingly preparing to sit in meditation once more. However, at that moment, Hanli abruptly pauses. With a flick of his sleeve, a luminous disk of white light darts forth on its own accord. He catches it deftly in his hand and lowers his gaze. Thereupon, azure characters begin to materialize, faintly indicating that someone is transmitting a message. Hanli immediately soared into the air, transforming into a streak of azure light as he shot out of the medicinal garden, heading straight for a hidden corner of the valley. As he retracted his radiance and descended, a small teleportation array, approximately 10 feet in diameter, materialized beneath him. Hanli stood there in silence for a moment. Shortly thereafter, the teleportation array activated on its own, and amidst the flickering spiritual light, a faint azure figure emerged. As the figure stepped forward from the array, another Hanli astonishingly appeared before him. "You have worked hard these years. If it weren't for your timely delivery of spiritual medicines every day, I fear I would not have reached the peak of the initial stage of the transformation stage in such a short time," remarked the newly emerged Hanli, smiling at the figure before him, who bore an identical visage. "I am you, and you are me. Why separate ourselves?" replied the first Hanli, his expression unchanged. He was, in fact, a humanoid puppet controlled by the second nascent soul. The figure who had just arrived was the true Hanli, who had recently emerged from seclusion in the mustard seed space. It had now been 300 years since Hanli had departed from the Falling Cloud sect. After leaving with Nangong Wan, he utilized an ancient teleportation array to transport her and the others to the chaotic Star Sea, where he had skillfully claimed a remote island with a decent spiritual vein for them to settle. Hanli then returned to the southern Heaven-S Devil-S Valley to activate the mustard seed space and entered it to cultivate the Yuan magnetic divine light. Before entering the mustard seed space, he released the heavenly mechanism mansion, storing the golden eating worm and other spiritual insects and beasts within. He constructed a medicinal garden and transplanted the Xiantian immortal vine and dragon scale fruit tree, which he had brought from the Mother and Sun peaks. Ultimately, he left behind a humanoid puppet and entrusted a mysterious small object to it, assigning it the responsibility of overseeing all these matters. Yet, despite this, he remained somewhat uneasy, fearing that cultivators might intrude upon the inner valley and discover his activities. Thus, he spent over a year arranging an immense ancient formation, releasing a mist that would disrupt the spiritual awareness and five senses of any cultivator, shrouding a substantial portion of the inner valley. After completing these preparations, he issued a few commands to the second nascent soul and then, through the teleportation array, entered the mustard seed space. Prior to his cultivation, Han Li refined the inner core of the Golden Flood Dragon King, employing the unique method as instructed by the youth, transforming it into a first transformation of gold attribute elixir root, allowing him to commence his cultivation of the Yuan magnetic divine light with peace of mind. Han Li and the youth could not have anticipated that their seemingly inadvertent action would precisely resolve the critical flaw in the cultivation of the Yuan magnetic divine light. This could be considered Han Li's stroke of fortune. Otherwise, he would have wasted over 100 years only to uncover the anomaly. Even if he were to start his cultivation anew, the drawbacks would be evident. Despite this, the process of cultivation in Yuan Magnetic Mountain was fraught with challenges. The initial layers progressed swiftly, aided by the mountain's energies. However, as he delved deeper, he frequently encountered bottlenecks and nearly fell into a state of demonic deviation, severely depleting his vitality. Had it not been for the countless spirit medicines in his possession and the small bottles for hastening maturation, it is likely that his realm would have suffered a significant decline. The most agonizing ordeal was the arduous fusion of his own mastery of the five elemental forces with the primordial magnetic energy of the Yuan Magnetic Mountain. For decades, he found himself unable to leave the mountain even for a moment, enduring hardships that were beyond the comprehension of outsiders. Had it not been for Han Li's extraordinary mental fortitude and willpower, he would have been unable to persevere in his cultivation. Thus, after laboriously practicing within the confines of the mustard seed space for over 2 centuries, he finally achieved mastery of the technique and completely refined the Yuan Magnetic Mountain, allowing it to be absorbed into his body, transforming it into a treasured artifact. Subsequent events began to unfold smoothly. Han Li seized an opportune moment to consume the demon origin pill along with various spiritual herbs. And with the assistance of premium spirit stones and 5 types of extreme cold flames, he ultimately broke through to the initial stage of the Transformation God realm, becoming a Transformation God practitioner. With this achievement, Han Li could now manipulate the primordial energies of heaven and earth, summoning winds and rain. His powers nearly indistinguishable from those of the celestial beings spoken of in worldly legends. A true ascent to the heavens. Overjoyed, Han Li promptly departed from the abyss of demonic fall and ventured to the sea of chaotic stars. There, he discovered that both Nangong Wan and the disciples of the sect were safe and sound. The disciples had even developed a considerable influence in the sea of chaotic stars, directly controlling dozens of islands of varying sizes inhabited by practitioners. Han Li held no particular opinion on this development, maintaining a non-committal demeanor. Naturally, Nangong Wan and the disciples rejoiced at Han Li's accomplishment as a Transformation God practitioner and celebrated heartily. At this juncture, with the aid of the numerous elixirs he had gifted her, Nangong Wan had already advanced to the late stage of her cultivation, diligently striving to reach full mastery in order to achieve her own breakthrough. The stone firmament possessed exceptional innate talent, and after several centuries, he successfully solidified his Yuan, which brought great solace to Han Li. However, during this time, an unfortunate event transpired. After many years, Mu Peeling, due to the nearing end of her lifespan, was eager to break through the bottleneck of Yuaning. Unfortunately, during her seclusion, a slight crack in her mental state allowed the heart demon to invade, resulting in a backlash of her magical power that led to her demise. Upon hearing this news, Han Li was momentarily stunned, and a sense of melancholy enveloped him. He had previously bestowed upon her the 9 elixir and other auxiliary spiritual medicines to aid her breakthrough, yet fate had deemed it otherwise. As his nominal concubine, Han Li personally visited her grave to pay his respects. Afterward, he remained on the island for over a decade, accompanying Nangong Wan, before finally departing to return to Tian Nan to continue his cultivation. In the 1254th chapter, 5 Dragon Sea, before his departure, Han Li brought Shi Jian back with him to Tian Nan, assigning him the task of seizing the position of the leader of the Qianzhou sect in the far west, thus inheriting the legacy of the Da Yin Divine Monarch. Shi Jian had long been informed by Han Li about the Da Yin Divine Monarch, and upon arriving in Tian Nan, he bid farewell to Han Li and journeyed alone to the far west. With his current cultivation of Yuan, capturing a mere Qianzhou sect was indeed a trivial matter. Han Li, however, felt no concern regarding this. Upon returning to the abyss of demons, Hanli immediately commenced his cultivation in the transformation stage. With the acquisition of the transplantation secret technique from Feng Shi, Hanli successfully transported those previously untransplantable spiritual herbs from the mustard seed space to the outside realm. Consequently, the elusive Jianyun pill, which could not be refined due to material shortages, could now be produced without restrictions. Although the Jianyun pill is an elixir intended for the nascent soul stage, its potent properties are formidable enough to significantly aid even those in the transformation stage. Thus, with an unlimited supply of this spiritual pill, Hanli found himself rapidly advancing in a realm that should have posed great difficulty, the initial stage of transformation. After a century of arduous cultivation, he reached the pinnacle of this initial stage in one breath, fully mastering the final layer of the Qingyuan sword technique to its utmost perfection. However, further consumption of the Jianyun pill yielded no effects. Additionally, due to the thinness of the heavenly vitality in the human realm, advancing to the mid-transformation stage seemed nearly impossible. Therefore, he unhesitatingly emerged from his seclusion. During his period of closed-door cultivation, focusing on the Yuan magnetic divine light and breaking through the bottleneck of transformation, he had repeatedly contacted the formidable transformation stage beings of the Great Jin, such as Xiangji Li, through the Wanli talisman. He gradually divulged the information left behind by the Silver Moon, which he had yet to reveal. As a result, Xiangji Li and others, after much diligent searching, successfully located a usable spatial node. This discovery brought immense joy to these ancient beings. Upon receiving the news, Hanli felt equally elated. After preparing for over a century, Xiangji Li, along with the old monster Feng and the old demon Hu, joined forces to enter the spatial node after the previous ventures of Che Lao Yao. However, before long, the life source lamps of the three individuals left in the mortal realm extinguished two of their lights, leaving only the lamp of the old demon still flickering, albeit dimly. A few days later, even the old demon's lamp succumbed to darkness. It remained uncertain whether the old demon had successfully ascended to the spirit realm, severing the connection of the life source, or if he too had perished within the spatial node. Upon learning this news through the distant talisman from the disciples of the three, Hanli felt a chill run through him. The peril of this spatial node was indeed as he had anticipated, as the formidable powers of the three had almost entirely met with annihilation. This realization unsettled him greatly. It seemed that the warnings of Silver Moon regarding the dangers of the spatial node were not exaggerated. It was truly a treacherous path fraught with peril. Fortunately, Xiangji Li had kept his promise, leaving behind the location of the spatial node for him, alleviating any concerns about finding it. Now that he found himself unable to make any progress in his cultivation, he resolved to personally inspect the entrance to the spatial node to prepare himself adequately. After all, the more thorough the preparation, the greater the likelihood of successfully traversing this node. Merely relying on the descriptions from the distant talisman left him feeling uneasy. However, the location of the spatial node was not in the Great Jin or in the familiar southern territories, but rather in an unfamiliar sea known as the Five-Dragon Sea. This place was scarcely known even in the Great Jin, yet Xiangji Li and other transformation stage experts possessed a teleportation array that led directly to this maritime expanse. He would first need to journey to the Great Jin to facilitate a smooth teleportation. This round trip would consume considerable time, and prior to his departure, he must return to the chaotic Star Sea. With a resolute plan in mind, Hanli entrusted the humanoid puppet to guard the mustard seed space, while he gracefully departed from the abyss of demons. On a picturesque island, several nascent soul-level cultivators gathered in a stone pavilion atop a small hill, engaging in cheerful conversation. "Fairy Bai, I have heard that you recently concocted a batch of fragrant pills, renowned for their excellence in cleansing the marrow as per the principles of the I Ching. Might this old man be fortunate enough to procure a few?" remarked a white-bearded elder clad in an oversized gray robe, as he stroked his beard while addressing a woman in a green dress seated across from him. "Brother Can, you jest. Who does not know that you yourself are a master in the art of alchemy? Surely you would not covet a mere few fragrant pills from Fairy Bai." The green-clad woman responded, yet before she could elaborate, a middle-aged scholar in a blue robe interjected with a light-hearted laugh. "Friend Zhao, your words are mistaken. I am well versed in various elixirs that enhance cultivation and refine magical power, but I have never mastered the art of crafting the fragrant pills. I would not let this rare opportunity slip away, the elder replied, his demeanor remaining jovial. There is no need for the two of you to compete. I have brought a considerable quantity of fragrant pills for this exchange, sufficient for both of you. I do hope that what you offer in return does not disappoint me. The green-clad woman spoke softly and elegantly, her demeanor reminiscent of a refined lady rather than a cultivator. Upon hearing her words, both the elder and the scholar secretly sighed in relief, and their tone became more courteous. These cultivators were indeed convening for a small-scale exchange meeting. The other two individuals seated in the stone pavilion exchanged a knowing smile at this moment of silence. Suddenly, one of them, a man with a sallow complexion, raised his hand and placed a golden wooden box onto the stone table. He pushed it towards the center and, fixing a serious gaze upon the elder, remarked, "This item was procured through the combined efforts of myself and my fellow cultivator, Sunday. In exchange for Brother Can's 2 transformation serpent pills, this elixir alone can facilitate the evolution of my swift-winged python into a true serpent." Transformation serpent pills? Did I not mention during our last exchange that I would not part with them? My azure spirit snake equally requires such a potion, the elder replied, his expression souring as he shook his head repeatedly. Ah, Brother Can, there is no need to respond so hastily. Perhaps it would be prudent to first examine what I have brought forth, the cultivator named Fan said with a low chuckle, exuding confidence. Unless you possess materials such as the Qingling mushroom, I shall not consent, regardless of how precious the contents of that box may be, the elder retorted, maintaining his stance, though his heart stirred with intrigue. Nevertheless, he summoned the box into his grasp and opened the lid. Inside, a dazzling blue orb, roughly the size of a thumb, revealed itself, the inner core of a thunder whale beast. The elder exclaimed in astonishment. The others gasped, turning their gazes towards the remarkable sight. Brother Can, your knowledge is indeed profound, as you recognize this treasure at a glance. This is indeed the demon core of a 7th-level thunder whale beast, though only a 7th-level creature. Its rarity is well known among our peers. My companion son and I pursued it for 3 days and nights before finally securing it. What say you to this exchange? The cultivator Fan proposed. The elder gazed intently at the box in his hands, his eyes unwavering, clearly consumed by an insatiable desire for the demon core within. Yet, the transformative pill also held immense value. He found himself in a state of indecision. The demon core of the thunder whale beast was indeed a rare find. May I have a glance? Just then, a faint male voice resonated from outside the pavilion, strikingly unfamiliar. Who? A few individuals startled, turning in unison toward the sound. They beheld a young man clad in blue robes, appearing to be in his 20s, with an unremarkable visage yet possessing exceptionally clear eyes. The cultivators within the stone pavilion exchanged bewildered glances, for none of them recognized this stranger. The surroundings seemed ordinary, yet it was clear that protective barriers were in place. How could an unknown person appear here? However, the reason they refrained from immediate hostility was the astonishing impression that the newcomer bore no trace of magical power, resembling an ordinary mortal. Yet, if he were truly a mere mortal, how could he have arrived at this location and spoken such words? Might I inquire who you are? The cultivator bearing the surname Fan, seemingly the host of the area, asked with cautious hesitation. Oh, it's nothing. I merely seek directions, if I have caused any inconvenience. I hope you will not take offense, the young man replied, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect, his demeanor calm. This young man was, in fact, Hanli, who had been transported from the Great Chain. He found himself in a certain maritime expanse of the Five Dragon Sea. Being utterly unfamiliar with this territory, Hanli felt it imperative to inquire about his location and subsequently acquire a maritime map. Though the illusionary restrictions here are indeed remarkable, they cannot possibly elude his keen perception. Thus, upon passing over this island, he noticed a gathering of high-ranking cultivators and unceremoniously descended. Asking for directions? The elder from the Fan clan appeared taken aback, immediately displaying a look of disbelief. Friend, it would indeed be splendid if you possessed a maritime chart of the vicinity. By the way, while this Thunder Beast demon core appears intact, the demonic energy within has already dissipated considerably. Hence, even if one were to seek out medicinal concoctions, it would prove of little use. However, Hanli remained unfazed by the other's thoughts. Instead, he cast a glance at the box in the elder's hand and, with a smile, remarked, "Is this truly the case? What nonsense are you spouting?" The elder was startled by these words. Meanwhile, the Fan clan cultivator's expression shifted dramatically, erupting in anger. Whether you believe it or not is entirely up to you and your companions. I merely spoke casually. However, should any of my esteemed friends be willing to sell a maritime chart to me and answer a few questions, I would be more than happy to offer a Thunder Whale Beast Demon Core in return. Although it is of a slightly lower grade, it would suffice for alchemical purposes. Hanli nonchalantly spoke, flipping his palm to reveal a similarly shaped demon core. It shimmered with a brilliant blue light, distinctly larger than the one he had previously produced. At this moment, the several cultivators from the Five Dragon Sea were initially taken aback, their expressions swiftly morphing. Some exhibited flickering excitement in their eyes, others appeared incredulous, while a few intently scrutinized Hanli, seemingly attempting to discern some hidden truth upon his countenance. What is your true identity? Are you here to mock us? The fan cultivator suddenly shifted his gaze from the demon core in Hanli's hand, his expression hardening as he exclaimed. Chapter 1255. The sea missed to toy with us for a mere 6th grade demon core? Hanli raised an eyebrow, a hint of disdain in his voice. Were it an ordinary 6th grade demon core, we would hardly take notice. However, the demon core of the Thunder Whale is an exception. Moreover, your sudden appearance and insinuation regarding Brother Fan's demon core merits further contemplation. The taciturn son, an elder with a somewhat stern countenance, finally spoke up, his tone icy. You must have taken quite some time to slay the Thunder Whale. During this prolonged period, it has likely expended most of its demonic energy. After its demise, the demon core cannot replenish its power, thus its quality is bound to be compromised. It appears you two have not slain many high-tier demons, otherwise you would be aware of this taboo. Hanli chuckled softly, neither confirming nor denying the assertion. Upon hearing this, the two disciples of the Fan clan exchanged uncertain glances, their expressions betraying a hint of doubt. Even if the matter of the demon core holds some truth, how did you gain entry here? Fellow Taoist Fan clearly concealed this place with an illusionary technique. Were you specifically targeting us? The elder with white whiskers inquired warily. A mere illusionary formation is of no concern to me. As for your presence, this is my first visit to this maritime domain. I have no particular intent towards any of you. I find myself in a rather pleasant mood today and have shared all I wish to. Should you inquire further, I am disinclined to respond. The terms I previously stated remain unchanged. Is anyone willing to engage in this transaction? I have no intention of lingering here any longer. Hanli concluded, his demeanor growing stern. As Hanli spoke with such confidence, the few nascent soul cultivators in the stone pavilion felt a chill run through them. Given the enigmatic demeanor of the individual before them, they did not consider his words to be mere bravado. In their moment of trepidation, none dared to speak out. It was only after a while that a graceful woman in a green dress, her gaze flickering as she observed Hanli, suddenly inquired, from your tone, it seems you are not a cultivator from the Five Dragon Sea. However, may I ask if you hail from Dejin and have any acquaintance with the esteemed Xiang Zhili? Hanli was taken aback, narrowing his eyes as he fixed his gaze upon her. I am indeed surprised, he replied. The esteemed Xiang once resided on the island of the young lady, providing guidance in my cultivation, which has greatly benefited me. You address Xiang Daoyu as an equal. Could it be that you are a senior of the transformation stage? The green-clad woman, upon hearing Han Li's words, displayed a flicker of astonishment in her eyes. She suddenly rose to her feet, bowing respectfully. Her demeanor transformed into one of utmost reverence. A transformation stage cultivator? The remaining individuals, who had been comfortably seated, were taken aback, all rising in shock. The previously reticent Fan and the elderly figure, who had shown signs of disdain, now bore expressions of unease. Since you have recognized me, there is no need for concealment. When did you encounter Xiang Daoyu? Han Li inquired, his brow furrowing as he directed his question towards the woman, disregarding the reactions of the others. I met the esteemed Xiang over 200 years ago, when I had not yet successfully condensed my nascent soul. If it were not for his guidance, I fear I would still be lingering in the core formation stage, the graceful woman replied, her face lighting up with joy. 2 centuries ago. It was precisely the time when Xiang Zhilai and his companions discovered the spatial node in the Five Dragon Sea. It seems that this matter is indeed true. Han Li's thoughts raced as he swiftly discerned the veracity of the woman's words, his expression softening slightly. Since you are acquainted with fellow Taoist Xiang, that is splendid. Please take this rare demon core and fetch the nautical chart. With a flick of his hand, the precious demon core shot towards the woman. A spark of joy lit her heart as she gracefully raised her delicate hand to draw the core into her palm. She then bowed in gratitude and retrieved a pale green jade tablet from her storage pouch, gracefully presenting it to him. Han Li accepted the tablet, and immediately scanned it with his spiritual sense, swiftly comparing it to the previous messages left by Xiang Zhilai, and in an instant, he pinpointed the exact location of the spatial node. It was not far from their current position. It seemed they could reach it in about a month's time. He nodded in satisfaction. Very well, I have several questions for you. Listen attentively. Once he revealed his identity as a transformation stage cultivator, an unmistakable aura of authority enveloped him, and he commanded in an unequivocal tone. After all, he had become one of the pinnacle beings in the human realm. And were it not for the concern over the passage of time, there was nothing in this world that could instill fear in him. The woman in the green attire promptly acquiesced. Subsequently, one could observe Han Li's lips moving incessantly, though no sound emerged, while the woman's beautiful eyes shimmered expressively. Once Han Li ceased his inquiries, she too began to respond in kind, addressing each question in turn. After listening attentively, Han Li stroked his chin and lowered his head in contemplation. The other cultivators dared not breathe, standing obediently in place, fearful of disturbing the venerable figure of the transformation god and incurring tremendous trouble upon themselves. With a sly grin, Han Li, having acquired what he sought, declared his intention to depart, stating that they should continue. Seemingly having come to a realization, he suddenly lifted his head and chuckled. Then, with a flick of his sleeve, a flash of azure light enveloped him, and he vanished without a trace. None of those present perceived how Han Li had departed. Following the revelation of his identity, the previously anxious fan surname cultivators finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, upon casting their gaze upon the lightning whale demon core in the hands of the green-clad woman, envy surfaced in their expressions. To obtain such a coveted demon core merely by presenting a maritime map and exchanging a few words seemed an extraordinary stroke of luck. The green-clad woman, noticing the attention directed toward her possession, calmly stowed the demon core away and cheerfully remarked, "Dear friends, since Senior Han has already taken his leave, shall we proceed? Fairy Bai, there is no rush regarding the exchange. I never anticipated that you had previously associated with a transformation god cultivator. It is truly a great honor." The blue-robed scholar sighed deeply, a faint smile gracing his lips as he spoke. "Ah, that was in my early years when I was merely a nascent soul cultivator. I hardly dared to claim any association. It was merely a casual exchange of pointers from that esteemed predecessor," replied the green-clad woman with a gentle shake of her head and a smile. Even if it was just a casual exchange, having a connection with a transformation god cultivator is a dream cherished by many. However, there was a tinge of perplexity lingering in the air. How is it that the most exalted beings of the Great Gene have all converged upon our Five-Dragon Sea? Could it be that some monumental event is about to transpire in this realm? The practitioner of the Fan clan first displayed an expression of envy, but soon thereafter, his brow furrowed in contemplation, and a sense of unease began to take hold. This is indeed a possibility. However, considering that the matter at hand involves the intervention of transcendental cultivators, it is certainly beyond our reach. A moment of carelessness could lead to our annihilation at their whim. It is perhaps best not to inquire indiscriminately, for should we provoke a divine transformation practitioner, the consequences could be dire. The white-bearded elder chuckled ominously, his warning trailing off. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the others shifted, and they all nodded in agreement. As for their innermost thoughts, only the heavens would know. While the cultivators of the Five-Dragon Sea speculated on Han Li's intentions for his journey, he had already transformed into a streak of azure light, appearing over the ocean 1,000 miles away. Through inquiries with a woman clad in green, he gleaned an understanding of the general circumstances in the Five-Dragon Sea and discerned that currently, no divine transformation practitioners were present in this region. Thus, he cast aside the last remnants of trepidation and set forth towards the direction of the spatial node. With Han Li's current cultivation level at the stage of divine transformation, should he choose to exert himself fully in his escape, his speed would be astonishing. However, doing so could provoke the elemental energies of the heavens, gradually depleting his lifespan. Therefore, Han Li opted to maintain a moderate pace, preferring to take his time on the journey. More than a month later, he arrived at an expanse of endless misty seas, staring into the white, hazy vista before him. With a slight twitch of his brow, he wasted no time in guiding his escaping light directly into the depths of the fog. After flying for a considerable time through the sea mist, Han Li suddenly halted his escape light, coming to a standstill. He surveyed his surroundings keenly, rubbing his hands together before raising them in unison, uttering a single character. Two thick arcs of golden light erupted forth, striking the void and producing a resounding thunderclap. The nearby sea mist twisted and morphed, dissipating swiftly to reveal a vast expanse stretching for several miles. Below, a small island came into view, with what appeared to be a modest collection of buildings atop it. Upon witnessing this scene, a look of joy spread across Han Li's face as he murmured to himself, "The old monster and the others have not deceived me. They have indeed left disciples to guard this spatial node. However, if I were to arrive here a century or two later, it remains uncertain whether anyone would still be present." As he pondered, 3 streaks of light shot forth from the small island below, racing towards Han Li. Seemingly having detected his presence, Han Li remained composed, his hands clasped behind his back, suspended in the air without a trace of movement. As the lights converged, 3 middle-aged cultivators, a woman and 2 men, materialized before him, all at the core formation stage. Upon catching sight of Han Li's face, the trio exhibited expressions of delight and approached him to pay their respects. "We greet you, Senior Han. We have been waiting here for quite some time on the orders of our esteemed master. You are disciples of Master Xiang and have seen me before?" Han Li inquired, his expression shifting slightly. "Indeed, we are disciples of Master Xiang. We recognized you from the portrait left by our master," one of them replied respectfully. "Well, I appreciate your diligence over the years," Han Li acknowledged. "I shall not neglect you. However, in the future, I will have my disciples take your place in guarding this location. There is no need for you to remain confined here any longer." Han Li remarked with a nod and a hint of a smile. Upon hearing these words, the 3 individuals were overjoyed and promptly invited Han Li to take a seat in the building below. Yet, Han Li shook his head, expressing his desire to first inspect the location of the spatial node. Naturally, the 3 did not dare refuse and quickly acquiesced, leading Han Li toward one side of the small island. Chapter 1256. The spatial node after flying for more than 10 miles. Without needing further words from the 3, Han Li's divine sense detected an anomaly in the sky ahead. With a subtle shift of his consciousness, he continued to soar for a short while longer before the group finally came to a halt. Han Li squinted, his gaze fixated on a massive, grayish light cluster hovering in the air. A chill ran through him as he beheld its sheer size, approximately a mile in diameter, though somewhat vague and dim. A closer inspection revealed depths that seemed unfathomable. The halo emitted by the weapons slowly rotated, creating an uncanny sensation as though it could draw in one's very essence. This is indeed the spatial node. Although he was certain of this, Han Li exhaled softly and inquired, "Esteemed elders, is this the node through which our ancestors entered?" "Indeed. This is the entrance utilized by our forebears. However, to maintain the stability of this portal, they exerted tremendous effort to create a special seal, temporarily locking it away. This not only ensures the node remains as stable as possible, but also minimizes spatial fluctuations, preventing undue attention from other cultivators in the 5-Dragon Sea," replied the middle-aged female cultivator among the 3 core formation practitioners. However, when she mentioned Xiang Ji Li, her expression darkened slightly. It was evident that these 3 individuals were well aware of the extinguishing of Xiang Ji Li and the others' primordial lamps. "So that is why," I pondered, "the fluctuations in this space are so faint. My fellow Taoists have indeed exerted considerable effort." Upon hearing this, Han Li let out a quiet sigh and then fixed his gaze upon the luminous orb in the air, his eyes flickering in silence. The 3 core formation cultivators, however, exchanged glances, seemingly communicating silently. "There is something I wish to inform you of, esteemed seniors." One of the male cultivators hesitated before speaking. "What is it?" Han Li inquired, somewhat taken aback as he turned to look at him. "It is as follows. We 3 have guarded this place for over 2 centuries. And though there exists the seal of our revered ancestor, we have noticed that the spatial entrance has begun to experience brief tremors since a century ago. Moreover, as time has progressed, the intervals between these tremors have become increasingly shorter. Initially, they occurred merely once every few years and lasted only a day, but now they transpire annually, each lasting a full fortnight." The male cultivator replied candidly. "Such a development," Han Li exclaimed, his expression shifting with concern. "Are you implying that the seal can no longer maintain this spatial node?" "Indeed, I fear so," the other male cultivator replied respectfully. "If this trend continues, within a century at most, this spatial node will not only become unstable but may very well collapse. It seems that esteemed seniors will no longer be able to enter as easily as our revered ancestor Xiang once did." "Over a century, such a brief span?" Han Li's expression darkened further. "This is merely speculation on the part of the junior disciples. perhaps filtered through their own perceptions, the female cultivator hastily remarked with a smile. Whether it is mere conjecture, I shall ascertain after spending several years in this place. I am determined to thoroughly investigate this node and have no intention of departing in the immediate future. Hanli pondered for a moment before responding slowly. The three disciples of Xiang Zhili naturally uttered no words of dissent, quickly affirming his statement. Subsequently, Hanli waved his hand, instructing the three to return to the small island while he chose to remain alone for a while longer. In the blink of an eye, beneath the immense radiance, only Hanli was left. He gazed up at the colossal sphere of light, his expression fluctuating between hope and despair. Clearly, the words of the three had instilled a sense of unease within him. If what they claimed were true, that the entrance could only be sustained for a little over a century, he must enter this node within 100 years. From a temporal perspective, this was undeniably too hasty, and the risk of demise would undoubtedly multiply. However, should he fail to seize this opportunity, even with his remaining lifespan of over 1,000 years, it would likely be exceedingly difficult to find another means to enter the spiritual realm. Otherwise, why would Xiang Zhili and the old monster Feng have endured for so long, entering without hesitation the moment they discovered the node? As for the node information he had yet to provide to Xiang Zhili and the others, only a scant few locations remained. He held little hope that any of these would yield another viable spatial node. As Hanli contemplated, his countenance darkened significantly. He lingered beneath the vast light for the better part of a day before finally turning and shooting away with a flash of light. As the result of his evasion, he descended slowly upon the small island. The three female cultivators had already prepared the most spacious attic for Hanli, ensuring it was impeccably tidy for his accommodation. Hanli was immensely pleased with their performance, and, acknowledging their contributions and the hardships they endured while guarding this spatial node, he bestowed upon each of them 3 precious items and several vials of elixirs. The 3 core formation cultivators were naturally overjoyed and expressed profound gratitude. Subsequently, Hanli utilized a long-distance talisman to directly contact Nangong 1 and others, who were far away in the chaotic Star Sea, requesting them to send several reliable core formation cultivators recently recruited on the island, specifically asking for Tianqiner to accompany them. At present, Tianqiner had devoted most of her time to studying various formations and restrictions, aided by Hanli's elixirs in her cultivation. Given her remarkable talent in formations and the ample time at her disposal, her achievements were indeed significant, surpassing Hanli in the realm of formations by a considerable margin. Hanli recognized that to delve into the spatial node, he would likely need to rely on her expertise in formations. In the subsequent days, Hanli spent nearly every day beneath the massive radiance, observing the fluctuations at the node's entrance before returning to the island to ponder deeply. A year later, Tianqiner arrived at the island, accompanied by 4 core formation cultivators. Hanli immediately permitted the original 3 core formation cultivators on the island to depart, thus assuming full control of the area. Although Tianqiner remained in the late stage of core formation, after consuming a vial of rejuvenating water that Hanli had specifically left for her, she was far from reaching the limits of her lifespan. As for whether she could still condense her nascent soul in the future, it ultimately depended on her own fortune. Upon the arrival of Tianqiner, Hanli promptly took her to examine the spatial node, seeking a method to strengthen the sealing power, thereby gaining more time. Unfortunately, despite Tianqiner's astonishing mastery of formations, her contemplation over the spatial node, a phenomenon intertwined with spatial forces, yielded only a method to gradually enhance the seal after several months of arduous thought. However, she could only assert a mere 20 to 30% confidence in its efficacy to prevent the collapse of the entrance. Given the low probability, Hanli, with no alternative course of action, allowed her to proceed. As for the rare materials required to set up the formation, Hanli's extraordinary abilities enabled him to gather everything needed with a mere trip to the 5 Dragon Sea, leaving the Misty Sea behind. Thus, Hanli remained in this location for a span of 5 to 6 years. During this time, he became increasingly aware that the spatial node indeed experienced tremors, as mentioned by his mentor, occurring at intervals that grew shorter with each passing year, while the duration of the tremors intensified and became more violent. Consequently, the initial joy he felt upon advancing to the transformation stage dissipated entirely. Observing Tianqiner meticulously re-establish a remarkably complex formation, layering an additional seal upon the spatial node, he began to contemplate seizing this opportunity to venture into the human realm in search of unique protective treasures and secret techniques to prepare for entering the spatial node. However, just days before his intended departure, a sudden flash of brilliance appeared in a certain direction beyond the misty sea. A shimmering orb of silver light emerged, swiftly darting towards the mist-laden waters, and in the blink of an eye, it reached the very edge of the sea. As the radiance subsided, it revealed an enchanting silver fur maiden, seemingly in her 20s, with delicate brows and a graceful nose, her eyes sparkling with a luminous glow, hinting at the flow of silver energy within. The maiden surveyed the expanse of the misty sea before her, and with a subtle gesture, produced a jade slip that revealed its secrets upon her mental scan, causing a faint smile to grace her exquisite visage. Indeed, this was the spatial node spoken of by the younger disciples of the heavenly demon sect. Murmuring softly, she demonstrated her knowledge of the spatial node's existence. And without a moment's hesitation, she transformed into a streak of silver light, soaring upwards. As the mist churned around her, she vanished completely from sight. The present-day Misty Isle was no longer the unguarded haven it had been when Hanli first arrived. While Tianqiner was engaged in sealing the outer spatial nodes, she meticulously arranged several intricate formations in the vicinity of the isle, powerful enough to temporarily ensnare even a Yuanian cultivator. Consequently, the unsuspecting silver fur maiden, upon reaching the isle's aerial expanse, inevitably plunged headlong into these formidable barriers. As the restrictions were triggered, countless bolts of thunder and fire erupted in the surrounding space, hurtling towards the maiden with relentless fury, followed closely by a flurry of razor-sharp wind blades and icy spikes. Initially taken aback, the silver fur maiden soon composed herself, letting out a cold huff. With a swift motion, she gathered her energies, and a gust of frigid wind surged forth from her being, expanding rapidly to envelop the area, forming an extraordinarily formidable vortex, its power truly awe-inspiring. The thunderous roar reverberated through the air as the hurricane swept across the land, consuming all attacks within its vortex, rendering them utterly futile against the silver fur maiden. Such a tremendous commotion could not have gone unnoticed by the 4 alchemical cultivators stationed on the island. Startled, they immediately transformed into beams of light, shooting into the sky. Amidst the tempest, the silver fur maiden, upon noticing someone soaring from the island, couldn't help but display a hint of malice in her expression. With a graceful lift of her jade hand, she pointed her finger towards the 4 cultivators, seemingly poised to unleash something upon them. However, at that moment, a calm voice echoed in her ear. "Fairy Foam, please show mercy. These individuals are subordinates of mine, acting under orders. I hope you will not hold it against them." "Is that you?" The silver fur maiden's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing those words, yet her raised hand gradually descended. Chapter 1257. The Alliance of Cooperation. How did you arrive here? Have you also ascended to the transformation stage? The silver fur maiden was none other than the former ruler of the Ice Sea, transformed from the 10th level Ice Phoenix. She had witnessed Han Li's progression from mid to late nascent soul stage, and after several centuries of absence, the thought that he could have advanced to the transformation stage seemed almost unfathomable. After all, while there might be countless late nascent soul cultivators in this realm, those who could reach the transformation stage were exceedingly rare. Has Fairy Foam also reached the transformation stage? Although I am uncertain how you discovered this location, it is evident that you have come through a spatial node. If that is the case, it would be beneficial for you to descend and have a conversation with me. This matter, it seems we are not incapable of collaborating once. Han Li chuckled softly, transmitting his voice gradually. As these words were uttered, the relentless thunder fire, which had been incessantly bombarding the swirling tempest, abruptly ceased and dissipated, while the nearby restrictions came to a halt. The 4 golden core cultivators flying below, who had naturally overheard Han Li's transmission, were instantly aware that the woman before them was, in fact, a transformation stage demon cultivator. Their faces paled, and they immediately stood respectfully to either side, as if they had come specifically to welcome the silver fur lady. The Ice Phoenix remained silent for a moment, then, with a subtle arch of her delicate brows, she did not even glance at the 4 golden core cultivators and transformed into a silvery light, soaring towards the island below. The 4 subordinates of Han Li, relieved in silence, quickly followed suit, tactfully guiding her to the largest pavilion on the island. From a distance, the woman beheld a young man, garbed in flowing attire, standing at the entrance of the pavilion, gazing at her with a smile adorning his face. Who other than the human cultivator she once loathed to the core? Friend Han indeed acts swiftly, having already taken possession of this island. Where's the spatial node? The silver fur lady inquired, her expression far from amiable, as she descended from her retreating light a good 10 zhang away from Han Li, boldly demanding an answer. Han Li smiled, first gesturing for the 4 accompanying Golden Core cultivators to withdraw, which they did promptly. It was only then that he responded slowly. Since you have arrived here, why the haste? The spatial node lies not far from this place. After we conclude our discussion, I shall personally escort you there, if you so desire. What is there to discuss with you? Did you truly believe that after advancing to the divine realm, you could still hold an advantage over me? The woman's face was masked with frost, yet her words inadvertently revealed a hint of trepidation towards Han Li. You seek the spatial node, desiring to ascend to the spirit realm, which aligns closely with my own objectives, thus presenting a significant opportunity for collaboration. However, Han Li remained unfazed. Collaborate with you human cultivators? A smirk of derision flickered at the corner of Bingfeng's mouth. Surely, the fairy is already aware of the fate that awaits you and your companions. Otherwise, you would not be here. You possess the innate ability of spatial manipulation, capable of tearing apart the fabric of nearby space and traversing it at will. This would prove invaluable in navigating the spatial node and confronting the forces of interdimensional barriers. My own abilities, as you have witnessed, are certainly not inferior to yours. Moreover, I am in possession of 2 celestial treasures, and I assure you, I would not be a burden to the fairy. United, we would undoubtedly have a far greater chance of successfully entering the spatial node than if we were to venture alone. You have already seen the fate of your companions. That old demon, Che, is rumored to have entered another spatial node, although he left no spirit lamp behind, rendering his outcome unknown. The entrance to that node is far more volatile than this one. I fear the prospects are grim. Han Li spoke calmly. Upon hearing this, the silver fur woman's countenance remained icy, her silver gaze flashing as she coldly replied, my lifespan will significantly increase upon advancing to the divine realm. I could linger in the mortal realm for tens of thousands of years without concern. Why must I hasten to ascend to the spirit realm? And what need have I to collaborate with you? Is that so? Yet, what will happen when your lifespan ultimately arrives at its end? Does Fairy Feng truly believe that this spatial node is so easily located and can endure for an extended duration? Han Li stroked his chin, revealing a mysterious smile. What does this mean? Upon hearing his words, the Silver Pine woman's expression shifted dramatically. It is nothing. I merely wish to inform you, fellow cultivator, that the spatial node here can only endure for a little over 100 years before it collapses and vanishes. If the Phoenix Fairy believes she can find a more suitable entry point in the human realm, then let my previous words be forgotten, Han Li said with a chuckle. Such coincidences are unlikely. Could it be that you are attempting to deceive me? The Silver Pine woman was momentarily taken aback, her face reflecting skepticism. Whether the matter is true or not, dear friend, I suggest you observe this node for some time. I must depart for a while to seek means to resist the power of the barrier. For now, I have assigned one of my female disciples to guard this place. Should you require anything, feel free to command. However, if you could occasionally offer guidance during your leisure, I would be most grateful on behalf of my apprentice. Han Li, displaying a nonchalant attitude, chose not to press further, but instead shifted the conversation. You intend to leave this island. It seems you truly plan to enter this node soon. Very well, considering your sincerity, I shall remain here for a while. But should your words prove false, I shall take my leave without hesitation. The Ice Phoenix was somewhat taken aback, yet after a moment of contemplation, she reluctantly nodded. At least she did not immediately reject Han Li's proposal for collaboration. Han Li felt a surge of joy within, promptly raising his palm as a flash of fire shot through the air, vanishing in an instant. It was a sound transmission talisman. He then engaged in casual conversation with the Silver Pine woman, exuding an air of tranquility. However, this woman seemed rather reticent, offering only a few perfunctory replies before lapsing into silence. Han Li, unfazed, discerned her disposition and chose to remain silent. After a brief interval, a beam of white light streaked from the direction of the spatial node, spiraling down to land beside the group. It revealed a slender woman clad in yellow robes. Her visage enchanting, it was none other than Tian Qiner. Greetings, master. Tian Qiner respectfully saluted Han Li, then stood quietly to the side. This is your cherished disciple. Oh, she possesses the dragon's resonance physique? The silver-haired woman glanced at Tian Qiner and her expression shifted, revealing a look of astonishment. Have you also discerned this, my friend? It is indeed a rare blessing and a curse for a female to bear such a constitution. I have heard that the Icewind clan's cultivation of the primordial cold essence is remarkably profound. It can cleanse one's marrow and transform their essence, exhibiting extraordinary efficacy in balancing the yin and yang. Might I request a few drops for my disciple? It could potentially liberate her from this constraint and lead her toward enlightenment, Hanli remarked with a subtle smile, suddenly broaching the subject. Though he had refrained from discussing Tianqiner's dragon's resonance physique, he had devoted considerable time to researching various texts in search of what seemed to be the sole method to surmount this unique constitution. Now that the opportunity presented itself, he naturally sought to guide his disciple inadvertently. Just a few drops? I can hardly believe you would utter such a thing, my friend. The primordial cold essence is exceedingly precious. It cannot simply be bestowed upon a mere human. Perhaps, if the fates are favorable, I might consider it. The Icewind clan member replied without reservation. That is only natural. Qiner, you have also heard the words of Senior Feng. Fellow Taoist Feng will remain on this island for a while, so you must be attentive to her instructions. Hanli, rather than displaying anger, let out a hearty laugh and spoke to Qiner with significant intent. Upon hearing that her dragon roar physique might actually prevail, Qiner's beautiful eyes brightened instantly. And upon receiving Han Li's enlightening words, she naturally rejoiced and repeatedly agreed. The silver fur woman cast a displeased glance at Han Li, but chose to remain silent. The subsequent events unfolded simply. Han Li personally guided the Ice Phoenix to inspect the spatial node, and after staying on the island for half a month, he sensed that the silver fur woman bore no strong aversion towards Qiner. Thus he quietly departed from the small island with peace of mind. Beyond the misty sea, high in the sky for 1,000,000 miles, Han Li transformed into a streak of azure light, gliding slowly. Fellow Taoist Han, do you truly intend to partner with this Ice Phoenix to enter the node? A ball of azure light emerged from his sleeve, enveloping a small cauldron, which then circled and hovered before Han Li. Shadows flickered on the cauldron, and suddenly, the figure of a young boy materialized. Han Li gazed at the boy with mild surprise. Over the years, apart from requesting some materials and elixirs from him, the boy had rarely made an appearance. Now, he suddenly inquired about this creature. It is indeed necessary to collaborate with her. Her spatial innate abilities will be invaluable once we enter the spatial node. Han Li calmly stated, that is indeed true. Although the Ice Phoenix does not possess true Tianfeng bloodline, she has inherited some spatial divine abilities. With her assistance, navigating the spatial node will certainly be more secure. However, before you depart from the mortal realm, shouldn't you release the restrictions upon me and liberate me from the confines of the celestial cauldron? Have you forgotten this matter? The youth nodded in acknowledgement, yet deftly shifted the topic. Naturally, I have not forgotten. However, Taoist Tianlan, I entrusted you with the remnants of the golden pedestal and jade manuscript. After all these years, shouldn't I receive some clarification in return? Han Li maintained a composed expression but inquired about the jade page. As for the talismanic path of the remnant page mountain, I have indeed comprehended a portion, though I cannot guarantee its accuracy, nor can I demonstrate it here in the mortal realm. After all, the celestial talismans, when wielded in this realm of sparse vitality, tend to backfire, often resulting in the practitioner being rendered a mere husk before success is achieved. Are you certain you desire me to decipher that particular aspect? The youth furrowed his brow, non-committally responding. Naturally, I wish to, and moreover, I intend to reclaim the golden pedestal and jade manuscript. Should I ascend to the spirit realm, I shall further contemplate it independently. Han Li replied with a hint of indifference. In that case, please proceed, Taoist Han. The youth showed no hesitation, stepping firmly upon the small cauldron beneath him, causing its lid to flip open, revealing a narrow crevice. With two soft sounds, a yellow and a green orb of spiritual light soared from the cauldron, which Han Li promptly grasped in his hand, a yellow wooden box and a piece of jade slip of vibrant green. Chapter 1258, Soaring Across the World. Upon opening the wooden box, a sweep of consciousness over the green jade slip revealed annotations of the content inscribed upon the jade tablet. Each word was laden with mystery. Although immediate comprehension was unlikely, one could not doubt its authenticity after careful examination. Han Li collected the two items and offered a subtle smile to the young man. Since you have taken such actions, I shall not go back on my word. I will commence the secret technique to gradually sever your primordial spirit from the void heaven cauldron. However, this process may extend over several decades, so patience is essential, he stated. Naturally, as long as I regain my freedom before your ascension, I shall be content. the young man replied, seemingly pleased with Han Li's assurance. After uttering these words, his figure flickered and then dissipated into nothingness. After a moment of contemplation, Han Li opened his mouth, releasing a stream of azure mist that enveloped the small cauldron. Within the radiant light, the cauldron swiftly diminished in size, vanishing into his mouth in the blink of an eye. Almost simultaneously, the primordial infant, seated within his body, abruptly opened its eyes. With a flick of its tiny hand, a diminutive azure cauldron materialized before it. The primordial infant then tossed the cauldron forward, forming hand seals that summoned a verdant glow from within its body, enveloping both the cauldron and itself in a shimmering haze, obscuring all visibility of the scene within. Meanwhile, Han Li maintained his composure and accelerated his escape, swiftly disappearing into the horizon. Shortly thereafter, a mysterious cultivator began to emerge across various realms of the human world, dedicated to collecting rare treasures and obscure techniques. These items were either related to spatial abilities or possessed formidable protective capabilities. However, this enigmatic cultivator held discerning tastes, resulting in few opportunities to act in any given location. Moreover, the individual in question possesses a remarkable ability to act with unparalleled swiftness and decisiveness. Each appearance is marked by a distinct visage, physique, and attire, rendering any attempts to forcibly acquire or discreetly remove items utterly futile. Those in the know among the cultivators can only ascertain that this person wields unfathomable powers, reducing even Yuaning masters to the status of mere children, devoid of any means of resistance. Fortunately, this enigmatic cultivator limits their actions to the realm of treasures, inflicting severe injuries upon adversaries while refraining from causing any fatalities. Consequently, although sects and factions lament the loss of their artifacts and techniques, they are simultaneously daunted by the astonishing prowess of this individual, leading them to refrain from publicizing their plight or conducting thorough investigations. They are left to rue their misfortune in silence. As for ordinary cultivators, they remain blissfully ignorant of the existence of this mysterious figure. Thus, the years have gradually slipped by. On a certain day, 70 years later, atop an unnamed peak on the Tian Sha continent, the mysterious cultivator stands upon a boulder, gazing intently at two elderly men in the sky who are glaring fiercely at him, their expressions devoid of emotion. At this moment, he presents himself as a middle-aged scholar with 3 wisps of long beard, clad in a robe as dark as ink. The 2 elderly men, one at the initial stage of Yuan-ing and the other at the mid-stage, represent the pinnacle of power on the Tian Sha continent. Whoever you may be, it would be prudent to return the stolen golden Shuo ring without delay. Your ability to infiltrate our sacred grounds and abscond with treasures suggests that you are at least a mid-stage Yuan-ing cultivator. Why engage in such disgraceful conduct? Intoned the elder with thick brows, his voice laced with menace. Their pursuit was not overly swift, yet after a brief chase, they managed to close the distance. However, the individual before them remained shrouded in an impenetrable haze, obscuring any insight into their true cultivation level, thus piquing the curiosity of the 2 cultivators. Thus, he refrained from taking immediate action and cautiously articulated such words. The enigmatic cultivator's gaze flickered momentarily. With a subtle gesture, an object shot forth, hurtling towards the elder who had spoken. The elder, momentarily taken aback, instinctively reached out with one hand, drawing the object into his grasp. It turned out to be a storage pouch. A hint of perplexity crossed the elder's face. The golden shining ring is of great significance to me. The spirit stones within this pouch, even if acquired, would not suffice to claim this treasure, the mysterious cultivator stated, his expression impassive, his voice slightly hoarse. Nonsense. The golden shining ring is a treasured relic of our sect. No matter how many spirit stones one offers, it shall never be sold, the elder retorted, initially astonished by the number of spirit stones in the pouch, but his fury ignited upon hearing the latter part of the statement. In that case, I shall not relinquish this treasure. The mysterious cultivator remarked coolly. Humph, then you shall leave your life behind as well, another elder, sharp-eyed and suddenly ominous, declared. With that, he unleashed a burst of red light, which shot forth and, in an instant, hovered ominously above the mysterious cultivator's head. Realizing that the opponent was unwilling to return the treasure, this mid-stage nascent soul cultivator struck without mercy. However, an astonishing scene unfolded. The mysterious cultivator made no move towards his possessions. Instead, with a single hand, he swept through the air, conjuring swirling gray mist that ascended into the sky. The red light collided with the gray radiance and, with a shudder, the spiritual energy dissipated, revealing its true form. It was a small crimson sword, mere inches in length, gleaming with a chilling light. At that moment, the small sword spun helplessly within the gray mist, seemingly stripped of its own power. The elder with hawk-like eyes, who had unleashed the flying sword from midair, was now engulfed in a tumult of shock and fury at this moment. He found himself severed from the telepathic connection with the sword. Beside him, a prominent-browed elder discerned the anomaly and, without a moment's hesitation, let out a thunderous shout. With a swift flick of his sleeve, he summoned forth a shimmering golden square object. Upon its emergence, the item expanded dramatically, transforming into a colossal golden brick several yards in size, hurtling downward with the force of a small mountain. Below, the enigmatic cultivator emitted a soft gasp, and with a subtle movement of his brow, he gestured with his other hand in a sweeping arc above his head. With a resounding whoosh, a thick plume of gray mist spiraled upward, colliding with the golden brick. The brilliance of the mist merely coiled around the surface of the brick, causing its radiant light to dissipate, and it abruptly shrank in size, spiraling out of control. The mysterious cultivator then extended his hand toward the sky, summoning the original form of the golden brick and the crimson sword, both trembling as they plummeted toward him, poised to land in his grasp. At this juncture, the hawk-eyed elder grew increasingly anxious. Without a second thought, he reached out towards Han Li in the void. Instantly, a massive white hand materialized beneath, and as its fingers converged, it transformed into an enormous palm, crashing down with the intent to annihilate the enigmatic cultivator. However, the cultivator below merely flicked his finger at the sky. In a flash of golden light, a beam of sword chi sliced through the air, cleaving the luminous fist cleanly in two, which then dissipated into specks of white light. Witnessing this, the hawk-eyed elder's complexion paled slightly. It was only then that the mysterious cultivator weighed the two treasures in his hand, and, casting a cold gaze toward the two figures above, spoke with an icy demeanor. If these two treasures were added, would the two fellow cultivators be willing to trade? The two old men's hearts sank. They found it difficult to believe that the other party could, in a single exchange, seize their magical artifacts and shatter their secret techniques. Furthermore, they wondered what kind of divine power that gray light possessed to have such heaven-defying might. For a moment, neither of them dared to rashly respond. Upon seeing this, the mysterious cultivator chuckled, suddenly tossed the treasures in his hand into the air, and with a flash of spiritual light, transformed into a streak of azure rainbow, shooting away. The two old men were stunned by this sight and hastily performed hand gestures to retrieve their own treasures. Then, gazing at the departing escape light, they couldn't help but look at each other in dismay. "Senior brother, should we pursue?" After a long while, the thick-browed old man asked hesitantly, "Pursue? With what shall we pursue? The other party has clearly shown leniency. If we continue to be ignorant and approach, I fear we shall truly provoke their killing intent." The eagle-eyed old man replied helplessly, "But that gold-shimmering ring is our sect's treasure. Losing it like this will make it difficult for us to account to the sect." The thick-browed old man said with some reluctance, "What is so difficult to account for? It is simply that you and I, brothers, are not as skilled as others. The cultivation world is inherently a place where the strong prey on the weak. Back then, the gold-shimmering ring was not originally our sect's possession. It was seized by the sect's founder from another sect. Now that it has been taken away by someone else, we can only accept our misfortune. Let us return. You and I must preserve our useful bodies to support the entire sect," the eagle-eyed old man said with a bitter smile, and then transformed into a streak of red light, heading in the opposite direction. The elderly figure, after a moment of astonishment, let out a long sigh and transformed into a beam of light, swiftly vanishing into the distance. In a distant expanse of sky, the enigmatic cultivator, having traversed tens of thousands of miles, suddenly halted midair. Following this, a cacophony of cracking sounds emanated from the light, and the individual's stature increased by several inches. Simultaneously, a swirling azure radiance danced across his face, momentarily obscuring his features, which then shifted to reveal the countenance of an unremarkable young man, none other than Han Li himself. At that moment, he flicked his sleeve, and a resplendent golden ring materialized in his grasp. With a single hand, he grasped it and gave it a slight shake, causing a myriad of phantasms to emerge in a display of extraordinary magic. Indeed, in terms of protective capabilities, this treasure would undoubtedly rank among the top 3 of those he had acquired in recent years. A smile graced Han Li's face as he murmured to himself in satisfaction. Time was drawing near. It was time for Han to return and check on matters. Otherwise, should the spatial node suddenly collapse, he would have ample reason to regret it. A light-hearted chuckle from a youthful voice echoed from Han Li's sleeve. "No need for Daoist Tianlan to remind me. I was already preparing to return," he replied. Over the years, although he had obtained several treasures and secret techniques, he found himself dissatisfied with all but 4 or 5 of them. While many were renowned, they often fell short of their reputation. Han Li's expression darkened suddenly, his tone growing somber as he contemplated the inadequacy of the treasures he had acquired, realizing they would be of little use upon entering the spatial node. Yet, such a statement is not entirely fair. The ordinary ancient treasures from your realm cannot possibly compare to spiritual artifacts like the 8th Spirit Ruler. Nevertheless, possessing these treasures and techniques is certainly better than having none at all. Moreover, throughout these years, although you have traversed various realms, have you not gleaned a fragment or two from the treasures inscribed in the Golden Pavilion and the Jade Book? These insights may very well save your life one day," remarked the youth, who had transformed from the celestial beast, with a leisurely tone. "Perhaps," replied Han Li noncommittally, yet his hand, concealed within his sleeve, inadvertently clenched into a fist before gently relaxing once more. The youth, unaware of Han Li's true gains over the years, believed them to be the collection of treasures and techniques, while in reality, Han Li's greatest achievement lay elsewhere. Chapter 1259. Returned to the island. Over the past several decades, Han Li has periodically consumed a dragon scale fruit, which he had stored in his spatial pouch. His strength has magnified significantly. When he transplanted the dragon scale fruit into the abyss of demons, the spiritual herbs initially sent into the microcosmic space included this fruit. However, Han Li did not indulge in its consumption daily. Rather, he partook of it once every fortnight. Although the medicinal properties of the fruit are mild, if he failed to completely absorb and refine its essence each time, the cumulative effects over time could prove unbearable, even for one who has cultivated the Ming Wang Ju to the 3rd layer. The daily consumption requirement mentioned by the Golden Flood Dragon King was naturally due to the extraordinary physique of the Flood Dragon lineage, far surpassing that of ordinary beasts. During Han Li's seclusion, focused on breaking through to the transformation stage, he had little time to refine the fruit, leading him to consume it only for a little over a decade before ceasing, dedicating himself entirely to the cultivation of the Qing Yuan sword technique. Before his journey to the 5 Dragon Sea, he deliberately filled a storage bag with the ripened dragon scale fruits. Throughout the years, he traversed the mortal realm, consuming these fruits while simultaneously cultivating the inadvertently acquired bone tempering technique to refine their medicinal potency. To his astonishment, he discovered that the synergy between the bone tempering technique and the dragon scale fruits yielded remarkably favorable results. What initially appeared to be a daunting technique progressed at an astonishing pace, allowing him to ascend through several layers in merely a few decades. Upon introspection, he noted that his bones had grown slightly thicker and now exhibited a faint golden hue, closely resembling the color of his skin when he practiced the Ming Wang technique. In terms of strength, he could effortlessly lift a colossal stone weighing 10,000 pounds with a single hand, all without exerting any internal magical power. Even more delightful was his realization that the dragon scale fruits also significantly enhanced his cultivation of the Ming Wang technique. As he practiced the bone tempering technique, he unknowingly progressed to the 4th layer of the Ming Wang technique. This revelation filled him with wonder. Yet he secretly speculated that the bone tempering technique might have some connection to the Brahma Saint True Fragment, potentially being an independent technique inspired by the Ming Wang technique. Otherwise, it would not exhibit such a complementary nature to the Ming Wang technique. With the attainment of the 4th layer of the Ming Wang technique, he would be able to cultivate several secret Buddhist arts associated with it. These esoteric techniques, when combined with the Ming Wang technique, would wield tremendous power, significantly enhancing his abilities. While consuming the dragon scale fruits, Han Li naturally concealed the Void Heaven Cauldron to prevent the young acolyte from discovering this secret. It would indeed be peculiar if he did not frequently produce a dragon scale fruit. Speaking of which, it is quite strange that the cultivation of the Yuan magnetic divine light would manifest in a gray hue. I had initially anticipated that this divine ability would display a spectrum of 5 colors. Upon achieving mastery in the Yuan magnetic divine light, one could harness the magnetic forces of the 5 elements, capable of countering treasures of the same nature. In the future, This ability will grow in power alongside your cultivation, rendering further specialized training unnecessary. This is a remarkably rare divine skill. Even cultivators of a higher tier would find it challenging to contend with this technique. The young man suddenly shifted the topic to the Yuan magnetic divine light, which caught me off guard. I had not anticipated that the Yuan magnetic divine light would take on such an unremarkable appearance. During my earlier cultivation, the light indeed radiated in the colors of the 5 elements. It was only upon reaching mastery that this anomaly occurred. Hanli stroked his chin, equally perplexed. This matter had puzzled him for many years, though he had kept it to himself. Now, prompted by the young man's remarks, he could not help but display a contemplative expression. He chuckled, remarking that this technique was a unique creation of the cultivators in this realm. Therefore, any peculiarities would not be surprising. The young man smiled and stated this matter with conviction. There is merit to this assertion. As long as the power of this divine light remains undiminished, what significance does a slight change in color hold? After a brief twitch of his lips, Hanli returned the smile with a sense of ease. Ah, my friend, it is best that you think this way. It seems that Brother Han truly intends to ascend to the spirit realm shortly. In that case, I shall refrain from accompanying you back to the 5-Dragon Sea and bid you farewell here. As the youth's words fell, a beam of azure light swiftly shot forth from Han Li's sleeve, spiraling before hovering in midair. It was indeed the small virtual cauldron. After a clear chime, the lid of the cauldron opened with a crack, from which a plume of gray mist emerged, transforming into a youth several feet tall. Have you managed to leave the virtual cauldron? I recall that your full liberation was still a bit delayed, Han Li remarked, his expression tinged with astonishment. The years have not been wasted within the cauldron. This final bit of confinement can no longer bind me, the youth replied with a slight smirk, exuding an air of aged wisdom. Ah, I see. Do you intend to remain here? Why not return to the Tianlan grassland or find refuge elsewhere? This celestial calamity continent, while named a continent, is merely a rather large island and cannot truly compare with other foundational realms of cultivation, Han Li inquired, his demeanor quickly returning to normal as he spoke. I am merely employing a contingency plan from my true form in the spirit realm. I am not in haste to achieve cultivation success, as the quantity of resources holds little significance for me at this point. My choice to remain in this celestial sandy continent is due to the recent discovery of a similar aura, though it appears somewhat diluted. I intend to seek out this individual, the youth replied calmly, a faint smile gracing his lips. Similar? Then I must extend my congratulations to you, Tianlan friend. Han Li responded, momentarily taken aback before a smile broke across his face. I never expected to encounter kin in the mortal realm. With that said, I shall take my leave and no longer accompany you on your journey, the youth declared, clasping his fist in a gesture of farewell before transforming into a swirling mist of gray and white, drifting toward the horizon. After a moment, the demonic aura vanished into the horizon without the slightest hesitation. Han Li's gaze flickered as he observed the direction in which the aura dissipated, remaining motionless for quite some time. The presence of such a demon in this realm undoubtedly foreshadowed a future of unrest. Yet, what concern was that to him? After an indeterminate period, Han Li murmured softly to himself, and then, with a flash of escaping light, he transformed into a streak of azure radiance and departed. 2 years later, in the misty waters of the 5-Dragon Sea, a streak of azure light shot forth from the horizon, swiftly vanishing into the fog, leaving no trace behind. As Han Li's long cry echoed above a small island, figures began to appear below, with a surprising number of cultivators emerging, over a dozen in total. Han Li was taken aback, his eyes gleaming coldly, but his expression softened instantly upon recognizing a familiar figure among the crowd. A lithe and graceful silhouette that brought forth a genuine smile of joy. My dear husband, you have finally returned, she exclaimed, her radiant smile illuminating the surroundings, rendering the flowers momentarily pale in comparison. Indeed, I have returned. However, Wang Yuan, what brings you to this island? Han Li inquired, a hint of surprise in his voice. I had intended to journey back to the chaotic Star Sea in due time. The figure in question was none other than his partner, Nangong Wang Yuan. I am rather uneasy about the situation regarding the spatial nodes. Naturally, I had to come and take a look. Moreover, I arrived on the island several decades ago. Nangong Wang Yuan replied with a playful smile, a hint of reproach in her tone. Several decades ago? Wasn't that shortly after I had departed from this island? Han Li couldn't help but chuckle lightly. Indeed, just as you left, I followed closely behind. I even encountered Taoist foam. Nangong Wanyuan said, covering her mouth with a smile. You have met that ice phoenix? Did you happen to encounter her? Han inquired, blurting out the question. Indeed, I did, replied Nangong Wan, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Furthermore, I found myself quite compatible with fellow Taoist foam, and over the years, we have cultivated a strong friendship. Han was rendered speechless by this revelation. However, Nangong Wan continued, casting a sweeping glance around. Let us adjourn to the island before we delve further into this matter. Han, amenable to the suggestion, nodded in agreement. Together, they descended towards the island's pavilion, accompanied by a retinue of cultivators. Upon settling into their seats within the grand hall, Nangong Wan gestured with her delicate hand, dismissing the other cultivators and retaining only Tian Qiner, who stood respectfully to the side. Qiner, Han addressed the female disciple, a peculiar expression flickering across his face. How fares your dragon's roar physique? Tian Qiner responded with gratitude. Thanks to your guidance, master, and the benevolence of Senior Foam, who bestowed upon me the frost essence. My dragon's roar physique has been entirely resolved. I am now preparing to attempt the formation of my nascent soul. Excellent, Han replied, a smile gracing his lips. This stroke of fortune is indeed a testament to your destiny, and I am heartened that my efforts were not in vain. At that moment, Nangong Wan interjected with a gentle command. Qiner, please extend an invitation to fellow Taoist foam, informing her of your master's return and his desire to discuss matters of import. As you wish, Tian Qiner responded promptly, before retreating from the hall. Han, taken aback by this turn of events, directed an inquisitive gaze towards Nangong Wan. Though he remained silent, I understand, Nangong Wan began, that your recent expedition was dedicated to seeking methods to mitigate the perils lurking within the spatial nodes. May I inquire whether you have discovered anything, my lord? Nangong Wan's eyes sparkled like autumn waters as she suddenly posed the question. Although it could not be said that there were no findings at all, the results were indeed somewhat disheartening. Han Li shook his head, his expression darkening slightly. It seems, then, that my lord must collaborate with Taoist foam to venture into the node. Such an alliance would enhance the likelihood of success. Furthermore, my lord need not overly fret about the treasures, for you possess 2 celestial artifacts and have mastered the Yuan magnetic divine light, making you incomparable to ordinary cultivators. Moreover, I happen to have a defensive treasure at hand. I suggest you take it and refine it, my lord. Nangong Wan furrowed her delicate brows and spoke with earnestness. A treasure? What kind of artifact? Han Li inquired, intrigued. Nangong Wan smiled faintly, intending to elaborate, when suddenly her expression shifted and she sealed her lips. Moments later, footsteps echoed from outside the hall, and a silver-clad woman entered silently. It was none other than the Ice Phoenix. Taoist foam, please take a seat. My lord and I were just discussing how to collaborate with you in entering the node, Nangong Wan said, rising to greet the woman with a gentle smile. Collaborate? When did I agree to partner with him? The silver-haired woman cast a glance at Han Li before seating herself gracefully. Taoist foam is jesting. The spatial node is fraught with peril. Entering it alone offers almost no hope of survival. Over the years, have you not also discerned the instability of this node? It is likely that its complete collapse is not far off. Nangong Wan remained unfazed by the aloof demeanor of the silver-clad woman and smiled as she spoke. Entering the node together is not out of the question, but I have one condition. If he agrees, only then will I feel secure in joining forces with him. The silver-haired woman cast a glance at Han Li, revealing a hint of curiosity on her face. What is this condition? Do share it with me. Han Li's expression shifted. His curiosity piqued. It is acceptable to enter together, but I find it difficult to trust you. Before we proceed, we must impose restrictions on each other. Should one encounter peril, the other must lend full assistance, or neither shall emerge from the node alive. Only under these terms will I feel assured in our alliance. The icy gaze of the woman remained fixed on Han Li as she articulated each word with precision. No problem, I can agree to that. If we proceed in this manner, I too will feel greatly reassured. Upon hearing this, Han Li chuckled and readily consented. The silver-haired woman, taken aback by his reaction, scrutinized him anew before coolly stating, "It is best that you agree. In that case, I must depart from this place for a while to make preparations. The spatial node can endure for at least another 30 years. On this very day in 30 years, I shall arrive here punctually to meet you. I hope you will not renege on our agreement by then." After delivering her words, the silver-clad woman stood and began to walk away, showing no inclination to seek Han Li's opinion. Han Li furrowed his brow but refrained from speaking. However, Nangong Wan rose to escort her out, seemingly wishing to exchange a few words privately with the woman. Once the two left the hall, Han Li sat in contemplation, as if only now reflecting deeply on the icy suggestion put forth earlier. After a brief moment, he lifted his gaze, only to see Nangong Wan silently re-entering the room. It seemed that after 30 years, her husband was truly departing. A hint of reluctance flickered in Nangong Wan's beautiful eyes, her expression tinged with melancholy. I am not particularly concerned. My main worry lies in the potential collapse of the spatial node here. Once you leave, even if you ascend to the divine transformation stage, how will you reach the spirit realm? Han Li sighed softly, his brows furrowing as he spoke. That is of no consequence. There are countless spatial nodes in the world. Not merely this one. I have already consumed the rejuvenation water, and should I ascend to the divine transformation stage, my lifespan will surpass that of others by a considerable margin. In such a long time, I will certainly find another node in the mortal realm, Nangong Wan replied gently, her red lips parting. She then approached Han Li, slowly nestling into his embrace. Han Li wrapped his arms around her delicate form, inhaling the faint, alluring fragrance that enveloped her, momentarily lost in reverie. At that moment, Nangong Wan too felt no desire to speak. The two remained entwined in silence, their shadows on the ground merging into one, as if they were always meant to be a singular entity. By the way, Wanner, what treasure of defensive nature were you referring to? After an indeterminate period, Han Li gently patted the fragrant shoulder of the enchanting woman and inquired softly. My husband still remembers that golden chest we discovered together in the depths of the cave during the Crimson Trial years ago? Nangong Wan reluctantly withdrew from Han Li's embrace, adjusting her palace dress slightly as she spoke in a soft tone. The golden chest? Ah, I certainly recall that object, Han Li replied, pondering briefly as memories of those bygone days resurfaced. The blood-soaked forbidden land of your was, in fact, the secluded refuge of an ancient cultivator. Within that golden chest lay the token of authority required to access the towering pagoda at the heart of the region. However, even with this token, one must possess a cultivation level of late Yuanying to bypass the peculiar restrictions that suppress one's abilities from the outside. Upon successfully ascending to late Yuanying, I ventured into the state of you to enter the pagoda and inherited the legacy of this ancient practitioner. Yet, beyond this, I stumbled upon the remains of another cultivator ensnared within the pagoda's defenses. It was evident that this individual, unaware of the dangers, had rashly intruded without possessing the token of authority, resulting in their untimely demise. The treasures found on this corpse were remarkable, indicating that their owner had once been a person of considerable repute. Among these artifacts, one item was exceptionally enigmatic, and I believed it would greatly assist you on your journey, so I brought it along. Nangong Wan elaborately explained, and as she finished her words, she delicately tapped her waist storage pouch, summoning a radiant orb of 6 colors into her hand, within which lay a faintly shimmering silver talisman. Is this the talisman? Han Li remarked, feeling a sense of familiarity but unable to recall its significance, furrowing his brow in inquiry. This talisman, its origin is unknown. Let us see what powers it holds, Nangong Wan replied, her eyes sparkling with mirth. She then tossed the silver talisman into the air, her fingers weaving intricate gestures. As an enchanting chant escaped her lips, an astonishing spectacle unfolded. The silver talisman, suspended before Nangong Wan, spun gracefully before transforming into a streak of silver light that enveloped her, conjuring a shimmering silver barrier around her form. The silver barrier shimmered brilliantly, accompanied by a resounding roar that echoed throughout the chamber. At first, Han Li paid little heed, but as the thunderous sound intensified, it became an unending crescendo, filling the entire hall. The surrounding spiritual energy was drawn in, growing ever denser. A sudden tremor coursed through Han Li, and his eyes narrowed slightly. At that moment, colorful streams of spiritual light emerged within the hall, converging like rivers flowing into the sea, rushing towards Nangong Wan, and vanishing into the barrier in the blink of an eye. The silver shield began to shift unpredictably, layers of radiant light coalescing around Nangong Wan, each hue distinct and dazzling. In an instant, a clearly defined 6-layered barrier took shape, remarkably solid. The 6 Ding Celestial Armor Talisman. Upon witnessing this, a spark of realization ignited in Han Li's mind, and without any hesitation, he exclaimed, "The 6 Ding Celestial Armor Talisman? Is that its name? My husband recognizes this talisman?" Nangong Wan expressed her astonishment, yet her hand continued to weave intricate gestures. The The six-layered barrier began to transform, swiftly morphing into a six-colored battle armor that clung tightly to Nangong Wan, its vibrant spiritual light swirling ceaselessly, captivating all eyes. It should be quite formidable. Although I have never personally activated such a talisman, I have encountered descriptions of it in the tomes of a sect in the Great Gene, Han Li remarked, his eyes gleaming with excitement. This talisman, one of the three secret symbols of the Celestial Talisman sect, has long been sought after for its crafting method. Regrettably, I had no leads until now, and yet here it is, manifesting before me. Could it be that the wreckage belonged to the elder of the Heavenly Talent sect from years past? Did he, too, enter the blood-forbidden land for this purpose? Han Li found himself pondering this thought. However, as his mind raced, he deemed it unlikely. Dismissing the notion, he approached Nangong Wan and began to scrutinize the battle armor formed from the spirit talisman. The armor, save for its limbs and head, encased nearly her entire body. Its surface remarkably smooth, with runes shimmering in and out of visibility, exuding an air of mystery. With his current prowess, Han Li effortlessly sensed the formidable spiritual power contained within the armor, causing his brows to twitch slightly. Indeed, it was the heavenly armor talisman without a doubt. Yet, according to the ancient texts, such a talisman should possess far greater potency. Wanner, you are not utilizing the full potential of the talisman, are you? Han Li inquired, his gaze flickering. Not at all. I am merely showcasing 1/10 of its true power, Nangong Wan replied with a gentle smile. Excellent. This talisman will indeed be invaluable for my entry into the spatial node. By the way, did you acquire the method for crafting talismans from that wreckage? If so, that would be splendid. Han Li suddenly recalled this matter, his eyes lighting up with curiosity. Unfortunately, no. There is only this single talisman. Nangong Wan shook her head. Very well. I suppose I was being overly greedy. Possessing this talisman is a rare fortune in itself. Although Han Li felt a twinge of regret, he quickly found himself chuckling at the thought. Upon hearing Han Li's words, Nangong Wan smiled warmly and, with a single hand, struck the armor on her body, causing the six-colored armor to shatter into fragments, reverting to a silver talisman. With a breath directed at the talisman, a crimson haze enveloped it, swiftly delivering it to Han Li. He graciously accepted the talisman, and in the days that followed, Han Li remained on the island, cherishing his time with Nangong Wan in an exceptionally affectionate manner. Both were acutely aware that, regardless of Han Li's potential ascension to the spirit realm, this period represented their last opportunity for togetherness. The likelihood of reuniting in the future seemed exceedingly dim, leading them to fully embrace their feelings for one another. During this time, they were inseparable, bonded as if by glue. However, 3 years later, while Han Li and Nangong Wan were leisurely conversing over tea on a picturesque hill near the misty sea, his expression suddenly shifted as he flicked his sleeve. A half-formed jade talisman shot forth, spiraling before landing in his palm. It was a long-distance talisman. Han Li seized it eagerly, scanning its surface. Though inscribed with only a few words, his countenance transformed in shock, quickly giving way to joy. The message relayed from the humanoid puppet left to guard the Demonfall Valley revealed that the Xiantian immortal vine had finally blossomed and borne fruit. A year later, within the depths of the Demonfall Valley in southern Tian, a fleeting azure rainbow darted into a concealed valley. Han Li remained within this inner valley for several months, and when he finally departed, the azure rainbow vanished without a trace. Time passed swiftly, and before long, the 30-year deadline agreed upon with the Ice Phoenix arrived, where, beneath a colossal sphere of light in the misty sea, a gathering of cultivators in varied attire assembled. Chapter 1261. Entering the node, Han Li stood beneath the luminous orb, gazing upward into the sky. Nangong Wan stood silently beside him, and the others remained equally taciturn, seemingly awaiting something. Among them were Tian Qiner and another disciple, Shi Jian, who had ascended to the position of the Qian's Hujio sect leader. Master, do you think Senior Feng will arrive today? If the seal is not lifted before noon, it could lead to complications, Tian Qiner murmured softly after an indeterminate period, standing behind Han Li and his companion. Rest assured, Fairy Feng sent word a month ago that she would certainly arrive today, Han Li replied without turning his head. Hearing his words, Tian Qiner fell silent, continuing to bide her time in anticipation. After a while, Han Li's brow twitched, and he suddenly turned to gaze at the misty sea to one side. The others, noticing his reaction, stirred with curiosity. Moments later, a melodious cry echoed from the direction he was watching, followed by a tumultuous rolling of the mist. from which emerged a magnificent ice phoenix, measuring several zhang in length and shimmering with a pristine white glow. The phoenix moved with an unusual swiftness, flapping its wings only a few times before soaring above the crowd, where it transformed into a radiant silver-clad woman who descended gracefully to the ground. "Am I late?" she remarked casually, sweeping her gaze across the assembly before resting her eyes on Han Li. "Not at all." Chiner, proceed to lift the seal. "Fellow Taoist foam, let us retreat to the side and remove our restrictions," Han Li instructed with a smile, turning to the ice phoenix. With that, he transformed into a streak of azure light, vanishing into the thick mist. The silver-clad woman raised her delicate brows and followed suit, becoming a silver streak herself. Nangong Wan stood still, gazing in the direction where the two had vanished, a hint of concern flickering across her brow. At that moment, Tian Chiner commanded a dozen cultivators to ascend into the air, forming an unusual formation beneath the colossal sphere of light. Their hands shimmered with spiritual energy as they revealed various magical artifacts, including array discs and flags. Under Tian Chiner's sharp commands, the cultivators simultaneously raised their flags and discs, unleashing brilliant beams of light and ethereal wisps that vanished into the luminous orb. This woman, accompanied by her fellow practitioners, began to unravel the seals at the nodes. As time slowly passed, the seals gradually loosened, and the previously indistinct sphere of light became clearer and more resplendent, its hue shifting from gray to a blinding white, reminiscent of a radiant sun emerging. Such dazzling brilliance compelled even a formidable cultivator like Nangong Wan to squint, reluctant to gaze directly for too long. Meanwhile, the practitioners responsible for the unsealing, including Tian Chiner, had closed their eyes, relying solely on their mental faculties to manipulate their artifacts. At that moment, a large hand unexpectedly rested on Nangong Wan's shoulder, accompanied by a deep voice that resonated beside her. "What? Still harboring some worries?" Startled at first, Nangong Wan soon relaxed, managing a faint smile as she turned to face her companion. Behind her, Han Li looked on with a knowing smile. Worry was indeed present. Yet the pursuit of the Tao was inherently a defiance of fate, a quest for a slender thread of hope amidst life and death, leaving little room for regret. "By the way, have you and your friend Feng set the restrictions properly?" Nangong Wan sighed softly before inquiring with genuine concern. "The restrictions have been firmly established, and they are of such a nature that only the one who imposed them can lift them. It is utterly impossible for anyone else to do so. Consequently, neither she nor I need fear any underhanded tactics from the other." Upon hearing this, Han Li let out a wry smile, murmuring, "As long as you do not engage in any treachery behind my back, how could I possibly resort to any tricks?" At that moment, a flash of white light appeared behind Han Li, and the silver-clad woman materialized from the void. "Friend Feng, it would be prudent to refrain from casually employing spatial techniques at this juncture. It is wise to conserve some magical energy to confront the perils that may arise within the spatial nodes," Han Li remarked, a frown creasing his brow. "Fear not. I am aware of my limits," she replied. The icy phoenix seemed to have softened her demeanor, possibly due to the mutual imposition of restrictions, as she no longer exchanged biting words and her expression had noticeably relaxed. Han Li offered a faint smile and chose to remain silent. Stepping forward to stand beside Nangong Wan, both gazing upward at the unfolding scene in the sky, the silver-clad woman also fell quiet. After a full quarter of an hour, when the luminous orb in the sky reached an overwhelming brightness, a deep rumble of thunder resonated, and as the white light gathered, the orb abruptly transformed into a pitch-black void, unfathomably deep and devoid of any light, resembling the gaping maw of a monstrous beast poised to devour. A shiver ran down Han Li's spine, and upon witnessing this, the silver-clad woman's eyes glinted with an unusual light, yet without hesitation, she declared, "Friend Han, let us set forth." Immediately, she shimmered with silver light and began to drift towards the black hole. Han Li's lips twitched slightly as he clutched his storage pouch. And in an instant, a flash of silver light revealed another Han Li standing before him, his human-shaped puppet. Without uttering a word, Han Li raised his hand and swiftly struck the head of the humanoid puppet. With a soft puff, a pitch-black primordial infant emerged from the puppet's crown, its dark radiance flickering before vanishing into Han Li's form. Han Li then gently tapped the puppet again, causing it to emit a brilliant silver light as it suddenly shrank, transforming into a diminutive puppet just a few inches tall. Almost simultaneously, with a flick of his other sleeve, two blue small cauldrons and a swirling tricolored flame also flew forth, hovering before him. Wanner, these treasures hold little utility for me through the spatial nodes. You, in the human realm, may face unforeseen tribulations. These items will lend you considerable assistance. Please take them, Han Li stated, elegantly sweeping his long sleeve, which sent forth a stream of azure mist that propelled the 4 treasures toward Nangong Wan. Having spoken, Han Li soared into the air, transforming into a streak of azure light as he pursued the ice phoenix. Nangong Wan, biting her lip, summoned the humanoid puppet and the other treasures into her grasp, then lifted her gaze to watch Han Li's retreating figure, her expression tinged with a hint of pallor. At that moment, the ice phoenix halted before the unfathomable black void. Once Han Li's azure light receded and he materialized behind her, she turned her head, inquiring, "What? Are you not going to exchange a few more words with your Nangong friend? I am not in a hurry to enter. I merely wish to afford you both a little more time." Could it be that this transformed deity-level demon cultivator could utter words imbued with a semblance of human sentiment? No need for that. Whatever words we had, Wanner and I have already exchanged prior. Now, our sole focus is to traverse the node, Han Li replied, taking a deep breath and responding with calmness. Subsequently, he struck the crown of his head with one hand, and in a flash of azure light, a small azure cauldron emerged. With a gentle step, a green appeared in a flicker of emerald radiance, and as it rotated slightly, a silvery lotus silhouette manifested beneath him. With an inadvertent flick of his sleeve, a silver talisman shot forth, transforming amidst a resounding roar into a tricolored battle armor that adhered closely to his form. Following this, 72 golden small swords erupted from his body, swirling in a dazzling display of golden brilliance nearby. Meanwhile, with a deft turn of his hands, he grasped a resplendent golden ring and a small jade umbrella nestled within his palms. The silver-clad woman observed this with a hint of astonishment crossing her face. Yet she remained unfazed, shaking her shoulders to release a flurry of white rays that momentarily paused in midair, revealing a series of crystalline long feathers. These feathers spiraled low before plunging downward, enveloping the ice phoenix in a protective white veil, while the ethereal light of the silver-clad woman's garment coalesced into a wondrous pattern of 1,000 birds flying towards a phoenix. Most astonishing of all, as she opened her mouth, she expelled a semi-transparent ice boat. Initially, this vessel measured only a few inches, but in an instant, it swelled dramatically with the wind, growing to an imposing size of over 10 yards, coming to rest before the two of them. This celestial vessel of mine has been meticulously refined from the essence of cold for countless eons, ultimately becoming a top-tier defensive artifact. It should afford us a measure of protection for a time, sparing us considerable trouble, she remarked as she floated gracefully onto the ice ship, then turned to address him with a serene tone. Han Li, without hesitation, lifted a leg and stepped onto the ice boat, taking his position behind the silver-clad woman as he spoke in a deep voice. "Given that you possess such a treasure, fellow Taoist, allow me to lend my assistance to the ferry." With these words, a vast expanse of gray radiance emanated from behind Han Li, and amidst it, a shadowy form flickered, revealing a miniature mountain of about 10 feet in height. Its entire body was jet black and unremarkable. Ice Phoenix was momentarily stunned, and before she could discern the nature of this treasure, the mountain spun out from the gray haze, soared into the air, and then, with a graceful revolution, settled firmly upon the ice boat. Immediately, Han Li manipulated a hand gesture, and the mountain unleashed a great expanse of gray light, enveloping the ice boat within it. Although the silver-shirt woman was unaware of the peculiarity of this gray radiance, she could perceive that it was extraordinary. Without uttering a word, she urged her divine sense. And beneath her feet, the ice boat also raised a layer of silver light within the gray haze. With a whoosh, it vanished into the black hole, disappearing in an instant. The crowd below the black hole stirred. Everyone widened their eyes, staring intently at the sky, not even blinking. However, before long, most people were disappointed. The black hole remained as it had been from the beginning, without the slightest anomaly, maintaining a calm and undisturbed appearance. "Chiner, leave 2 disciples to guard this place. The rest of you depart. There is no benefit in remaining here any longer." Finally, Nangong Wan withdrew her gaze and calmly instructed Tian Chiner, "As you command." Tian Chiner responded respectfully, then raised her hand to summon 2 core formation cultivators to remain here, while the others followed Nangong Wan back to the small island. A month later, when there was still no sign of change at the entrance of the node, Nangong Wan instructed Tian Chiner to seal the entrance with a magical formation. leaving several disciples to guard it while the others returned with her to the chaotic star sea. Han Li had not left behind any soul lamps, thus including Nangong Wan. No one knew whether Han Li had successfully traversed the node and entered the spirit world, or if he had, like Xiang Ji Li and the others, ultimately succumbed to the spatial storm and the barrier's power, perishing within the node. This was one of the reasons Han Li was reluctant to leave a soul lamp. After all, for those close to him, even a glimmer of hope was preferable to none at all. Consequently, this left the plump and jovial manager Sha Liang in a state of distress. Without the properly handled pig intestines, how could he conjure up pots of stir-fried liver? However, I am a person unafraid of danger, and thus, I must obtain the dragon-binding seal, Li Ming declared as he reached for it. On the other hand, it seemed exceedingly unwise for Hong Yinwu, with his current power and manpower, to engage in a costly battle against two seasoned star-level veterans. Meanwhile, in the car occupied by Tao Ping and the others, Tao Ping was lost in thought, gazing at the safe just retrieved from Matsumoto Kawa's office. He resolved that no matter what demands the young commander of the Red Mark Army, Yu Xiaoqing, might present, he would not refuse. Determined to bring the Red Mark Army to his side. Kindly reserve any extraordinary specimens of Tianhuang stone, bloodstone, or artworks by Qi Baishe, Su Beihong, Zhang Daqian, Fu Baoshe, Li Karen, or Huang Binhong, should they come into your possession. As twilight descended, a breeze caressed the desolate cityscape, simultaneously desiccating the freshly spilled blood and carrying its pungent aroma to Rarona's nostrils, a scent so intense it nearly induced nausea. Chao Iren sat with refined poise, a gentle smile gracing her lips, her countenance radiant and flawless in the lamplight. That voice. Upon hearing the long unheard sound, the Allen siblings exchanged astonished glances. Understood, Zhao Xiaowei responded, forcing a smile as she approached the two clients. The sunlight was serene, imbuing even the breeze with an unusual stillness. Zheng Chong observed for a moment, then withdrew his gaze, taking a few more puffs of his cigarette. After listlessly watching television for quite some time, she realized she couldn't focus. Consequently, she changed her attire and ventured out. Although she had entered the house, she was too preoccupied to count the number of people present. Relying on her hazy recollection, she purchased 8 servings of porridge, along with buns, fried dough sticks, and soy milk. Unsure of their preferences, she opted to acquire a variety. Darkness gradually enveloped the scene, casting its shadow over the entire Lingxi prefecture. From a high vantage point, it resembled a celestial monster devouring Lingxi prefecture in a single gulp. A playful smile emerged on Zhen Yuanzi's face, and his imposing aura was fully unleashed. In his hands, the true form of the celestial emperor manifested a jade-like, translucent green short staff, strikingly similar to the firewood stick he held. Duan Heng turned around and beheld Luo Qingli, still in her disheveled state. Yet he recognized that this was not the Luo Qingli of his memories, just as he was no longer the person he once remembered. The ghostly general of the nascent soul realm was tall and robust, with a face as coarse as a grinding stone, prominently featuring a distinctive bovine nose. Upon seeing Fong Ling leap before him, he swiftly drew 2 resplendent golden axes, aiming them at Fong Ling's head. Without hesitation or delay, Duan Heng raised his right hand, uttering a low command, and in an instant, his entire right hand transformed into a swift breeze, identical to the demonstration performed by the mountain spirit. To an observer, it would appear astonishing, yet discerning its underlying mystery would prove exceedingly difficult. She had never been particularly enthusiastic about such matters. That day, it was only through his relentless persuasion that she reluctantly agreed to take a photograph. Chapter 1262. A strange land. Han Li lay motionless on the ground, feeling the heat radiating from the earth. If memory served him correctly, based on the human realm's convention of counting a day as a full cycle of day and night, he had been lying here for 3 months. The reason for this assertion was the sight above him, where 3 dazzling suns and 4 indistinct lunar phantoms simultaneously graced the sky. Han Li was acutely aware that, in the impending darkness, these suns would gradually transform into moons, and when daylight returned, the moons would once again blaze fiercely, conjuring 7 suns anew. This meant that the sky in this realm perpetually harbored 7 luminous celestial bodies. Albeit under the scorching heat of day, they became unbearably intense, while at night, they dulled to a cool, somber glow. He sensed that the duration of day and night here was extraordinarily prolonged, perhaps exceeding 3 times that of the human realm. The temperature disparity between day and night was astonishingly stark. Were it not for his uniquely resilient constitution, he might have perished long ago. This place was undoubtedly not the human realm, but could it truly be the spirit realm? Hanley harbored doubts, uncertain of his surroundings. Firstly, the spiritual energy here was not particularly dense, seemingly akin to the ordinary spiritual veins of the spirit realm. Secondly, his arrival had been rather unusual, a mere accident. He was uncertain whether he had genuinely reached the spirit realm. The recollection of the events he encountered at the spatial node left his expression grim, as a lingering sense of dread gnawed at him. Nevertheless, had it not been for the unforeseen incident during the final stretch of his journey through the node, he had no assurance of successfully navigating the relentless onslaught of spatial tempests that followed. After all, his protective treasures had suffered catastrophic damage, with nearly 10% destroyed, including even the 8th Spirit Ruler, a prized artifact. Had it not been for the efficacy of the Spirit Transformation Talisman, he would have likely been obliterated in the spatial storm. Yet, his current predicament was scarcely any better. Having just emerged from the spatial node, he found himself in this place. Due to the forced separation from the Ice Phoenix, the restrictions they had placed upon each other earlier were now fatally triggered. Had he not possessed an extensive knowledge of secret arts and hastily employed another to forcibly suppress the restriction, he would likely have suffered a fatal backlash of magical power on the spot. Even so, the residual force of the restriction rampaged through his body, incessantly damaging his meridians. Were it not for the wood essence pearl exerting its power of the undying body, continuously repairing him, his physical form would have been utterly devastated. Currently, within Han Li's body, one force ceaselessly wrought destruction while another tirelessly repaired, a process naturally fraught with extreme pain. He was not only incapable of mobilizing any magical power, but also unable to move his body in the slightest. Moreover, the destructive force slightly outpaced the restorative one. Consequently, with the passage of time, his physical body would still collapse. In desperation, Han Li resorted to the method of etherealizing his nascent soul, reluctantly expelling all treasures from his body into a storage bag. He then dispersed his nascent soul, forcefully channeling its vast essence into every part of his body to bolster the process of repairing his flesh. However, the price for doing so was the complete absence of magical power for over a century, as well as the inability to absorb any spiritual energy or employ any divine sense. At this moment, even a cultivator of higher rank than Han Li, upon superficially scanning his body with divine sense, would only perceive him as a mere mortal, easily overlooking any abnormality. This desperate, do-or-die approach proved remarkably effective. After more than 3 months, the residual force of the restriction finally dissipated completely, and the majority of his meridians had been restored. According to his estimation, with just a month's time, he might regain his mobility. Contemplating silently, he exerted great effort to slightly tilt his head, revealing an endless expanse of grayish sand, devoid of any vegetation. He found himself in a desolate, desert-like wasteland, with most of his body buried beneath this peculiar sand, lying motionless within it. Above him, the sun transitioned from 3 to 2, and finally to 1, as the sky began to darken, signaling the approach of dusk. At this moment, Han Li did not close his eyes. Instead, he widened them, with a faint blue light flickering within his pupils, unwaveringly gazing at the heavens. Before long, piercing shrieks echoed through the nearby air, followed by the appearance of numerous dark specks, totaling more than 20, which began to spiral downward. Although Han Li did not infuse his vision with magical power, he narrowed his eyes and, thanks to his remarkable eyesight, discerned those dark figures with clarity. They were black, monstrous birds with the heads of eagles and the bodies of bats, each measuring 4 to 5 feet in size, their abdomens adorned with a pair of gleaming claws. As their black, leathery wings spread wide, they appeared exceptionally menacing. These bizarre creatures moved with incredible speed, swiftly descending to a low altitude of merely 30 feet above the ground, their target being Han Li, who lay motionless as if lifeless. A glint of cold light flashed in Han Li's eyes. Although his limbs remained still, he abruptly turned his head and inhaled sharply, causing his chest to deflate. A small mass of grayish sand inexplicably coalesced and shot towards him. As the object approached his mouth, Han Li opened his lips and exhaled a gentle breeze. The cluster of sand, seemingly weightless, began to swirl about his lips, refusing to descend immediately. At that moment, Han Li cast a glance upward. Observing that the peculiar birds had drawn near, within a mere 10 yards. The foremost among them had already opened their jaws, lined with sharp, small teeth, releasing a nauseating stench that assaulted his senses. With an impassive expression, Han Li's previously deflated chest suddenly expanded, and he unleashed a dense, misty gust from his mouth, striking the mass of sand. A cacophony of sounds erupted as the sand transformed into a myriad of azure streaks, shooting upward like a rain of flowers, crashing into the leading birds with a series of muffled thuds. The creatures emitted a chilling wail, reminiscent of metal scraping, and in a state of panic, scattered in all directions. Yet, after only a short flight of 10 yards, an array of crimson threads burst forth from their bodies, cascading to the ground, revealing their grievous injuries. A startling scene unfolded. Upon witnessing their companions wounded, the remaining birds refrained from attacking Han Li. Instead, they swiftly redirected their assault toward their incapacitated kin, tearing them apart in an instant. Each bird flew off with a piece of greenish flesh, their satisfaction evident as they vanished into the sky. In a fleeting moment, the desolate gray sands were left with Han Li, solitary and undisturbed. His countenance remained calm, as if such occurrences were commonplace to him, though his gaze flickered with contemplation. After an indeterminate period, the last bird in the sky began to dim, its form shifting gradually. This magnificent spectacle had been observed by Han Li countless times from the ground. Yet as he gazed upon the 7 luminous crescent moons poised to appear in the sky, he felt an undeniable sense of awe. Suddenly, Han Li's expression shifted, a look of uncertainty clouding his features. However, regrettably, aside from a slight turn of his head, he was rendered incapable of any further movement. After a brief interval, a rumbling sound emerged from a certain direction, accompanied by the faint clatter of hooves and the cacophonous noise of vehicles, suggesting that a substantial number of people and horses were hastily passing nearby. Han Li furrowed his brow, displaying a hint of indecision, unsure whether he should draw the attention of these individuals. If he chose to remain silent, buried as he was beneath the blue sand, he believed it would be unlikely for them to discover him easily. Yet, this fleeting hesitation was soon cast aside, for a small, vividly red bird, resembling a fist engulfed in flames, appeared mysteriously above Han Li, hovering 30 to 40 feet off the ground, emitting a melodious chirping sound. Although the sound was soft, it was remarkably clear, resonating across several miles as if conveying a message to the approaching convoy. Han Li exhaled deeply, given the current circumstances. Even if he attempted to replicate his previous tactic of ejecting sand at the bird, it would be utterly futile. All he could do now was wait in silence. Indeed, it wasn't long before the ground trembled slightly, indicating that something was racing towards him. Amidst a low, guttural growl, several knights mounted on peculiar beasts approached Han Li, halting at a considerable distance. They silently regarded him, their gazes chillingly icy. Han Li tilted his head slightly, casting a glance at these individuals. Indeed, despite their rather bizarre attire, they were unmistakably human, which brought a subtle relief to Han Li's heart. The knights, robust men ranging from their 20s to 40s, sported a variety of garb. Some were clad in gleaming armor, while others bore only a few simple pieces of luminescent bone armor for protection. Regardless of their attire, each wielded a formidable, club-like weapon, thickened at the front and bristling with sharp spikes, reminiscent of a spiked mace. However, what captured Han Li's attention even more was the monstrous creatures beneath them, enormous, azure wolves adorned with glossy, straight horns atop their heads. Their waists and thick limbs were sheathed in heavy armor, towering to a height of nearly 2 meters, rendering them exceptionally fearsome. As Han Li scrutinized these knights, it seemed they had discerned his unease. The previously tense expressions on their faces relaxed slightly, yet they maintained a cautious distance. One particularly burly man in his 40s, with a deep scar etched across his face, suddenly turned to a nearby young man, uttering a few words. The short-haired youth immediately began rummaging through his belongings, producing a pale, round disc, and then urged his beast to advance towards Han Li. The youth halted several paces away from Han Li, muttering a string of unintelligible words. Noticing Han Li's lack of response, he furrowed his brow and scrutinized him several times. Then, raising his hand, he directed a disc toward Han Li and gave it a gentle shake. In the 12th chapter, the Blood Curse manuscript and spiritual artifacts, a beam of azure light, as thick as a bowl, surged forth from the center of the disc. Han Li's expression remained tranquil as he allowed the light to dance upon him. This was partly due to his inability to evade it at the moment, but more so because he discerned that the spiritual light was not of an aggressive nature. It was merely a means of exploration. As the brilliance receded, the beam vanished, replaced by the resplendent glow emanating from the disc itself. The youth glanced down at the disc, only to suddenly shout in alarm towards those behind him. The other cultivators, upon hearing his cry, became agitated. Soon after, a scarred man among them inquired loudly of the youth, and upon receiving a response, he too cast a surprised glance at Hanli on the ground. Thereafter, he urged his giant wolf to approach, positioning itself beside the youth. He attempted to converse with Hanli, but naturally, Hanli could only roll his eyes, unable to comprehend a word. The middle-aged man stroked his chin, and his speech shifted, seemingly adopting another language. Upon hearing this new tongue, Han Li's expression subtly changed. Although he still could not grasp its meaning, it bore a semblance to some ancient dialect from the human realm. Noticing Han Li's reaction, the burly man appeared delighted and quickly uttered a few more phrases in that language. Yet Han Li could only laboriously shake his head in response. The tall man experienced a slight headache as he hung his weapon on the massive wolf's body. He then retrieved a pale yellow wooden box from his robe and opened the lid. Inside lay a milky yellow orb, approximately the size of a thumb, shimmering with a faint, ethereal light. A flicker of pain crossed the middle-aged man's face, but after glancing at Han Li and then back at the orb, his expression fluctuated between indecision and resolve. With a determined bite of his teeth, he grasped the orb in his hand. With a deft twist of his wrist, he revealed a uniquely crafted ring, its surface adorned with various inscriptions, while its underside housed a tiny green gemstone. The man pressed the orb against the gemstone, and suddenly, it radiated an intense light, the orb shining brilliantly. Without hesitation, he tossed the orb towards Han Li. Upon contact with Han Li's body, the orb seemed to merge into him, vanishing without a trace. Han Li was momentarily taken aback, feeling a chill surge from the point of entry within him, racing towards his mind, causing him to shudder inwardly. In the past, when his powers were intact, he could have effortlessly expelled such an object with a mere thought. However, now bereft of his abilities and unable to move, he found himself helplessly wide-eyed, unable to devise a solution. Fortunately, the intentions of these individuals did not appear malevolent, so he managed to suppress any signs of alarm. The chill circulated through his mind before dissipating. However, a sudden sharp pain pierced his head, and a multitude of concepts began to flood into his consciousness, forcefully inundating his mind. Although Han Li could no longer project his thoughts outward, the inherent strength of his consciousness remained undeniably potent. His expression shifted slightly, but he rapidly absorbed the incoming knowledge, instantly mastering an unfamiliar language. It was precisely a type I had previously heard from the lips of a burly man. Upon witnessing Han Li absorb the orb into his body, the scarred giant exhibited a moment of surprise, yet quickly composed himself and inquired in a deep voice, "Now you can understand my words, correct? Who are you? And what brings you here?" This place lies deep within the Chigluo Desert, a location where ordinary individuals seldom venture. The Chigluo Desert? I have never heard of it. Han Li replied candidly. To be honest, I stumbled upon this place by chance, and my arrival was rather peculiar. I had no prior knowledge of this location. As for my identity, I am merely an ordinary person with nothing of significance to disclose. You may call me Han Li. He offered a wry smile as he spoke. A peculiar arrival, you say? You must have traversed through a spatial rift, the giant remarked without a hint of surprise, as if accustomed to such occurrences. Do not be alarmed. This area is known for frequent spatial disruptions, often drawing strangers from distant lands. Han Li, upon hearing this, felt somewhat speechless. The meticulously crafted words he had prepared seemed unnecessary to voice. You do not appear to be an ordinary individual either. But as long as you are not a transformed anomaly, your origins are of little concern. However, your current situation is rather precarious. Without assistance, in a few days, you will face the scorpion tide of the Chigluo Desert. At that time, no matter your capabilities, you will find yourself in dire straits. How about it? Would you be willing to enter into an agreement with our Tiandong Chamber of Commerce? We can escort you to safety, but as a condition, you must serve our organization for a decade. Only after 20 years may you depart. The giant's scarred face twitched, and a sinister smile crept upon his lips as he spoke. 10 years. No problem, I consented. Han Li's gaze flickered. After a brief hesitation, he readily agreed. Well, since you have consented, inscribe a blood curse. The burly man chuckled heartily and beckoned to a knight behind him. The other knight produced a thick stack of paper from his possession, casually selected a sheet, bit his finger to draw blood, and inscribed something upon it. Following the burly man's gesture, he dismounted from the colossal wolf and approached the front, presenting the paper before Han Li for his perusal. Han Li furrowed his brow, studying the paper, yet remained silent for an extended moment. What? Have you never encountered a blood-cursed document before? The burly man paused, a flicker of doubt crossing his face as he inquired. No, indeed, this is my first encounter. Could you enlighten me on its purpose? Han Li replied candidly, his gaze fixed upon the rune-covered artifact. This was no mere piece of paper. It was unmistakably a talisman. The runes inscribed upon it were familiar to him, being a very ancient form of script from the human realm. However, this particular arrangement was unprecedented, emanating a faint aura of blood, rendering it somewhat eerie. You've never seen a blood-cursed document? Could it be that you hail from the east? The burly man mused before continuing. Never mind, let me explain. This object is quite simple. As long as you have no objections to the writings inscribed upon it, and willingly drip a drop of your essence upon it, the contract will naturally take effect. Should either party retract their agreement, the power of the blood curse will instantly seize a portion of your soul, subjecting you to a fate worse than death. This is a unique creation of the blood curse sect. Unless you possess the powers of an earthly immortal, you shall be bound by its constraints. The robust man exhibited no signs of impatience, casually offering a brief explanation. Han Li displayed a contemplative expression, seizing this opportunity. Although he had yet to fully comprehend the nature of the blood curse, he discerned the varying depths of the runes inscribed upon it. This talisman was not particularly intricate. While immediate understanding eluded him, given his proficiency with talismans, it was merely a matter of time before he could unravel its secrets. Furthermore, judging by the complexity of the runes, it seemed this talisman could only bind cultivators at the foundation establishment stage, posing no threat to those at the core formation level or higher. Even devoid of any magical power, the vast essence derived from his nascent soul infused into his physical form would render him unconcerned about this blood curse. It was likely that such a curse, upon entering his body, would be effortlessly dispelled. Interestingly, this bore a resemblance to the malevolent artifact, the Page of the River of Hades, presented by the affluent elder from the Nine Nether sect on that fateful day. However, the two were not comparable. The Page of the River of Hades could restrain even nascent soul cultivators to a certain extent, whereas this blood curse was primarily utilized among mortals. Moreover, from the robust man's tone, it seemed to be a commonly employed object in this locale. Han Li's thoughts raced as his gaze swept over the newly inscribed lines of text on the document, confirming that following his rescue, he was obliged to serve the other party for 20 years. Acceptable, no issue. Yet, I am currently immobilized. Perhaps I could defer this obligation. Han Li acquiesced verbally, his expression betraying reluctance, as if he sought an excuse. The scarred-faced man let out a derisive chuckle and gestured towards the knight holding the blood-cursed document. Shao-Chi, lend a hand. The knight named Shao-Chi promptly placed a piece of paper against Han Li's chest, grasping one of his wrists with one hand, while the other hand glimmered with a cold light as a remarkably sharp dagger, mere inches in length, materialized between his fingers. Without any hesitation, he made a swift incision across Han Li's wrist. A metallic sound of friction echoed, yet to everyone's astonishment, Han Li's wrist did not bleed where the dagger had passed. There was not even a trace left behind. This unexpected turn of events left everyone, including the burly man, utterly astonished. The knight, dagger in hand, stood frozen in disbelief. Are you practicing the Xuanjia technique or the King Kong art? Have you perhaps mastered them to the second level? The scar-faced man inquired, his expression turning solemn as he regained his composure. It is the King Kong art, at the third level, Han Li replied after a moment of contemplation, his heart swelling with elation. At last, he could ascertain that this place was indeed the spirit realm, as mentioned by the avatar of the Tianlan beast. Otherwise, how could such a name as the King Kong art emerge from the lips of an ordinary person? With the third level of the King Kong art, he could directly contend with low-tier demonic beasts. It appeared that he had stumbled upon a treasure. No wonder Shao-Chi's mundane weapon could not inflict even the slightest harm upon him. Use this golden radiance sword, although it is merely a low-tier spiritual tool. As long as you do not deliberately invoke a spell to resist, it should suffice to carve a wound. The scar-faced man exhaled softly, his demeanor returning to normal, before raising his hand to casually toss a sheathed short sword towards Han Li. A spiritual tool? Han Li pondered, intrigued by the peculiar term. The young figure, known as Xiao Qi, swiftly seized the sword and, with a swift motion, unsheathed it, causing a brilliant burst of golden light to radiate in all directions. Han Li narrowed his eyes in curiosity. At first glance, this so-called spirit tool appeared no different from an ordinary magical artifact. Could it be that mortals in the spirit realm are capable of wielding magical instruments? However, as Han Li scrutinized further, he finally discerned the singular distinction. At the hilt of the small sword was a recess, embedded with a shimmering golden spirit stone. This spirit stone was of no low grade. It was indeed a mid-tier metal attribute spirit stone, albeit only 1/5 the size of those found in the mortal realm. While he marveled internally, Xiao Qi produced a beast-hide glove from his person and donned it on one hand before grasping the short sword with the gloved hand. The surface of this glove shimmered with runes and was adorned with several spirit stones of varied hues, each the size of a pea. Chapter 1264. The Tiandong Trading Company. As soon as the golden gleaming sword was gripped by the gloved hand, its radiance diminished. Observing this, Han Li maintained a composed exterior, though he was inwardly astonished. With the donning of this glove, the knight before him was indeed able to manipulate this so-called spirit tool. This revelation challenged his long-held beliefs. Although he had previously heard from the avatar of the celestial beast that exceptional mortals in the spirit realm could contend with cultivators, the notion that such spirit tools might be akin to magical artifacts, usable by mortals, was utterly startling. If this were true, could it not imply that ordinary mortals possessed the capability to vanquish low-tier cultivators? As Han Li stood in astonishment, the knight swiftly flicked his short sword, once again drawing it across Han Li's wrist. This time, the motion bore a palpable gravity. Han Li furrowed his brows, gradually channeling his magical incantation. It is somewhat amusing that both the Mingwang Ju and the Jinggang Ju are manifestations of the same technique. However, one harnesses the innate spiritual energy from within, while the other forcibly absorbs external spiritual forces. Initially, Han Li had practiced the Mingwang Ju, but now, devoid of any internal mana, he could only invoke the principles of the Jinggang Ju. Moreover, his Mingwang Ju was not merely at the third tier. With the aid of the bone refining technique and dragon scale fruit, he had already ascended to the fourth tier. In truth, had he not intentionally diminished the potency of the Jinggang Ju, the resplendent sword would have been incapable of inflicting any harm upon him. As the short sword made contact with Han Li's wrist, the golden light momentarily hesitated before finally piercing the skin, allowing a trickle of blood to escape. The knight hastily seized Han Li's other hand, dipping a finger into the blood, and began inscribing several peculiar symbols onto the blood contract. The moment these blood inscriptions took form, they mysteriously vanished into the parchment. At that juncture, the knight flashed a smile at Han Li and said, "All you need to do now is to silently contemplate the contents of the contract, and ultimately express your agreement in your heart." Han Li's brow twitched. Yet he complied and proceeded accordingly. As a result, the blood contract suddenly radiated a brilliant crimson light, and the symbols seemed to spring to life, darting from the parchment to merge with both Han Li and the knight. The blood contract itself then emitted a soft hiss before igniting, reduced to nothingness amidst a blaze of emerald flames. "Ha, splendid. Brother Han, from today onward, you are one of us at the Tiandong Trading Company. Xiao Qi, go fetch a vehicle," commanded the scarred knight, his expression softening as he spoke to Han Li. The previously mentioned young man acknowledged with a nod and promptly urged his massive wolf to gallop away towards the rear. Meanwhile, the scarred giant, with a cheerful demeanor, engaged Han Li in conversation, introducing himself. It was then that Han Li learned the scarred man's name was Zhang Kuei, the captain of a security team for the Tiandong Trading Company. They were escorting a shipment of precious goods through the expansive Qingluo Desert, which was quite vast. The caravan would require nearly a month of swift travel to traverse from one end to the other. As the two engaged in casual banter, a cloud of dust rose in the distance, heralding the approach of a colossal creature. Xiao Qi appeared to be leading the way through the dust. As the figure drew nearer, Han Li discerned that it was a giant tortoise, towering 4 to 5 zhang in height and stretching 7 to 8 zhang in length. On its back was a wooden carriage made of green timber, with a seat at the front of the tortoise shell occupied by a gaunt old man in a gray robe, resembling a coachman. The giant tortoise halted before the knights, and the carriage door opened of its own accord. From within emerged a slender figure, a girl of about 15 or 16, dressed in a green outfit. her round face radiating sweetness. "Uncle Zhang, is this the person?" the girl inquired, her gaze sweeping over Han Li with a smile. "Miss Younger, this fellow, Brother Han, has become affiliated with our mercantile house, albeit he is somewhat infirm. As the other conveyances are laden with merchandise, we must impose upon you ladies to assist him." The scarred behemoth was uncharacteristically courteous to the maiden. "Ah, since he has joined our enterprise, he is no longer a stranger. It is only fitting that we extend our care. Bring him aboard," the maiden responded with a radiant smile. Despite her tender age, a hint of feminine allure was already apparent. The scarred behemoth expressed his gratitude profusely, and, with a wave of his hand, two knights dismounted their dire wolves. They extricated Han Li from the dune, one supporting his torso and the other his legs, and hoisted him onto the great tortoise via a suspended rope ladder. The maiden gracefully glided into the carriage ahead of them, and the two knights then escorted Han Li to the carriage door. Han Li's gaze swept across the interior, taking in the entirety of the carriage. The space within was expansive, easily accommodating over a dozen individuals. Yet besides the aforementioned verdant-clad maiden, the carriage housed 3 other maidens, ranging in age from 12 or 13 to 16 or 17, each possessing remarkable beauty, unlike the common folk. Apart from a table and benches affixed to the silken walls, the carriage was devoid of furnishings, lending it an air of spaciousness. No wonder the scarred man had directed Han Li here. Han Li was eventually settled onto a bench in a corner of the carriage, cushioned with an unidentified yellow pelt, its furriness providing a degree of comfort. The two knights dutifully withdrew, refraining from casting even a fleeting glance at the women within. Han Li was somewhat surprised, but having weathered countless storms in the mortal realm, he naturally betrayed no hint of it. He offered the women in the carriage a gentle smile before closing his eyes to conserve his energy. Although he possessed not a trace of magical power and his meridians were not fully restored, precluding any true cultivation, the months spent in the desert had been taxing. The days were unbearably scorching, the nights frigid, and his body had been subjected to considerable turmoil, leaving him mentally fatigued. The 4 young women in the carriage initially regarded Han Li with curious gazes and whispered among themselves, clearly discussing him. Although their voices were hushed, Han Li's exceptional hearing allowed him to discern their words with clarity. "Sister Xianger, what injuries does this man bear that render him so immobile? Who knows? However, Uncle Zhang mentioned earlier that he would have one of the cultivators in the caravan examine him shortly. Indeed, Uncle Zhang seems to hold him in high regard. Those cultivators are not easily entreated. That is unclear, but Uncle Zhang stated that he possesses great potential and is a rare talent. Otherwise, he would not have placed him in our carriage. A talent? I fail to perceive it. He appears quite ordinary." Han Li seemed oblivious to the girl's chatter, remaining still on the animal hide. At that moment, the giant tortoise altered its course and resumed its pace. Though not slow, its gait was remarkably steady, and Han Li could perceive only a gentle undulation within the carriage. Shortly thereafter, the colossal tortoise came to an abrupt halt. Sounds of commotion and chatter filtered in from outside the carriage, suggesting that the tortoise had rejoined the procession. Following a commanding shout from the scar-faced man, the entire convoy resumed its journey. Although Han Li was ensconced within the carriage and unable to discern the situation of the convoy's members, it was evident that there were no fewer than 200 or 300 individuals present. At this juncture, the 4 young women engaged in conversation for a while, but upon noticing Han Li's utter lack of response, they appeared to lose interest and shifted their topic to other matters. This time, their voices were considerably amplified, seemingly unperturbed by Han Li's presence. It was said that the cargo being transported by our Tiandong merchants was of utmost significance to the safety of a Yuan city, which prompted the city's lord to lavishly hire our merchant company to transport this shipment from such a distant location. Otherwise, for a remote town like in Yuan City, our Tiandong merchants would generally be reluctant to engage in business with them. However, it is rather peculiar that the lady ventured to in Yuan City ahead of us, leaving the 4 of us behind. Hee, you 3 are unaware, are you? This time, the lady personally took charge, not only due to the importance of the cargo, but also to prepare for the return of the 5th young master. The 5th young master is the lady's biological son, who was sent away to cultivate over a decade ago. Wasn't it said that the 5th young master possesses a spiritual root and has already been taken under the wing of a cultivator? How could he possibly be in Yuan City? A gasp echoed, and the voice belonged to the girl named Xianger. As for this matter, I am not particularly certain either. I merely overheard the lady speaking to herself. I have heard that the 5th young master, due to his innate spiritual roots, was greatly favored by both the lady and the lord during his childhood. If that is the case, it is no wonder that the lady was so anxious to take her leave first. Several young maidens chattered incessantly, while Hanli, seated on the bench, remained tranquil, his chest subtly rising and falling, as if he had drifted into a deep slumber. "Who is outside?" questioned a young girl in blue, the eldest among them, her expression suddenly darkening as she directed her inquiry towards the carriage door. The other three maidens exchanged glances, their expressions shifting slightly. Just then, a faint male voice resonated from outside the carriage. "Miss Liu, I am Nanchizi, a humble Taoist, here at the behest of Master Zhang, to visit a benefactor by the surname Han." It turned out to be the Taoist Nanchizi. "My apologies, Taoist master. Please, do come in," replied the girl in blue, her demeanor easing as she instinctively glanced towards a corner of the carriage. To her astonishment, Hanli had opened his eyes unbeknownst to her and tilted his head just so, meeting her gaze with a hint of an elusive smile playing on his lips. At that moment, the young maiden named Xiang dressed in green, had already swung open the carriage door, revealing a Taoist clad in yellow robes and an elderly man in white. The Taoist appeared to be in his 30s, his face shimmering with a faint azure glow, a clear indication of his attained magical prowess, while the old man in white, with his head of gray hair and wrinkled visage, bore the frail signs of advanced age. "Oh, Elder Fu, what brings you here?" Upon seeing the elderly man in white, the girl in green was momentarily stunned, her expression one of surprise. Chapter 1265. Nanchizi and Elder Fu. It was unavoidable. Zhang, the young man, insisted that an extraordinary talent had recently joined us, compelling the elder to come and take a look. The elder cleared his throat, his face a tapestry of wrinkles quivering as he spoke. "The third level of the Diamond Sutra. This individual?" The young girl in the green attire gasped, her eyes widening in astonishment. "Sister Xiang, we must show respect. Quickly, allow the Taoist and Elder Fu to enter," the young girl in blue remarked, her gaze shifting momentarily. "Ah, it was indeed my rudeness," Xiang acknowledged, realizing her error upon the gentle reminder from the girl in blue. She hurriedly stepped aside to invite the two men from outside into the chamber. The Taoist, known as Nanchizi, entered with a subtle smile, appearing unperturbed, while Elder Fu sighed deeply before leisurely making his way through the doorway. At that moment, the sky outside had darkened, yet the caravan continued to advance swiftly, showing no signs of halting. "You must be the individual mentioned by team leader Zhang," the Taoist stated without preamble, his gaze sweeping the room before landing on Hanli. "Indeed, that is correct. Zhang invited you here. But I fear my condition may be beyond your capabilities," Hanli replied calmly. "I merely need to sit in meditation for several months, and I shall recover on my own." Since you have already cultivated the Diamond Sutra to the third level, your prowess is likely on par with that of a humble Taoist like myself. However, cultivators differ somewhat from body refiners. Perhaps I possess a method that could expedite your recovery. In that case, you may not need to lie in repose for several months, Nanchizi remarked, his tone casual and unfazed. Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Han Li's countenance. Although his spiritual consciousness could not leave his body, and he was unable to accurately discern the cultivation level of the other party through close-range spiritual sensing, he could vaguely ascertain that the Taoist priest before him was already a foundation establishment practitioner. In the human realm, any cultivator who embarked on the path of immortality typically possessed an attitude that regarded mortals as insignificant, often looking down upon even an Qi refinement practitioner, deeming them unworthy of interaction. However, in the spiritual realm, the foundation establishment Taoist was exceedingly courteous when addressing a mere mortal. This left Han Li feeling somewhat disoriented, even a touch peculiar. It indeed seemed to align with what the avatar of the celestial beast had suggested. The power of mortals in the spiritual realm was not to be underestimated, and even the cultivators dared not treat them lightly. Reflecting on this, Han Li wore a smile and nodded politely, saying, "Since you have stated so, I would be most grateful for your assistance, esteemed Taoist." With that, Han Li revealed a hint of a smile, then raised his hand, from which a faint azure circular ring appeared on his wrist. With his other hand, he touched the ring, and instantly a yellow copper mirror manifested in his grasp. Observing this, Han Li felt a stir within. This seemed to be a type of storage artifact, clearly far superior to a storage pouch. It appeared that even a Qi refinement practitioner possessed such an item. indicating that it had likely become widespread among spiritual realm cultivators. Storage pouches were generally not utilized by spiritual realm practitioners. When he had dispersed his nascent soul, aside from the 2 extinguishing immortals' thunder that he had concealed on his person, all of his other treasures were stored in the pouch and buried in the ground at a depth of over 10 zhang, along with several spirit beast pouches. To be cautious, he had deliberately left the openings of the spirit beast pouches wide open, issuing strict orders to the golden devouring insect and the 6-winged frost centipede to guard this location and protect the storage pouches. As for the land turtle, it was never brought into the spirit realm, but left for Nangong Wan in the lower realm. Now within Hanli, aside from an ethereal spirit talisman that can transform into invisibility and a method of destruction that evades prying eyes, the treasured items such as the Void Heaven Cauldron and the 72 Azure Bamboo Bee Cloud swords remain in the desert. He possesses no magical power at present. Thus, he cannot wield these treasures, and keeping them on his person would only invite perilous consequences. He can retrieve these items once his magical strength is restored. The desert is so desolate that, should there be spirit insects guarding it, there should be no issues. As for the mysterious green vial, after much contemplation, he could not bring himself to part with it, and decided to keep it. The vial appears unremarkable at first glance. Even if discovered, it would merely be regarded as an ordinary object. Han Li's thoughts raced, while Nangui Zi was oblivious to his musings and was unaware that the seemingly youthful Han Li was, in fact, a high-level cultivator at the god transformation stage. He casually inquired a few questions and then directed the mirror in his hand towards Han Li. As a result, a beam of azure light erupted from the mirror, enveloping much of Han Li's form. Nangui Zi gently closed his eyes, seemingly attuning himself to something through the artifact. Moments later, astonishment flickered across the face of this Foundation establishment cultivator. After a brief wait, he opened his eyes, yet regarded Han Li with a peculiar gaze. "What have you disowned, Taoist?" Han Li inquired nonchalantly. "You should take better care of yourself," Nangui Zi warned. "A significant portion of your meridians is already ruptured. It appears that the insufficiency of spiritual energy during the cultivation of the Vajra technique is either due to inadequate practice or a scarcity of auxiliary elixirs. Our human race does not possess the innate robustness of the demonic beasts, and any slight misstep during the tempering of the body could lead to its disintegration. Fortunately, it seems the benefactor has awakened early, and the rupture of the meridians is not too severe, remaining in the process of repair. However, such injuries are indeed challenging to treat. Lacking suitable elixirs, I can only inscribe a few heart-purifying talismans to alleviate the internal suffering somewhat." South Cheesy sighed, a wry smile gracing his lips. "Then I am truly grateful." Han Li responded with a slight smile, expressing his thanks. "Hee, since Master South Chi has already examined it, it matters little whether I take a look or not. Nevertheless, since I am here, I must make a brief appearance, lest I find myself unable to account to Zhang for it later," remarked the old man in the white robe, his tone casual. "You are too modest, Master Fu. The Xuantian gold needle technique passed down in your family has saved countless lives, and even many fellow cultivators have greatly benefited from it. I have long heard of your esteemed name," the Taoist said courteously, offering a slight bow to the elder. "I am but a mere disciple of the Fu family, lacking an understanding of the Xuantian gold needle technique. You truly overestimate me, Taoist." The white-robed elder shook his head repeatedly. South Cheesy chuckled softly, choosing not to say more as he stepped aside. The elder in white then advanced a step, naturally arriving before Han Li. He grasped one of Han Li's wrists with one hand while raising the other, producing a sound that pierced through the air as several golden threads shot forth. With a series of soft thuds, several golden needles appeared on Han Li's body, only a small portion visible, while the majority had already embedded themselves within him. Unexpectedly, Han Li, who had been completely immobilized, suddenly sat up with a jolt, yet his body remained rigid, resembling a piece of wood. "Lure, fetch something to support his back, so he can sit properly," the elderly man said to the girl in the blue robe, unperturbed. "As you command, Master Fu," the blue-clad maiden replied obediently, then turned to instruct, "Xianger, bring a set of bedding for young Master Han." The girl in the green robe, named Xianger, appeared momentarily taken aback, seemingly hesitant, but ultimately acquiesced and exited the carriage. Seizing this opportunity, the old man in white sat beside Han Li, checking his pulse while intermittently nodding his head, eyes half closed. Han Li regarded the elder in silence. He sensed a faint stream of energy coursing swiftly through his body, delicate and almost imperceptible. If it weren't for his exceptionally powerful spirit sense, which allowed him to be intimately familiar with his own body, he might have easily overlooked it. The old man seemed to notice Han Li's gaze and cast a fleeting glance in return, catching sight of a smile that danced on Han Li's lips, which startled him momentarily. At that moment, Xiang'er returned, cradling a silk blanket, and without waiting for the elder's instructions, she approached and laid it down behind Han Li. He leaned slightly against the bedding, inhaling a fragrant aroma, and expressed his gratitude to the girl. The girl in green merely responded with indifference, her demeanor neither warm nor cold. Han Li paid her little mind, continuing to observe the actions of the old man in white. At that moment, Master Fu waved his hand through the air, and a slender golden needle appeared in his grasp. The elderly man skillfully tightened the needle between his two fingers. Then with a swift and blurred motion of his arm, akin to the spinning of a wheel, countless strands of golden light suddenly enveloped Han Li's form. Han Li felt a slight chill at numerous acupuncture points, as if they were simultaneously pricked by the golden needle. Immediately, a wave of soreness and numbness surged through his limbs. He tentatively moved his fingers and gradually raised his arms. A gasp of astonishment echoed within the carriage, as not only did the four young women display expressions of admiration, but Nanchizi, with a flicker of his gaze, also appeared somewhat moved. Truly remarkable. Brother Fu's technique with the golden needle is extraordinarily wondrous. The Taoist chuckled lightly. It is nothing, merely a trivial skill, the elder replied modestly. I have merely restored a semblance of mobility to his limbs for the time being, but he must not exert any strength. Otherwise, the meridians within him may suffer catastrophic rupture. The white-robed elder advised Han Li with a grave expression. Thank you, Elder Fu. Han Li slightly moved his fingers, his heart brimming with astonishment and joy. He had learned the art of acupuncture during his time in the mortal realm and considered himself quite proficient. Yet, in comparison to this Elder Fu, he felt utterly dwarfed. It was indeed astounding that someone could wield such remarkable efficacy solely through the method of golden needle acupuncture. However, upon hearing the elder's subsequent words, he felt a shiver of trepidation. Once the white-robed elder confirmed that Han Li was able to move without issue, he swiftly struck Han Li's body again with one hand. A flash of golden light erupted, and the golden needle simultaneously shot out from Han Li's body, only to be deftly caught in the elder's sleeve, vanishing as if it had sunk into the ocean. Han Li tested his legs, cautiously stepping down from the long bench and taking a few careful strides forward. The elderly man could advance no further. The restoration of the meridians would depend entirely on your own efforts. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. With that, the old man in the white robe promptly excused himself and departed. Nangizi nodded in response and retrieved several talismans from his person. With a flick of his hand, they transformed into a series of azure glimmers, vanishing into Han Li's form. This foundation-building cultivator similarly took his leave. Consequently, the four young women naturally escorted the two gentlemen out of the carriage before shutting the door once more. At this moment, Han Li sat in his seat, his eyes slightly lowered, seemingly absorbed in experiencing the effects of the talismans. Brother Han, have you truly cultivated the diamond art to the third level? Upon returning to the carriage, the young women exchanged glances, and the girl in the blue robe, known as Luer, suddenly inquired with a smile. It is merely a stroke of luck on my part, Han Li replied, lifting his eyelids to glance at her, his response non-committal. Brother Han, you can't be past 30, yet you have already reached such a level with the diamond art at this young age, the blue-robed girl asked with a teasing smile. You flatter me, Luer. Although I have signed a blood oath contract, I must confess my ignorance regarding the Tiandong commercial house. Might you enlighten me? Han Li said with a slight smile. It seems Brother Han is not from the Tianyuan realm, or else you would not ask such questions, Luer remarked, her eyes sparkling as she stifled a laugh. Is the Tiandong commercial house quite renowned in the vicinity? Han Li's eyes flickered with interest. Renowned? Brother Han, you jest. She replied. Our merchant company is one of the 3 major firms within the Tianyuan realm, with branches established in countless cities, even having its headquarters situated in the illustrious holy city of Tianyuan. The girl in the blue attire smiled with a hint of pride. However, for Han Li, who had just ascended to the spirit realm, all of this held no significance. In his eyes, the notion of hundreds of cities seemed trivial. Even a small nation in the human realm far surpassed this number. Yet, the girl before him appeared to consider it quite impressive. He wondered whether this young lady was merely a frog at the bottom of a well, or if the spirit realm truly differed from the human realm in such a manner. Hanli found this puzzling, though he maintained an expression of nonchalance, nodding knowingly as he remarked, "Oh, so our merchant company is indeed not insignificant. However, I overheard a few young ladies discussing that the current caravan is headed to Anyuan City. Might I inquire about its location and how many days' journey it is from here?" "You are rather untrustworthy for eavesdropping on our conversation," suddenly chimed in the youngest girl in red, giggling from the side. Hanli cleared his throat, somewhat at a loss for words. When these girls were conversing, their voices were so loud that there was no attempt to conceal their discussion. "Quaner, do not be rude," the blue-clad girl admonished the red-clad one, then turned to Han Li with an apologetic demeanor. "Please do not take offense, Brother Han. Quaner is quite young and means no harm." In her eyes, although Han Li was a newcomer to the Tiandong Merchant Company, his youthful prowess and body refinement certainly suggested that he would be of great value to the company in the future. Naturally, she wished to avoid any discord between her sisters and this individual before her. Upon hearing this, Hanli smiled faintly and was about to respond when the carriage lurched slightly, indicating that the giant tortoise had come to a halt. The azure-clad maiden was momentarily taken aback, but swiftly regained her composure, exclaiming in a delicate yet commanding tone, "Uncle Wang, what has transpired?" "Esteemed young ladies," the coachman-like elder seated outside the carriage responded, "the Crimson Spirit Falcon has detected a swarm of sandworms ahead, and they appear to have set their sights on the caravan." "Mere sandworms, driven only by instinct," the maiden retorted with a hint of displeasure. "Surely a few individuals can be dispatched to drive them away. Our journey is already behind schedule. Why halt the entire caravan?" "Alas," the elder replied with a wry smile, "among these vermin lurks a low-grade insectoid demon, possessing nascent sentience. Failure to eliminate it could lead to considerable complications." "A low-grade insectoid demon, you say? That does present a challenge. However, Squadron Leader Zhang has surely cultivated the Tiger's supremacy technique to the 5th level by now, with the addition of the Golden Jade Sword Spirit artifact, bestowed upon him by the lady herself. Subduing this fiend should pose no insurmountable obstacle," the maiden declared without hesitation. "Indeed, Miss Liu," the elder concurred. "But this demon is accompanied by several mutated insectoid beasts, which may pose a significant risk to Squadron Leader Zhang and his men." The elder paused, then added hesitantly, "Mutated insectoid beasts. That does introduce an element of peril. Yet, are there not several cultivators from Mount Nanchi among the caravan's ranks? Surely they could be persuaded to lend their aid." The maiden deliberated for a moment, her tone softening as she replied, "Squadron Leader Zhang has already made the request, but it was declined. The Taoist priests hail from the cultivators of Mount Golu, and they are unwilling to intervene unless the vermin initiate hostilities against them directly." The elder sighed and spoke, "What a hassle. I have long advised against hiring those disciples from Mount Jailing. They are the most constrained and rule-bound." The girl in the red dress wrinkled her nose, visibly displeased. This, however, could not be entirely blamed on Taoist Nanchizi and his companions. The practitioners of Mount Jailing primarily cultivated insect-repelling techniques, and they did not harbor such reservations when dealing with other types of demon beasts. Encountering insect beasts was merely an unexpected occurrence. "How about this?" he continued. "Before the lady departs, let her temporarily entrust that entity to my control. I shall release it to assist Team Leader Zhang. Please inform him. I shall step out momentarily." Luer fell silent for a moment, her expression turning grave. Regarding that entity, it would pose no issue in handling insect beasts. Outside the carriage, upon hearing the words of the girl in blue, the elder seemed to relax. "Sister Luer, are you truly going to release that entity? If anything goes awry, the lady may hold you accountable." Xiang'er expressed her concerns. "Rest assured, that entity has been tamed by the lady for many years and has developed a degree of sentience. Even against lower-tier demon beasts, it would not falter. It would undoubtedly handle a few mutated insect beasts with ease," the girl in blue replied with a confident smile. With that, she pushed open the carriage door and stepped outside. I felt a twinge of unease and decided to follow. The young girl in the red dress bit her lip and, in a flash, followed suit. Xiang'er and the last girl in white exchanged glances, sharing a bittersweet smile. Without uttering a word, they gracefully stepped out of the carriage as well. In the blink of an eye, the spacious carriage was left with only Han Li, solitary and alone. He sat upon a chair, gazing at the partially ajar carriage door, his eyes narrowing in contemplation. After a brief moment, a piercing roar resonated from nearby. imbued with a savage bloodlust. Han Li's expression shifted, his gaze flickering as he gradually rose to his feet and approached the carriage door. With a gentle push, he calmly stepped outside, positioning himself at the edge of the enormous tortoise, lifting his head to survey the surroundings. Bathed in the silvery glow of the 7 luminous moons above, Han Li discerned everything in the vicinity with clarity. The entire caravan snaked through the terrain, stretching a considerable length, with colossal beasts resembling the tortoise beneath him positioned at intervals, over 30 in total. Most of these gargantuan tortoises bore bulging loads, each carrying enormous cargo boxes that matched their own size, while 4 to 5 robust men clad in formal armor wielding weapons stood atop each tortoise. Additionally, several knights mounted on giant wolves patrolled the area, exuding an air of vigilant readiness. However, what captivated Han Li's interest even more than all this was a gathering near a tortoise not far away. Surrounding that particular tortoise was a throng of people, among them the scarred man Nanchizi, as well as the 4 maidens including Lu Er. At the center of this assembly was a square object, towering 2 zhang high, shrouded in a lustrous black cloth. From within that cloth emanated a faint, rumbling, beastly growl. The surface of the cloth shimmered with runes, revealing it to be a low-tier magical artifact. At that moment, the blue-clad maiden held a token in her hand, from which cascaded brilliant blue rays, as if she were casting a spell. With the spiritual eye cleansed by spiritual liquid, Han Li could perceive, despite the considerable distance, as if it were merely a step away. He caught sight of a jade-green bracelet adorning the wrist of the young maiden, embedded with several small spiritual stones that shimmered radiantly. Upon witnessing this, Han Li's expression shifted, revealing a contemplative demeanor. It appeared that this so-called spiritual artifact necessitated the activation by another object before it could be utilized by mere mortals. Furthermore, since it was inlaid with spiritual stones, it was evident that once the spiritual energy within those stones was depleted, the artifact would lose its efficacy. As Han Li pondered these revelations, the black cloth, having absorbed a sufficient quantity of blue light, suddenly dissipated into a cloud of dark smoke, unveiling a beautifully crafted silver-white beast cage. Within the cage lay a crimson-hued, tiger-like creature coiled in repose. To the casual observer, this beast resembled an ordinary tiger, its fur a vibrant red akin to blood. Yet those surrounding it could not help but regard it with a hint of trepidation. Upon noticing the multitude outside its cage, the beast's eyes gleamed with ferocity. Without warning, it lunged with startling intensity, crashing against the cage frame, causing the entire enclosure to sway violently. The onlookers, startled, instinctively took a couple of steps back. The young maiden in blue inhaled deeply, raising the token in her hand once more, which immediately radiated a crimson glow. Strangely enough, upon catching sight of this red light, the beast's menacing demeanor vanished, and it obediently lay still within the cage. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Kuei and the others felt an immediate sense of relief wash over them. At that moment, a series of melodious bird calls suddenly resonated from the sky, fluctuating in tempo, as if conveying some vital message. The swarm of insect beasts hastened in their approach, encircling the area. Everyone immediately prepared for battle, arranging their vehicles into a protective circle, resolute in their stance to defend rather than initiate an attack. My plan was to eliminate the low-tier insect demon, and once it was dispatched, the mindless insect beasts would disperse. Zhang Kuei's expression tightened as he urgently shouted, causing a stir among the caravan. The central portion remained still, while the colossal turtles at both the front and rear converged towards the center. The guards atop the vehicles brandished their weapons, and the knights mounted on giant wolves swiftly gathered inwards. Meanwhile, the girl in the blue robe commanded one of her companions to approach and open the beast cage, releasing a fearsome tiger beast. "Brother Han, your body has yet to fully recover. It would be safer for you to remain inside the carriage," advised the elderly driver at the forefront of the giant turtle, turning to smile at Han Li. "The sandworm beasts are not adept at leaping, and the carriage is constructed of dense ironwood, so you should be secure within. Thank you for your kind intentions, venerable sir, but I have never encountered a sandworm beast and would like to see what it looks like. If it proves too dangerous, I shall retreat to the carriage myself." Han Li replied with a light chuckle, brushing off the concern. "Since you insist, Brother Han," the elder chuckled in agreement, choosing not to press the matter further. Han Li smiled faintly, his gaze sweeping across the surroundings, standing silently atop the giant turtle. The colossal turtle beneath Han Li remained stationary, nestled in the midst of the caravan, while the other turtle-drawn vehicles swiftly converged towards their location. In a short span, over 30 giant turtles formed several concentric circles, establishing a rudimentary defense. Knights mounted on massive wolves, numbering around 50 or 60, gathered outside the defensive perimeter, led by a scarred-faced giant. Among them was a girl clad in blue, accompanied by a menacing crimson beast lying beside her. The distant sound of birdsong grew increasingly frantic and approached rapidly. As several scarlet birds appeared on the horizon, circling incessantly in the sky, the scarred giant bellowed with an air of menace, "Prepare for battle." Instantly, the land turtles lowered themselves in a defensive stance. Upon the utterance of his command, all the vehicles atop the giant turtles cracked their whips against the colossal shells, causing the once stable giants to gradually crouch down. They retracted their heads and limbs into their immense shells, transforming into formidable green stones that obstructed the view ahead. A deep rumble resonated from afar, accompanied by waves of yellow dust billowing towards them, obscuring the landscape and rendering the situation within utterly unclear. The scarred giant's expression turned as dark as the depths of the sea. Without a word, he gestured, and the surrounding knights, in perfect silence, raised their wolf-toothed clubs, displaying a demeanor of disciplined readiness. Observing this scene, Han Li's face flickered with surprise, but before he could contemplate further, another astonishing tableau unfolded before him. Before long, the scarred-faced giant raised his hand with a single motion, tossing a verdant pill into his mouth. Following a long, resonant howl, a golden light enveloped him, and a fine layer of golden fur sprouted across his face and arms, while his pupils transformed into a deep, emerald green. He then struck the belly of his steed with his feet, prompting the massive wolf to emit a low growl before it surged forward like an arrow. The other knights, though not undergoing the same astonishing transformation as the scarred giant, also emanated various hues of light after channeling their techniques, fearlessly trailing behind him into the fray. Dozens of riders whirled up a cloud of yellow mist as they charged towards their adversaries. What could this mean? Could it be that this individual was a transformed creature of the demon race? It seemed implausible. Only high-tier demon beasts could assume human forms, and this man did not appear to be of such elevated cultivation. Moreover, the nonchalance displayed by the others in response to the giant's metamorphosis suggested that this was merely a common occurrence within the spirit realm. It was clear that I must devote more time to understanding the intricacies of this world. Both the giant's bizarre transformation and the so-called spiritual artifacts were utterly unheard of in the human realm. Han Li felt a surge of astonishment, his thoughts racing, increasingly convinced that the spirit realm was indeed extraordinary compared to the human domain. At that moment, the group of knights led by the scarred giant plunged into the vast expanse of yellow dust, several hundred zhang away from the caravan. A cacophony of shouts and roars erupted from within, yet the yellow dust merely paused momentarily before continuing its relentless advance towards the caravan. In the blink of an eye, the dust enveloped the vicinity of the convoy, concealing something ominous within its depths. "Death!" someone bellowed, initiating a volley of ranged attacks from the guards wielding bows and crossbows. A storm of arrows erupted from the convoy, the muffled thuds slowing the encroaching dust cloud. The dust roiled, and several dark figures emerged, revealing enormous, yellowish sandworms. These creatures possessed flattened bodies, massive maws, and rows of waving tendrils, presenting a horrifying visage. These were the dreaded sand beasts. Han Li remained unfazed. He had eradicated countless demonic beasts in the chaotic Star Sea, many far more grotesque. These creatures were of no concern to him. As the sandworms materialized, a dozen arrows flashed, striking the beasts. One worm fell instantly, pierced through its maw, but the others, wounded and enraged, lunged at the nearest giant tortoise. The 4 guards on the tortoise remained composed, their blades shimmering as they struck. Their practiced techniques may not have cleaved the worms in two, but their strikes left deep gashes and sent the creatures crashing to the ground. The worms writhed, severely wounded. Yet, more sandworms poured from the dust cloud, an unending stream of monstrous attackers. In the blink of an eye, the entire convoy was enveloped within the chaos. Below, an epic battle erupted. The sounds of roaring and clashing weapons intertwined, mingling with the glimmer of cold steel and the splatter of blood. Han Li's position in the turtle carriage lay at the innermost part of the defense circle. However, apart from the elderly coachman and himself, there was no one else aboard. The other 3 young women had mysteriously vanished, their whereabouts unknown. In this scenario, With his safety momentarily assured, Han Li observed the fierce struggle around him with a sense of ease. Yet, after a brief moment, a frown inadvertently creased his brow. Just as the elderly driver had remarked, the enormous sandworms, due to their sheer size, possessed limited jumping capability. Most of the creatures could barely leap to the edge of the turtle shell before lacking the strength to rise any further. This provided an opportune moment for the guards to strike them down one by one. Initially, the guards indeed held the upper hand. However, the sheer number of gigantic worms was overwhelming. Although the yellow dust obscured their true count, within this short span, over 300 had already emerged. Despite their somewhat clumsy movements, these colossal creatures were tough-skinned and resilient, even when struck by a dozen blades simultaneously. As long as their vital organs remained unscathed, they could still spring back to launch an attack. Consequently, as the ant flew once atop the colossal turtle, the antennae of these gigantic insects, swaying on either side, transformed into formidable weapons. The situation for the entire convoy began to deteriorate gradually. The only tranquil area within the defensive circle was the central zone with several turtle carriages, one of which was the enormous turtle beneath Han Li's feet. He gazed intently for a while before turning his head to observe another nearby turtle carriage. He had clearly seen that Nan Chizi and several other cultivators had entered it. With the prowess of these Foundation establishment practitioners, it should not be overly challenging to eradicate these insignificant insect beasts. However, at this moment, there was no sign of movement from within the opposing carriage, and the cultivators showed no inclination to take action. Han Li's brows furrowed slightly as he turned back, continuing to watch discreetly. At this time, more than 20 guards had already succumbed to severe injuries or had perished beneath the onslaught of the gigantic insects, and the remaining defenders began to exhibit signs of fatigue from the relentless wielding of their weapons. Consequently, the casualties were increasing. It appeared that if the scarred man and those knights did not swiftly deal with the insect demon, this convoy might soon find it increasingly difficult to endure. Han Li did not harbor much concern for himself. Although he was unable to cast spells and his meridians were not yet fully restored, his body, imbued with the resilience of the 4 layers of the Ming Wang Ju, could withstand the bites of the giant insects without sustaining even a scratch. Furthermore, he possessed 2 extinguishing immortal pearls, capable of inflicting severe damage even upon divine transformation stage demon cultivators if used unexpectedly. With such assurances, Han Li was able to stand here calmly, observing the unfolding events. Alas, Sister Xiang'er, the situation is deteriorating. We must act with haste. A crystalline, youthful voice echoed from behind. Han Li, his countenance shifting, turned slowly to observe the source. Behind the gargantuan tortoise, Xiang'er and 2 other maidens had materialized, each clutching a small banner. The youngest, adorned in crimson, voiced her anxiety. "Fear not, there remains time," the maiden in verdant attire responded. "We shall swiftly arrange the minor resuscitation array. Though Sister Luer is absent, it shall suffice to prolong our defense." Promptly, the trio assumed their positions, each producing a silken cloth the size of a wash basin. When joined, they formed a grand array map spanning several feet. Han Li, observing from afar, displayed a flicker of intrigue. Simultaneously, the maidens raised their banners aloft, their exposed alabaster wrists adorned with bracelets inset with spirit stones, identical to that worn by the azure-clad maiden. Chanting incantations, the bracelets and banners emitted a faint, ethereal glow. With a flick of their wrists, the maidens plunged the banners into the array map on the ground. Instantly, a subtle undulation of spiritual energy erupted, and a wave of white light propagated in all directions. As the light enveloped the surrounding guards, it vanished into their forms. The guards, invigorated, shed their weariness, and a surge of inexplicable strength coursed through them. Weapons once cumbersome became weightless, wielded with newfound agility, transforming into swirling halos of cold light. In a swift reversal, they drove the monstrous insects back from the tortoise shell, regaining the upper hand. Upon witnessing this, Han Li stroked his chin, his lips curling slightly into a cold smile. The so-called minor rejuvenation array was merely a simplified version of the essence array employed by the demonic sect of the human realm. This formation appeared to restore the physical strength of those affected by its restraints, granting them a temporary surge of immense power. However, in reality, it merely stimulated the internal essence of individuals, consuming their lifespan in exchange. Although the restoration lasted but a brief moment, it nonetheless drained these guards of 2 or 3 years of their life. Chapter 1268. The Serpent Demon. Under the influence of this formation, the situation shifted dramatically. Just as Hanli believed he was temporarily out of danger, an unexpected event occurred. A tremendous explosion echoed as a section of the ground near the three women suddenly erupted, and from the earth emerged a beast with a human head and a serpent's body. This serpent demon sported disheveled, yellowing hair, its face twisted into a grotesque feminine visage. On either side of its serpent form sprouted two baby-like, pale arms, each wielding a bone spear several feet long, enveloped in swirling black mist, resembling low-tier magical artifacts. The appearance of this serpent demon startled not only Han Li but also the three maidens, Xiang'er and her companions, who were managing the formation, their expressions turning to one of horror. As the demoness turned her gasel with a few soft sounds, ethereal clouds of light materialized before the three maidens, enveloping them in a protective embrace. The dark energy lunged forth, colliding with the luminous veil, resulting in three thunderous explosions. While Xiang'er and the white-clad maiden fared relatively well, managing to withstand the force as the radiant light scattered around them, the youngest girl in red found her barrier significantly weaker. Upon contact with the dark energy, her form shuddered violently, and she was involuntarily propelled backward, breaking free from the protective light. The red-clad maiden gasped in alarm, her complexion paling dramatically, yet she was powerless to regain control over her body in that moment. The serpent demon, evidently aware of this vulnerability, struck the ground forcefully with its tail, propelling itself with lightning speed beneath the red-clad girl. Without hesitation, it thrust a bone spear directly towards her. The other two maidens gasped in horror, but there was no time to intervene. Just as the spear, forged from shadowy energy, was about to pierce her, a piercing sound sliced through the air, and an unassuming object, a stone, flashed forth with uncanny precision, striking the dark energy. With a resounding thud, the bone spear was deflected a good half-foot away, narrowly grazing the red-clad maiden's garment and leaving her momentarily stunned. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, she finally regained control of her body, deftly landing on her feet. The serpent demon paused in astonishment at the turn of events, yet its eyes glinted with ferocity as it swiftly readied another bone spear for a relentless assault. However, a sudden sound of shattering air was heard nearby, and another stone came whistling through the air. This time, the rock was not aimed at the bone spear but was instead hurtling directly towards the serpent demon's head. Given the immense power demonstrated by the previous stone, should this one strike true, it would likely leave the serpent demon either unconscious or severely dazed. Despite the fury boiling within, the serpent demon had no choice but to tilt its head aside while swiftly maneuvering the bone spear to deflect the stone. Following a dull thud, the demon felt a tremendous force against its hand, causing it to stagger back several steps. In a fit of rage, it lifted its gaze towards the direction from which the stone had come. There, atop a nearby tortoise vehicle, stood a young man, Han Li, gazing calmly at the scene, casually tossing another similar stone in his hand. Meanwhile, the girl in the red dress had already darted away and taken refuge within the luminous aura of another woman. Finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. Having been thwarted twice, the serpent demon's wrath reached its zenith. With a sudden roar, it unleashed a plume of dark, toxic gas towards the protective auras of the three women. Just then, a cold snort echoed from another tortoise vehicle, the voice belonging to Nan Shizi. "Beast, dare you?" As the words rang out, a beam of white light shot forth from the carriage, spiraling toward the serpent demon in the form of a small, crystalline sword, mere inches in size. Upon seeing this, the serpent demon's expression shifted dramatically. It hurled one of its bone spears towards the tortoise vehicle and swiftly twisted its body, vanishing beneath the sandy ground. Faced with the appearance of a cultivator, it chose to flee rather than engage in battle. The hurled bone spear, however, was aimed directly at Han Li. Evidently, this demon sought to slay the mortal who had thwarted its plans before departing, wishing to vent its pent-up malice. As Han Li beheld the bone spear transforming into a streak of dark light, a bittersweet smile graced his lips. Rather than employing the stone in his grasp to deflect the spear, he remained motionless, rooted to the spot. Consequently, with a resounding crash, the bone spear struck him squarely, sending him hurtling over 10 zhang away, where he landed upon a cargo container atop a massive turtle, creating a substantial breach. A cacophony of clattering echoed as a multitude of glimmering weapons cascaded from the container. Witnessing Han Li's unfortunate predicament, Gasps of astonishment escaped the lips of the three young maidens, while a faint, surprised murmur escaped Nanchizi within the carriage. At that moment, the petite sword executed a graceful arc in the air before darting back towards the carriage. The young maiden in red, along with her companions, hastily waved their small flags to disperse the luminous haze and rushed towards the damaged container. "Brother Han, are you all right?" The red-clad maiden exclaimed anxiously, her heart brimming with gratitude towards Han Li for his earlier rescue. Xiang'er and the maiden in white also displayed concern upon their faces. "Fortunately, I'm not dead. I just find myself unable to move." Han Li's voice, laced with a bitter smile, echoed from within the container. Upon hearing this, the trio felt a wave of relief wash over them. Exchanging glances, they swiftly leaped onto the giant turtle, peering into the shattered container. There lay Han Li, disheveled amidst a heap of blades and spears, wearing an expression of resigned acceptance, yet seemingly unscathed. The three young women rejoiced, and, with combined effort, temporarily extricated Han Li from the container, laying him gently upon the back of the colossal turtle. "Thank you so much for saving my life, Brother Han," exclaimed the girl in the red shirt, her gratitude palpable. "It was nothing, merely a trifling gesture," Han Li replied with a slight smile, dismissing the matter with nonchalance. "Such minor attacks cannot harm me. I merely need to rest a bit longer." As the door of another giant turtle's compartment swung open, Nanchizi emerged, his figure gliding gracefully to Han Li's side. Seizing Han Li's wrist, he infused him with a surge of pure spiritual energy. "Fear not," he reassured. "The Diamond Sutra truly deserves its reputation as one of the 5 great body-refining techniques. Upon reaching the 3rd tier, it manifests such formidable power. The demonic artifact failed to injure you, Han Jinren. It merely exacerbated some existing damage from earlier encounters with thrown stones." The Taoist's face briefly reflected surprise, quickly replaced by a warm smile. "Indeed, that is the case," the girl in the red shirt exclaimed, her spirits lifted. "Huh, how could this humble Taoist deceive you with falsehoods?" he replied with mirth, before casting a glance at the now-dimmed formation array, adding with significant intent, "However, it appears your small rejuvenation array has ceased functioning, and the situation seems to have turned unfavorable." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the three maidens shifted dramatically as they frantically scanned their surroundings. Without the support of the diminutive rejuvenation array, the guards began to exhibit signs of fatigue, resulting in renewed casualties. "This is dire. We brought only one formation diagram for the small rejuvenation array. We exhausted all the power of the accompanying formation flags while fending off that serpent demon. Now, the magic array can no longer be activated." The girl in the white robe exclaimed in dismay. The other 2 women exchanged glances, realizing the predicament they found themselves in. The Taoist priest furrowed his brow, and just as they began to contemplate a strategy, the clamor of battle around them suddenly ceased, followed by a simultaneous eruption of cheers from the guards on the turtle carriage. The girls were momentarily taken aback and looked again. They observed that the enormous insects, which had been engaged in combat with the guards, were now leaping off the vehicle and fleeing in all directions. The swarm seemed to have lost its cohesion, descending into utter chaos, shedding the ferocity it had previously exhibited. "It's done. It must be that Sister Lu and the others have vanquished that insect demon," the girl in the green robe declared with a radiant smile, her companions equally elated. Indeed, moments later, dozens of riders burst forth from the swirling yellow dust, racing back towards the convoy. These knights were the same ones who had charged into the insect horde earlier. However, from the original 50 or so, only a little over 30 remained, each bearing wounds and drenched in blood, a testament to the ferocity of the prior battle. The knights urged their giant wolves onward, swiftly rejoining the caravan. Without uttering a word, the scarred man abruptly cast a massive object onto the ground, revealing the severed head of a colossal insect, resplendent in golden hues, unmistakably not an ordinary sandworm. Meanwhile, the girl in the blue robe also returned with the blood-red monstrous tiger, unharmed. Upon seeing the 3 women and Nanchizi surrounding Han Li, both individuals displayed a hint of surprise. At that moment, a guard who had witnessed the earlier scene approached and recounted the events that had transpired to the 2 newcomers. The scarred giant initially stood in astonishment, but soon burst into hearty laughter. "It seems that Zhang has indeed made no mistake. Brother Han is truly remarkable. Having just joined our association, he has already saved Quaner. Otherwise, had anything unfortunate occurred, I would be too ashamed to face the lady." Upon hearing this, the gaze of the young woman in the blue robe shifted towards Han Li, transforming into one of utmost kindness. Han Li merely smiled gently, choosing not to interject. Having repelled the swarm of sand beetles, the entire caravan naturally required a period of restoration. After resting for over half a day, the convoy resumed its journey. The subsequent stretch of the route fell into an unusual silence. After 3 more days, the caravan emerged from the Qingluo Desert, revealing an endless expanse of grassland before them. The terrain was remarkably flat. Consequently, the speed of the caravan surged several-fold as the giant turtles began to stride forward, racing swiftly into the distance. Lying motionless within the carriage, Han Li noticed that the jovial banter that had once filled the air within the caravan had abruptly ceased the moment they entered the grassland. Moreover, the 4 women seated in the carriage, gazing out at the verdant grass, appeared increasingly anxious, their expressions betraying a hint of fear. Chapter 1269. In Yuan City, Han Li leaned against one side of the carriage, seated across from the 4 women. He had already scanned the grassy expanse outside the carriage countless times. Yet, everything appeared normal, devoid of any irregularity, merely resembling ordinary grass. Han Li found this peculiar, but concealed his thoughts and refrained from voicing any concerns. After all, his understanding of the spirit realm was limited, and he wished to avoid appearing overly suspicious. In recent days, the 4 maidens have displayed a remarkable warmth towards him, particularly the young girl in the red robe named Quaner, who affectionately calls him Brother Han with an enthusiasm that catches him off guard. Han Li finds himself somewhat unaccustomed to this newfound camaraderie. However, given her tender age, he feels it inappropriate to be overly aloof. Consequently, he has engaged in numerous conversations with Quaner during this period. While he refrains from overtly inquiring about matters pertaining to the spirit realm, he has managed to glean a wealth of information regarding the Tiandong merchants. Through their dialogues, he learns that the lady they refer to as Madam is, in fact, the principal overseer of several cities for the Tiandong merchants and a daughter-in-law of the merchant leader. It is customary for individuals to respectfully address her as Madame Fong. The head of the Tiandong merchants has 3 sons, and this particular daughter-in-law is the wife of his second son, who tragically passed away over 20 years ago due to an unforeseen accident, leaving behind a son and a daughter. Thus, the responsibilities that were initially shared by the couple now rest solely upon Madame Fong. The 4 maidens, cherished by her since childhood, serve as her close attendants, enjoying a bond that straddles the line between familial affection and servitude. Madame Fong's personal visit to the remote in Yuan City is motivated, in part, by the city's willingness to pay a handsome sum for goods, but more importantly, it is driven by the presence of her youngest son, who, since childhood, has been recognized for his spiritual roots and has joined a certain sect of immortal cultivators. He has sent word that there are matters requiring Madame Fong's assistance. With a heart full of concern for her beloved child, Madame Fong not only takes it upon herself to undertake this journey, but also, shortly after departing, leaves her caravan behind to hasten her own arrival in Yuan City. In Lady Fong's estimation, the caravan not only boasted an extensive retinue, but also several cultivators stationed for protection, rendering it seemingly impervious to danger. Yet, to her astonishment, a low-tier insect demon and a serpent demon had emerged from the depths of the Qingluo Desert, nearly precipitating a crisis. Upon hearing this, Han Li could not resist subtly probing into the origins of the owner of the Tiandong Merchant Association. After all, it seemed implausible that an ordinary individual could preside over such a vast enterprise. The information he uncovered left him momentarily stunned. The proprietor was indeed a mere mortal, utterly devoid of any martial prowess, lacking both spiritual roots and experience in physical cultivation. How could such an ordinary person command such a formidable business? Han Li's mind swirled with questions, and when he inquired, the red-clad maiden appeared equally baffled, sharing his confusion. Sensing her uncertainty, he refrained from pressing further, allowing the topic to drift into the recesses of his mind. Consequently, despite gaining some insights during these days, Han Li found himself plagued by even more uncertainties, which left him feeling rather vexed. This expanse of grassland seemed to stretch far wider than the Qingluo Desert. The caravan had been traversing for a full month and still appeared to be entrenched within its bounds. Throughout this journey, the guards and knights displayed an unmistakable air of vigilance, their demeanor fraught with apprehension. Furthermore, the several cultivators who had remained sequestered within the carriage intermittently emerged to soar above in their protective chariots, taking turns to patrol and maintain a watchful eye. The so-called practitioners from Jailing Mountain bore grave expressions, equally wary and unwilling to let their guard down. Although everyone was on tenterhooks, the caravan journeyed across the grassland for half a month and finally departed from this region, with ordinary hills appearing ahead. The taut nerves of the caravan personnel relaxed instantly. Not only did the cultivators return to their carriages, but the guards also resumed their former banter. Even the young women in Han Li's carriage breathed a sigh of relief the moment they left the grassland. The maiden in emerald attire even gently patted her bosom, saying with a charming smile, "Finally, we didn't disturb the wolves on this grassland. Although it's not my first time crossing the grassland, I'm always terribly worried." It's not just Sister Xianger who's afraid. Everyone in the caravan was trembling with fear, dreading that their luck would run out, and they would encounter a pack of wolves awakening before the tide of beasts. With our small number, we would be doomed. A dead end on the grassland. Luer sighed, also with lingering fear. Although such things are not common, some merchant firms encounter them every year. Indeed, I heard that in Yuan City spared no expense in ordering so many weapons and hundreds of sets of rare spiritual tools from our Tiandong merchant firm to cope with the tide of beasts. Quanah said, tilting her head as if recalling something. That's strange. Although in Yuan City is not large, it's not a newly built city either. How could they suddenly order so much equipment from us? You know, only medium-sized or larger cities would be willing to spend so much money on so many spiritual tools. The maiden in white attire said, somewhat puzzled. There is nothing peculiar about this. It is likely that either an exceptionally powerful horde of beasts has suddenly migrated to the vicinity, or the city is facing a once-in-a-millennium beast tide, confronting a united assault from all nearby beast packs. Naturally, it would be difficult to withstand such an onslaught. The girl in the blue robe shook her head, dismissing the notion nonchalantly. Indeed, it might very well be so. As Sister Luer suggested, her reasoning holds merit, smiled Quanah, pursing her lips. Han Li sat cross-legged in his chair, appearing to meditate, yet he attentively listened to the conversation of the four women. Upon hearing the mention of the beast tide, his brows involuntarily twitched. It reminded him of the time in the Chigluo desert when the scarred man, Zhang Kuei, had once spoken of a scorpion tide. Could there be a connection between the two? However, as time passed, the four women did not elaborate further on the matter, diverting their discussion to other topics. Although Han Li felt a twinge of regret, he continued to focus on circulating the Golden Buddha technique, gradually nurturing his meridians. Following this period of tranquil recuperation, alongside the indomitable effects of the wood spirit pearl, the restoration of his meridians progressed far beyond his initial expectations. Now, his body was largely restored. With another half-month of rest, he would be entirely free of issues. Given this, with his fourth level of the Golden Buddha technique and his exceptional familiarity with various mid to low-tier spells, he would likely maintain an advantage even against late-stage foundation establishment practitioners. As for core formation cultivators, only through first-hand combat would he truly understand their capabilities. Of course, this presumes that the abilities of cultivators across the spiritual realm and the human realm are not significantly disparate, and that no unforeseen powers arise. Once the caravan emerged from the grasslands, it journeyed for merely 2 days before arriving at its destination, a stone city that exuded an extraordinary grandeur. Through the window, one could discern the city walls soaring over 30 zhang in height, complemented by small towers reaching 10 zhang at intervals of 100 zhang, rendering the city an awe-inspiring sight. Gazing along the walls, the expanse of white stone appeared boundless, extending into an unknown distance. Intriguingly, these lofty walls bore intricate and unfamiliar patterns, resembling enigmatic runes that imparted an air of mystery to the city. Han Li found himself momentarily speechless. This metropolis bore no resemblance to any small town. Its towering stature surpassed even the so-called great cities of the human realm. However, he also noted the presence of formidable soldiers clad in uniform iron armor patrolling the walls, their vigilant eyes scanning the surroundings. Moreover, atop each tower, imposing crossbows of remarkable size were mounted, each equipped with metal bolts that measured 3 to 4 zhang in length, glinting with a faint white light, suggestive of low-tier magical artifacts. Such formidable weapons, if indeed magical, could easily spell doom for a foundation-establishing cultivator who was struck by one. As Han Li squinted to take in the scene, lost in contemplation, the caravan arrived at the city gates. To his surprise, the area outside the gates was devoid of any figures. A massive, pitch-black door stood resolutely closed. A throng of soldiers gathered atop the walls, their vigilant gazes fixed upon the caravan, each face etched with wariness. Zhang Kuei urged the massive wolf to the front of the caravan. Without a word, he raised his hand and hurled an object directly onto the city gate. It turned out to be a golden token. A stir arose among those at the gate, and a middle-aged man clad in silver armor swiftly approached, picking up the token for a closer inspection. After a few glances at the lengthy caravan below, he suddenly commanded, "Open the city gate and inspect some of the caravans. They are from the Tiandong Trading Company." Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, the nearby soldiers were enlightened, and someone dashed down from the battlements to open the gate. Moments later, the enormous gate, seemingly forged from steel, gradually swung open, revealing dozens of fully armed soldiers who formed two lines. The silver-armored man emerged last and approached Zhang Kuei, mounted on his colossal wolf, scrutinizing him with caution before slowly inquiring, "Are you the leader of the Tiandong Trading Company?" "I am Zhang Kuei. I trust you have received your lord's orders." Zhang Kuei replied leisurely, "The goods behind us are those ordered by your city. I have indeed received the orders. However, this is a special period, and we must have a few esteemed cultivators inspect your caravan before granting passage," the silver-armored man said without courtesy. "Is it that you fear monsters might have infiltrated? That poses no issue. Please, feel free to conduct your inspection," Zhang Kuei responded without the slightest hesitation. "Very well, Mr. Li Master Huang. Please proceed with the inspection." The silver-armored man nodded in satisfaction, turning to beckon towards the inner city gate. From within the city gates, a faint masculine voice echoed, followed by the emergence of a scholar clad in white robes and a monk draped in a cerulean cassock. It was the aforementioned scholar, appearing to be in his early 40s, who spoke. Commander Zhao, showing deference to the two cultivators, responded with a grateful smile. The scholar and the monk each produced a mirror and a bronze alms bowl, respectively. They chanted incantations, performed hand seals, and simultaneously cast their magical implements into the air. The two instruments whirled in the sky. The mirror emitted a cyan mist that enveloped the foremost giant tortoise, while the alms bowl released a yellow radiance that swept over several nearby giant wolf riders. In short order, the cyan mist and yellow light dispersed, moving on to subsequent targets. Thus, the two cultivators meticulously examined each tortoise-drawn vehicle, the cyan mist and yellow light interlacing, leaving no one unchecked. Presently, over 30 vehicles and 200 individuals had been scanned by the two emanations, revealing no anomalies. "Very well, you may proceed," Commander Zhao remarked, his countenance relaxing. "Furthermore, be advised that Madame Fong has reserved the largest inn, the Azure Cloud Inn, to the west of the city. After delivering your goods, you may convene there directly." The scarred man paused momentarily, then clasped his hands in a fist and palm salute before leading the caravan through the city gates. Once inside, it became apparent that the expanse of the stone city far exceeded Han Li's initial estimations. As far as the eye can see, an innumerable array of houses fills the cityscape, stretching endlessly into the horizon. It appears that the city was meticulously planned during its construction. Despite the varied architectural styles and the differing materials, stone, wood, and more, every building is arranged in an orderly fashion, leaving wide cobblestone streets several yards across. At this moment, the bustling city is teeming with throngs of people, creating a scene of overwhelming congestion. Han Li, upon witnessing this spectacle, momentarily stood in astonishment, only to soon notice that most of the pedestrians were armed with swords and weapons, their expressions grave. The young girl in the blue robe within the carriage sighed softly, murmuring to herself, "It seems the beast tide is indeed a reality. Otherwise, the inhabitants of the villages outside the city would not have flocked here." This revelation only intensified the pressure on An Yuan's city. Upon hearing her words, Han Li's understanding deepened. With so many people, the slow-moving convoy naturally faced considerable inconvenience. Fortunately, Commander Zhao had anticipated this situation, dispatching several soldiers to clear a path for the convoy, forcibly dispersing the crowd to create an avenue for passage. Even so, the progress of the convoy remained sluggish. It took a full half-hour to traverse more than a dozen long streets before finally turning onto a less populated lane. Ultimately, they came to a halt before a towering archway. Behind this archway loomed several heavily guarded warehouse-like structures, with guards armed with various weapons visible in every direction. The atmosphere became much more relaxed as the members of the Tiandong Merchants Association handed over their goods to the warehouse officials responsible for inspection. After receiving the receipt, Zhang Kuei let out a sigh of relief and led the group directly towards the western part of the city, as directed by Captain Zhao. Hanli, having completely regained his mobility, was naturally among them. However, halfway through their journey, he unexpectedly approached Zhang Kuei, expressing a desire to wander the city for a while before rejoining the group at the Cloud Inn and Tiandong Merchants Association. Upon hearing Han Li's request, Zhang Kuei furrowed his brow, contemplated briefly, and ultimately acquiesced, albeit with a few cautions. Brother Han, as you have yet to meet the lady, you cannot be considered a formal member of the association, and thus I shall not impose too many restrictions upon you. However, it is evident that the current state of Anyuan City is rather chaotic and unstable. Moreover, being a remote town, there is likely little of interest to behold. If you have matters to attend to, it would be prudent to conclude them swiftly and make your way to the inn. Despite his fearsome appearance, Zhang Kuei's words were surprisingly gentle. Han Li offered a slight smile in response, acknowledged him, and then gracefully departed. After turning a corner, he vanished from sight entirely. Observing the direction in which Han Li had disappeared, Zhang Kuei rubbed his chin with his large hand, a pensive expression crossing his face. Are you concerned that Brother Han may not return? Inquired Nan Shizi, standing beside the burly man with a scarred face, a playful smile on his lips. Having signed the blood oath, why would I be worried about such matters? Zhang Kuei replied, though he could not help but let out a wry smile. It is just that this Brother Han appears to possess a rather significant background, making him somewhat inscrutable. Such astonishing mastery of body refinement at such a tender age suggests that one is unlikely to hail from ordinary origins. However, observing his demeanor and actions, it is evident that he does not resemble the individuals of our Tianyuan realm. This observation holds a degree of truth. Nanshizi, smiling, remarked, this is something Zhang naturally perceives as well. Yet, as long as he does not entangle himself with the other major factions within our Tianyuan realm, even if his background poses issues, our Tianyuan Merchant Association need not concern ourselves with it. With proper cultivation, this individual may indeed possess the potential to reach the 5th level of the Diamond Sutra. Should that come to pass, he is bound to become a significant ally to the lady. Zhang Kuei's expression turned grave. The 5th level of the Diamond Sutra? You truly dare to entertain such thoughts? Zhang? That level can contend with our core formation practitioners without yielding. Ninchizi cast a sidelong glance at the scar-faced man, revealing a faint, enigmatic smile. Perhaps I have been somewhat indulgent in my aspirations. However, considering his youth and current mastery, who can guarantee that he will not cultivate to the 5th level of the Diamond Sutra within a century? In terms of opportunity, he appears to possess far greater prospects than an ordinary body refiner like myself. Otherwise, I would not have so readily allowed him to sign the blood contract in the Qingluo Desert. Zhang Kuei chuckled in agreement. There is indeed merit to your words. Now, let us speak no more of this individual, as we, the brothers, have been employed by Lady Fong to oversee your esteemed caravan, and with the goods safely delivered. We have fulfilled our agreement. It is time for us to take our leave. Nanchizi bowed slightly and calmly articulated his farewell. Oh, will the esteemed Taoists not bid farewell to the lady? In that case, the Taoists may depart. Zhang Kuei was not surprised, after a futile attempt to retain them. He uttered words of courteous farewell. Consequently, several cultivators from Gali Mountain departed from the crowd, vanishing into the distance. What a pity! If only our trading company could possess our own cultivators. A knight nearby, along with several Taoists, suddenly expressed a sense of lament. The notion of having our own cultivators seemed nothing more than a daydream. Although our Tiandong Trading Company is reputed to be one of the 3 major companies in the Tianyuan realm, the spiritual stones we earn each year barely suffice to employ cultivators on a long-term basis. Low-level cultivators in the Qi refinement stage possess powers comparable to our own body refiners, rendering their employment of little value. As for cultivators in the foundation establishment stage, the annual consumption of spiritual stones is astonishing. Our company can only afford to hire them occasionally when a lucrative opportunity arises. As for cultivators above the core formation stage, such aspirations are utterly beyond reach. High-level cultivators can effortlessly procure rare materials or forge magical artifacts and spiritual tools, far surpassing what our company can offer in terms of spiritual stones. Even if our company were to painstakingly nurture mid-level cultivators, they, too, would inevitably depart. The burly man sighed softly. This is true, even among the most exceptional of our body refiners. Once they attain success in their cultivation, They will swiftly venture into perilous territories in search of rare herbs that can spontaneously generate spiritual roots. The desire to become a cultivator is irresistible. After all, once one becomes a cultivator, not only can they practice immortal techniques, but their extended lifespan is equally alluring. Over the years, countless body refiners like us have perished beyond the three realms. Yet, the number of those who continue to venture into the outside world remains overwhelming. The knight, feeling somewhat contemplative, remarked, "Well, these matters hold little relevance for us, ordinary folk. We should hasten back to meet the lady." With a dismissive wave of his hand, Jean Coué indicated his desire to end the discussion. The knight promptly fell silent, and thus the group departed, swiftly becoming lost within the throng of the bustling street. Meanwhile, Hanley stood nearby on a different street, gazing skyward at the seven blazing suns with a hint of melancholy, exhaling deeply. As he emerged from the azure sand desert and entered the vast grasslands, he was immediately struck by the astonishing spiritual energy that permeated the air. The concentration of spiritual energy in this realm was indeed several times greater than that of the human world. If he could discover an even more exceptional place for cultivation, it was certainly plausible that the energy could increase by a further tenfold. However, regrettably, he had already dissipated his nascent soul, and the restraints imposed by the ice phoenix rendered him incapable of absorbing even the slightest trace of this energy. This predicament left him feeling quite helpless. As he strolled along the current street, he surveyed the passers-by and the various shops lining both sides. The establishments appeared largely similar to those in the human realm, with nothing particularly remarkable to behold. Suddenly, he halted, his gaze drawn to a shop before him. After a moment's hesitation, he stepped inside, taking in the items displayed within. Surrounding him were several long tables of sandalwood, gleaming coldly with an array of weapons, swords, axes, and other armaments, indicating that this was indeed a specialty weapon shop. The space was modest, staffed by only 2 attendants, yet a considerable number of customers were present, all of whom were mere mortals. Hanley stepped inside, intrigued by the inconspicuous exterior of the shop, yet captivated by its thriving business. "Dear customer, what has caught your eye?" asked a shop assistant, presenting a golden-backed 9-ring knife. This blade, forged from black iron, slices through metal effortlessly and possesses considerable weight, making it an ideal weapon against wolves and beasts. After finishing his introduction to another patron, the assistant finally noticed Han Li's presence and hurried over with a forced smile. He pointed to a hefty, dark-hued large ring knife that Han Li was examining. "I lack considerable strength," Han Li replied, his gaze shifting away as he subtly shook his head. "Then perhaps you might consider this moon-arc sword. Crafted from refined purple copper, it is as light as a feather yet exceptionally resilient, a rare quality in a soft sword. Too short. It does not fit well in my hand," Han Li remarked indifferently, clearly unimpressed. The assistant's previously cheerful demeanor faltered, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. "What is that over there? It appears quite intriguing," Han Li suddenly inquired, stepping closer to point at an object on another table. What he indicated was a coiled, jet-black soft rope, roughly the thickness of a thumb. "This is the Qiu Long rope, forged from golden threads, designed specifically for binding. Even the mightiest low-tier demon beasts cannot easily break free once ensnared by this rope," the assistant explained, momentarily taken aback by the object. "I would like to examine the Qiu Long rope," Han Li expressed, his interest piqued. Han Li extended his hand to grasp the object, giving it a slight shake. With a whoosh, the black cord transformed into a remarkably straight line, resembling a slender rod. The attendant beside him, witnessing this spectacle, found his eyes widening in astonishment. Having served countless guests in this weapon shop, he possessed a discerning eye. The ability to manipulate such a supple cord with such ease indicated that the individual before him was no ordinary person, likely a body refinement practitioner. And a measure of reverence involuntarily crossed his face. "This is quite impressive, but it feels a tad too thick. Do you have anything finer?" Han Li inquired, furrowing his brow after a couple of gentle swishes. "Finer? I fear our establishment may not possess such items," the attendant replied with a hint of awkwardness. "Oh, you seek something more delicate? I happen to have an item that may pique your interest, though it comes at a considerable price." A robust voice suddenly interjected from behind Han Li. His expression shifting, Han Li slowly turned to face the source of the voice. There stood 2 imposing men. One was tall with long hair cascading down his shoulders, exuding an aura of danger akin to a wild beast, while the other appeared pale and slightly gaunt. Both were clad in leather robes. The burly man bore a long golden spear slung across his back, accompanied by a massive bundle, while the slender man held a wooden box several feet long in one hand, his expression somewhat somber. What caught Hanli's eye was the fact that each of them wore a ring embedded with spirit stones on one finger. Yet these were markedly coarser than the one on Zhang Kuei's hand, and the spirit stones appeared to be of a smaller size. These details surfaced in Hanli's mind, and in a flash, he discerned the identities of the two men. With a subtle upturn of his lips, he remarked, "Provided the items are suitable, the price is of no consequence." "Excellent, but this is hardly the place for such discourse. Perhaps you would accompany my brother and me to a more secluded locale for discussion," the gaunt man suggested, casting a glance over Hanli before breaking into a smile. "No problem," Hanli agreed without hesitation. Immediately, he followed the two men out of the arms shop and back onto the street. Seemingly well acquainted with the vicinity, the two led him through a series of twists and turns until they arrived at an inconspicuous alleyway. The area was utterly deserted, steeped in tranquility. "This will suffice. Xian, my good fellow, present the item to our esteemed guest," the gaunt man instructed the burly man. "Understood, Brother Bao," the towering man responded, seizing a bundle from his shoulder and shaking it out. A cacophony of clatters ensued as a heap of items spilled onto the ground. Among them were various vials and jars, as well as animal hides and horns. The gaunt man stooped down, retrieving a palm-sized wooden box. "Pray, examine this. It is a tendon from a terrestrial dragon, acquired by my brother and several other body refiners after slaying the beast. It is not only slender and exceptionally resilient, but also remarkably elastic, capable of being stretched several times its original length." Terrestrial dragon? Hanli was unfamiliar with the creature in question, but judging by the description, it was likely a low-level demonic beast, maintaining an impassive facade. He accepted the wooden box and lifted the lid. A slender, cream-colored object, bound together by a red cord, rested obediently among the items. Hanli, without hesitation, pinched the red cord with his fingers, causing it to shatter into pieces. Immediately, with a soft poof, the coiled beast tendon sprang forth, one end shooting directly towards Hanli's face. Hanli raised a hand, his movement seemingly slow. Yet somehow his fingers grasped the end of the tendon in one swift motion. With a flick of his fingers, the taut tendon immediately went limp, as if all elasticity had vanished in an instant. He then brought the long piece before his eyes. The gaunt man opposite him, witnessing Hanli's nimble actions, exchanged a glance with the disheveled, long-haired man beside him. By this time, Hanli had thoroughly examined the segment of Earth Dragon tendon. With his experience and insight from slaying countless low-level demonic beasts in his past, he could instantly discern the nature and characteristics of the tendon, as well as how to slightly modify it to better suit his own use. After manipulating it for a while, Hanli flicked the object with one hand. The tendon blurred as it flew, coiling around his wrist in a rapid, swirling motion, transforming into a pale yellow bracelet. As his arm lowered and his sleeve dropped, the tendon was completely concealed, with no visible sign from the outside. Indeed, this material is a rare find among low-level demonic beasts. However, such items are of limited use to cultivators. They are most suitable for bowstrings. The same applies to me. As long as you two don't ask for an exorbitant price, I am willing to purchase it, Hanli said faintly, looking at the two men opposite him. "Heh, judging by your appearance, you must be a body cultivator. In that case, it is only natural to settle the matter with spirit stones. This Earth Dragon tendon should cost 30 spirit stones, correct?" Upon hearing Hanli's words, the emaciated man revealed a faint smile on his grim visage and stated his price. 30 spirit stones? A tad steep, yet not entirely unacceptable. Please proceed, esteemed sir. Through his interactions with Lu and the other three maidens, Hanli had come to understand that while mortals in the spirit realm still utilized yellow and white objects as currency, body refiners, due to their need for spirit tools that consumed a significant amount of spirit stones, engaged in transactions for special items using spirit stones, much like cultivators. However, in the spirit realm, the value of low-tier spirit stones was not as great as that in the human realm. Most transactions involving spirit tools or cultivators training primarily revolved around mid to high-tier spirit stones. After all, the density of spiritual energy in this realm far surpassed that of the human realm. Even the finest spirit stone mines were not uncommon here, though they were predominantly controlled by high-tier cultivators and formidable factions. Nonetheless, even so, 30 low-tier spirit stones for a somewhat trivial material from a low-tier demon beast seemed a touch excessive. Although Hanli had left his storage bag and all treasures in the desert that day, he had not forgotten the significance of spirit stones while in the spirit realm. To safeguard against unforeseen circumstances, he had retained a dozen mid-tier spirit stones for emergencies. Now, as he reached into his robe, he produced a yellow-orange spirit stone and tossed it into the air. The long-haired man stepped forward, his large hand swiftly grasping the spirit stone. After a brief examination, he nodded in satisfaction. Observing this, the man surnamed Bao displayed a hint of a smile on his pale yellow face. He promptly produced a modest leather pouch from his person, extracting 70 low-tier spirit stones, which he wrapped in a piece of beast hide before tossing it towards Hanli. "These are for you," he remarked. "Brother, your generosity is commendable. Should the opportunity arise, we might consider collaborating." The emaciated man chuckled softly. "Collaboration may be possible in the future, but at present, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave," Hanli replied with a faint smile, clasping his fists in a gesture of respect before turning to depart with poise. As Hanli swiftly vanished from the alleyway, the burly man glanced at the mid-tier spirit stones in his hand, then back towards the alley's entrance. Suddenly, a glint of menace flickered in his eyes as he leaned closer to the emaciated man and whispered, "Brother Bao, this individual's face is unfamiliar, and he appears to possess considerable wealth. Should we? Perhaps you should temper your ambitions," the emaciated man interjected, his expression darkening. "Did you not notice that he bore no spirit artifacts? A practitioner who would act so freely is either too impoverished to afford them or self-assured in their cultivation to deem ordinary artifacts beneath them. Which category do you believe he belongs to?" The burly man hesitated, his conviction wavering. It's evident that his generosity suggests he is not a destitute practitioner. Yet, did he not just purchase the earth serpent tendons from us? "Brother Xin," the emaciated man countered. "Can you be certain that his intent in acquiring the earth serpent tendons was to fashion a weapon? It is just as likely he seeks them as materials for crafting a unique spirit artifact. Recently, in Yuan City has seen an influx of external practitioners, among whom are some exceedingly formidable individuals. Although the two of us are not weaklings, it is prudent to refrain from recklessness. After all, one's life is singular and precious." The man with the surname Bao fell silent for a moment, then let out a cold laugh. "There is some truth in my elder brother's words. My impatience stemmed from a desperate lack of spirit stones. However, with the beast tide approaching, we would be equally at risk without mid-tier spirit stones to replenish our spiritual tools." Upon hearing the gaunt man's remarks, the stout man with the surname Xin finally regained his composure but still felt a sense of predicament. What is there to fear? Once the beast tide arrives, the Lord of Yuan City will undoubtedly hire all the body refiners in town, which will surely yield a sum of spirit stones. If we are frugal, it should suffice for our survival. The gaunt man spoke with confidence, as if he had already devised a plan. Indeed, according to the agreement between the 3 sovereigns and the 7 demon kings, cultivators above the core formation stage are prohibited from aiding the various cities in resisting the beast tide. If these city lords wish to protect their domains, whom else can they rely on but us body refiners? Upon hearing this, the long-haired man felt invigorated. "It is good that you understand. In truth, this agreement is reciprocal. Similarly, the beast horde will not feature high-level demon beasts above level 5. It remains uncertain who truly benefits from this arrangement," the gaunt man mused. The long-haired man fell into contemplative silence. Before long, the two tidied up their surroundings and stepped out of the alley, disappearing into the throng of the street. Chapter 1272. The beast-tied Hanli exited the alley and shortly thereafter discovered the true purpose of the group from the Tiandong merchant house in another street, a bookstore specializing in a variety of texts. He entered discreetly. The bookstore was quite spacious, filled with a myriad of literary works encompassing astronomy, geography, and various eclectic subjects, proving to be rather abundant. As it was merely an ordinary bookstore for mortals, one could hardly expect to find any texts on jade slips or cultivation practices. Hanli had no interest in irrelevant tomes. His gaze was solely fixed upon the volumes that detailed the environment and customs of the spirit realm. Only through such literature could he begin to grasp the intricacies of the spirit world, dispelling his previous ignorance. Without hesitation, he selected several substantial volumes, concluding his purchase with a map of the nearby region. Though he possessed no yellow or white currency, spirit stones remained exceedingly precious to ordinary mortals. After paying with a Loger spirit stone, the bookstore owner, overjoyed, even returned some silver coins to him. Balancing the hefty tomes in one hand, Hanli sought out an inconspicuous corner in a tavern, casually ordering a few simple dishes before quietly immersing himself in his readings. Although Han Li could not project his consciousness outside his body, his remarkable photographic memory remained intact. Despite the extraordinary thickness of the volumes, his leisurely perusal was astonishingly swift, with each word indelibly etched in his mind. While his expression remained placid, his heart surged with tumultuous thoughts as he absorbed the contents of the texts. Notably, the detailed accounts of the spirit realm's geography left him utterly astounded. It turned out that the Tianyuan realm, frequently mentioned by the merchants of the Tiandong Trading Company, was indeed the domain governed by the Holy Emperor of Tianyuan, one of the three sovereigns of the human race. In addition, the human territories are dominated by the Xuanwu Emperor, who controls the Xuanwu Mirror, and the Tianling Emperor, who oversees the Tianling realm. These two emperors are often referred to collectively as the dominating and spiritual emperors. Originally, the Tianyuan sacred emperor hailed from the ranks of human body cultivators, but later transitioned to the Confucian path, earning him the title of the Confucian emperor. The Tianyuan realm he governs is noted for its customs and practices that closely resemble those of the human realm inhabited by Han Li, which can be considered a stroke of good fortune for him. Each of these three realms of humanity is immensely vast, containing numerous cities ranging from hundreds to over 1,000 in number. According to literature, cities like Anyuan City, which accommodates nearly 1 billion inhabitants, are, in the context of the spirit realm, regarded as small towns. Other mid-sized and large cities far surpass Anyuan City in both area and population. The Tianyuan City, where the sacred emperor resides, boasts an expanse comparable to that of a small nation in the human realm. However, when compared to the primary cities of the other two realms, Tianyuan City is relatively normal. In stark contrast, the Xuanwu City, where the dominating emperor resides, is astonishingly constructed upon the back of an ancient colossal turtle known as the Canling, rendering it a slowly moving maritime metropolis. Meanwhile, the Tianling City of the spiritual emperor is even more extraordinary, as it is directly built upon the colossal Qitian spirit tree, which spans a diameter of 100 miles and is rumored to lead directly to the celestial realm. The astonishment that filled Han Li's heart upon witnessing this was truly beyond comprehension. Even more surprising information follows. According to these texts, aside from the three realms occupied by humanity, there exist the 7 demon lands ruled by 7 great demon kings, where the relationship between the demon race and the human race is intriguingly characterized as half adversarial, half amicable. The reason for this assertion lies in the fact that even when combined, the territories of the 3 realms and the 7 demon lands merely constitute a minuscule fraction of the vastness that is the spirit world. Beyond the dominion of the 2 clans lies the realm of other alien beings. Most of these entities are indigenous inhabitants of the spirit world, including an innumerable array of ancient ferocious beasts and the titanic races of yore. Additionally, there are other communal alien species that, akin to the human race, have forcibly traversed the boundaries into this realm. Although interactions with these races are scant, those that are known are formidable, rivaling both humans and demons in strength, each possessing their own unique supernatural abilities that are not inferior to those of the 2 clans. Moreover, within the spirit world, there exist numerous individuals of almost transcendent power, akin to the celestial beings of the true immortal realm, such as the well-known figures like Luo Ho, Kuan Peng, and the true dragon, who can, to some extent, disregard the forces of dimensional barriers. Amidst such myriad perils, although both the human and demon clans have produced numerous powerful practitioners, they can merely maintain a fragile foothold within the spirit world. Despite their frequent animosity and occasional skirmishes, they are compelled to unite against formidable adversaries. This scenario persisted until the formal establishment of the 3 emperors and the 7 demon lands, which significantly ameliorated the situation. The initial 3 emperors and the 7 demon kings, along with the many powerful practitioners from both the human and demon races, collaboratively devised a profound array that enveloped the 3 realms and the 7 lands. It is said that this mystical formation, a relic from the true immortal realm, was specifically designed to counter excessively powerful alien beings. The more potent the individual, the more they would be hindered by this restrictive barrier, unable to penetrate the sanctum of the array's protection. Conversely, those entities possessing strength equivalent to that of mid to low-tier demonic beasts are not subject to such constraints. This formidable array is composed of 10 focal points, strategically situated within the 3 realms of humanity and the 7 territories of the demon race. While the texts do not elucidate the locations of the array points within the demon realm, it is noted that the focal points in the 3 sovereigns' domain are situated at the sacred mountain of Tianyuan, where Tianyuan City resides, the ancient tortoise of Xuanwu realm, and the celestial tree of Qitian in Tianling City. Unless one could obliterate the sacred mountain, the ancient tortoise, and the celestial tree, the prohibitions under human control would remain intact. The array points within the human domain are thus unfathomable, and it is reasonable to surmise that the other array points within the 7 territories of the demon race are equally complex. Should those powerful beings aspire to invade the territories occupied by humans and demons, they must contend with the might of all 10 array points. Otherwise, their ambitions would be futile. It is through this superlative celestial array that both human and demon races flourish within the vast spirit world, ultimately securing their place within it. As for the expanse of the spirit world, since the advent of humanity within its realms, no one has ever fully comprehended its magnitude. It can only be described as boundless and interminable. However, as Hanli perused this information, a flicker of doubt arose within him. Given that the territory controlled by humanity occupies such a minuscule portion of the spirit world, how can it be assured that the ascending cultivators from the lower realms will accurately land within the domains governed by the 2 races? If they were to find themselves outside the boundaries of the superlative celestial array, it would indeed pose a grave danger. This particular concern was not addressed within the texts, and thus, Hanli had no choice but to temporarily set it aside. Through various descriptions within the literature, Hanli also discerned that, overall, the demon race possesses a slight superiority in strength over humanity, although it appears that the higher-tier cultivators of humanity may hold a marginal advantage over their demonic counterparts. Thus, the 2 clans established a peculiar equilibrium, which ultimately led to the formation of the first 3 sovereigns and the 7 demon kings, who convened to formulate a series of agreements to safeguard the interests of both factions. Among these stipulations was the prohibition against high-ranking cultivators of the human race indiscriminately exterminating low to mid-tier beasts residing in remote locales, as well as their non-participation in the periodic onslaughts of beast tides that besiege various cities. Likewise, the demon race was forbidden from wantonly pillaging or slaughtering humans, necessitating the establishment of designated habitation zones for humans, which were to be duly protected. The emergence of such agreements was, of course, a consequence of the tumultuous initial division of the 3 realms and the 7 demon lands, where the territories inhabited by humans and demons were in considerable disarray. Despite efforts to delineate areas of high concentration for both factions, a substantial presence of the opposing race remained within each territory. For the exalted human cultivators and demon practitioners, relocating posed little difficulty. They could easily vacate the area. However, for the ordinary beasts lacking intelligence and the common folk among humans, traversing such vast distances was an insurmountable challenge, forcing them to remain in situ and submit to the dominion of the other race. In the early days, this led to gruesome acts of indiscriminate slaughter, sparking numerous bloody conflicts between the 2 races. Ultimately, after enduring many trials and tribulations, they arrived at the current agreements. It is worth noting that the texts in Hanli's possession merely touched upon the most pivotal agreements, offering a rather vague overview. However, regarding the matter of beast tides, he had deliberately selected a pertinent volume, gaining substantial clarity on the subject. The so-called beast tide merely comprises ordinary beasts whose reproductive capabilities are excessively potent. Furthermore, under the aegis of the agreements made by the 3 sovereigns and the demon king, the high-ranking practitioners of the human race are unable to conduct indiscriminate exterminations. Consequently, they are compelled to engage in internecine conflicts periodically over territorial disputes to ensure their survival. However, should a human city exist in proximity to these regions, the low-tier demon beasts born among these creatures invariably steer their uncivilized kin toward launching semi-suicidal assaults on human settlements. As a result, apart from a few particularly vast cities, the majority of human cities are periodically besieged by these beast tides. The more remote the small to medium-sized cities, the more frequently they encounter these beastly onslaughts. Although historically, the number of cities truly overrun by beasts is scant, each outbreak of the beast tide inevitably results in substantial casualties among the lower-tier beings of the human race. Nevertheless, it is precisely under such life-and-death circumstances that those lower-tier body refiners and cultivators often experience sudden breakthroughs in their bottlenecks. In comparison to the casualties among ordinary individuals, the significance of these breakthroughs is far greater, enhancing the overall strength of humanity within the spirit realm. In this intertwined situation of fortune and misfortune, the high-ranking beings of the human race in the realm of the 3 sovereigns tacitly permit the continuity of the beast tide, without any intention of altering the agreements with the demon race. The timing of beast tide outbreaks in each city varies, Yet the two most frequent and common types are merely the wolf tides inhabiting the grasslands and the snake tides that can thrive in various regions. Both of these beast hordes are renowned for their formidable reproductive capabilities, and they invariably instigate a beast tide approximately every century. If a city were to encounter the cataclysm of beast tides, particularly if it were to face two or more beast hordes simultaneously, it would inevitably devolve into a grand beast tide, the peril of which is beyond imagination. Historically, the devastation of human cities has predominantly stemmed from such grand beast tides. Consequently, when a city discerns the impending threat of a grand beast tide nearby, its leaders are invariably gripped by trepidation, urgently summoning nearby body refiners and low-tier cultivators, while hastily reinforcing defenses in preparation for a life-or-death struggle. As Hanli absorbed this information, he sighed softly and gently closed the final tome. Undoubtedly, the city was on the brink of experiencing a beast tide, especially given its proximity to the grasslands, which likely heralded the infamous wolf beast tide. Observing the palpable tension within the city, he hoped fervently that he would not encounter a grand beast tide himself. Silently, he drank from the cup of wine before him, narrowing his eyes in contemplation. Chapter 1273, The Peril of Heavenly Tribulation. Being in the spirit realm, he harbored no interest in the beast tides. His sole concern was the restoration of his magical power and the removal of the ice phoenix seal upon him. This was an urgent matter. According to the words of the celestial beast's avatar from years past, cultivators at the nascent soul and transcendent stages in the spirit realm must confront a minor heavenly tribulation every 300 years. Although he currently lacked magical power, his cultivation base remained intact. It was uncertain whether the heavenly tribulation would indeed befall him, or when it might arrive. If a heavenly tribulation were to descend during the transcendent stage, with his meager four-layer Vajra technique and inability to wield various treasures, he would undoubtedly be unable to withstand it. Upon reflecting on this matter, Han Li's expression darkened once more. The most effective solution to this predicament would undoubtedly be to swiftly locate the Ice Phoenix and mutually dissolve their restraints. During their unexpected encounter at the spatial node, the Ice Phoenix, leveraging its spatial affinity, managed to escape the node ahead of him, and it should now reside within the spirit realm. Now, having lost all his magical power due to the restraints, it is likely that the restrictions he imposed upon the Ice Phoenix have also taken effect. He is acutely aware of the formidable nature of the restraints he cast. The current situation of this might indeed be even worse than his own. However, within the vast expanse of the spirit realm, even if he retained his magical abilities, finding her in a short span of time would be utterly impossible. In the myriad domains of the three realms, there are undoubtedly many beings whose magical prowess far exceeds that of the transformation stage. Now, devoid of any means of self-preservation, the notion of locating her immediately is akin to chasing a mirage. The only path to regain his magical power lies in self-rescue. Yet, given his current inability to absorb even a shred of spiritual energy, the vast array of mystical techniques and spells he possesses remains entirely dormant, rendering the prospect of recultivating his magical abilities seemingly unattainable. As for seeking assistance from other high-ranking cultivators, the multitude of secrets he harbors make such a perilous endeavor unthinkable. Han Li sat in his chair, his countenance fluctuating between light and shadow for an extended period. It appears he must revert to his original course of action. His gaze flickered momentarily as he murmured a low phrase, his visage darkening further. During his month-long journey to Anyuan City, Han Li had meticulously contemplated methods for restoring his magical faculties. After a fortnight of earnest reflection, he indeed devised a feasible approach, albeit one that is far from ideal and seemingly time-consuming. Moreover, coupled with the initial unfamiliarity with the spiritual realm, he had been plagued by indecision. However, after a preliminary understanding of the spiritual domain and a thorough analysis, it seemed he had no choice but to adopt this method. That is to say, he must cultivate the only technique he could master, the Diamond Sutra, to its utmost perfection. According to the scriptures, mastering all 7 levels of the Diamond Sutra would empower him to stand toe-to-toe with nascent soul cultivators purely through the might of his physical form. In such a case, his formidable corporeal strength would enable him to dispel the restraints imposed by the Ice Phoenix. At that point, he could begin to cultivate his spiritual power anew and reformulate his nascent soul, making the process significantly simpler. Although the formation of a nascent soul typically requires a century of arduous effort, he believed that by merely restoring a fraction of his spiritual energy, he could reclaim his storage pouch and conceal himself in a remote location. Armed with the copious spirit pills and elixirs contained within, he could expedite this process severalfold. In summary, To regain his divine abilities, he must first expel the internal restrictions, allowing him to reformulate his nascent soul and fully restore his original powers. He estimated that, given the current circumstances, should a minor heavenly tribulation indeed arise, it would likely occur no sooner than 3 centuries hence. Yet, this was merely his conjecture. For the sake of his own survival, it was imperative that he expedite the cultivation of the Diamond Sutra. Hanli was already well aware of the challenges associated with mastering the Diamond Sutra from the insights shared by the celestial beast's avatar. Even though the spiritual energy in the human realm was exceptionally dense, allowing for the use of secret techniques to forcibly infuse spiritual energy into one's body, the number of mortals capable of fully mastering the Diamond Sutra was exceedingly rare. For an ordinary individual, no matter how exceptional their talent, such confidence would be unfathomable. However, Hanli was far from an ordinary individual, not to mention his arduous journey from a mere mortal to the state of transformation. His resolute spirit far surpassed that of any common cultivator in the spirit realm. His physical form had been significantly fortified through the refinement of malevolent qi, alongside the consumption of extraordinary spiritual fruits and medicinal herbs such as the dragon scale fruit and the celestial corpse pearl. The rigorous practice of the bone tempering technique had rendered his body as formidable as that of a typical demon beast. Upon entering the spirit realm, he further transformed both of his nascent souls, including the second, into a vast reservoir of essence that permeated his being, thereby enhancing his potential once more. Given these numerous factors, it was no wonder that Hanli brimmed with confidence. His sole concern now lay in the excruciating trials he would have to endure while cultivating this technique, as well as the time it would demand. Given the remoteness of his surroundings, teeming with various mid- to low-tier demon beasts in their herds, it was unwise for him to practice alone. Moreover, the later stages of the diamond technique seemed to necessitate insights gained through combat to increase the likelihood of breaking through obstacles. Thus, it would be prudent for him to remain at this Tiandong trading company for a while longer. If he felt any discomfort or inconvenience, he could always depart later. As for the blood curse inscribed in that blood contract, once it entered his body, it was swiftly refined by the potent essence it contained, leaving no trace of restraint upon him. With this determination in mind, Hanli chose not to linger any longer. Shortly thereafter, he departed from the tavern, casually making his way to a secluded spot where he gently pressed the ancient texts between his hands. In an instant, the thick tomes were transformed into a flurry of paper, cascading to the ground under an immense force. He then sought out a blacksmith shop within the city, where he inspected the surroundings. Suddenly, he handed a piece of earth dragon sinew to a blacksmith present, whispering instructions while gesturing towards several materials displayed in the shop. He slipped 2 low-grade spirit stones into the blacksmith's hand, initially taken aback by Hanli's request. The blacksmith soon brightened with a smile upon grasping the spirit stones and nodded enthusiastically. With a faint smile, Hanli departed from the blacksmith shop and flagged down an empty beast cart drawn by peculiar creatures resembling both deer and horses. Without concern for the driver's background, he tossed a substantial silver coin and, after uttering the words "Cloud Inn," swiftly entered the cart, closing his eyes to rest. Such beast-drawn carts, pulled by docile creatures, were commonplace on the streets of Anyuan City. Given the city's size, traversing from one district to another without such a cart would likely take several hours. The cart before him was rather splendid, yet it was clearly not meant for ordinary travelers. It resembled a private vehicle of a wealthy household. The driver, initially enraged by Hanli's gesture to stop the cart, was momentarily stunned upon seeing the silver. After a brief hesitation, he urged the beasts onward, heading towards the west of the city. Hanli had scarcely dozed off in the cart when he heard the driver's voice. "Esteemed guest, we have arrived at the Cloud Inn." Hanli slowly opened his eyes and, without uttering a word, stepped down from the cart. Before him appeared a sprawling loft courtyard, dominated by a towering pavilion at the forefront, where a grand plaque hung, inscribed in gilded ancient script with the words "Cloud Guest Inn." Flanking the pavilion were rows of wooden awnings, beneath which an assortment of beast-drawn carriages were parked, creating a somewhat congested atmosphere, intermittently punctuated by peculiar whinnying sounds. Hanli's gaze swept across the scene, quickly settling on several young attendants stationed at the entrance of the pavilion, beckoning to the arriving guests. With a subtle gesture, he signaled one of them. The attendant, quick-witted, immediately darted over. "Esteemed guest, what may I assist you with? Are you seeking accommodation? Today, gentlemen from the Tiandong Trading Company have checked in. Would you like to know their whereabouts?" Hanli inquired nonchalantly, tossing a coin of loose silver to the attendant. "Ah, so you are in search of the esteemed gentleman from the Tiandong Trading Company. Allow me to personally guide you," the attendant responded. a broad smile spreading across his face as he accepted the silver. He then led Hanli through the pavilion and towards the rear courtyards. The gentlemen from the Tiandong Trading Company have reserved the entire western courtyard due to their considerable number. It is the finest cluster of courtyards in our inn. The attendant enthusiastically elaborated as he guided the way. Hanli listened to the attendant's words with a calm demeanor, revealing little in the way of emotion. Ah, Brother Han. You have finally returned. Splendid news. Brother Zhang has instructed me to take you to meet the lady at once. Come, follow me. Before reaching the so-called western courtyard, a young man approached, momentarily taken aback upon seeing Han Li, and then, with great delight, strode forward, boldly attempting to grasp Han Li's arm. A subtle movement of Han Li's brow accompanied an unintentional shift of his shoulder, causing the young man's hand to miss its mark in an oddly strange manner. The youth paused, visibly startled. It turned out to be Brother Luo. The lady mentioned by Brother Luo? Could it be Madame Fong? Han Li inquired with a slight smile. His demeanor calm. The young man, known as Shaoqi among the knights of the Tiandong Merchant Guild, responded, Indeed, it is Madame Fong. She has heard of your affairs and is quite curious to meet you. A fleeting shadow crossed the young man's face before vanishing, replaced by a smile. I have already become a member of the guild. If Madame Fong wishes to summon me, I will naturally comply, Han Li replied nonchalantly. Ah, that is only right. The young man said, now fully aware of Han Li's superior skills and thus refraining from any further disrespectful gestures, he smiled and readily agreed. With that, Han Li dismissed the young lad and followed Brother Luo into the western courtyard. Along the way, they encountered numerous guards and knights of the guild, exchanging greetings with each. After several turns and navigating through over a dozen large courtyards, they finally arrived at a secluded little courtyard. The area was relatively tranquil and elegant, guarded by two unfamiliar burly men, standing barehanded at the entrance. As Han Li and his companion approached, for sharp gazes instantly turned towards them, sending a chill down their spines. Chapter 1274. The Golden Jade Sect. These two individuals were evidently not ordinary body refiners. Otherwise, their overwhelming presence would not be so astonishing. They seemed to exude an aura even more formidable than that of Zhang Kuei. My esteemed brothers, this is the newly joined Han brother of our merchant group, whom the lady mentioned she wished to meet not long ago. I hope you will kindly acknowledge him. A young man with the surname Luo stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Oh. So this is the one who has cultivated the diamond technique to the 3rd level. He certainly appears youthful, though I wonder if he has ingested any longevity elixirs. Remarked a slightly shorter, stout man, scrutinizing Han Li with keen eyes. His words, however, carried a hint of rudeness. If you believe I have taken such elixirs, then so be it, Han Li replied, a slight flutter in his heart, yet his expression remained composed with a gentle smile. Humph. I find it hard to believe you have truly mastered the diamond technique to the 3rd level. Allow me to test you, if you wouldn't mind, the stout man said. His earlier casualness replaced with a glint of coldness in his gaze as he suddenly grasped Han Li's wrist with a firm grip. Han Li merely raised an eyebrow, not bothering to evade, allowing the man to seize his wrist. He soon felt the other's fingers were chillingly cold, suddenly unleashing a tremendous force that began to constrict, feeling almost devoid of flesh. Rather than displaying anger, Han Li chuckled softly, though his gaze darkened. Under the pressure of the man's might, a faint golden hue appeared momentarily on the area where he was gripped, only to vanish just as swiftly as he stood quietly in place, permitting the other to act as he wished. After a brief interlude, the burly man, realizing he had exerted nearly his full strength to no avail, his countenance underwent a dramatic shift. Yet, with a moment's hesitation, he refrained from relenting. Instead, he inhaled deeply, and a layer of ebony luminescence emanated from his digits, augmenting his strength considerably. At long last, the mirth on Han Li's visage dissipated, replaced by a soft snort. With a seemingly nonchalant wave of his arm, the burly man felt a tremor course through his fingers that gripped Han Li's wrist, rendering a significant portion of his body numb in an instant. A startled exclamation escaped his lips, followed by an immense force that propelled his body skyward against his will. As Han Li remained impassive, the burly man was on the verge of being hurled against a nearby stone wall, destined for a severe head injury. However, a figure materialized swiftly, and the other gatekeeper, who had remained silent until now, darted several meters, positioning himself to intercept the airborne man. With a lightning-quick grab, he attempted to catch his comrade. But the moment his palm made contact with the other's collar, his expression transformed. His other hand shot out and joined the first, forming a double-handed reception. A resounding crash reverberated, followed by a series of heavy thuds. Although he managed to catch his compatriot, The man was forced to retreat 7 or 8 steps before regaining his footing, his face now ashen. Upon witnessing this, Han Li narrowed his eyes, casting a glance at the man who had intervened. He had managed to withstand the force of Han Li's strength and catch his companion. His mastery of physical cultivation was clearly superior to that of the other. The young man named Luo was utterly dumbfounded. These two gatekeepers were, after all, the personal bodyguards of Madame Fong. Although he rarely interacted with those knights, his exceptional mastery of body refinement techniques earned him deep admiration from their leader, Zhang Kuei. In the past, knights who prided themselves on their skills had sought to discreetly challenge these two, only to suffer devastating defeats. The newly joined Han Li, however, managed to render both of them utterly humiliated with just one hand, leaving them defenseless. Could it be that once the diamond technique reaches the 3rd level, it bestows such formidable power? The young man from the Luo family wore an expression that fluctuated between gloom and brightness. Unbeknownst to him, Han Li's immense strength was largely attributable to consuming dragon-scale fruits for hundreds of years and practicing the bone-tempering technique in the human realm. Otherwise, even though the diamond technique could enhance one's strength at the 3rd level, it would only grant a size comparable to these two hulks. Furthermore, Han Li had actually perfected the diamond technique to the 4th level. Brother Han, your skills are astounding. I humbly yield. The burly man remarked as he channeled his internal energy several times, finally expelling the pent-up frustration from his chest during their conversation. His expression returned to normal, but his gaze towards Han Li was tinged with awe. The individual who had been thrown by Han Li wore an exceptionally grim countenance. Han Li smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate further. After a slight fist salute, he walked calmly into the courtyard. The Luo youth, naturally unqualified to follow, remained outside. The door to the house directly opposite the courtyard entrance was tightly closed. Just as Han Li was about to knock, a melodious female voice floated from within. Is it Master Han? Please, come in. I have been waiting for you for quite some time. Han Li's gaze flickered twice. Yet he felt no surprise as he calmly pushed the door open and entered. A swift glance around the room stirred a shift in his expression. The number of people present indeed caught him off guard. At the main seat facing the door sat a woman in her 30s, clad in a green robe, with fair skin and a strikingly beautiful countenance. Behind her stood a young man in a blue robe, around 25 or 26, bearing a resemblance to the woman. Opposite her sat a young man in a brocade robe, his temples touched with gray, his demeanor somewhat aloof. Next to him were a pair of young lovers, the man strikingly handsome and the woman breathtakingly lovely. It seemed they were already aware of the events transpiring outside, for as Han Li entered, their diverse gazes swept towards him. The woman's eyes expressed a mix of surprise and delight. The young man in blue appeared curious, while the brocade-clad man's brow furrowed slightly. The young couple, however, displayed a hint of astonishment. Young Master Han, please do not take offense. The earlier test by the two guards was merely my suggestion, the beautiful woman said as she rose to greet him, gracefully inclining her body in a respectful gesture. I simply wish to ascertain whether the 3rd layer of the diamond technique is as formidable as the rumors suggest. This technique is widely circulated, yet it is one of the most challenging body refinement methods, with few ever breaking through to the 2nd layer, let alone someone of your caliber at the 3rd layer. Han Li offered a slight smile, unfazed, and replied, I have already become a member of the Merchant Association, so this modest test is of little consequence. I'm merely curious if you, madam, are satisfied with my abilities. Although he intended to temporarily conceal himself within the Tiandong Trading Company, he had no intention of being merely a pawn at the mercy of others. Naturally, he did not mind subtly showcasing his capabilities. His previous display had evidently garnered the attention of Madame Fong, who regarded him with newfound respect. The potency of the 3rd layer of the Diamond Sutra had far exceeded her expectations, undoubtedly broadening her horizons. By the way, allow me to introduce to young Master Han. This is my son, Pan Qing, who practices celestial arts under the auspices of the Jinyu sect. These 3 celestial masters are all his fellow disciples. Upon hearing Han Li's introduction, the lady smiled gracefully and pointed to the others, saying, So, it is the young master and several celestial masters. Han Li clasped his fists in a calm manner. Although his divine consciousness could not leave his body, he was still able to discern the cultivation levels of these individuals with remarkable acuity, given their proximity. Each of them possessed cultivation levels above the foundation establishment stage. However, Pan Qing and the young couple appeared to have only recently established their foundations, exuding a comparatively weaker aura. In contrast, the man in the brocade robe emanated a dense aura of magic power, suggesting he had reached the late stage of foundation establishment. nearing the realm of false stand. He should not be underestimated. Considering the prowess Han Li had just exhibited, the others dared not be overly presumptuous and reciprocated his greeting. The man in the brocade robe even wore a slight smile and inquired, "Although I have never practiced body refinement techniques, my former master once befriended a high-ranking body refiner. It is said that this elder single-handedly slayed several 6th and 7th-tier demonic beasts. Initially, I thought this was an exaggeration. However, having witnessed the miraculous abilities of Han Brothers' Diamond Sutra, I am now convinced of its veracity. However, I perceive that Brother Han's immense strength seems not only a result of his cultivation of the Diamond Sutra, but rather a manifestation of innate divine power. This individual possesses a degree of insight, having discerned the extraordinary nature of Han Li's formidable strength. Brother Qin, with his discerning eye, has indeed recognized that a portion of Han Li's strength is indeed congenital. Naturally, Han Li refrained from elaborating on matters such as the dragon scale fruit, and instead, he acquiesced with a casual acknowledgement. The man in the brocade robe nodded, his lingering doubts dissipating significantly. Subsequently, neither he nor his companions posed further inquiries. However, the amiable Lady Feng engaged Han Li in conversation, subtly attempting to inquire about his origins. Yet, Han Li adeptly feigned ignorance, skillfully evading her probing questions. Observing Han Li's demeanor, Lady Feng chose not to pursue the matter further, instead clarifying that the man in the brocade robe, along with several others including Pan Qing's, were dispatched by their sect to assist in defending On Yuan City against the impending beast tide. This mission was undertaken due to the established rapport between the higher echelons of On Yuan City and the Golden Jade sect, as well as the fact that each outbreak of the beast tide presents an exceptional opportunity for lower-tier cultivators to break through their bottlenecks. Consequently, they had dispatched their Foundation establishment disciples. It is worth noting that the order to assist On Yuan City was not exclusive to the Golden Jade sect. Other mid-sized sects had also sent their disciples. Moreover, since the personnel of the Tiandong Trading Company arrived in On Yuan City, they, adhering to customary practices, could not avoid being requisitioned by On Yuan City's forces. Therefore, Lady Feng temporarily appointed Han Li as the deputy to Zhang Kuei to assist in commanding the guard team. Upon hearing the lady's directive, Han Li pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. Madame Feng, upon witnessing this, displayed a look of satisfaction and promptly instructed Han Li to retire for some rest. According to her, the outbreak of the beast tide could occur at any moment. And it was indeed a formidable amalgamation of various beast hordes. Han Li and his companions naturally needed to conserve their energy and prepare adequately. A faint smile graced Han Li's lips as he departed from the room. Once the door closed behind him, Madame Feng's smile faded, revealing a hint of hesitation. What? Does the lady find this individual to be a rare talent, and is contemplating a change of heart? The man in the ornate robe stroked his chin and suddenly inquired with a light laugh. Indeed, it is true. This individual possesses remarkable cultivation at such a tender age. With a bit of nurturing, he could potentially become a figure akin to old fire. Perhaps we should adhere to the original plan and have Zhang Kuei or the Liu brothers accompany you after the beast tide. The lady did not conceal her thoughts, frowning slightly as she spoke. Chapter 1275, The Blue Wolf, the Red Python, the Leopard Bird. Team leader Zhang and the Liu brothers by the lady's side. If not for the presence of this individual proficient in the diamond technique, he would have been useful nonetheless. However, now that a more suitable candidate has emerged, the likelihood of acquiring that coveted item becomes significantly greater, necessitating a change in personnel. After all, once one masters the third layer of the diamond technique, they become impervious to the assaults of ordinary mid to low-tier spiritual artifacts. Coupled with this individual's immense strength, he is undoubtedly the most fitting auxiliary for this endeavor. Should we opt for someone else, the chances of failure would be considerable. Moreover, should we rouse the guarding beasts, we would have no second opportunity to act. Madam, do you not wish for Junior Brother Pan to have hopes of forming a Dan in the future? The man in the ornate robe shook his head. The words of Master Qin are indeed reasonable. Even if this person possesses the potential to become a second Fire Elder, when compared to Qing Er's future advancement to the Golden Core stage, the priorities are quite clear in my mind. The woman sighed softly, seemingly feeling a sense of helplessness. It is indeed a wise decision for the lady. The recent outbreak of the beast tide presents an exceptional opportunity. The few demonic beasts guarding that object will undoubtedly be unable to remain uninvolved. It is uncertain how many will manage to escape in the end. Therefore, while the body refinement practitioners required for this endeavor carry a certain degree of danger, it is not guaranteed that mishaps will occur. As long as the task is accomplished, Qin will ensure that he is well compensated and will not allow him to harbor any resentment towards his wife. The man in the brocade robe felt a wave of relief wash over him, allowing a smile to grace his lips. Master Qin possesses formidable powers. Once that object is obtained, advancing to the golden core stage should pose no issue. Furthermore, he will need to look after the young one a bit more in the future. The woman did not interject, but instead, with a smile, suddenly brought up her beloved son. Junior brother Pan's talent is exceptional and is certainly on par with mine. If I can reach the golden core, it will also be no problem for junior brother with that object in hand. Rest assured, my lady. The man in the brocade robe cast a gentle glance at the young man in the blue robe and spoke kindly. Pan Qin, perceptive as he was, quickly bowed respectfully to his senior brother, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. The young couple seated beside the man in the brocade robe exchanged knowing smiles. For a moment, the hall was filled with a harmonious atmosphere, with everyone interacting in the utmost amiability. Hanli, of course, had no inkling that upon his arrival in the human realm and merely having brushed shoulders with these individuals, he had already become a pawn in their schemes. It is truly uncertain whether he is a fated solitary star or simply a victim of misfortune. If he were aware of this matter, he could only laugh bitterly. A mere handful of mortals and a few foundational stage cultivators dared to exploit a cultivator of the transformation stage like him, displaying a remarkable lack of awareness of their own mortality. Even stripped of his powers, he possessed the means to effortlessly annihilate them. At present, he remained oblivious to all of this, preoccupied with his intentions to remain at the Tiandong Trading Company. Thus, upon leaving the small courtyard, he sought an audience with the scarred man and others. Shortly thereafter, the order appointing Hanli as the deputy leader was indeed issued, provoking discontent among certain individuals. However, Hanli merely displayed a hint of his spiritual prowess before the crowd, leaving them utterly astonished and speechless. Consequently, he was assigned a tranquil private room, freeing him from the need to share space with others. In the subsequent days, he quietly contemplated the fifth layer of the Vajra Sutra within his chamber. Initially, following the cultivation method of the Mingwang Sutra, he utilized his internal spiritual energy to aid his practice, which was exceedingly convenient. However, transitioning to the Vajra Sutra required him to rely on the technique of infusing spiritual energy into his body. This unfamiliar method of cultivation necessitated that he first familiarize himself with it before he could genuinely commence his practice. Yet, by the third day, Hanli departed from the inn, the destination of which remained unknown, only to return quietly half a day later. Aside from a few observant individuals, most were unaware that Hanli had even ventured out. On the seventh day, as Hanli habitually sat cross-legged on the bed with his eyes gently closed, an enormous chime suddenly resonated from outside, its sound booming and reverberating, piercing the heavens and causing the inn to tremble ever so slightly. Startled, Hanli opened his eyes, as the resounding toll continued to echo in an unbroken cadence. As the resounding sound of horns echoed throughout the city, both near and far, it seemed as if they were being blown simultaneously from every corner. Hanli furrowed his brow and, without a moment's hesitation, pushed open the door and stepped outside. The western courtyard was in utter disarray. The guards and knights had all emerged from their quarters, some wielding weapons while others donned their armor, their expressions varying widely. Some were filled with exuberance and anticipation, while others wore faces of fear and anxiety. What is there to panic about? Even if a beast tide approaches, the first wave won't concern us. Return to your quarters and rest well, a robust voice boomed from one of the courtyards. Soon after, Zhang Kuei, with a demeanor as calm as water, emerged, his gaze sweeping over the disordered guards before he reprimanded them loudly. Upon hearing the scarred man's shout, the guards immediately quieted down and obediently returned to their rooms. Hanli couldn't help but smile at the sight. It was said that Zhang Kuei had led this guard team for over a decade, and his authority was evident. Brother Han, come with me to assess the scale and types of the beast tide, Zhang Kuei said, his eyes falling upon Hanli. Even a large beast tide varies in magnitude, and the creatures within it range from weak to strong. Given Zhang's earnest invitation, Hanli felt more than willing to oblige. He hesitated for a moment but quickly agreed. To be honest, although he did not take the threat of a tide composed of ordinary beasts and low-tier monsters too seriously, his curiosity was piqued. Thus, he welcomed the opportunity to broaden his horizons. As the two individuals stepped onto the street outside the inn, they were struck by the stark transformation of their surroundings. The once bustling thoroughfare had become eerily desolate, with only a scant few pedestrians hurrying along, their demeanors fraught with anxiety. The streets were now thronged with beast-drawn carriages, which had multiplied exponentially, racing to and fro, pulled by one or several monstrous creatures. In addition to these carriages, riders atop the distinctive unicorn wolves, typically associated with the Tiandong Trading Company, mingled among the chaos. However, these riders were clad in the standardized attire of the Yuan city guards, vociferously proclaiming the imminent arrival of the beast tide and the ensuing citywide lockdown. The essence of the order was simple, aside from the body cultivators and soldiers within the city. All ordinary residents were mandated to remain in their abodes and refrain from venturing outside. Those who dared to defy this edict and obstruct the resistance against the beast tide would face ruthless consequences. At that moment, as Hanli and Zhang Kuei urged their unicorn wolves toward the nearest city wall, atop a towering structure in the southern part of Yuan City, a burly figure clad in a purple robe stood at a window. One hand rested on the windowsill while the other was clasped behind his back. His expression dark and brooding as he gazed into the distance. Suddenly, the door swung open, and a soldier encased in green-tinted bone armor strode in briskly. Approaching the purple-robed man, he knelt partially before him and, in a low voice, reported, "My lord, it has been confirmed that the invading beast horde comprises 3 waves: the azure wolf beasts from the Emerald Prairie, the crimson python beasts from the Black Ridge Mountains, and the leopard avian beasts. Indeed, these 3 factions are converging upon us, and this spells significant trouble. If it were other beast groups, it might be manageable. However, the blue wolf beasts and red python beasts have not experienced a surge in over 3 centuries, and their numbers are likely astonishing now. The leopard birds pose an even greater challenge. Our city is particularly vulnerable in aerial defense. Although we have hastily procured a number of strong bows and crossbows from other cities, ordinary bolts are of little effect against the leopard birds." The man in the purple robe sighed softly, a hint of anxiety etched upon his brow. Did not the esteemed one order a batch of explosion crystal arrows from the Tiandong Trading Company? With these specialized bolts, we should be able to secure the skies. Moreover, the cultivators arriving to assist us can soar through the air, providing significant aerial support. With their help, the leopard birds should present no issue. This soldier offered such reassurances. For now, we must hold on to this hope. Arrange the cultivators to monitor the movements of the leopard birds. The blue wolf and red python beasts can be dealt with by the body refiners and ordinary soldiers. Additionally, ensure that the scattered forces we have recruited are swiftly organized and integrated into the defense, alternating their usage with our guards. The man in the purple robe further instructed. "Understood, my lord." The soldier responded promptly and retreated to carry out the orders. The purple-robed gentleman, the lord of Yuan City, turned his gaze toward the windows, his expression darkening once more. Hanli stood atop a section of the city wall of Yuan, observing the distant scene. Although his countenance appeared calm, his heart was stirred with a sense of shock. Beyond the city walls, several dozen li away, the once yellow-brown earth had transformed into an endless expanse of verdant blue. This vast ocean of green appeared to engulf everything in its path, and upon closer inspection, it revealed itself to be a multitude of green wolf-like beasts, varying in size. Each creature possessed piercing emerald eyes, their bodies cloaked in a pale azure hue, with glistening fangs protruding, exuding a menacing aura. The sheer number of these wolves was staggering. Rendering any attempt to quantify them futile, it was impossible to ascertain how many thousands had emerged. Most of these green wolves remained eerily silent, while a select few howled incessantly, their cries echoing as if exchanging some unspoken communication. Fortunately, these were merely the most ordinary of the green wolf beasts. Had they encountered the red or yellow wolves, or even the rare silver wolves, it was certain that the formidable quantity of these creatures would overwhelm Yuan City. Standing beside Hanli, Zhang Kuei's complexion grew pale, his hands clenched tightly as he murmured, "Silver wolves." Upon hearing the scarred man's words, Hanli was jolted back to reality by the staggering number of beasts, his expression shifting to one of subtle surprise. "What is this? Brother Han, have you never encountered silver wolves before?" Among the various types of wolves, the silver wolves are the most formidable. One ordinary silver wolf could easily match the strength of over 10 green wolves. I was fortunate enough to witness these creatures during a past beast tide. Their terror remains vividly imprinted in my memory. The scarred man explained, somewhat taken aback. The mention of silver wolves naturally brought to Hanli's mind the memory of Silver Moon, a being who was, in essence, a colossal silver wolf and claimed to hail from the Silver Moon wolf clan. It remains uncertain whether these silver wolves belong to the same lineage as the Silver Moon. Regardless of the veracity of this conjecture, it seems of little relevance to his current predicament, which he swiftly set aside. Even if these ordinary wolves were to number in the thousands, They would pose no threat as long as our human race maintains strongholds within high fortifications. What is truly fearsome, however, is that such beast hordes are typically led by lower-tier demon beasts that have awakened their intelligence. Among them are numerous mutated creatures that exist between ordinary beasts and demon beasts. While these mutated beings may not possess the astonishing abilities of their demon counterparts, they are nonetheless formidable when compared to regular beasts. Their size, strength, and swiftness far exceed that of their kin, making them a challenge even for the average low-tier body cultivator in one-on-one combat, as the scarred brute gravely stated. Such a predicament. Are there many of these mutated creatures within the beast horde? Hanli inquired, his brow furrowing. Typically, among 1,000 beasts, one might find a mutation. Zhang Kuei replied after some consideration, albeit uncertainly. 1,000? Hanli's gaze swept across the distant sea of azure beasts, and he couldn't help but smile wryly. While he could not accurately discern the number of these azure wolves, it was evident that there were at least several million. Even if the count of mutated wolves did not reach 10,000, it would surely be in the thousands. Such a multitude of mutated beasts indeed constitutes a lethal force in a city where no core formation cultivators are expected to appear. Very well. Let us proceed to other locations and assess the condition of the remaining beast hordes, Zhang Kuei sighed after observing for a while longer. It appears that the prospects for this beast tide are rather grim. What, Brother Zhang, are you somewhat concerned about our ability to defend this city? Although Hanli followed the other down the towering city walls, he couldn't help but inquire with a smile. Indeed, Zhang expressed some concern. In the past, during several instances when a city was overrun and slaughtered by beast hordes, it was always a relatively new city like Anyuan City, established for less than a decade. These breaches coincided with the outbreak of significant beast tides, compounded by a lack of preparation, leading to their downfall. Moreover, this time, the beast tide includes the formidable leopard avians, aerial fiends whose numbers may not be vast, yet each one is a first-tier demon beast upon its birth. If we cannot defend against them from the air, we could find ourselves in considerable peril, Zhang spoke with a heavy heart. Are the leopard avians truly so fearsome? Hanli's gaze flickered, seemingly skeptical. In terms of individual strength, the leopard avians do not rank highly among aerial fiends within the beast tide. However, they possess a natural ability to exude a potent toxin that can incapacitate an ordinary person upon mere inhalation. The only means of dealing with them is to strike them down from a distance. Yet, these fiends are notably agile and swift, making it exceedingly difficult to truly contain them if our aerial capabilities are insufficient. This vulnerability in Anyuan City's aerial defenses is indeed a grave concern, Zhang elaborated. How could there be a deficiency in aerial power? Is it possible that the Lord of Anyuan City is unaware of the gravity of this situation? Hanli was taken aback. He now understood that in human cities, nearly all secular authority lies firmly in the hands of the city lord. Yet, what good is this knowledge? It is said that during the last beast tide, the city suffered catastrophic losses, depleting the forces they had previously amassed. The restoration of the current defensive strength has been the result of the lord of the city exerting tremendous effort, reportedly even borrowing weaponry and soldiers from nearby cities. However, there is little that can be done against aerial forces. Zhang Kuei's utterance of such words left Han Li somewhat speechless. Soon, as Han Li stood atop another section of the city wall alongside the scarred-faced man, he beheld a crimson sea of serpents, resembling enormous pythons, which appeared even more daunting than the Azure Wolf pack. The only favorable news was that these serpents were non-venomous and did not emit toxic mists, making defense considerably easier. From a distance, Hanli observed the occasional emergence of colossal pythons within the sea, their size far surpassing that of their kind, and he could not help but sigh. These coiled, mutated serpents exceeded 10 zhang in length, rivaling the size of a red dragon. It was evident what fate awaited an ordinary person ensnared or consumed by such a beast. Moreover, the number of these mutated pythons was naturally greater due to the sheer size of the Crimson Serpent group compared to the Azure Wolves. After surveying the two beast packs, Hanli lamented not having seen the leopard-like avian creatures mentioned by Zhang Kuei. According to the scarred-faced man, these demonic birds typically dwell in hidden locales and do not reveal themselves until the time for attack approaches. What are the beast hordes waiting for? Why have they not launched an immediate assault? Hanli suddenly inquired, gazing at the distant python swarm, with intelligent beasts leading the charge. It was evident that they would not attack recklessly. They must have conferred with the other two beast groups before determining a synchronized time to strike, thereby rendering it impossible for humanity to defend against all fronts. Generally speaking, this period lasts approximately a day. Let us proceed. For it is likely that our Tiandong Trading Company has received the directive to mobilize in the city. In the midst of such a grand conflict, we are but a mere drop in the ocean. We shall do our utmost. Should fortune favor us and we manage to break through our limitations or attain some profound realization amidst the chaos, it would not be in vain that we undertook such risks. With a final cold chuckle, Zhang Kuei led Han Li back to the city, ultimately returning to the inn. Indeed, the guards at the inn had already received orders from Yuan City to depart immediately for a designated location for assembly and preparation. The elegantly robed gentlemen and their entourage of Jin Yu sect cultivators had already been ushered away earlier. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Kuei issued a command, and over 200 guards of the Tiandong Trading Company set forth in a grand procession, exiting the inn with great vigor. Outside on the streets, numerous private contingents and body cultivators, similarly requisitioned, were evident. However, their numbers were mostly less formidable than those of the Tiandong guards, ranging from 5 or 6 to several dozens walking together. As Han Li and his companions made their way, they naturally drew considerable attention, particularly the more than 50 knights mounted on their formidable unicorn wolves, which captivated onlookers. After all, these mounts, known as swan wolves, are among the rarest of war beasts domesticated by humanity in the spirit realm. Each one is meticulously nurtured from a young age, having their wild instincts refined, enabling a harmonious synergy with their riders to unleash extraordinary prowess, hence their considerable price. Only a wealthy establishment like the Tiandong Trading Company possesses the means to equip their guard brigade with such a multitude of swan wolves. The crowd, along with others on the street, was drawn to a vast square near a towering city wall, which faced a horde of azure wolves. Thousands of unarmed young men had gathered there, alongside variously attired groups and scattered body refiners. Among them were a few individuals mounted on savage wolves. Yet amid such a multitude, coupled with the knights of the Tianong Merchant Association, there were barely over 200. Surrounding the square stood soldiers from Yuan City, fully equipped to maintain order. At one end of the square, a middle-aged man clad in silver armor conversed with a scholar and a monk beside him, seemingly the leader of the assembly. Upon recognizing this man, Han Li's gaze sharpened as he realized he was the same commanding officer he had encountered at the city gate. The monk and scholar beside him were undoubtedly the two cultivators who had previously inspected their group. It was remarkable that the silver-armored man could retain these two individuals under such circumstances. As the silver-armored man noticed that the crowd had nearly gathered, he gestured with a swift motion. A boisterous soldier stepped forward and promptly began issuing a series of pre-prepared commands. The first order was to select all knights with mounts from the crowd to form a cavalry unit. Subsequently, a contingent of land turtle carts surged into the square, from which soldiers unloaded a substantial quantity of weapons and a small number of armors, beginning to distribute them to the young men. As for the body refiners, they regarded these mundane weapons with disdain, standing aloof and observing the proceedings. Meanwhile, another group of soldiers began to prepare those who had received the arms. The private teams led by Han Li and the scattered body refiners were momentarily set aside, seemingly ignored. Just as these private guards and body refiners found themselves in a state of bewilderment, a long, mournful howl of a wolf resonated from outside the city, a sound that was both piercing and filled with an unsettling madness. Upon hearing this, Han Li narrowed his eyes before he could ponder further. A chorus of wolves began to howl in unison outside the city walls, their cries soaring into the heavens, rolling forth like thunder. The body refiners, though somewhat taken aback, merely experienced a slight change in complexion, while ordinary citizens, paralyzed with terror, could perceive nothing but the echo of the beastly howls, as if the world had been reduced to that singular sound. Yet, this was merely the beginning. From another direction, hissing and peculiar beastly roars soon followed. Although these sounds lacked the tumultuous intensity of the wolf howls, they evoked an even deeper chill, sending shivers down one's spine. At that moment, the bronze gongs set along the distant city walls were struck almost simultaneously, and a resonant male voice echoed through the air, though soft. It was distinctly heard by every ear in the square. "Be cautious, the beast horde is advancing towards the city walls." It was a gray-robed cultivator at the Foundation establishment stage, standing high in the air atop a flying sword. He was not alone in issuing this warning. Nearly every section of the sky above Yuan City had a cultivator soaring aloft, all sounding alarms to alert the populace. Suddenly, the entire city of Yuan was thrown into a frenzy. Troops that had long been assembled sprang into action, swiftly ascending the battlements. The colossal crossbows atop the walls were soon manned, as soldiers began to operate them with urgency. In the square, amidst a moment of bewilderment, the commanding voice of a silver-armored middle-aged man finally prompted a response. Individuals began to gather, organizing Han Li and his private armed forces, along with the body refinement warriors, into coherent units. With the impending battle looming, these previously unruly body refinement warriors exhibited remarkable cooperation. In a brief span, they were arranged into several teams, each comprising 200 members. The Tiandong Trading Company, consisting of over 200 individuals, naturally formed one of these contingents. The able-bodied commoners remained on standby, not immediately deployed, while those who had undergone various cultivation practices, along with the adequately trained private forces, were promptly assigned to the walls to assist the soldiers of An Yuan in defending against the approaching beast horde. Serendipitously, perhaps due to the conspicuous nature of the Tiandong Trading Company's group, their presence was unmistakable among the first batch of defenders. Consequently, the 200 guards from the Tiandong Trading Company found themselves stationed on a segment of the wall, collaborating with the thousands of soldiers defending that section. Standing atop the battlements, Han Li gazed into the distance, where he observed the pack of azure wolves had ceased their howling and were gradually advancing towards them, resembling a vast, moving expanse of blue grassland that seemed to stretch endlessly. As numerous azure wolves moved in unison, the rustling sound echoed, creating an eerily harmonious spectacle that inadvertently exuded an astonishing aura, instilling an ineffable sense of immense pressure upon those within the city. Many soldiers turned pale, yet no one ventured to initiate any pre-battle mobilization. For the common folk, the fall of the city signified an inevitable fate to be devoured by the wolves. Thus, despite their overwhelming fear, when the time came to confront the beastly horde, these soldiers would undoubtedly fight with fervor. Consequently, after the lower-ranking officers stationed along the city walls issued various combat preparations, silence enveloped the atmosphere as everyone stood ready, awaiting the impending confrontation. The wolf pack, though seemingly moving slowly, gradually came into sharper focus under the watchful gaze of the onlookers. Among them, some aberrant wolves, towering over the average azure wolf, became distinctly visible. These colossal creatures, scattered throughout the pack, bore a pale azure hue, yet their eyes had transformed from black to a mesmerizing emerald green, glinting with an unsettling intelligence. Observing this, Han Li couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. These mutated wolves appeared formidable, especially in such overwhelming numbers. At this moment, he stood alongside a robust giant, towering at a height of 2 zhang, behind an officer from An Yuan City tasked with overseeing this segment of the wall. This was Zhang Kuei, a seasoned veteran who had endured several waves of beasts and had specifically recommended that the two of them be assigned to protect this commander. After all, should anything happen to this individual, the defense here could descend into chaos. The colossal figure was a body cultivator named Du Xiao from the Tiandong Trading Company, who practiced an eccentric technique that allowed his physique to swell to immense proportions while concurrently bestowing him with extraordinary strength. The larger his form became, the more formidable his might. It was said that he had attained a remarkably advanced level of mastery. Prior to Han Li's arrival, he was regarded as the foremost warrior among the company's guard. Among those who, feeling indignant and eager to provoke, sought to challenge Han Li, he was included. However, upon witnessing Han Li effortlessly lift and toss a boulder weighing several thousand pounds into the air, Du Xiao, taken aback, admitted his inferiority on the spot. Now, Han Li held what appeared to be an ordinary thick-backed blade in one hand, while the giant wielded a specially designed wolf fang club that spanned 2 yards in length, with both of them flanking an officer. This officer, in his 30s, had a somewhat slender build and was clad in iron armor, with a long sword at his waist. Though his features were unremarkable, his eyes sparkled with vitality, exuding an aura of authority that commanded respect without a hint of anger. It seemed that, although merely a standard officer, he was also a body cultivator of considerable skill. This was not surprising, as among ordinary mortals in the spirit realm, those with any degree of success in body cultivation constituted a significant portion of the military in human cities. Within this group were those who had honed their body techniques to terrifying extremes, individuals whom even high-ranking cultivators would not dare to overlook. As Han Li expressionlessly observed the beast horde, which approached the city wall like a surging tide of green, a series of deep, resonant booms suddenly erupted behind him. Following this, over 100 massive crimson fireballs shot forth from somewhere within the city, crashing violently into the wolf pack just a few miles from the wall. A thunderous roar erupted as hundreds of fiery clouds burst forth amidst the wolf pack, instantly engulfing over 100 azure wolves, leaving them charred and lifeless. Though the flames were mere ordinary fire, these wolves, being common beasts, stood no chance against such fierce infernos. Witnessing this scene, Han Li's expression shifted, and he glanced back. Not far behind the city wall, in an open area, rows of contraptions resembling siege engines from the human realm were arranged, numbering around 100. A multitude of soldiers was seen placing crimson spherical objects within them. At a signal from a commanding officer, these devices launched, sending forth colossal fireballs that arced gracefully through the air, landing precisely among the beast horde beyond the wall. Instantly, numerous azure wolves were reduced to charred remains. In just 2 waves of assault, nearly 20,000 wolves were annihilated, demonstrating formidable power. Just as Han Li was taken aback by the unexpected turn of events, he suddenly noticed that after these 2 volleys, the barrage ceased abruptly and no more giant fireballs appeared. While Han Li pondered this, the distant wolf pack seemed to have been incited by the onslaught, and with fervent howls, the entire horde surged forward, led by several mutated giant wolves. The ground trembled beneath them as they swiftly closed the distance, launching a fierce assault against the lengthy city wall. The azure wolves leaped into the air, their claws piercing the smooth city walls like blades, embedding themselves a good inch deep. With a powerful kick, they propelled themselves forward, scaling the walls as though defying gravity. Atop the battlements, officers directing the defense issued commands, unleashing a deluge of arrows that fell like rain. The sounds of impact echoed as numerous azure wolves were struck down, their bodies plummeting to the ground. Even the ordinary denizens of the spirit realm possessed strength far exceeding that of their counterparts in the mortal realm, wielding lethal force with devastating effect. However, the sheer number of wolves besieging the city rendered these losses insignificant. The relentless assault soon saw some wolves breaching the walls. The human guards had long been poised for this moment. As soon as a wolf set paw upon the battlements, 3 or 4 spears were thrust forward simultaneously, effortlessly toppling the creature. In a flash of blades, the wolf was reduced to a pulpy mass before it could unleash its fury. In this tumultuous scene, arrows rained down from below, while the clash of swords and the cacophony of battle cries intermingled with the howls of wolves. Han Li refrained from intervening, instead following a junior officer as they paced along this section of the wall, issuing commands to the soldiers on how to defend themselves and occasionally reallocating defensive resources. To Han Li, the seemingly ferocious azure wolves appeared formidable, yet the humans had been conserving their strength for quite some time. It was implausible for them to falter so easily. It was likely that the true struggle lay ahead in the coming days. In the direction opposite to the Red Python's assault, the city of Anyuan, though obscured by distance, faint sounds of battle could be discerned, indicating that the horde of Red Pythons had also launched their attack. This conflict erupted at noon and persisted until the afternoon, enveloping the entire city of Anyuan in a thick, pungent aura of bloodshed. As the day began to dim, the sun gradually vanished from the sky, giving way to a crescent moon that steadily multiplied. Yet, the onslaught of the wolf pack showed no signs of abating. Rather, it intensified with a ferocity that seemed to awaken the primal, bloodthirsty instincts of the beasts, revealing their terrifying nature. The countenance of the officer guarding Han Li, once calm and composed, darkened in response to the grim toll of the battle. Within just half a day, 1/3 of the ordinary soldiers defending the city wall had fallen, and over 20 members of the Tiannong merchant group's escort had perished. At that moment, from behind the azure wolf pack, an eerie howl echoed, 2 short and 1 long, heralding the return of the mutated giant wolves, which had vanished into the throng since the siege began. Towering at 5 or 6 zhang, these colossal wolves moved with lightning speed, rendering the crossbow bolts aimed at them nearly ineffective. As they effortlessly leaped onto the city walls like a gust of wind, the soldiers stationed atop the walls, reacting instinctively, unleashed a barrage of weapons. However, the giant wolves deftly maneuvered over the defenders, revealing their sharp fangs before swiftly counterattacking the bewildered soldiers. In an instant, a surge of crimson light erupted, and all sections of the city wall that had been assaulted by the mutated giant wolves suffered immediate casualties. The segment of the battlements overseen by Han Li and his companions was similarly besieged, resulting in the swift demise of over 10 individuals. Observing this, the officer promptly commanded the body refiners from the Tiandong Trading Company to engage in extermination, while the ordinary soldiers were instructed to contend solely with the common blue wolves, ensuring that the defensive formation remained undisturbed. Indeed, the contingent of body refiners led by Zhang Kuei surged forward and swiftly regained control of the situation. However, a sudden cry of alarm erupted from nearby soldiers as 2 shadowy figures flickered into view on the city wall. 2 mutated giant wolves leapt up from a section of the wall nearest to the officer. One plunged into the throng of soldiers, igniting chaos, while the other, exuding a foul stench, lunged ferociously at the officer. They seemed to possess an uncanny awareness that the individual clad in standardized armor was the commander, and displayed a tactical understanding of feigned assaults. Seeking death, bellowed the towering figure of Du Xiao as he swung his wolf-toothed club, conjuring a tempest that bore down upon the advancing wolf. Even though this beast was significantly more resilient than an ordinary blue wolf, it would find no mercy when struck by a weapon. As the massive club was poised to obliterate the wolf's skull, the creature suddenly emitted a faint azure glow. And with a twist of its body, it remarkably shrank to nearly half its size, resembling an ordinary blue wolf. The spiked club swept past the wolf's head, striking nothing but air. The green-eyed wolf, its gaze suddenly ablaze with an eerie light, flicked its tail and surged forward with astonishing speed, darting past the towering giant and lunging towards the officer with its formidable claws. Beware the demon wolf! The officer's expression shifted dramatically upon witnessing the wolf's uncanny transformation, and he instinctively moved his arm. In a blur, the long sword that had been sheathed at his waist found its way into his grasp. Almost simultaneously, a ring of spiritual essence on his finger shimmered with a ghostly light, causing the sword to dissolve into a flurry of shimmering blades that enveloped him in a protective cocoon. This seemingly inconspicuous officer possessed a low-tier magical artifact. However, the wolf spirit, which had merely transformed into an ordinary giant wolf, regarded the shimmering sword lights with a flicker of disdain. With a swift, feigned motion of its forepaws, it unleashed a barrage of azure claw lights that descended upon the officer like an ominous storm. As the sword lights made contact with the claw lights, they erupted in a cacophony of explosions, disintegrating into nothingness and offering no resistance whatsoever. The azure light net, momentarily hesitating, began to constrict and fall. Despite the officer's desperate attempt to cleave upward with his sword, it was but a futile last strike. His face had turned a ghastly shade of gray. At that critical moment, the officer suddenly perceived a flicker of movement before him. Another figure inexplicably plunged into the net of claws. A cold snort, though seemingly minor, resonated in his ears like the tolling of a bell, leaving him momentarily dazed and alarmed. Then, that figure appeared to make a single gesture, summoning a radiant golden light to counter the onslaught of claws. With a thunderous roar, the azure claws shattered beneath the brilliance of the golden light, vanishing into the ether. The officer was overjoyed, and as his gaze became fixed, he finally recognized the figure before him, another man assigned to protect him, Han Li. Han Li was slowly retracting a pair of golden-glinted fists into his sleeves, his expression devoid of emotion as he stared at the azure demon wolf hovering in midair. The wolf, having halted its charge, regarded Han Li with a look of astonishment. The bristles along its back stood erect, betraying an unusual wariness towards him. Although the creature could not discern the depth of Han Li's cultivation, its instinctual sensitivity to danger subtly informed it that this human posed a significant threat, one capable of endangering its life, prompting a moment of hesitation. The giant, having missed his strike, was taken aback by the wolf's transformation and swiftly turned to confront the beast anew, perceiving it as a formidable foe. This inadvertently positioned him to flank Han Li, creating a pincer movement. Nearby, other body refiners from the Tiandong merchant group rushed to the scene, poised to encircle the beast. The wolf scanned left and right, casting a deep glance at Han Li before suddenly pivoting and dashing back towards the giant in a flash of azure light. Du Xiao, startled, instinctively raised his wolf fang club defensively and stepped aside. Yet, the wolf merely feigned an attack, its ethereal form soaring over the giant's head before leaping from the city wall, followed by the other mutated giant wolves, except for one that was slain on the spot. The rest also leapt down to escape. Han Li remained rooted in place, showing no inclination to pursue, though he was devoid of magical power. The prospect of chasing down such low-tier beasts, which he had previously deemed insignificant, failed to ignite even a flicker of interest within him. The officer who narrowly escaped death, once he regained his composure, expressed profound gratitude towards Han Li, repeatedly offering his thanks. "I am deeply indebted to you, my brother, for your timely rescue. Otherwise, my life would have certainly been forfeit." Upon hearing this, Han Li sighed and waved his hand dismissively. "While I may have saved your life, there are other areas where wolf demons have emerged, and the situation appears rather dire." "Impossible. How could there be so many wolf demons?" The officer named Xiao was taken aback and hastily turned his gaze towards the city walls. His complexion paled once more. Surrounding them, chaos erupted on 4 or 5 neighboring battlements, and thousands of azure wolves surged onto these walls. Above the battlements, several luminous wolf demons hovered ominously, bearing a striking resemblance to the one that had fled from them. At that moment, it was not only Han Li and the officer Xiao who witnessed this alarming scene. The merchants of Tiandong and the ordinary soldiers also beheld the unfolding chaos, as they observed an incessant tide of azure wolves pouring in from the breached battlements. A chilling thought crossed everyone's minds. Had this city truly fallen? just as confusion enveloped the hearts of all, and the defenders atop the walls suffered grievous casualties. Seemingly on the brink of losing their ability to resist, a sudden blast of horns resonated from various battlements. In an instant, hundreds of agile body refiners surged forth from the rear, clad in uniquely designed bone armor and wielding an array of weapons, each shimmering with the faint glow of low-tier spiritual tools. As they surged onto the ramparts, they confronted the dire wolves with the ferocity of tigers among sheep, their advance utterly unassailable. With each radiant sweep of their blades, the wolves before them were cleaved in two, as though they were mere phantoms. Even the most formidable of the mutated giant wolves, capable of offering a brief, direct resistance, were swiftly dismembered by the combined assault of several armored warriors. Observing this, the aerial demon wolves were incensed. Yet, as they contemplated action, a dozen or so of the body refiners preemptively soared into the sky, encircling the wolf demons. Just then, a prolonged howl echoed from the rear of the wolf pack below the city. Upon hearing this cry, the demon wolves hesitated momentarily before turning tail and fleeing, avoiding any engagement with the body refiners. The remaining common wolves on the city walls also began to retreat at the sound of the howl, leaping off the ramparts in a frenzied scramble. Despite the body refiners' relentless pursuit, more than half of the wolves managed to escape. The wolf pack ceased their attacks not only at these few ramparts but also across other locations, gradually withdrawing. Thus concluded the first day's probing battle with the beast horde. Both the wolf packs and the humans sustained losses in this engagement, but overall, it appeared that the beast horde had suffered a slight setback, with over 100,000 blue wolves slain. However, while human casualties were minimal, they had expended a substantial amount of arrows and defensive equipment. Determining which side truly held the advantage remained a matter of debate. At that moment, 7 crescent moons simultaneously emerged in the sky, their radiant light illuminating a thick layer of furry wolf carcasses that carpeted the base of the city walls. Meanwhile, from the receding wolf packs, a chorus of moon-gazing howls echoed incessantly. Amidst the howls, there was no longer any fury, but rather an indescribable lamentation and desolation. The vast wolf pack gradually receded into the chilling moonlight, ultimately vanishing without a trace. The soldiers, who had fought valiantly atop the city walls for the better part of the day, finally exhaled deeply, disregarding the blood-soaked ground beneath them, and wearily settled onto the earth. Some, utterly fatigued, even contemplated succumbing to slumber. Even those adept in martial prowess, the body cultivators, felt the toll of incessantly wielding their weapons and likewise intended to take a brief respite. Do not lie down. This is not a place for sleep. Soon, our replacements will arrive. We have endured the initial battle, and barring any unforeseen events, we may return to rest for a couple of days. Once the new personnel are here, we can return to our quarters and officially take a break. But for now, we must remain vigilant. Should the wolf pack unexpectedly return? In our current state, it would spell disaster, admonished the officer of the Shao clan, his tone unwavering. Hearing the prospect of rest, both the soldiers and the merchants from Tiandong felt a surge of joy, regaining some vitality as they begrudgingly rose to their feet once more. Hanli, having scarcely engaged in the fray, felt no fatigue. He leaned against a parapet, gazing into the dark distance where the wolves had retreated, his eyes flickering with contemplation. Brother Han, we owe you our gratitude for driving off the wolf demons. Had it not been for your timely intervention, we would have met a fate akin to that of the other besieged outposts. Zhang Kuei approached Hanli, a smile gracing his face from afar. He held the golden short sword aloft with one hand, and half of his armor was stained crimson with blood, clearly indicating that he had slain numerous blue wolves during the recent skirmish. It was merely a coincidence that he encountered the wolf pack in their retreat. Hanli cast a calm glance at Zhang Kuei, revealing an air of tranquility. However, had it not been for Brother Han's intervention, even with the support of the spirit team from On Yuan City, we would have suffered severe casualties. Fortunately, it was Brother Han. Had it been anyone else, they would have struggled to contend with the wolf demons alone. Even with my golden radiant sword, my chances of victory would not exceed 30%. Zhang Kuei forced a smile, then turned his palm, revealing an exquisite sword sheath that he carefully used to stow away the short sword. Placing both the blade and sheath into his embrace, Hanli instinctively glanced at the spirit tool. He was already aware that these so-called spirit tools were specially crafted artifacts designed for body cultivators by cultivators themselves. Utilizing specialized devices such as spirit rings and bracelets, one could draw upon spirit stones without the need for internal magical power, temporarily awakening the might of these tools. Although the power of spirit tools was commendable, It relied solely on the energy of spirit stones, rendering them unsuitable for prolonged combat and incurring extraordinary consumption of these stones. Thus, they were not meant for the typical body cultivator. However, due to the limitations of spirit tools, which could only reach the level of top-tier spiritual artifacts, they paled in comparison to genuine treasures. Consequently, true high-level body cultivators often regarded these spirit tools with disdain, placing their faith instead in the formidable prowess developed through their own cultivation as the ultimate weapon. This notion aligns intriguingly with the thoughts of certain demon clans and their practitioners. As Han Li's mind briefly flickered through the information regarding spiritual artifacts, Zhang Kuei, after a moment of silence, suddenly displayed an expression of peculiarity and uttered a remark. Upon hearing this, Han Li felt a jolt within. Chapter 1279, The Tide of Frenzied Beasts, Part 4. Brother Han, you haven't merely cultivated the Vajra technique to the 3rd level, have you? Zhang inquired. Why do you ask such a question, Brother Zhang? Han Li replied, his gaze shifting momentarily, subtly probing for deeper meaning. It's nothing. Merely a thought that the 3rd level of the Vajra technique might not suffice to deter a demon wolf, Zhang Kuei remarked, his words laden with significance. Before promptly turning to depart, leaving no inclination to elaborate further. Observing the scarred man's retreating figure, Han Li stroked his chin, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his lips. It seems this man speaks with layers of meaning. Before long, a sizable contingent of soldiers from An Yuan City, along with a group of young men, ascended the city walls under the guidance of a lower-ranked officer. The members of the Eastern Trading Company finally descended from the battlements. However, they could not return to the inn. Instead, they were collectively arranged to rest in a cluster of stone houses near the square where they had gathered earlier. Upon entering the stone houses, most individuals wasted no time and collapsed into deep slumber. Although Han Li felt no weariness, he had no intention of wandering aimlessly amidst the chaos. Thus, he chose to sit cross-legged on the bed, adjusting his breath and quietly contemplating the techniques of the Vajra technique. A night passed without incident, and before long, dawn broke. At dawn the following day, the earth-shattering roar abruptly resounded once more, harmonizing with the distant howls of wolves. Soon after, a cacophony of battle cries erupted from the direction of the city walls, heralding the second siege by the beast horde. This confrontation appeared to be even more ferocious than the previous day, with the sounds of combat reverberating from morning until night. Waves of reserve soldiers and young men were hastily pulled from the stone houses, swiftly dispatched to the city ramparts for reinforcement. Within the span of a single day, no fewer than 3 or 4 contingents had ascended to the battlements in the square where Han Li found himself. It was only when nightfall descended once more that the beast horde finally retreated. As Han Li stepped out of the stone house, he beheld personnel descending from the city walls. With so many individuals having rushed to the aid of the fortifications, only 2 or 3 out of 10 remained. The majority bore the gruesome marks of battle, their bodies drenched in blood, some missing limbs, appearing grievously wounded. Compared to the defenders from the previous day, their plight seemed far more tragic. Not only Han Li, but many others in the vicinity emerged from their stone abodes, taken aback by the scene before them. Immediately, inquiries were made regarding the details of the day's conflict. It was then revealed that among the besieging wolf beasts, a peculiar creature resembling a small lynx had emerged. These agile wolves not only moved with the grace of a swallow, but were also adorned with quills that jutted out like those of a hedgehog. These hardened bristles were laced with a potent venom. A single strike would render one incapacitated in mere moments, and without prompt medical intervention, death would ensue. Such diminutive wolves had never before been encountered, likely representing a newly mutated variety of the azure wolf species. While the emergence of mutant beasts during a beast tide was not an everyday occurrence, it was certainly not a rarity either. Each appearance of a new variant inevitably resulted in considerable casualties on the human side. However, this new breed of mutated beast will swiftly face extinction. Otherwise, the pack of mutated wolves would not be limited to merely 1 or 2 varieties. Currently, the sudden emergence of these mutated wolves has resulted in significant casualties among the unprepared guards. Had it not been for the commander's relentless efforts to mobilize a considerable number of reserve personnel and the repeated assistance from that batch of spirit teams, today's battle would have likely been exceedingly perilous. Upon hearing the responses from the withdrawn personnel, a heavy silence fell over those present. There was an unspoken consensus that this beast tide appeared far more ferocious than rumored, leading to a subtle wavering in their confidence regarding the defense of the city. Han Li stood at the entrance, his eyes narrowed as he observed the situation for a while before silently retreating to the stone chamber, his expression remaining unfazed. Indeed, he felt indifferent to it all. Even if the city of An Yuan were to be breached, Escaping through the throngs of beasts with his skills and the 2 extinguishing pearls in his possession would not pose much difficulty. As for the others within the city, despite any desire he might have to rescue them, he was acutely aware of his limitations and would not entertain plans beyond his capabilities. Nevertheless, given the current ferocity of the beast horde, it was unlikely that the first batch of relieved guards would truly rest for 2 days. They might find themselves replaced as early as tomorrow. Han Li's predictions proved accurate. On the morning of the 3rd day, just as the sun began to rise, a loud voice called out from outside the gates, summoning all the guards of the Tiandong Trading Company to assemble in the square. When he calmly appeared in the square, he discovered not only members of the Tiandong Trading Company, but also several hundred formidable individuals standing there. Among them, a significant portion were body refinement practitioners, many adorned with spiritual rings and bracelets, as well as possessing various spiritual tools. Additionally, there were numerous knights mounted on their formidable wolf-like beasts, all standing resolutely to one side. Clearly, these individuals represented the elite of this locale. Han Li furrowed his brow, but proceeded calmly into the throng. Moments later, nearly 1,000 individuals had gathered in the square when a figure emerged before the crowd. It was the silver-armored middle-aged man. With a grim expression, he uttered a few remarks, conveying that the defensive line in another direction was under severe duress, and that they needed to be dispatched to bolster the defenses. With a wave of his hand, he ordered the troop to set off. This announcement left those present astounded. Over the past 2 days, they had only been aware of the formidable nature of the azure wolf beast they faced, yet the situation elsewhere appeared to be even more dire. Fortunately, the assembly consisted of individuals of considerable experience, who refrained from excessive chatter. After a brief stir of agitation, most climbed aboard a convoy of beast-drawn carts, hastening towards the opposite side of An Yuan City. The streets were nearly deserted, save for a few patrolling knights. Thus, with the carts racing forward, they arrived at the city's opposite wall after little more than an hour. Upon disembarking, they were met by a dozen officers who had been awaiting their arrival. As soon as they spotted Han Li and the others, they surged forward, engaging in a brief dispute before efficiently dividing them among themselves, promptly escorting them to various towers. Thus, the personnel of the Tiandong Trading Company were naturally dispersed. Aside from 7 or 8 ordinary guards accompanying their deputy leader, Zhang Kuei and Du Xiao had all separated. Leading Han Li and his group was a middle-aged officer with a bushy beard, whose iron armor indicated he was of the same rank as the officer with the surname Xiao. This individual exhibited remarkable kindness towards Han Li and the other body refiners, particularly because 3 among them possessed spiritual tools, which prompted him to treat them with a special courtesy, imbued with a sense of reliance. The prowess of Han Li, known only to the members of the Tiandong Trading Company who accompanied him, went unnoticed by others, thus failing to attract the particular attention of the bearded officer. Han Li, for his part, did not seek to promote himself. He remained silent, following the crowd as they ascended the city wall they were tasked to guard. What met their eyes upon arrival caused all present to change countenance. The battlements and towers, which should have been orderly and smooth, were instead in a state of utter disrepair, with not a single structure intact. More bizarrely, the once azure and white ground had turned pitch black, emanating a putrid, foul odor that made one feel nauseous. A man wielding a spiritual bracelet, upon inspecting the darkened area closely, remarked gravely, "Indeed, it is snake venom. I have lost 400 or 500 of my subordinates' combat capabilities because of it." The bearded officer, upon hearing this, could only manage a bitter smile. Could it be that I misremembered? Wasn't the red python beast supposed to be non-venomous? Another elder, also equipped with spiritual tools, looked on with a flicker of confusion in his eyes. Brother Li's recollection is accurate. The common crimson python beast is indeed non-venomous. However, among the mutated beasts this time, there emerges a variant, the winged flying serpent. This serpent, though similar in size to the ordinary crimson python, can take flight for brief periods with its wings and expel a black, venomous mist. A mere touch of this mist to the skin causes immediate and severe corrosion, and it can penetrate stone as well. I have had the city walls rinsed with water numerous times, for the airborne toxins alone would render it uninhabitable. The burly officer elucidated. These are troubling developments. The mutated python beasts were already immensely strong, and now there are venom-spewing ones, making defense all the more arduous. A worried voice echoed from the crowd. If the crimson python beasts were not so formidable, why else would we be summoned here? I have heard that the azure wolf beasts, too, have undergone new mutations, the officer added, stroking his beard, his expression grave. The azure wolf beasts are not to be trifled with either. But why have the cultivators not yet intervened? They are most adept at large-scale destructive spells, and were previously the mainstay against these kinds of beast hordes. Someone couldn't help but inquire. Do not forget that the leopard avian beast has not yet revealed itself since the beginning of the beast tide. The cultivators must be reserved to confront this more formidable avian demon. Otherwise, should their magical power be exhausted and this avian demon suddenly appear, our UN city is sure to fall. The officer sighed softly, replying. Upon hearing this, the others exchanged uneasy glances. The prospects for UN city appear rather bleak. However, there is no need for undue concern. That venomous flying serpent can only expel its toxic mist a single time before it must rest for a considerable duration. Following the battle of the past 2 days, this mutated serpent has essentially lost its capacity to attack. The intention behind summoning you all is, in fact, to confront the mutated giant python. This formidable creature is nearly impervious to harm from ordinary soldiers, with the damaged sections of the city wall bearing testament to its destructive power. As long as you can restrain the mutated giant python, I am confident that the common red pythons can be managed. Observing the altered expressions of his companions, the burly officer encouraged them further, saying, there is no need for such instructions. Since we have arrived, we will not stand idly by. However, the man adorned with the spiritual bracelet seemed poised to speak again when, suddenly, a series of peculiar cries, neither beastly nor avian, emanated from the horizon beyond the city walls, causing a tumultuous stir within. The man's words faltered, and his expression darkened. It was not just him. Others who heard the cries also exhibited signs of alarm. The leopard avians had finally made their appearance. A body cultivator murmured, gazing towards the distant sky, his grip on his weapon tightening involuntarily. Meanwhile, Hanley stood alone in a corner atop the city wall, meticulously inspecting a low-grade spirit stone, his demeanor remarkably tranquil, as though he had not heard the preceding cacophony at all. Chapter 1280, The Tide of Savage Beasts, Part 5. Indeed, after a brief moment, hundreds of black dots suddenly emerged in the distant sky, swiftly approaching. The humans atop the city walls immediately sprang into action, taking their defensive positions at the sound of the horns, readying themselves under the command of their officers. Almost simultaneously, from a towering structure in the center of the city, over 100 beams of colorful light surged forth, racing towards the city gate where the black dots had appeared. These were the cultivators within the city, most of whom were at the Foundation establishment stage, adept at rapid flight, and they quickly reached the city walls, transforming into radiant orbs of spiritual light suspended in the air. At the forefront stood 2 figures, a bald man standing upon a circular disc, and the elegantly robed gentleman from the Genius sect. Both were at the late Foundation establishment stage, representing the highest caliber among the aerial cultivators. The distant black dots had now flown within a few miles of the city walls but suddenly halted, hovering erratically at low altitude. From their vantage point atop the city walls, the cultivators could clearly discern the true nature of these black dots. They were, in fact, avian beasts with the heads of leopards and the bodies of eagles, adorned with striking yellow and white feathers, their crimson eyes glinting ominously, their bodies a riot of colors, undeniably vibrant. These creatures were merely a few feet in size, petite and elegant, and at first glance, one might not perceive any threat. However, the expressions of the cultivators stationed on the city walls were grave, clearly not daring to underestimate the situation. From among the distant avian beasts came a series of sharp, urgent cries, and suddenly, a cacophony of shrill sounds erupted from the empty ground below, raising clouds of dust into the air. One after another, crimson pythons emerged from the depths below, raising their heads and flicking their tongues, creating a sea of serpents that rolled in waves of red, stretching endlessly as far as the eye could see. The newly arrived individuals atop the city wall gasped in astonishment upon witnessing this spectacle. It appeared they had drawn the short straw, just as they rushed to offer support. They were met with a joint assault from both the leopard beasts and the crimson pythons. Fortunately, the most troublesome of the avian foes was being handled by a cultivator. Otherwise, they would have had no hope of withstanding the simultaneous onslaught from both beast hordes. While the body refiners atop the city wall felt a glimmer of relief, the avian horde in the distance abruptly split into 2, from which emerged a large and a small creature. The smaller one, measuring barely a foot in size, was enveloped in a radiant blue aura, and as its wings fluttered, a faint sound of thunder could be heard. The larger creature, while several times the size of an ordinary leopard beast, bore no other remarkable features, yet its pair of purple eyes emitted an inexplicable malevolence. Concurrently, as these 2 avian creatures made their appearances, the writhing mass of pythons below also surged forth, revealing 3 more bizarre serpents, one measuring over 10 yards in length. Adorned with scales as thick as a bowl and sporting a pair of blood-red coral-like horns, reminiscent of a crimson dragon, another, around 8 yards long. Entirely devoid of scales and black as night, possessed 3 triangular heads, exuding an aura of lethal toxicity. The smallest of the trio was a creature with a human head and a serpentine body, equipped with a pair of arms, each wielding a bone spear, and was none other than the serpent demon that had attacked Hanli in the Chisha Desert. Although the 5-headed demonic beasts were evidently the most formidable entities within the horde, they cast their gaze towards the city walls and engaged in a brief, arcane conversation through their shrill calls and hissing sounds. Almost immediately, they returned to their kind, vanishing from sight. Subsequently, whether it was the aerial demonic birds or the serpentine army on the ground, they seemed to have received a simultaneous command, and with a resounding roar, they surged towards the city walls. The speed of the leopard-like creatures far exceeded that of the serpents below, allowing them to approach on Yuan City first. Their eerie cries echoed loudly, and a faint green mist began to envelop their forms, initially a mere whisper of color, but soon thickening into a dense shroud that concealed each avian demon within its depths. A vast expanse of this green mist swiftly formed, rolling menacingly towards the city ramparts, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Monsters, seek your doom. At the bellow of the bald, burly man, the human cultivators in the sky no longer hesitated and charged forward. The other cultivators swiftly followed suit, activating their magical artifacts. Before even making contact with the green mist, they raised their hands in unison, unleashing a barrage of talismans. The air erupted with a cacophony of explosions as countless orbs of various colored thunder and fire manifested in the void, plunging into the green mist and erupting in a series of violent detonations. The explosions intensified, causing portions of the green mist to dissipate and vanish. Without a moment's pause, the human cultivators summoned their respective spiritual implements, flying daggers, swords, magical pearls, meditation staffs, and short halberds, each appearing in a dense swarm, all aimed at the encroaching mist. Simultaneously, the green mist writhed and convulsed, unleashing a multitude of demonic feathers that shot forth, transforming into a dazzling array of green radiance that intermingled with the onslaught of spiritual implements, unyielding in their resolve. The human cultivators deftly executed their hand seals and recited their incantations, while their spiritual artifacts whirled to shatter the emerald radiance into countless fragments. Yet, the demon feathers emerging from the mist seemed inexhaustible, and the human cultivators exhibited a palpable trepidation towards the verdant fog, reluctant to approach it with haste. Consequently, the confrontation between the two factions reached an impasse, suspended in the air. Meanwhile, at the base of the city wall, the crimson pythons finally arrived. In an instant, a dozen of these serpents coiled together, their heads biting their tails to form a colossal entity spanning several dozen feet. With a powerful thrust, they launched themselves from the ground, akin to crossbow bolts, hurtling towards the battlements. However, mid-air, the pythons released their grips and regained their freedom, twisting their bodies to fiercely lunge at the human soldiers atop the walls. In this manner, the towering ramparts, rising dozens of feet high, appeared utterly inconsequential to the crimson beasts. Although the newly arrived reinforcements had slain pythons before, few had witnessed such an unusual assault method. Chaos ensued among them, as they found themselves in a flurry of confusion. In contrast, the ordinary soldiers of Yuan City seemed to possess prior experience in countering such tactics. They quickly formed a cohesive front, with several individuals raising crossbows in unison while others held shields aloft to protect their heads, brandishing weapons with unwavering determination to defend their positions. In that moment, their defense was remarkably steadfast. The colossal crossbows atop the city walls unleashed a piercing, mournful wail, as bolts measuring a foot in length shot forth at astonishing speed. Amidst the glimmering cold light, a series of intertwined crimson pythons had yet to ascend above the city walls before being struck down by bolts, crashing to the ground below, their bodies reduced to a bloody pulp. Following an initial surge of chaos, the body refiners who arrived for reinforcements finally steadied themselves. Their weapons danced with remarkable swiftness, effortlessly severing the pythons as they advanced. Each warrior possessed formidable strength, rendering the ordinary serpents utterly incapable of posing any threat. Standing at the edge of the battlements, Hanli remained motionless, yet the flashing cold light in the air sent the approaching pythons tumbling backward, fragmented into numerous pieces, their blood raining down. With his current mastery of the Vajra technique and the fleeting sword techniques learned during his mortal life, he wielded a common thick-backed blade with unparalleled finesse. Each stroke was not only extraordinarily swift and silent, but also imbued with an unparalleled force. It was no exaggeration to suggest that even a genuine low-tier spiritual weapon could be cleaved in two by his blade. Hence, Han Li's focus was not on the ordinary pythons falling like raindrops, but rather on the distant serpent horde, his eyes narrowing in curiosity towards the three serpent demons. Just then, a thunderous explosion echoed nearby, followed by several human screams. Han Li paused, instinctively directing his gaze toward the commotion. To his astonishment, he spotted a remarkably large mutated python, its size astonishing, leaping onto the city ramparts, mingling with the other intertwined serpents. As soon as the colossal python landed, it swiftly bit off half of an ordinary soldier's body. Simultaneously, it swung its tail, hurling another approaching body refinement practitioner against a crumbling section of the city wall. The impact left a significant indentation in the man's chest, rendering him mortally wounded. At that moment, the python's small, cold eyes glimmered with a sinister green light as its head turned to fixate on Han Li, who was observing from a distance. Han Li cast a cold glance at the gigantic serpent, furrowing his brow before striding forward with an air of confidence. The python seemed to sense that Han Li was not an easy opponent. It immediately coiled its body, opened its mouth wide, and lunged towards Han Li's head with blinding speed. Han Li's expression remained unchanged, yet he slightly moved his large blade forward. Instantly, countless icy rays of light surged forth with a resonant hum, enveloping the serpent's head entirely before vanishing in a flash. The python momentarily halted, and fine lines of blood began to appear across its head. Soon after, its skull split apart inch by inch, disintegrating into a cloud of blood mist that vanished without a trace. What appeared to be a casual strike from Han Li had, in fact, severed the head of this mutated giant python with precision. Han Li, with an impassive demeanor, glanced at the headless corpse that had thudded to the ground. He sheathed his large blade and prepared to turn away. However, Han Li struck the serpent's tail with a radiant golden fist, creating a gaping wound as wide as a bowl and forcefully propelling it away. However, at that moment, the headless front half of the colossal serpent twisted in a bizarre manner and charged fiercely toward Han Li. His expression darkened as he horizontally brandished his great blade. In a swift motion, he blurred into a series of afterimages, advancing toward the serpent. A blinding glint flashed, and he appeared behind the giant snake. Gradually turning to face it, the serpent's massive body erupted in a spray of blood, splitting into 7 or 8 segments that fell to the ground. In that instant, no matter how resilient this serpent was, it could not escape its demise.